Listen now.
Years ago, before you were born, I met a man. They spend a few days together, and he gives her a house.
You never thought to turn it down?
Do I look as if I'd turned down a villa in the south of France? What do you think he gave you?
We're with you. After 6 seasons on TV and a previous film, the latest entry in the Downton Abbey franchise hits theaters today. It's been 3 years since the last film, which extended the popular TV series, this time taking fans to the south of France. And we should note that the film is produced by Universal Pictures, which is part of our parent company, NBC Universal.
Let's turn again to NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman with more and look at our weekend forecast. Hi again, Michelle.
Hi there, and it's a hot one for so many of us. Temperatures into the 90s, mid-90s for some, even 100 still on the map. So we have some weather headlines today. We're looking at this spring sizzler still lurking in the south and then expanding into the east. Also back behind a cold front, we're looking at really cold weather in Denver. They dropped 40 degrees in hours, and we're looking at a snowstorm today. The Rockies could see over a foot of snow in some spots. As we head towards tomorrow, that record heat expands into the northeast. We're looking at strong storms in the Midwest. The spring snowstorm will come to an end later on Saturday. Sunday, it's going to be soggy for parts of us in the northeast. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks, Michelle. Coming up next on Early Today, the groundbreaking new exhibit, Reframing Black History and Art.
Right now on NBC News Now.
Got all the angles covered tonight.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We begin this hour with the military invasion that's currently unfolding. Right now, the attacks from Russia are coming in from every angle.
Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv.
Live from Ukraine, where a fierce battle is raging on.
We've heard a number of explosions.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities one after another.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items that'll ruin tires, ruin the bottom of the car.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
The battle for Congress and the fight for control of state housing.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms.
We are talking elections in a battleground state. What does President Biden need to do tonight? He needs to speak to heads and hearts.
A lot to break down, Chuck, so let's dive right in.
Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson now elevated to the Supreme Court.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We have some stunning new findings about COVID-19.
This new variant is more contagious. Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
As we would all expect, Sir Elton John is going out in style. A new documentary is coming to Disney called Goodbye Yellow Brick Road. It'll include unseen footage from Elton's more than 50 years in the business and his farewell tour culminating in the final North American show in Los Angeles this November. Elton John's husband, David Furnish, is one of the co-directors of that project.
A big congratulations are in order for several legendary music artists. Rapper Lil Nas X, along with Mariah Carey, Annie Lennox, Dave Stewart of the Eurythmics, the Isley Brothers, and the Neptunes will all be honored and inducted into the Singers-Songwriters Hall of Fame. The ceremony will first start. The ceremony, the first since 2019, will take place in New York on June 16th.
All right, now to the unprecedented exhibit connecting the past and the present in eye-opening ways. The groundbreaking new gallery is reframing fine art. Yamiche Alcindor has the story.
It's an art exhibit with a lesson.
It's to show how Black people and Black cultures are integral to the making of the modern world.
Curator Kenitra Fletcher is describing Afro-Atlantic histories. a new collection at the prestigious National Gallery of Art in Washington.
What's the importance of having this art in this building, given how different it is to everything else?
We want people to understand that work by Black diasporic people is just as treasured and important as the European art that you see in the other galleries in this building.
More than 130 works meant to take viewers through a global journey from slavery to emancipation to the modern fight for civil rights and equality.
This is the key image of the exhibition, and in this work they've taken on the guise of the Statue of Liberty. They're thinking about citizenship and sovereignty and who gets to represent nations. Often it's not a Black person.
A message that resonates with young artists from the Duke Ellington School of the Arts.
How did you feel walking through the exhibit?
I felt empowered. I felt like I was seen, I was heard.
When you go to like a regular museum, I don't see other artists that are like me.
And why is that important to see a Black artist that represents you?
Because it shows that like I can do the same thing. It's something I can achieve.
The art also made them think about the national battle raging over teaching race and history.
A lot of people want to erase history, and this kind of doesn't let that happen.
If you know anything about it, is that art survives. And this art will survive and it will prevail.
A powerful message amid powerful art. Yamiche Alcindor, NBC News, Washington.
Whether it's on the canvas or behind, seeing that representation is so important.
There was also some stunning art.
Yes.
I mean, she previewed a little bit of it. It makes you really want to go there and see it.
Beautiful, beautiful. Thanks for starting your Friday with us. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Vanita Nair. Have a great weekend, and we'll see you back here next week.
New hope for worried parents when the FDA commissioner says the baby formula crisis could finally ease.
President Biden backs bringing in 2 new members of NATO ahead of his critical trip abroad to Asia. We are live with the key moments to watch for.
America on the brink, the growing fears of a recession hitting everything from Wall Street to your wallet.
And recall alert, the popular Ford SUVs that need to go into the shop for an engine fire risk.
And he's loving it. The man who just sunk his teeth into a new Guinness World Record for his decades of devotion to the Big Mac. It's Friday, May 20th. Early today starts right now. Thanks for ending your week with us. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Vanita Nair. The FDA commissioner facing the ire of both Democrats and Republicans this morning over the baby formula shortage. The message that normalcy is still weeks away is unlikely to assuage the anxiety of parents nationwide. In the meantime, the president is taking wartime action to deal with the crisis. Aubrey Jackson has more.
The head of the Food and Drug Administration on the hot seat, facing congressional scrutiny over the baby formula shortage and the whistleblower complaint regarding Abbott's facility.
Potentially putting babies at risk and forcing parents to play a game of Russian roulette.
The FDA chief defending the agency's response.
The pandemic, the war in Ukraine, and labor supply issues have all had an impact.
With political pressure mounting, the Biden administration is taking drastic measures to increase supplies. It includes using U.S. military aircraft to import formula from abroad and invoking the Defense Production Act. But even some of the president's strongest allies say federal action should have come sooner.
I give everybody an F on the entire spectrum of this.
Without objection.
The Senate passed a bill to improve access to baby formula, but the fate of $28 million in emergency funds to address the shortage remains unclear.
What's the objection? We don't want to spend money on babies who are crying for food?
The administration hopes Congress gives the green light for more money to prevent future shortages.
And unless we strengthen the resilience of our supply chain, we could be one natural disaster, quality mishap, or cyber attack from being here again.
I believe that many of the problems facing your agency can be solved through strong leadership rather than more money.
The FDA is also reassuring the public that the country's largest formula production plant is on track to reopen soon. But that can't happen soon enough for families struggling as patience and formula runs thin. In Washington, Bree Jackson for NBC News.
President Biden is arriving in South Korea this morning to begin his first trip to Asia since taking office. While Russia's war on Ukraine has dominated foreign policy over the last few months, the U.S. wants to show that it has not forgotten about its strong allies in this region. NBC's Chris Pallone joins us now from Washington, D.C. So, Chris, tell us more about what these expected meetings that will happen in Asia.
Vanita, good morning. As the president is going to South Korea and Japan, it's also clearly meant to send a message to China and North Korea. The trip to there comes as North Korea has accelerated its weapons tests. In fact, U.S. and South Korean officials acknowledge it's possible North Korea might conduct a long-range missile test or even a nuclear test, its first in 5 years, while the president is in the region. They say they're prepared for that possibility. The other big focus, of course, is China. As the U.S. tries to counter that country's rising military and economic influence, the president will work with what's called the Quad, the leaders of Japan, Australia, and India, to give countries in the region an economic alternative to partnering with China. Soon, President Biden will meet with South Korea's newly inaugurated president, and then he's off to a Samsung facility, which is a model for one that is currently being built in Texas. The president heads to Japan on Sunday in anticipation of that meeting with the Quad.
All right, Chris, thank you.
The accused gunman in the Buffalo supermarket shooting appeared in court yesterday. The 18-year-old was handcuffed and wearing an orange jumpsuit as a jury indicted him on first-degree murder. He won't be formally charged until the investigation is complete. The crowded courtroom was packed with victims' families, and one yelled as he was taken away.
Hey, you're a coward!
He pleaded not guilty and is being held without bail. If convicted, he faces life in prison.
New COVID infections and hospitalizations are rising across the U.S. According to the latest data, the nation is seeing 100,000 new daily COVID infections for the first time in months. The news comes as the CDC has followed the FDA's lead in approving Pfizer's COVID booster shot for kids ages 5 to 11. Here's NBC's Gabe Gutierrez.
CDC advisors voted 11-1 to recommend Pfizer's COVID booster shot for children ages 5 to 11, after the FDA also greenlit it on Tuesday. The booster doses will soon be available to children 5 months after they receive their first 2 shots.
They have a good immune system. I don't understand why they needed a booster.
Others are asking what's taking so long for any vaccine for kids under 5. The head of the FDA says an advisory panel will consider Moderna's application soon.
Children are not just small adults, and so you have to do specific studies.
This as the U.S. sees 100,000 new daily COVID infections for the first time in months, even without recording all at-home test results. Over the past 2 weeks, cases nationwide are up 55%, but deaths are down almost 20%. New York City is back under high COVID alert, now recommending masks indoors for people over 2, but no mandate.
It's a minor inconvenience, but I think, if that's what they're suggesting, might as well take all precautions.
As the U.S. prepares for wave after wave.
The people that really need to consider getting boosted are any adult over the age of 60. The evidence is clear. And then if you're between the ages of 50 and 60 and you have other chronic conditions, I would also encourage you to get a booster.
Our thanks to Gabe Gutierrez for that report.
Russia's war in Ukraine now in its 86th day. The Senate passing another $40 billion in Ukraine aid after a weeks-long delay. Let's turn to NBC's Richard Engel for the latest from Ukraine and a warning. Some of the images in this report are disturbing.
At the White House, it looked like smooth sailing, that Sweden and Finland will become the newest members of NATO to deter Russia from invading them like it did Ukraine.
They meet every NATO requirement, and then some.
But there's a catch. Turkey, which like all NATO members must sign off, is saying no. President Erdogan calling both Sweden and Finland guest houses for terrorists. He's talking about the Kurds, specifically the Kurdish Workers' Party, or PKK, and associated Kurdish groups in Syria. Turkey considers them its biggest national security threat and says Finland and Sweden have ignored Turkish extradition requests. U.S. officials in private suspect Turkey wants concessions, but will ultimately go along.
We will commit to Turkey's security just as Turkey will commit to our security.
But NATO's squabbles only help Russia, which is tightening its grip on southern Ukraine after its victory in Mariupol. A Ukrainian medic now in Russian custody, smuggled helmet camera video she took in March to the Associated Press of Russia's brutality in Mariupol, including a moment when Ukrainian doctors tried but failed to save a wounded Ukrainian child.
There are suggestions from a top Russian official that Russia plans to annex Mariupol and large parts of southern Ukraine. President Putin hasn't publicly commented.
And our thanks to Richard Engel for that report.
The state of Oklahoma is on the verge of adopting the strictest abortion law in the country. State lawmakers passed a bill that would ban abortion at fertilization, with some exceptions to save the life of the mother or in cases of rape and incest that are reported to police. Oklahoma's Republican governor is expected to sign it.
A consumer alert to warn you about. Ford is recalling 39,000 SUVs over a fire risk. The automaker says it has learned of 16 fire incidents and 1 injury. The recall is for the 2021 Ford Expeditions and Lincoln Navigator SUVs built between late 2020 and early 2021. Ford says owners should take their cars to a dealership for repairs. In the meantime, drivers should park the vehicles outside and away from buildings.
Well, last week, a man with no flying experience landed a small plane in Florida after the pilot fell unconscious. Ken Allen, the 64-year-old pilot, suffered an aortic dissection, which is a life-threatening emergency when a tear occurs in the layer of the body's main artery. The surgeon that saved his life is calling his story remarkable.
I mean, the story is a miracle after a miracle, really. For him to be able to survive the event, an acute type A dissection is really acute. It is hyper acute. It happens suddenly.
Dr. Patel said Allen was released from the hospital Monday and will remain under observation in South Florida for a couple of weeks.
Wow, what a story. All right, it's time to pull out the flip-flops, the summer clothes, the shorts. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman is tracking the weekend warmer. Here's the question, though. Do we need to keep those out from here on out?
That's a good question. You know, it's so funny. I was looking at the date. It's May 20th. I'm like, in my head, it's still April. So yeah, we're going to need to keep those out because we are so close to the unofficial start to summer, and it's feeling like summer as we go throughout the weekend here. We're going to cool it down a bit, though, starting at the beginning of next week. So taking a look at the maps here, we are feeling summer-like from the southern plains all the way to parts of New England. We're looking at temperatures in the 90s and 100s in so many spots, even into the 90s in parts of the Northeast and New England. Detroit, today we're looking at 89 degrees. The record is 91. So records possible in 19 states. 91 in Nashville, 90s in St. Louis, Little Rock, Charleston, and we're looking at the mid-80s in Cape Hatteras. Now, as we go throughout tomorrow, we need the fans, the air conditioners, maybe the pools are open already. 92 degrees in New York City. The record there is 93, 90 in Cincinnati. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, we are looking at temperatures really different in the middle of the country. We're looking out ahead of a system, temperatures in the 90s, 80s, 70s, back behind at 30s and 40s. Denver, you had a temperature drop of 40 degrees, 98 degrees today in San Antonio. All right, guys, it's so hot in so many parts of the nation. We'll talk more about that. Also looking ahead towards your weekend forecast in just a bit.
Okay, we'll check in with you in a bit. Thank you, Michelle. Remembering a legendary composer for the big screen next.
And America feeling the squeeze. The growing fears of a recession as soaring prices hit every corner of the country.
NBC News, streaming free now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Would it be easier for the airlines to manage a vaccine mandate than a mask mandate? Is there a case to be made that it's time to give Ukraine offensive weapons so they can win this war? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Visions of that scene of running there, the slow-mo running in the beach. The iconic theme from Chariots of Fire is scored by Oscar-winning composer Vangelis. The Greek musician died earlier this week. In a tweet, Greece's prime minister called Vangelis an electronic sound trailblazer. Vangelis was 79 years old.
Stocks are teetering on the edge of a bear market this morning. Near record high inflation weighed down markets yet again. The Dow dropped nearly 240 points, while the S&P is now about 18.5% off its record high in early January. 20% would mark a bear market. Futures are pointing to a slight bounce back at the open as investors try to stave off recession fears. Tom Costello has more.
In North Texas, the Washington family says skyrocketing rent, food, and gas prices are forcing them out of their townhouse. Now looking for an RV to buy as they juggle competing bills for a family of 6.
Groceries or clothes for my kids. Groceries or electricity.
Pay on the car note, pay on rent, or pay rent, pay the utilities.
And while gas prices have hit new highs, diesel fuel is up a staggering 75% in 1 year, a record, biting into Pam Poliak's Milwaukee trucking company that ships food across the Midwest, just as her own drivers need cost of living increases, all of it getting passed on to grocery shoppers.
I see a great tug and pull between costs and expenses and then what we're getting paid. Which just, it means money's going to get tight for everybody.
Now, the Federal Reserve is facing one of its toughest challenges in decades, raising interest rates to cool inflation without killing consumer demand and jobs and pushing the economy into recession.
We need to see inflation coming down in a convincing way. That's what we need to see.
But already, Equifax reports more consumers with low credit scores are falling behind on their credit card payments, car, and personal loans.
It is possible that all the experts, all the economists get it wrong and the U.S. economy does avoid a recession. But for that to happen, we need to see prices start to moderate or come down very soon.
The very low unemployment rate has been a bright spot, but we're now seeing some companies announcing hiring slowdowns, including Meta, Facebook, Netflix announcing layoffs, and Amazon says it is now overstaffed after being on a hiring binge for years. Back to you.
It's such a delicate balance right now, Tom. Thank you.
Still to come, a round of applause for singer and new mom Rihanna.
Plus, graduating in a glaze of glory, Krispy Kreme's newest freebies for the class of 2022.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Would it be easier for the airlines to manage a vaccine mandate than a mask mandate? Is there a case to be made that it's time to give Ukraine offensive weapons so they can win this war? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love
it. Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Love is in the air on this feel-good Friday. New York Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is engaged. AOC told Business Insider her and her longtime partner, Riley Roberts, actually did it last month in Puerto Rico, but they were taking some time to savor the engagement.
First comes love, then comes marriage, and then for this one now, baby carriage. Congratulations are in order for Rihanna and rapper A$AP Rocky. She gave birth to a baby boy. This is their first child together.
I will miss her pregnancy styling. Congratulations are also in order for singer Ed Sheeran. He and his wife welcomed their second daughter. The singer shared this photo of a tiny pair of socks on Instagram and said they were over the moon.
Right, there is a new Guinness World Record for the love of McDonald's Big Macs. A Wisconsin man named Donald Gorski has eaten a Big Mac burger every day for the last 50 years. Taking his first bite back in 1972, he has saved every box and every receipt. He broke the record for the most Big Macs eaten in a lifetime in 1999 after eating over 15,000 of them. Look at the boxes. And Guinness updated the total to over 32,000 and counting. I don't see any styrofoam ones because there was an era when they were serving styrofoam.
I remember that. We have to wonder though, did he taste it the first time and just set the goal in that moment? Save the box and save the receipt.
He needs to throw a Whopper in there, for some flame broiled action too.
Well, Krispy Kreme is throwing its cap up for the class of 2022 with free donuts. Seniors graduating high school or college can get a free Senior Day dozen if they go to Krispy Kreme next Wednesday wearing their graduation gear. It can be a cap, a gown, or a class of 2022 outfit. The special graduate dozen donuts will also be available to purchase next week for non-grads.
Okay, coming up, we're going to have more of your weekend forecast.
All right, and the Heat extinguished as the Celtics bounce back in Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Would it be easier for the airlines to manage a vaccine mandate than a mask mandate? Is there a case to be made that it's time to give Ukraine offensive weapons so they can win this war? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Welcome back on this Friday and your Friday forecast. Looking very summer-like for so many of us from the Southern Plains all the way to parts of the Mid-Atlantic, expanding into New England by tomorrow. Really cold back to the west. Denver, you dropped 40 degrees from yesterday to today, and that's going to set the stage for some snow for you. Higher elevations could see up to a foot of snow. By tomorrow, we're looking at severe weather in parts of Illinois, also Indiana, and the 90s for parts of the Northeast. New York City, you're going to see your 90s as well. Spring snow coming to an end later on Saturday, and then by Sunday, it's soggy for a lot of us in parts of New England and also the Northeast. Back to you guys.
Okay, thanks. Next, Jubilee fever hits our part of the pond as the Queen gets ready to mark 70 years.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Jaylen Brown drives on Tucker, stops, slides a bit, out to Smart. Smart the runner. Count it, and the foul.
Marcus Smart and Al Horford returned to the Celtics lineup in Game 2 of the Eastern Conference Finals, and they torched the Heat on the road. Boston tied the series at 1 game apiece with an exclamation point, beating Miami 127-102. Out west, Luka Doncic and the Mavs look to even the series with Steph Curry and the Warriors. Game 2 is tonight in Oakland.
Shifting arenas to hockey and a pair of Game 2s in the Stanley Cup playoffs. In Colorado, David Perron helped freeze the Avalanche as St. Louis scored early and scored often. The Blues even the series with the 4-1 win, and earlier some late-game heroics in Florida.
Down to the final 5. Kucherov behind the Florida net. Out in front, they score!
Oh, like a thunderbolt through the heart of Panthers fans, Ross Colton's score with 4 seconds left lifts the Lightning over the Panthers in dramatic fashion, 2-1.
And on the links, Rory McIlroy played like a champion in the first round of the PGA Championship. McIlroy is the clubhouse leader after the first round, shooting a 5-under par, including this drive on hole 5 that traveled nearly 400 yards. Tiger Woods had a tougher round, shooting a 4 over 74 and sitting tied for 99th. He tees off for round 2 just after 2:30 p.m. Eastern.
NBA great Dwayne Wade's transgender daughter, Zaya Wade, teamed up with the game Fortnite to promote a new character. The new character is a female warrior named Zuri. Wade posted a video on Instagram recreating Zuri's look with robes, makeup, and her signature purple shoes. The video was accompanied by a caption that read in part, "I'm so excited that the fierce female fighter Zuri has joined Fortnite. She personifies a true warrior." The stars will be out for Queen Elizabeth's Platinum Jubilee next month. We're talking about Alicia Keys, Duran Duran, Diana Ross, Ed Sheeran are among the headliners slated to perform at the Platinum Party at the Palace concert on Saturday, June 4th. And opening the extravaganza is who else? Queen. The active members of the legendary group have been collaborating with American Idol star Adam Lambert on vocals for the past 10 years. The 4-day Jubilee will celebrate the monarch's 70 years on the throne. Well, as to be expected, Sir Elton John is going out in style. A new documentary is coming to Disney called Goodbye Yellow Brick Road. It will include unseen footage from Elton John's more than 50 years in the business and his farewell tour, culminating in the final North American show in Los Angeles this November. Elton John's husband, David Furnish, is one of the co-directors of the project. Yeah. Well, we want to thank, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, he has got some great stuff, his little montage, so I can't imagine it being a whole documentary. It's going to be awesome.
Oh, yeah, and the looks.
During his concert, yeah.
Thanks for ending your week with us. I'm Benita Knight.
And I'm Francis Rivera. Enjoy. Have a great one.
Good Friday morning. I'm Zinklea Samoa in for Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, struggle for supplies. The nationwide shortage of baby formula causing stress and real problems for parents trying to safely feed their infants as the White House tries to speed up production. Capitol Hill is asking what went wrong.
Why did the FDA not spring into action?
It is an emergency and it's been for way too long.
So I can tell my constituents that within a matter of days, they'll be able to find formula on the shelves.
The FDA's timeline for getting the supply chain back to normal, plus how one restaurant owner is using his connections to help parents right now. In the red this morning, there are concerns the U.S. is heading into a recession with all 3 markets dropping from their record high. What could happen by the closing bell today and the impact it could have on your wallet? Emerging issue, the CDC sounding the alarm on a global outbreak of monkeypox, with 1 case now confirmed in the U.S. and more suspected. How concerned should you be and what should you watch out for? A doctor will tell us what we need to know. Plus, Journey Through Time. A new exhibit is taking people through the history of Black Americans, how these works of art are telling a story and inspiring the next generation. That's a very cool tour of the museum that we'll bring you later this hour. And thank goodness it's Friday.
Hallelujah.
It felt like there were like 7 or 8 or 9 days in this week.
It kind of felt like several weeks, but
right?
we made it.
We made it. We're here. You're here. We're going to begin this morning with the baby formula shortage here in the U.S. It's causing stress, anxiety for families across the country, as well as real health concerns for infants in some cases.
That's right. In testimony before Congress yesterday, the head of the FDA told Congress he believes the Michigan Babula formula factory that shut down earlier this year because of contamination concerns will be back up and running in the next week or 2. But parents, don't exhale just yet. yet. Despite that timeline, Robert Califf warns it will take several more weeks beyond that deadline before supplies return to normal levels, especially in rural areas. Remember, the shutdown of that Michigan factory plunged the country into this crisis as supplies of formula quickly dwindled. Last night on Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, Secretary of Agriculture Tom Vilsack discussed how the U.S. can learn from this crisis.
I think the key here is for us to take a look at ways in which we can have a more resilient system, the ability to provide greater flexibility so that when and if there is disruption, other suppliers can move in more quickly, that we can take steps as we are currently taking to import formula that is as safe as what is being produced here in the United States.
Now, many families across the country are scrambling to find alternative ways to get the formula needed for their babies. NBC News business and technology correspondent Jolene Kent spoke with a mother of triplets, sharing her concerns, and has this story.
Sydney Galvin has been on a desperate hunt for formula to feed her triplets.
These are babies, you know, like they shouldn't have to go through this.
Galvin depends on the Women, Infants and Children Nutrition Program, or WIC, for formula. She was supposed to be able to get 9 cans for each baby per month with the benefit, but because of the shortage, she can't find it. She's been forced to pay hundreds of dollars out of pocket for other formula not covered by WIC.
Switching what you're feeding is not easy. How are the babies doing?
They weren't tolerating it very well at first. Actually, they had a lot of reflux and they were puking a lot of what they were eating up.
To fill the gaps, she's driven nearly an hour to Mother's Milk Bank, the largest breast milk donor bank in the country.
What has demand been like for the families who can't get formula?
They've been calling on a steady basis. These formula-fed infants and their families who can't find formula, that increased percentage is 300%. Those families are in crisis.
The lab is working overtime, first screening their donors. Then their milk is pooled, pasteurized, and tested to make sure there's zero bacteria before being distributed to babies in need. Texas has been hit particularly hard. Formula out-of-stock rates are at 50% here. Abbott Nutrition, whose voluntary recall and plant closure exacerbated the shortage, was the primary infant formula provider for 85% of WIC infants in the Southwest region. Even though the USDA has authorized states to allow recipients to purchase alternative formulas, more than half of the states do not tell parents what the substitute formulas are on their website. Sydney just hopes a solution is on the way.
How long does one pack of breast milk last for triplets?
It only lasts about 5 days, to be honest. It's something, so I'm just like grateful for it.
Jolene Kent, NBC News, Austin.
Oh, look at those beautiful little triplets. We now want to introduce you to someone who's doing what he can to go above and beyond to help families. Benji Arslanovsky is the owner of Our Place restaurant in the Dallas area. Of course, you just heard how Texas is being hit hard, and that means he's got access to the commercial food supply chain. He's actually giving formula away. Benji, good morning. Thank you so much for being with us. We're excited to hear about what you're doing. So tell us about how you came up with this idea, and more importantly, how you are able to get your hands on this formula, especially in the state of Texas.
So my wife and I, we have 3 boys, and we're watching the news, and we see the outcry for more formula. And I work for U.S. Food Service. I know they stock that product. So I went online, saw that they had a bunch of cases in stock. So I decided to purchase it. Once I purchased it, I thought, well, I'll just sell it at cost. And the first mom that came in was just so happy to get it. So there was no way I could charge her. So I decided just to buy what I can and donate it because everyone's so good to me in my restaurant during COVID.
I mean, that's just so incredible that you made that decision. Tell me about deciding, I'm just going to give it away. I mean, you were paying for them and you intended, I know, just to sell them for what you purchased it for. It's not like you were trying to make a profit on it, but tell me about deciding to give it away for free, that interaction with the first woman who did receive that formula.
It was last minute. It was just something that just came from the heart. It just, you know, I just felt like moms and dads shouldn't have to worry about feeding their babies. So if I can just help them a little bit with this burden, it's a blessing.
And what has the response been like wider from the community, from parents who've been desperate to feed their babies, who've been looking for formula? What's it like? What's your interaction been like when you are able to provide them with that?
The parents been so happy that they can get a can or two just to hold them over until stock gets back up. People drove an hour away to get formula. Grandfathers are coming in, picking it up for their grandkids that have kids. You know, it's just amazing.
Oh, so amazing. How has it been? I mean, we just heard from our colleague Jolene Kent there in her report that it's very hard in the state, 50% out of stock rates. Have you seen that? Have you seen a lot of people needing help?
Oh yeah, it's everywhere we go. You know, I have friends on social media looking for it. It's just everywhere you turn, there's no formula, and it's just amazing that we don't have any. It's just mind-boggling.
Absolutely. Benji, I know you said that you were inspired to give back to the community partially because of how they supported you during COVID. You just mentioned that. What was that support like? What is your community like? Tell me about it.
Our community was great. The city, they would come get meals. Business owners would drop off cash and say, do what you want with it. Give it to your staff. Do whatever you need. Just get through this. And it was an everyday encouragement for us in the city of Mansfield.
Mm-hmm. Such a good lesson. When you give to people, they give back just like you're doing right now. Benji, thank you so much. So incredible what you're doing.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me on.
Over on Wall Street, despite the high inflation the country is feeling right now, there's growing concern the U.S. economy might be heading towards a recession. Why? Well, all three markets ended in the red yesterday, with the S&P approaching a bear market. A bear market is when stock prices drop 20% or more from their record high. For more on that, we're joined by Caleb Silver, editor-in-chief at Investopedia. Good morning, Caleb. Real talk. Stocks rise and fall every day, of course, we know this, but this latest tumble all but wiped out any gains from 2022. How bad could this get?
It could get worse. I mean, we're in for a pretty bad tumble in the stock market because the conditions that were there that made the stock market be so powerful over the past few years, those are gone right now. We're facing high inflation, we're facing rising interest rates, and we have geopolitical uncertainty. Now, we had COVID over the last couple of years, but we didn't have rising interest rates then. We had very low inflation. All those conditions are reversed. That's why you're seeing so much pressure on the stock market. And investors don't have a lot of clarity towards the future. When we can't see the future, that uncertainty, that's like kryptonite for investors. They don't want any part of risky assets like stocks, like cryptocurrency. That's why the big sell-off has been happening lately.
And I think the big question everyone has, I know I have, is why? What's driving this downturn, and is there an end in sight?
Yeah, there's an end in sight because markets eventually revert to the mean. And it's important to make sure that we separate what's happening in the economy and what's happening in the stock market. They are not the same. Sometimes they walk hand in hand. Lately, they're both not doing very well. Why? We're facing an economic slowdown. We had massive growth in the last year and a half. A lot of that was because of the government distributions. A lot of that was because of spending that we weren't able to do in the depths of the pandemic. So we had a lot of growth. Now that growth rate is slowing for companies across the economy. So if you look at the big tech companies, if you look at a Netflix or an Amazon, sales are slowing, subscriber growth is slowing. If you look at the retailers, they're facing high inflation. They have to pass those costs on to consumers. Consumers have been spending and hanging in there, but they may break soon. And the cure for high prices is high prices. They're going to come down. Stocks will eventually revert to the mean. It's just a real bad sentiment right now.
And you talked about what real retailers are facing, right, and what they're doing to combat this. But break this down for the ordinary person who does not watch stocks every day in and out. What does it mean for them?
Yeah, well, if you have a 401k or an IRA, or if you've been invested in the stock market, you don't really take losses until you sell. And the worst time to sell would be in a down market like we are in right now, unless you just can't handle the losses and you need that money right away. If you're a younger person, or if you're like me in my 50s, I'm looking forward to bear markets because it's an opportunity to buy stocks at cheaper prices. But I know it's going to come back. The average return in the stock market is up 8 to 10% a year on average, going back about 80 years. We're not going to get that this year, but eventually stocks revert to the mean. So you got to hang in there. For folks facing inflation, that's a whole different story because we're spending $5,000 a year on gas now. Last year was only $2,800 a year on gas. That's a lot of discretionary income, hurts lower income folks the most.
$2,800 to $5,000, a lot to watch there. Caleb Silver, thank you.
Now, President Biden is in South Korea this morning after arriving there overnight, and it's actually his first trip to Asia since taking office. After months focused on the war in Ukraine, the president will try and reassure leaders that his administration is working to counter aggression in both Europe and Asia. Biden has stops planned in the South Korean capital of Seoul, and then he'll head to Japan, where issues with China and North Korea will be front and center. NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee joins us now from Seoul. Carol, good morning. Always great to have have you with us. So after the U.S. withdrew from Afghanistan, at the time, the president had hoped to refocus on Asia, but that was upended, of course, by the war in Ukraine, taking up his focus. So what's on his agenda for this trip?
Well, Savannah, the president's first stop after arriving in South Korea was to tour this Samsung plant here with South Korean President Yoon. And this plant is basically there's a plant that's going to be built in Texas that will be modeled after this plant. And so the president was really trying to emphasize investment in the U.S. and also just how they're moving to building more things in the U.S., boosting manufacturing jobs. And he's really trying to, in his first stop, draw this link from his foreign travel, what he's doing here in South Korea, to what Americans at home want him to be doing, which is focusing on their economic challenges. So he's highlighted this $17 billion investment in his plant in Texas, which will create roughly a couple thousand jobs. And the president saying that that's just the beginning and trying to demonstrate that America's alliances overseas really pay dividends back at home. The challenge for the president is that he's doing this as 75% of Americans think the country is on the wrong track, according to the latest NBC News poll. And this plant in Texas, for instance, isn't going to open until the second half of 2024. So that's not really going to address people's concerns and what they're struggling with in terms of inflation at this time.
Absolutely. And now, Carol, before the invasion of Ukraine, there was concern that China could use force to gain control of Taiwan. How is President Biden looking to confront that concern, and what's the latest on that front?
Yeah, it's still very much a concern within the administration. We heard from the White House this week that they still believe China has designs on Taiwan and could use aggression to make a move on Taiwan. There's a lot of concern about that. And what they're saying is that that would be unwise. And one of the hopes that you raised this with Ukraine, one of the hopes of administration officials is that China will be paying very close attention to the unity among the West and the U.S. and its allies in pushing back against Russia, and that it will take note and believe that that is something that could also take place among the U.S. and its allies in the Indo-Pacific region. And that's part of what President Biden is trying to do with this trip.
There's been concern that North Korea also may try to use the president's visit as an excuse to conduct a weapons test. Is that of concern to the White House?
Yeah, and a concern for the whole region, actually. And this would be something that they haven't done in some time, a nuclear test in particular. There's concern that it could be a nuclear test. It could be an intercontinental ballistic missile test. Either of those would be seen as highly provocative by the U.S. and its allies. And we heard from the National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, that the U.S. would be prepared to respond. Take a listen.
We are preparing for all contingencies, including the possibility that such a provocation would occur while we are in Korea or in Japan. We are prepared, obviously, to make both short and longer term adjustments to our military posture as necessary to ensure that we are providing both defense and deterrence to our allies in the region, and that we're responding to any North Korean provocation.
So this is something that the U.S. and allies are concerned about. They don't have any intelligence that says there's actually definitely going to be a test, but everybody is on high alert here.
Absolutely. Something that's also always of concern just to the regular American citizen. Carol, before I let you go, I do also want to ask you about some breaking news this morning, because NBC News has learned that 2 Secret Service staffers are being sent home from this trip. Why is that? What can you tell us?
Yeah, there was an incident outside of the president's hotel before the president arrived here in South Korea with 2 Secret Service agents who got into some sort of altercation, and they were sent home and are being sent home in the process and going to be put on leave while there's a personnel investigation. So those 2 members of the Secret Service have been pulled off of the president's detail and will be going home.
All right. Well, we will be waiting for more details on that one. Carol Lee, thank you so much. Have a safe trip.
In Washington, the congressional committee investigating the Capitol riots wants to talk to one Republican lawmaker about events leading up to January 6th. Yesterday, the panel sent a letter to Republican Congressman Barry Loudermilk requesting a meeting to discuss a tour he gave on the day before the attack. Loudermilk and other Republican members of the House Administration Committee previously said there was no security video or any other proof that there were tours taking place ahead of the attack. But in the letter to Loudermilk, the January 6th committee says, quote, "We believe you have information regarding a tour you led through parts of the Capitol complex on January 5th, 2021, and that it directly contradicts claims by GOP members of the House Administration Committee." NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa joins us now to break it all down. Ali, the panel leaders said in their letter that they had evidence that directly contradicts claims by GOP members of the House Administration Committee that security video showed no tours had taken place ahead of the attack. What evidence might that be, and what's at stake for Loudermilk, who, it's important to note, has denied that any reconnaissance tours took place ahead of the riots? What's at stake if it proves to be true?
Yes, and Clay, well, I think first of all, it's important to backtrack here to understand this story and go back to the several days after January 6th, when several House Democratic lawmakers were accusing their Republican colleagues of giving tours of the Capitol complex, the miles of tunnels and hallways in and around it in the days leading up to January 6th to people who eventually ended up storming the Capitol. Congressman Loudermilk was one of those alleged to have given one of those tours, and he later fought back against those claims. Now the committee is calling that out as false. They're saying in this letter to Loudermilk released yesterday, in part, quote, "Republicans on the Committee on the House Administration claim to have reviewed security footage from the days preceding January 6th and determined that there were no tours, no large groups, no one with MAGA hats on." As you mentioned at the top there, the committee is now saying they have evidence of the opposite. What evidence that is, we simply don't know that yet. That could be witness testimony that they've gained. That could be security footage that they have. Loudermilk pushed back against this in a statement yesterday, saying in part, quote, "A constituent family with young children meeting with their member of Congress in the House office buildings is not a suspicious group or reconnaissance tour. The family never entered the Capitol building," they said, adding that the January 6th committee is once again pushing a verifiably false narrative that Republicans conducted reconnaissance tours on January 5th. So Loudermilk acknowledging he led a tour for a constituent family, but again saying that they never went into the Capitol. He later in that statement said that the committee is a political circus. He said he still hasn't received his letter asking him to voluntarily answer questions before the committee. And he's now demanding that Capitol Police release security footage of the day before the attack on the Capitol that would ultimately, in his words, kind of absolve him of any of these claims. What happens next is truly a test of time. We don't know if he will comply with that. The committee is asking him to appear next week to answer their questions. Okay.
And Ali, briefly, it's interesting that the public hearings are set to start in June, and this letter comes just a few weeks ahead of that. What's your take?
Yeah, so this is just another sign of the committee members really just checking off boxes on their to-do list before those long-awaited public hearings begin on June 9th. We know that they've interviewed over 1,000 witnesses. They have several thousand articles of evidence. We know that they are, up until a couple weeks ago, they were mulling over whether really how aggressive they could be with trying to get lawmakers to come in and answer their underlying questions that they still had. We know Loudermilk was one of several over 100 actually, House Republicans that voted against certifying the election results for Joe Biden. He was also in communication with the former White House Chief of Staff on January 6th. So there's still many questions that the committee has for Loudermilk, and they are hoping that he complies with this voluntary letter and answers their questions next week.
A lot to watch out for. I know you'll keep on it. Ali Rafa, thank you so much. Now, let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather.
Which means it's time for Michelle Grossman to join us on this Friday morning. Hey, Michelle.
Hey guys, happy Friday, and we are ready for a weekend warm up because we're looking at temperatures climbing into the 90s, the high 90s in the Northeast. So hopefully you have those fans out, the air conditioners are ready too, because we have an area of high pressure that's going to be funneling in that really warm air. In huge contrast, we're looking at really cold weather in the west, and that's going to set the stage for a winter weather storm. We're looking at accumulating snow. So let's take a look at the major weekend warm up because we're looking at record highs, 60 cities across 21 states, stretching from the Southern Plains into the Great Lakes and Northeast, even New England. We will see some records broken. So a toasty Texas today. We're looking at temperatures in the 90s and 100s, 104 in Wichita Falls. We're looking at 104 in Abilene, 98 degrees in San Antonio, near 100 degrees in Dallas. We're into the upper 90s. And then as we go throughout the weekend, starting out on Saturday, we're looking at 90s in New York City, 92 degrees. The record is 93, 90 on Sunday. Boston, same story. We're into the 90s also on Saturday and Sunday. And then we're going to cool it down as we head towards Monday. So Philadelphia, we're forecasting a high of 97 for you on Saturday. That would be the all-time record for May if we do hit that. And the record is 95, so we most likely will break that record. A heat advisory is in effect tomorrow. 25 million people impacted. And that's because we're going to feel like 100 degrees in many spots. And this is really rare for May. Now, this heat, along with that cold air back to the west, will spark some severe weather today. So you guys, 8 million people at risk. We could see some damaging winds, some hail, and even a few tornadoes. Back to you.
All right, Michelle, thank you so much. As always, a lot going on, including hot, hot, hot here in New York.
It's going to feel hot, but I'm ready for it.
Thanks, Michelle. See you in a bit. And coming up, Ukraine's president is describing one region of his country as hell this morning following Russian attacks.
That's right. The latest on the ground in Ukraine next, including new developments from the war crimes trial of a Russian soldier in Kyiv. You're watching Morning News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Welcome back this morning. Russia is intensifying its assault on eastern Ukraine. That includes Luhansk, where 12 people were killed during heavy shelling, according to the region's military administration. President Zelensky has described that Donbas region as, quote, hell, saying it has been completely destroyed by Russian forces. The attack comes after President Biden hosted the leaders of Finland and Sweden in Washington yesterday. The president hailed their application to join NATO, calling it a, quote, watershed moment in European security.
Sweden and Finland have strong democratic institutions, strong militaries, and strong and transparent economies, and a strong moral sense of what is right. They meet every NATO requirement, and then some. And having two new NATO members in the high north will enhance the security of our alliance and deepen our security cooperation across the board.
NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley joins us now from Kyiv. Matt, good to see you. So, I mean, just really a pretty stark, frankly, heartbreaking, concerning assessment by President Zelensky on the situation in the Donbas region. And it does look like Luhansk is bearing the brunt of this Russian shelling. What can you tell us about this latest attack and what's unfolding in the wider region? Because there had been better news earlier this week about Ukrainian troops pushing Russian troops back to the border near Kharkiv. So what's happening now?
Yeah, I mean, we're still seeing shelling, and the fact of the matter is Donbass has been a terrible disaster, and you could argue ever since 2014, the last time that the Russians invaded this country. And remember, it's not just in Luhansk, it's also in Donetsk, in the south of the country. That's where we find the city of Mariupol, which of course has been under bombardment for months now. And we're seeing now Ukrainian troops who have surrendered, as many as 2,000 of them, who are now very much in Russian custody. Dozens of them are very, very seriously injured. And now it looks like those troops, who we can assume, based on what we've heard from the Ukrainians, though we heard no details, that there was some sort of agreement that those troops would be offered up as sort of a prisoner exchange with Russians held by the Ukrainians. Now it looks like there's a possibility, given the noises we're hearing from Moscow and other places, that they could be charged with crimes, even charged as terrorists. So, yes, we are seeing an uptick of violence in the Donbass region, and it could actually get much, much, much worse as we see those American and Western weapons making their way to the eastern part of the country, and as Russian troops move from Mariupol, which is now defeated, to other parts of Donbass.
Yeah, and Matt, what about wider, more broadly in Mariupol? Is that still a humanitarian disaster with civilians there?
That's right. There were dozens of civilians that were found amongst those who just came out. So it looks as though there were civilians who were still held up in there. You know, that group who was underground, underneath the Azovstal steelworks, we spoke with some of them over the past couple of weeks. They were the die-hard remnants of a unit, the Azov Battalion or Azov Brigade, who were determined to fight until the death. So it's possible that there are still some civilians who are even left underneath there because they were so reluctant to go out. And even though the Ukrainians aren't using the word surrender, we know that that's exactly what happened, because these people, of course, are now in Russian custody and in Russian-held territory. Guys?
Matt, now I also do want to ask you about some developments in the war crimes trial. We've been talking about this one, the only one so far, a Russian soldier who pleaded guilty to killing an unarmed man. We also know now that in this trial, he got a chance to speak directly to the man's widow in court. Tell us about that.
Yeah, he spoke directly to her in an extraordinary exchange. I mean, this whole case is extraordinary because one of the most interesting parts of it is that he's being tried as a civilian. I mean, essentially, he's being tried, of course, as a combatant, as a foreign combatant, protected by the Geneva Conventions. But he's being tried in a criminal court. He's being accused of murder like a civilian. So that's extraordinary that he's not facing a military justice system, which they have here in Ukraine. But in this exchange that really was remarkable, he did actually apologize to the widow of the 62-year-old man that he shot dead. He says under orders from a senior officer in his unit. And he said that he understands that she'll never forgive him. And we also heard from her. She talked and questioned him directly about what he thought he was doing in Ukraine. It was really, again, I'm using this word extraordinary, it really was an extraordinary exchange.
Absolutely, and I think really sort of symbolic of a lot of what's going on here with Russian troops coming into Ukraine. Matt Bradley, thank you so much as always. Stay safe.
Let's now bring in Jim Townsend. He's a former Deputy Assistant Defense Secretary for Europe and NATO under President Obama. Jim, yesterday we saw a huge show of support by President Biden for those NATO applications by Sweden and Finland. Most members of the alliance appear to be supportive, except for Turkey, which has expressed opposition. The leaders of those Nordic countries touched on that yesterday. Let's take a listen.
Finland has always had broad and good bilateral relations to Turkey. As NATO allies, we will commit to Turkey's security just as Turkey will commit to our security.
We look forward to a swift ratification process by NATO members, and we are right now having a dialogue with all NATO member countries, including Turkey, on different levels to sort out any issues at hand.
So as we just heard, a lot of support, but could Turkey's objection delay or even threaten Finland and Sweden's NATO bid? And if they are approved, are you worried this could escalate tensions with Russia, which sees NATO expansion as a threat?
Well, we've seen Turkey act this way in the past. When the Danish put up the Secretary General Rasmussen a few years ago to be the Secretary General of NATO, the Turks had problems with that as well because Denmark had done the cartoons with Mohammed, and there was some bad blood there. And the Turks said, no Rasmussen for the Secretary General, until they cut a deal behind closed doors, and eventually the Turks relented. So we've seen this in the past. The Turks are using their leverage to try to get some concessions that are important to them. And I think yesterday we saw the Swedish and Finnish heads of state and government did a great job saying out loud that they're going to be against the PKK, against terrorism, working with Turkey. So they were saying the kinds of things that Erdogan wants to hear.
And let's talk about the U.S. I know that yesterday the Senate approved this huge $40 billion aid package for Ukraine. As we mentioned earlier, President Zelensky said the eastern Donbass region has been completely destroyed. We heard from our own Matt Bradley about that as well. Are U.S. weapons making a difference in the battle unfolding over there?
They very much are making a difference. And one of those weapons that we've heard about just arriving are the howitzers, the 155 millimeter howitzers. We've heard from the Pentagon that they are on the front lines, and they've been very effective in knocking out tanks. I think there's a pontoon bridge, as you probably reported a few days ago. I think those howitzers took out that pontoon bridge and a lot of the Russian armor that was clustered there. So yes, I think a lot of the equipment is in play. They're on the front lines. This package is so important, not just for weaponry, but also humanitarian issues that need to be taken care of. There's State Department programs that need to be funded. We need to get the embassy open in Kyiv as well. So this money is going to go to a lot of things in addition to the military items.
A lot of need in Ukraine, humanitarian, diplomatic. Jim Townsend, thank you for breaking it down.
Let's stay overseas and get you more international headlines this morning, starting with an attack near Oslo. Norwegian police say a person with a knife wounded at least 3 people.
That's right. Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with the latest on this and other international headlines. Good morning, Claudio.
Good morning. Yes, Norwegian police says that since the attacker was arrested. What is curious about this is that the attack took place in a remote part of Norway, but it's very close to another town where only last October another man attacked strangers once again with a bow, arrows and knives, and killing 5 people and injuring 4 more. And let's move to Sri Lanka, a country that has almost ran out of petrol due to a serious economic crisis. The acute fuel shortage forced authorities to close down schools and ask public officials not to go to work. In the meantime, panic-stricken Sri Lankans have been queuing at fuel stations across the country. And let's end this short tour of the world in the UK, where Tom Cruise received a royal welcome at the London premiere of the Top Gun sequel. Cruise was joined on the red carpet by the Duchess of Cambridge and Prince William, who used to work as a search and rescue helicopter pilot. Not quite a Top Gun, but definitely a top fan of Tom Cruise, of course.
Love a good rhyme.
Yeah,
Top Gun,
absolutely.
Top Fan.
And Kate, man, she looked at that. I love her.
Claudio, right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And coming up, a new health alert this morning over a second possible case of monkeypox in the U.S.
We've got the latest on the investigation into this rare disease spreading worldwide and the concerns doctors have about this outbreak next.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
We're back now with an update on the debate on abortion rights. Oklahoma lawmakers passed a bill Thursday that would prohibit nearly all abortions in that state. It's considered the country's most restrictive abortion ban. The measure would prohibit abortions after fertilization. It includes a few exceptions to allow abortions to save the life of a pregnant woman or if a pregnancy is the result of rape or incest that has been reported to law enforcement. The bill passed the state house by a vote of 73 to 16. It will likely reach Governor Kevin Stitt's desk early next week, and he is expected to sign the measure.
This morning, health officials are investigating a possible case of monkeypox here in New York City. It would potentially be the second known case in the U.S. after a man in Massachusetts was confirmed to have the virus earlier this week. As the rare illness also spreads in Europe, health experts are sounding the alarm, unsure of just how it's spreading.
There's a rare disease infecting people around the globe, and it's not coronavirus, it's monkeypox.
Honestly, I feel like at this point, it's not even a surprise anymore. I'm just waiting for the apocalypse to happen, pretty much.
It's not the apocalypse, but on Wednesday, officials confirmed a first U.S. case of the virus this year in a male patient in Massachusetts.
The patient was placed in an airborne infection isolation room in our special pathogens unit.
Now, a second potential case being investigated in New York City. According to the CDC, monkeypox was discovered in monkeys in 1958. More than a decade later, it spread to humans. The first case was found in the Democratic Republic of Congo in 1970, and then more in remote parts of Central and West Africa. By 2003, the first monkeypox case hit the U.S.
A bizarre new viral outbreak right here in this country.
Since then, experts say widespread smallpox vaccination likely curbed monkeypox infections worldwide. But it's back. As of Thursday, countries including the United Kingdom, Portugal, Sweden, Spain, France, and Italy have newly confirmed cases. The World Health Organization now deploying an incident response team in the UK with at least 8 cases there. The U.S. case is a man who recently traveled to Canada. He's hospitalized and in stable condition.
The current patient is of no public health risk right now, and people should just be aware of symptoms, but not be afraid in any way.
Symptoms include fever, fatigue, fluid-filled bumps, and lymph node swelling, with specific communities at risk.
The risk factor here has been men having sex with men.
The CDC says, regardless of sexual orientation, monkeypox can spread through contaminated items, fluids or sores, or air droplets of an infected person, though the virus does not spread easily.
At this time, we don't want people to worry. At this point, again, these numbers are still small. We want them to be aware of these symptoms, and if they have any concerns, to reach out to their doctor.
Still, officials warn that they see no clear links between the Western monkeypox infections and countries where monkeypox usually occurs.
What we have seen in the United Kingdom, in Spain, and in Europe has been novel, and that gives us cause for concern.
And back here in New York, the city's Department of Health and Mental Hygiene says the patient with this possible monkeypox case is being treated at an area hospital. But again, it is rare. Experts at Johns Hopkins say most clinicians in the U.S. will never actually see a case in their whole career, Savannah, but still something to watch out for.
Sure is, and something to talk to Dr. Kavita Patel about. Dr. Patel, you ready for my calls about monkeypox? I'm always calling her whenever I have an issue or a concern or J&J shot, etc. But doctor, I mean, look, as Clay just said, it's very rare. there. But I mean, obviously you see that report, you hear the symptoms. It's concerning. We've just been through this pandemic where something spread very quickly. So tell us, how worried should we be, and how widely do you think it could spread, and what can we do to protect against it or just pay attention to symptoms?
Yeah, I think, Savannah, start there with paying attention. I don't think that we have reason to have widespread worry. And it's because I just want to reinforce a couple of points very briefly. This is not that easy to transmit, unlike some of the other viruses we've had experience with lately. But it's also something that I do believe will see a little bit of low-level spread in the community. Does that mean that it'll be something that the three of us have to worry about on a day-to-day basis? No. But I think to the point that we have to look for these symptoms, I will say, just to be perfectly honest, this kind of geographic spread, you know, Australia has a case now suspected. We're just seeing so much of it across the world that it would indicate that we will see more cases. That should not alarm people. And then I'll reinforce something that does give some of us some good news. The smallpox vaccine does have cross-reactivity. This is related to smallpox, and it can protect it.
When do you get the smallpox vaccine? Is that something you get when you're very young?
So that's something that, this is something that we have seen around the world is vaccination, but the vaccine can wane. We actually were supposed to have enough supplies in the United States to vaccinate Americans if we needed it, but we then hit COVID and did not secure enough supply. So we do have a vaccine. Unfortunately, it's not something that I would rush out and get. You can't.
Oh, boy. Well, that's something to look out for. And Dr. Patel, I'm not sure if we can hear you, but let's try this and turn to COVID. The CDC has endorsed Pfizer's COVID booster shot for kids ages 5.
I think maybe you just might have hit mute or something, because it doesn't seem like our connection is bad.
Okay.
Oh, there we go.
You're back. So let's talk COVID boosters for kids. Thank you, Savannah. Ages 5 to 11. How will this help control the spread of COVID, especially looking ahead to the next school year? Talk to us about it.
Yeah, so the key piece with the boosters has been that after the third dose, there was an incredible, as high as 36-fold rise in the antibody levels. And on top of that, no serious adverse effects were seen after that third dose. I know that's something that every parent is concerned about. So we know that those high levels of antibodies can be incredibly protective, especially while we're in a surge. I think a lot of parents have to have a conversation about exact timing. I'm getting my own children boosted now that they are eligible 5 months from the second dose. But I do think that it's reasonable if you need to wait several weeks. Certainly if you've had a recent COVID infection, you might want to wait several weeks until you have one of those overnight away camps or some large trip, because we know that the kind of largest period of protection is in those weeks after vaccination.
And Doctor, I also want to ask about a new study, also in the vein of the COVID vaccine. It shows that after being infected, that if you get the shot after that, you could reduce the risk of long COVID. So walk us through why that is. Is there a risk that this information could cause people to maybe delay getting the vaccine, think, oh, if I get it, then I can get the shot, and then it would, prevent long COVID? What exactly does that mean?
Yeah, so unfortunately, we don't know enough of what it means. Basically, it was an observational study. So they just basically looked at people who had, as you mentioned, Savannah, COVID infection, and then had one dose and then a second dose. Each dose helped to lower the chances of seeing symptoms after a 12-week period. That is helpful news. And all that tells me is that natural infection plus vaccination can be the best protection for long COVID. But that sequence should not be interpreted as waiting. That is absolutely not the takeaway message.
All right, Dr. Kavita Patel, thanks for walking us through that one, as well as monkeypox, something hopefully we don't have a lot more questions about, because hopefully it just kind of settles. But if so, I'll be calling you about the smallpox vaccine. Thanks. Always good to see you.
Thank you. And now let's talk politics. Votes are still being counted in the tight Senate primary race in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, Dr. Oz and David McCormick are in a dead heat for the GOP nomination. Coming up, where the votes stand right now and the potential recount battle brewing after the break.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, and we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Welcome back. Puerto Rico may be one step closer to deciding its future. House Democrats introduced a draft proposal called the Puerto Rico Status Act, which allows Puerto Ricans to vote on the island's political status. Currently, the Caribbean island is an unincorporated U.S. territory, meaning its residents don't have the same rights as other U.S. citizens, rather. The results of the vote would be binding, a historic move that would hold Congress to any result from the island's election. Voters in Puerto Rico can choose from several options under this act, including statehood, outright independence, or independence with free association. Puerto Rican Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez had this to say about the potential legislation.
This is not a place of political agreement on what the outcome should be, but it is a political agreement on process. That we should honor a decolonization process whereby the people of Puerto Rico can elect to choose their status. And it is the first time that we have seen a plebiscite that is binding to the United States.
Several referendums have been held on the island, none of which were binding. It's unclear if this act has support from the Senate, but GOP members have rejected the idea of Puerto Rico becoming a state in the past.
Now let's check in on Pennsylvania politics, where we still don't have an answer on who the winner is in the primary for the Republican nomination for the state Senate seat. With the vote count so close, the top candidates are gearing up for a recount battle. This is the one with celebrity Dr. Oz. He leads Wall Street CEO David McCormick by, get this, just about 1,000 votes out of 1.3 million votes cast in this GOP primary. And as absentee ballots trickle in, that narrow gap is expected to shrink. Again, only about 1,000. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns, of course, is the one joining us from a ballot counting facility in Philadelphia. If we're checking in on Pennsylvania politics, we're also checking in on Dasha Burns. Now, all the polling suggested this would be a nail biter. That's obviously turned out to be the case. But I mean, tell us, what is the latest? This margin is so thin.
Yeah, the latest is I'm still here. We still don't know.
You live there now.
And it is still I live here now. And it's still extremely tight. We are still waiting for those mail-in ballots to be counted. We're also waiting on some provisional ballots here in Philadelphia. They say they have probably at least a few thousand of those. Those are actually the ones that are going to take probably even longer than the mail-in, Savannah, because provisional ballots are ballots that are cast by voters who maybe went to the wrong polling location or decided last minute that instead of using their mail-in ballot, they're going to vote in person instead, which means they're given a provisional ballot, and then election workers have to actually look up that voter, see if they may have voted anywhere else, make sure that that ballot is a ballot that they're going to use. So that is a really tedious and time-consuming process. So we might be waiting on those for a while. And as you mentioned there, that gap is probably expected to narrow even more. The McCormick campaign has emphasized that he's doing better with mail-in ballots, but a lot is still up in the air here, Savannah.
And I mean, it looks, as you just explained, a long process, an expensive process, certainly for a recount. How are the campaigns preparing behind the scenes? I mean, you mentioned McCormick's campaign saying, you know, we're doing well with mail-in ballots, but sometimes this is where you see someone prematurely claim victory. We haven't seen anything like that. So tell us, what are they doing to prepare for a recount? What's that gearing up like?
Yeah, no one declaring a premature victory, though the former president has encouraged Dr. Oz to do so. Let's talk really quickly about the recount. This has happened in Pennsylvania in the past, but this will probably be the most high-profile recount. The last time they had a recount was back in 2021, and election officials say it cost taxpayers $1.3 million. Now, in the case of a recount, the candidate that is behind could choose to decline a recount, save taxpayers some dollars, but with how heated this campaign is, how close this gap is, I don't see that happening. So we are probably going to be sticking around. I'm going to be renting a condo somewhere here in Pennsylvania. Both campaigns have been sharing optimism, claiming that their candidate is ultimately going to be the victor. But again, we won't know until it's official here, Savannah.
Yeah, Dasha, you've got like triple residency between New York, Pennsylvania, and Michigan. All right, quickly, I do want to ask you about the Democrat side. I mean, they really see Pennsylvania as the party's best shot at flipping a Senate seat. And on that side of the aisle, John Fetterman cruised to victory, winning every single county in Pennsylvania. So what does a protracted GOP primary mean for that campaign?
I mean, this is quite a split screen we're seeing here, right? We're probably going to be waiting a week, maybe more, before we have a candidate, a nominee on the GOP side of this primary. Meanwhile, the Fetterman campaign yesterday announced that he raised $1.6 million in 24 hours after he clinched that victory. So you've got Democrats really coalescing around one candidate already, and pretty significantly. That is a lot of money raised really quickly. Meanwhile, on the GOP side, there are still a lot of questions marks. So do with that split screen what you will, Savannah.
All right, Dasha Burns, thanks so much.
Now, let's talk money. Wall Street is looking to end the week on a positive note after another devastating week for stocks and more inflation woes.
Bertha Coombs is with us this morning on that and more. Hey, Bertha, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. So, yeah, we've got a look like we're going to open higher here this morning, but for the week, it's been rough. The S&P 500 is flirting with what we call bear market territory. It's already down about 18% below its record closing high in January. If it falls 20% below or more, that's what's called bear market territory as we continue to worry about inflation and all those issues. You know, the Dow is on track for its 8th straight losing week, which hasn't happened since the Great Depression back in 1932. The S&P and NASDAQ are headed for a 7-week losing streak, which hasn't happened since the dot-com bust in 2001. Meantime, Snapchat is preparing to roll out a new parental control feature called Family Sitter. TechCrunch says it'll allow parents to see who their teen is friends with on the app and who they've been messaging. Snap CEO Evan Spiegel first talked about this last fall, saying that it will give parents more visibility into how teens use the app. Snapchat now reaches about 3 out of 4 of every 13 to 34-year-old in more than 20 countries. TikTok, meantime, is planning a big push into gaming, reportedly conducting tests in Vietnam. Featuring games would boost ad revenue and the time that people spend on the app, because I guess they don't spend enough. It has more than 1 billion monthly active users. While TikTok users can currently watch games being streamed, they're not able to play games within the app. You know, if I were a parent, I would want an app master control to be able to see what my kids are doing on all of the platforms.
Yeah, really,
not
one
just
spot.
one.
It's complicated.
So much information out there. Bertha, thank you.
Thanks, Bertha.
Coming up, history on display. A new art exhibit is telling the story of Black America.
We'll take you inside the gallery and show you the inspiration behind the pieces. That's up next.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves.
You can actually see they're pushing the gates open
every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
Got all the angles covered tonight.
If you're watching NBC News Now, here's what's happening.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We begin this hour with the military invasion that's currently unfolding. Right now, the attacks from Russia are coming in from every angle.
Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv.
Live from Ukraine, where a fierce battle is raging on.
We've heard a number of explosions.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities one after another.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items that'll ruin tires, ruin the bottom of the car.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
The battle for Congress and the fight for control of state housing.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
What does President Biden need to do tonight?
He needs to speak to heads and hearts.
A lot to break down, Chuck, so let's dive right in.
Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson now elevated to the Supreme Court.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We have some stunning new findings about COVID-19.
This new variant is more contagious. Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
All right, y'all. Bad girl Riri has some good news. Rihanna and boyfriend A$AP Rocky have reportedly welcomed a baby boy. A source close to the couple told People magazine they are at home in Los Angeles with the baby, and Rihanna is doing well. The Fenty phenom and music sensation elevated pregnancy style with a series of runway-ready looks. She appeared on the cover of Vogue's May issue, posing with her bump in a sheer cat suit and saying, quote, "My body is doing incredible things right now, and I'm not going to be ashamed of that." And she shouldn't be. So congrats to the couple. Savannah, I hope that every pregnant woman can rock fits like she did, because
I was going to say, cheers to the cat suit and everything else she wore during that pregnancy. Clay, thank you so much, and congrats to Rihanna.
Absolutely.
Finally this hour, a groundbreaking new exhibit at the National Gallery of Art in Washington on the transatlantic slave trade is connecting the past and the present. NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor got a tour.
It's an art exhibit with a lesson.
It's to show how Black people and Black cultures are integral to the making of the modern world.
Curator Kenitra Fletcher is describing Afro-Atlantic histories, a new collection at the prestigious National Gallery of Art in Washington.
What's the importance of having this art in this building, given how different it is to everything else?
We want people to understand that work by Black diasporic people is just as treasured and important as the European art that you see in the other galleries in this building.
More than 130 works meant to take viewers through a global journey from slavery to emancipation to the modern fight for civil rights and equality.
This is the key image of the exhibition, and in this work they've taken on the guise of the Statue of Liberty. They're thinking about citizenship and sovereignty and who gets to represent nations. Often it's not a Black person.
A message that resonates with young artists from the Duke Ellington School of the Arts.
How did you feel walking through the exhibit?
I felt empowered. I felt like I was seen, I was heard.
When you go to like a regular museum, I don't see other artists that are like me.
And why is that important to see a Black artist that represents you?
Because it shows that like I can do the same thing. It's something I can achieve.
The art also made them think about the national battle raging over teaching race and history.
A lot of people want to erase history, and this kind of doesn't let that happen.
If you know anything about it, is that art survives. And this art will survive and it will prevail.
A powerful message amid powerful art. Yamiche Alcindor, NBC News, Washington.
Wow, very cool to see beautiful stuff in there.
Yeah, important to preserve that history.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Yamiche. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning and happy Friday. I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Zinklea Samoa, in for Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, economic vortex. It's no secret we're all spending more for just about everything these days. But this morning, new economic fears over something called stagflation. What that is and what it means for your bottom line this year ahead. Formula fight, a bipartisan grilling on the Hill for the head of the FDA over that nationwide baby formula shortage that's drawing historic action from both Congress and the Biden administration. But relief may soon be on the way.
Within days, it will get better, but it will be a few weeks before we're back to normal.
How America's new parents are grappling with the crisis. In the meantime, fully destroyed. A poignant address from Ukraine's President Zelensky as Moscow's forces sharpen their offensive in the country's eastern Donbass region. Zelensky describing the pummeled landscape as simply hell. This as the U.S. expands military and economic aid, and President Biden meets with leaders from NATO hopefuls, Finland and Sweden. We've got the latest on the war in Ukraine coming up. And working for the weekend. If it's Friday, you know we've got a roundup of the latest and greatest content for you to take in this weekend. That's later this hour. And we promise, sort of, that we won't make it all about Harry Styles, though we will have to talk about his outfit because...
I didn't make that promise. I could take it off the rails and make it all about him.
You know, we could. Full hour. But... we'll begin with something else this morning.
Our stage manager, Jillian's nodding. Please do.
I think the team said, please don't. So we're going to begin with the price we all pay as inflation cuts into nearly every family budget.
Yeah, now experts worry the country could be barreling toward a recession or something even worse called stagflation. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has more on what that could mean for you.
Good day. We're talking about the possibility of something we haven't discussed since the 70s or 80s, stagflation. Stagflation happens when the economy is stagnant, not growing, and yet unemployment moves higher and we see inflation move higher. And right now, some top economists and former Fed officials are warning stagflation is in fact a possibility. The good news, unemployment right now is still very low, but we are facing a tsunami of economic challenges. This morning, America seems trapped in a vortex of bad economic news. Sky-high food prices, pump prices at record levels, soaring rents up 16% in 1 year, COVID lockdowns in China, the world's manufacturing center, choking the global supply chain, U.S. corporate profits sinking, Russian oil under partial embargo, Ukrainian wheat exports at a standstill, and all of it feeding 40-year high inflation that Americans are paying for every day. On the front lines, shippers and truck drivers with diesel fuel prices up 75% in 1 year. In Indiana, Shelley Conaway is a full-time truck driver who also runs a charity to rush supplies to those in need.
We were looking at possibly buying trailers and a truck, another truck, but we won't be able to afford to put tires on it or put fuel in the tank.
All of it sending the stock market lower. The S&P down 18% so far this year. The NASDAQ down a stunning 27%.
Are we closer to a bottom in your mind?
We are seeing some signs that we might be near a bottom for some stocks.
The last time the country faced so many economic challenges.
If inflation this year does increase at the present rate, it will.
1980, when inflation hit 13.5%. Now the Federal Reserve is raising interest rates fast to get inflation under control.
What we need to see is inflation coming down in a clear and convincing way.
But analysts warn the economy could fall into recession. In Texas, paramedic Ted Rickard was hoping to take his twins on a camping trip back to Colorado this summer. But skyrocketing prices have forced him to cancel the trip. Instead, he's planning to stay close to home.
The big 8 days, you're talking like 5-6 tanks of gas at like $80 a piece. So it's just economically a non-starter.
Yeah, a lot of families right now reconsidering their summer travel plans because airline tickets are so expensive, gas prices moving higher, hotels very expensive and full, restaurants also full. All of that causing a rethink for the summer getaway plans. Back to you.
All right. Thank you, Tom Costello.
We do have some good news, though. Help is on the way for families coping with the baby formula crisis. The first flights from foreign countries could start arriving this weekend with goods after action from the Biden administration. NBC News correspondent Jolene Kent is in Texas, where formula is especially hard to find.
So many families are waiting for Operation Fly formula to start, but in the meantime, milk banks across the country are stepping in to fill the gap in this formula shortage. We're here at Mother's Milk Bank in Austin. It's the biggest milk bank in the country. They say that their demand to fill needs for babies who can't find formula is up 300%. This comes as the FDA commissioner tells Congress that help could be on the way within days. Operation Fly formula could start moving imports of foreign formula into the United States in the next few days. The White House announcing the first flight carrying around 246 pallets of formula from Zurich, Switzerland to Indiana has been approved. It can't come soon enough for worried parents. And on Capitol Hill yesterday, lawmakers on both sides grilled the FDA commissioner on where the nation's formula shortage goes from here.
We should begin to see improvement within days.
So I can tell my constituents that within a matter of days, they'll be able to find formula on the shelves?
Within days, it will get better, but it will be a few weeks before we're back to normal.
The FDA telling NBC News it is concerned not having certain formulas available on shelves could pose life-threatening risks for infants.
3 girls, oh my goodness.
Like 3-month-old triplets, Nami, Eritrea, and Anya. Their mom, Sydney Galvin, says she's been grappling with the shortage for 2 months after their formula was recalled. How are you dealing?
I'm just really taking it day by day, to be honest.
Unable to find her formula on shelves, she had no choice but to suddenly switch brands.
They weren't tolerating it very well at first, actually. They had a lot of reflux.
Desperate, she's now turning to the Mother's Milk Bank here in Austin. The milk bank usually reserves this milk for the most medically fragile babies, like those in hospitals. But for formula-fed babies in crisis, they're giving away 39 ounces of donor milk per baby, ramping up processing and pasteurizing to meet the growing need.
If we don't fill this gap, families will attempt to fill the gap themselves by choosing to dilute their available formula or choosing to feed their infants something not made for infants. That cannot happen.
Texas has been hit particularly hard. The formula out of stock rate here is now 50%. Parents are thankful as milk banks step up to fill the void, now shipping the life-saving milk to 26 states.
I'm so glad that they could give us a little bit.
As we wait for those Operation Fly formula flights to arrive here in the United States, milk banks like this, they're asking for donations. We're in a freezer right now where it's minus 20 degrees, and this would be the first stop for your milk donation if you're able to do so. It comes into this freezer before it's pooled and then pasteurized. The idea here, though, is with demand so high, this is not a solution forever. It's not a long-term solution, according to the milk banks we've been talking to across the country, because they're now serving infants who are in the hospital in addition to babies who need formula, who are healthy. They say a lot more must be done by the federal government to solve this problem.
Jolene Kent, thanks so much.
All right, we've got some more news for parents this morning, this time on the COVID front. The CDC has given the final approval for Pfizer to distribute booster shots for children 5 to 11 years old. Kids in that age group who received their last dose at least 5 months ago are immediately eligible for the shot, adding another layer of protection in our fight against COVID. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now for more on this. Hey, Gabe, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. There was some debate about whether a booster dose for kids was needed since so many in that age group were infected over the winter, but ultimately, CDC advisors overwhelmingly recommended it.
Overnight, the CDC director signing off on Pfizer's COVID booster shot for kids ages 5 to 11 after an advisory panel voted 11-1 hours earlier to recommend it. The smaller booster doses are now available to children 5 months after they received their first 2 shots. Welcome news to mom Laura Castelline in Iowa.
I feel like this gives kids a step up on it. Like, then your immune system already knows what it's looking for, and the chances of them getting really sick is much lower.
Still, less than a third of kids in that age group have received their first 2 shots.
The kids, especially, they have good immune system. I don't understand why they needed a booster.
Vaccines for children under 5 are not available yet, but the FDA commissioner says a review of Moderna's application for that age group is imminent.
One of the major lessons is that children are not just small adults, and so you have to do specific studies for the biology and the size.
All this coming as COVID cases among children are on the rise, up 76% from just 2 weeks ago. Overall, the U.S. is seeing 100,000 new daily COVID infections for the first time in months. Over the past 2 weeks, cases nationwide are up 55%, but deaths are down almost 20%, thanks in large part to effective vaccines. In New York, COVID hospitalizations are at a 3-month high. In Los Angeles County, public health experts say rising case numbers just triggered a higher risk level, but no renewed mask mandates yet.
I do not think that the country will be as responsive as they might have been a year or even 2 years ago, because we now have approached probably about 70% of all adults in the United States infected with Omicron, even just in the last 6 to 9 months.
And also now separately, the CDC is investigating a possible case of monkeypox here in New York City after the first confirmed case of the year in Massachusetts several days ago. It's a rare but potentially serious illness, but public health experts say not nearly as contagious as COVID, of course, Savannah.
Yeah, a little bit of good news there at the end. Gabe Gutierrez, thank you so much. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Uche Blackstock joins us now for more. Hey, Dr. Blackstock, always great to have you with us. So we know kids 5 to 11 can now get a booster shot, but children under the age of 5 have yet to receive the initial dose. Also, kids within that age group that are eligible to get it, the vaccination rate's pretty low. So first of all, why are we seeing such a holdup for the under 5 age group to even get the shot? Is there any idea of when that decision will be made, and how much of a difference could it really make, as a lot of kids aren't vaccinated?
I know. Good morning, Savannah. I know that there are a lot of parents of children under 5 that are very, very frustrated. But as the FDA commissioner mentioned, children are not little adults. They have their own specific physiology and biology. And we need to make sure that those vaccines that are approved are both safe and effective. And so we know that Moderna already submitted their data. FDA will be reviewing that. Pfizer should be submitting their data imminently. And we know FDA has scheduled a meeting for June. So hopefully as early as July, we should have approval for the under 5.
I love how you said children are not little adults. That's adorable. All right. Now, meanwhile, that's a good point, too. Meanwhile, cases in the U.S. are quickly rising, though. So the Biden administration vowed to push for more Paxlovid pills to combat COVID symptoms. That's what you take once you have COVID. It can help you with those symptoms. So how does someone right now get their hands on those COVID pills? How available are they? Who are they? Who can take them? Do you have to have a pre-existing condition, for example, to qualify?
Right. And so we actually have a great supply of Paxlovid pills now, which is a better situation now than a few months ago. And so these are pills for people who are considered high risk. So they're either elderly or they have other comorbidities. And actually those comorbidities have expanded. So they include, obesity, asthma, heart disease, cancer. And so a lot of people who are high risk can access them. The really important part is that you have to get tested and you have to start taking them within 5 days of symptom onset. So that's very important. But the other part is once you have a positive test, you have to be in touch with a healthcare provider to get the prescription. So you can either go to pharmacies that are part of the Test to Treat program, and that's on the CDC website, or you can go to your primary care physician to get a prescription.
And Doctor, finally, I do want to ask you one quick last question about the fact that we're seeing this rise in cases at a time when there's very low funding for COVID at the federal level. Can we slow the current rise in cases without government funding? Does this concern you?
Savannah, I have to tell you, I woke up really worried this morning, very concerned. That funding covers testing, therapeutics, vaccines, all of those incredibly important. And we have forecasts that there will be over 100 million infections this coming fall. So we really need that funding because that funding equates to people being hospitalized and potentially dying from COVID.
Dr. Uche Blackstock, as always, we appreciate your time and expertise. Good to see you.
This morning in Ukraine, the eastern region of Luhansk is reeling after heavy Russian shelling left 12 people dead. That's according to the head of the region's military administration. It comes as President Zelensky said the Donbass region has, quote, been completely destroyed by Russian forces. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin joins us from Kharkiv. Aaron?
Hey there, Zinclay. Overnight, Russian missiles striking a number of locations here in Kharkiv in an apparent attempt to regain lost ground, although Ukrainian officials say that so far those efforts have been unsuccessful. Meanwhile, I want to warn you that some of the images in the report you're about to see are disturbing.
Ukrainians fighting back any way they can, even showing how they blew up a bridge in Donbass to stop the Russian advance. In his nightly address to the nation, Ukraine's President Zelensky saying, Donbass is fully destroyed. It's hell there, and it's not an exaggeration. This as we learn more about the horrors that have unfolded inside the Russian-controlled city of Mariupol. Yulia Paevska, a Ukrainian medic now in Russian custody, smuggled this disturbing body camera footage to the Associated Press. It shows her and her team treating two siblings, gravely injured in a checkpoint shooting that killed both of their parents. As doctors try to save the boy's life, she begs him to stay with her, but his wounds are too severe. I hate this, she says. Ukrainians now also fighting to hold Russians accountable in court. After pleading guilty, a 21-year-old Russian sergeant apologized to the widow of the unarmed man he killed, saying he was ordered to do it. And outside the northeastern city of Kharkiv, prosecutors collect evidence of potential war crimes after the Russians dropped more than 7 bombs onto this once tranquil village.
Right now, they're measuring the distance between where the bombs actually fell and what they believe the intended target to be, the local school where some border guard were hiding. As you can see, the Russians missed.
The investigators found what they believe to be missile fragments in Ala Gutz's backyard. Her 31-year-old son was one of 3 civilians killed in the attack. Through tears, she tells me, had he survived, he would have helped her rebuild.
Do you think there will be justice for you and your son?
I hope they will be punished by God and by the whole world, she says. How can it be that there is no force stronger than Putin?
I asked the prosecutor responsible for the investigation in that village if what he saw there amounts to a war crime. He told me there's no other way to look at it, adding that he hopes to present that evidence one day to the International Criminal Court. Zinclay.
Important analysis from Aaron in Ukraine. Stay safe. Thank you. Let's now bring in Lester Munson. He's a senior fellow at the National Security Institute and a principal at BGR Group. Lester, this morning we've seen the first Russian action in response to Finland and Sweden applying to join NATO. Finland's state-owned gas company says Russia will cut gas supplies to the country from tomorrow. This move comes after President Biden hosted the Nordic leaders yesterday to express support for their NATO bid. What do you make of what's a pretty bold move from Russia?
Well, I think the Finns have accounted for this. They say they'll be able to meet their energy requirements for the next few months. Europe as a whole is moving to wean itself off of dependence on Russian energy sources. That is a good thing. It is going to be a huge challenge. That's going to mean likely we'll need to see more energy production from the United States, which of course will become a political football here. But these are important steps. The addition of Finland and Sweden to NATO is historic and a leading indicator that Russia's efforts here with its invasion of Ukraine in the grand scheme of things are failing miserably.
And you talk about weaning off Russian dependence. I think this war has highlighted how interconnected every country is. And as we know, Ukraine is one of the biggest exporters of important grains like wheat and corn. And one of the major implications of this Russian invasion has been its effect on the global food supply. I know yesterday, Secretary Blinken accused Russia of creating a food crisis with its blockade in the Black Sea. Let's hear what he had to say.
The food supply for millions of Ukrainians and millions more around the world has quite literally been held hostage by the Russian military. The Russian Federation claims falsely that the international community's sanctions are to blame for worsening the global food crisis. The decision to weaponize food is Moscow's and Moscow's alone.
So clearly a lot at stake. We heard him say weaponizing food. And this morning, Reuters reports that the U.S. is actually working to supply Ukraine with anti-ship missiles to break that blockade. That's according to officials. Do you think the U.S. sending more powerful weapons like that is a good idea, or could it escalate this conflict further?
I do think it's a good idea. The food crisis that we're talking about here has historical parallels. 90 years ago, the Soviet Union did basically the same thing to Ukraine, or really a much worse version of it. Millions died. The potential for a catastrophic humanitarian situation here really is significant, not just for Ukraine, but also for food vulnerable countries around the world, in Africa, Asia, other places. These supplies are needed. So there's going to be a mad scramble among Western nations to provide assistance to countries that are in need, including Ukraine, including the Horn of Africa, places like that, fragile states. So this is potentially a global crisis directly related to Russia's war crimes in Ukraine.
A lot to watch out for as this unfolds. Lester, thank you.
Let's now get a check on your morning news now weather on this Friday.
Michelle Grossman joins us now. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning to you both. Happy Friday. And we are dealing with a lot of weather out there. We have a snowstorm. We have temperatures in the 90s, severe weather threat as well, and also looking at some rain for parts of the weekend. So let's take a look at today's map because we have pretty much everything. We're looking at 1 to 3 feet of snow in the higher elevations of the Rockies. We're looking at severe weather stretching from parts of the Great Lakes down to the southern plains. It is feeling like July from the southern plains to parts of the mid-Atlantic. That's going to move into parts of the Northeast and also New England by tomorrow, and then a stormy sunshine state as well. So as we go throughout the weekend here, looking at Saturday, that record warmth expands into the Northeast, including New England. Boston, you're going to be into the 90s too by Saturday. Strong storms once again stretching from the Great Lakes, parts of the Ohio Valley too, into the mid-Mississippi Valley. That spring snowstorm in the Rockies, that's going to wind down later on Saturday, but still you're going to see some snow to start out your weekend. And we're looking soggy too in parts of the Southeast. Sunday, it's soggy in parts of New England, the mid-Atlantic, also the Northeast. We do have a flood risk along the Gulf Coast states. Fire danger continues in the Southwest. We're so dry. We're looking at gusty winds and also really warm temperatures as well. So seasonal extremes today, we have such warm air to the south and also to the east. Temperatures in the 90s. Cleveland today, 90 degrees. Charlotte, 96, 91 in Memphis. Back behind this front that's sort of parked there, we're looking at temperatures in the 30s in Denver. You had a high of 86 degrees yesterday. Today, you dropped 40 degrees, and we were seeing that snow. And you guys, as we go throughout tomorrow, I hope you have the shorts out, the fan going, the air conditioning in New York City, because we're looking at temperatures in the 90s. But I'm ready for it.
I can't believe at the same time that you're saying we're watching a snowstorm. This is craziness.
That's true.
Like 3 feet. Yeah.
Okay, Michelle, thanks. Have a great weekend. And coming up, strangers helping strangers.
That's right. We'll introduce you to the American host families taking in Ukrainian refugees in their time of need and the challenges that are realized along the way. You're watching Morning News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Welcome back. The Israeli military has identified a soldier's rifle that may have killed Al Jazeera journalist Shireen Abu Akleh. They need Palestinians to turn over the bullet for analysis.
Claudio Lavanga joins us from Rome with that and more. Hey, Claudio.
Good morning. Yes, Israel has asked the Palestinians to hand over that bullet because they need to match it with the rifle from the soldier they think may have shot and killed the Al Jazeera journalist on May 11th. But the Palestinians are saying they're not going to because they don't trust Israel and they have opened an independent investigation of their own. And let's move to Afghanistan, where all female presenters on TV channels were ordered by the Taliban to cover their faces on air. The country's biggest media outlet, the Mobi Group, said they received the order by the Taliban's Virtue and Vice Ministry, which called it final and non-negotiable. And let's end this short tour of the world in Qatar, where for the first time in the history of soccer, female referees will officiate matches at the Men's World Cup later this year. Female referees from France, Rwanda and Japan were all picked to break that glass ceiling at the World Cup stadiums this year, guys.
All right, wow, that's pretty neat.
A lot to watch out for.
Yeah, female referees. All right, we love it. Thank you so much, Claudio.
Now to the crisis in Ukraine. American families are opening their homes to refugees fleeing Ukraine.
Yeah, and the refugees and their host families are experiencing many challenges, but also rewards as they resettle in the U.S. NBC News correspondent Julia Ainsley joins us now with this story. Hey, Julia, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, I had the pleasure of following two Ukrainian families for a day when they were with their host families in Tampa, Florida. These are families who had never done anything like this before. They found out about what was happening to these families coming across the U.S. border with no one to take them in. They got in touch with a church that they heard was helping, and lo and behold, they ended up with a new family in their house. A lot of challenges, but also a lot of really sweet moments that we got to witness. Take a look at how their day went. Tampa couple Roya and Tony Tyson weren't used to a noisy house. Had you ever done anything like this before?
Never. We are two professionals, no children.
Then last month, the couple welcomed Ukrainian refugees, Yulia, husband Serhiy, and sons 11-year-old Max and 3-year-old Mark into their house, turning the quiet home of 2 into a full house of 6.
We were seeing all these people that were just fleeing. So we researched a church that were matching the host families with the refugees. We said, we have room for 2 or 3, and they said we have a family of 4. And we said, all righty then.
Yulia's family fled Ukraine when Russian bombing started and entered the U.S. by way of Mexico. Inside the Tysons' home, they finally found rest.
My son, when the war started, had nightmares, and now he's able to sleep again.
Then the Tysons' lives became even fuller. Yulia told her host about the plight of her friend Masha and her husband and 3 children. The Tampa community rallied, and Masha's family was taken in by a couple a 10-minute drive away.
As soon as I got down on the escalator in the airport and I saw all of my friends with Ukrainian flags and American flags, it made me feel safe.
Social worker Susan Morgan is helping Yulia and Masha navigate pages and pages of applications for asylum.
It is a big responsibility, and you do feel the weight of it when you don't have just one person's life, but a whole family and multiple families.
That responsibility typically falls to refugee resettlement agencies funded by the U.S. government. But that assistance hasn't been provided so far to Ukrainians. Unlike other recent refugees to the U.S., including the thousands of Afghan refugees last fall, Ukrainian refugees and host families are responsible for navigating everything from work visas to medical care to housing.
Welcome home, guys.
The immediate goal is getting families on their feet. After 6 weeks with the Tysons, Yulia and her family managed to find an apartment of their own and an affordable housing unit. They'll live a short drive from the Tysons. One-time strangers, they now call family.
I have someone now that I will have in my life forever. Welcome home.
Welcome home, yes.
Oh, baby, you're okay. It's good.
So you can see it's not a straight shot. This is actually a much more cumbersome process than we've seen from previous refugee families. This was part of the government solution to try to allow these people to come here as quickly as possible. Now people who want to bring in Ukrainians have to go onto a website to prove that they can financially sponsor them. But we did just get a huge funding package for Ukraine passed through the Senate. We'll see how much of that might be used to help refugees like Yulia and Masha in the future.
Great report there, Julia. Thank you so much.
Coming up, we'll take you on a midnight train or morning train to Georgia, where it's the last day of what has been a record-breaking early voting season.
Yeah, we've got the state of play for the candidates and how voters are feeling about the first election under that controversial new state voting law. That's up next.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We begin with breaking news. The attacks from Russia are coming in from every angle.
Live from Ukraine, where a fierce battle is raging on.
We've heard a number of explosions.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facility.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items that'll ruin tires, ruin the bottom of the car.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want us to say goodbye. The battle for Congress and the fight for control of state house.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
What does President Biden need to do tonight? He needs to speak to heads and hearts.
A lot to break down, Chuck, so let's dive right in.
Official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate.
We have some stunning new findings about COVID-19.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor. Would it be easier for the airlines to manage a vaccine mandate than a mask mandate? Is there a case to be made that it's time to give Ukraine offensive weapons so they can win this war? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. A federal judge is expected to make a ruling on Title 42. That's the health policy that has been used to expel illegal immigrants at the border due to the COVID-19 pandemic. It's set to expire May 23rd, and a lot is at stake for border cities on both sides. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky has more on this.
On the U.S.-Mexico border, one surge. Getting in position and preparing for another. The Rio Grande near Eagle Pass, flanked by National Guardsmen, Texas State Troopers, and across the river, Mexican State Police, all working to back up U.S. Border Patrol, stretched thin by record migrant crossings, more than 200,000 encounters in April alone. Many shedding their wet clothing immediately before facing a different journey.
Authorities say these stretches of razor wire put in just the last few weeks are supposed to direct or funnel migrants as they come across the river to where they can be safely taken into custody by Border Patrol agents or other law enforcement.
We want to protect everyone, but we want for them to come over here to the United States legally.
DPS Sergeant Juan Maldonado says the danger for migrants is constant, from human trafficking to the 25 drownings that have taken place during crossings in just the last month.
And right in front of people, you know, they think it's safe to cross, but they don't see the undercurrent, and that's very dangerous.
Has DPS or Border Patrol ever faced a potential immigration challenge like the one you're anticipating?
I don't believe we have in a long time, sir.
To the south in the Rio Grande Valley,
this is without by far the busiest zone.
The Department of Homeland Security stressing coming days could bring historic levels of migration.
Right now we've had 68 large groups of over 100.
The Department Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas toured border facilities on Tuesday. The visit just days before a federal judge is expected to rule if the Biden administration can end Title 42.
Based on the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention's decision that it will end on May 23rd, that does not mean that the border is open beginning on May 23rd.
The end of pandemic-era policy put in place by the Trump administration that blocked migrants from claiming asylum in the United States.
We are surging resources to the southwest border.
Meanwhile, the border's immediate future lies in Louisiana, where a federal judge is expected to rule on a lawsuit filed by more than 20 Republican-led states, fighting to keep Title 42 in place.
Yeah, Savannah, good morning. It could be very interesting. Title 42 set to expire in just 3 days, and its future remains incredibly uncertain. A federal judge is expected to make a ruling on this GOP lawsuit, arguing to keep Title 42 in place, saying that it would prevent an influx of illegal immigration. Meanwhile, the Biden administration says that it is no longer needed for the sake of public health. But as the White House maintains that position, authorities here on both sides of the border say that they are preparing for historic levels of migration, some estimates going as high as 18,000 daily crossings. And over the last several weeks, we have seen authorities strategically position themselves up and down the U.S.-Mexico border, where they anticipate thousands of people could cross. In April alone, the Department of Homeland Security reporting more than 200,000 encounters with migrants. And we're just hearing over the last several days that a DPS helicopter observed a group of about 3,000 migrants located just across the border from Laredo, Texas, where we're told they could potentially cross as soon as Title 42 ends.
All right,
Savannah?
Morgan Chesky, thank you so much. We'll be waiting to hear the outcome of that ruling. And coming up, we can feel the royal anticipation all the way across the pond.
That's right. In a little less than 2 weeks, the Queen's historic Platinum Jubilee will kick off. And now we know who's going to headline that star-studded public concert in her honor. That's next.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this. Come on.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
Look who's back together. Oh, I'm so happy.
And me. That's what it takes to set a record.
So glad to see you.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Welcome back. Over in Georgia, today is the last day of early voting. This marks the first statewide election day under Georgia's controversial new voting law that limits early voting sites and restricts both the number and the available hours of drop boxes. It also has high-profile Republican Governor Brian Kemp and Republican Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger on the ballot. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander joins us now from Atlanta. Good morning, Blaine. It's hard to forget those very, very long lines we saw in Georgia's 2020 primary, with people waiting literally hours to practice their constitutional right to vote. What's the turnout been like so far for early voting? And with this new law, are there concerns we could see those long lines again?
Well, Zinkley, good morning to you. To answer your first question, the turnout has been record-breaking, according to numbers from the Secretary of State's office. For early voting, that number has eclipsed what we saw back in 2018 and 2020 at this point in the early voting period. And they're hoping that that number is going to help alleviate some of the pressure and shorten some of the lines that we actually see on Election Day. Right here, I'm at one voting precinct. There are already a couple of people waiting in line. This place doesn't open until 9 o'clock. One gentleman said that he's going to leave and come back. But again, a lot of people are trying to take advantage of this last day of early voting. A couple of things have changed, though, since we saw that what many call a disastrous primary back in June of 2020. One, we're not in the heart of the pandemic anymore like we were back then. But of course, the other issue is that early voting really has been pushed. It's been called, it's been pushed from counties to the Secretary of State's office, and that's something they're hoping will help alleviate some of the crowds. I talked to Brad Raffensperger, the Secretary of State, about that very thing and pressed him on Georgia's new voting law, which critics say could limit access to the ballot. Take a look.
Critics of this law would look at that and say this is a different electorate that's turned out for the early voting than would turn out in November. They say that these are the people that wouldn't necessarily be impacted by a change in voter laws.
We have 159 counties that are running the elections, and we're seeing remarkably few issues at the county level. The counties are prepared, and this is a great run-through, getting them ready for November, because we expect stronger numbers in November.
So, Zinkley, that's what a lot of people are watching. Yes, early voting numbers, but people who were both supporters and critics of Georgia's law, SB 202, are pointing to those numbers and saying that they mean different things. For Raffensperger's office, he says that it's proof that it essentially underscores what Republicans have been saying all along, that it makes it, in their words, easier to vote, harder to cheat. But for those who are critics of that, they say, you know what, this doesn't tell the full picture. What they're concerned about is Election Day, possibly in November, Zinkley.
And Blaine, I also know that former President Donald Trump has been very involved in a lot of these primaries. He actually campaigned against incumbent Republican Governor Brian Kemp after Kemp rejected Trump's claim that the election was stolen in Georgia. So how is that race shaping up?
You know what? It's certainly shaping up that the incumbent, that Brian Kemp, is going to run away with this on Tuesday, unless something very different happens. But polling numbers show that he's more than 30 points ahead of the Trump-endorsed candidate, David Perdue. And you really can see that in the crowd enthusiasm. You can see that in the days running up to the election. You see that just in the number of ads that the governor is running and that David Perdue is not. You even see that in some new reporting from NBC News that President Trump is essentially trying to pull away from his endorsement of Perdue. He kind of tried to couch it in recent weeks on conservative radio shows and saying, you know what, it's difficult to beat an incumbent, but it certainly looks like it's going to be Kemp's race on Tuesday.
And Blaine, another high-profile race for Georgia is Secretary of State. Like Governor Kemp, the incumbent Republican Brad Raffensperger, who we just heard from, also drew the ire of former President Trump by rejecting the false claims that he had about election fraud. But this race is a little closer, so what do we need to be watching?
It's a much different story than the governor's race. So, yeah, certainly very interesting. Both of them drew the ire of President Trump. Both of them were targets of his. The big difference, though, is that Governor Kemp certainly has a very strong record to run on for conservatives. Those that I've talked to, those of his supporters, say that they're happy with a number of the laws that he signed into place. They're happy with a number of his actions. But when it comes to Raffensperger's Secretary of State race, this is solely focused on 2020. It's something that his Trump-endorsed challenger, Jody Hice, has made the central issue. And even Raffensperger told me when he campaigns, essentially, he has to knock down the repeated lies about 2020 before he can get into talking about his platform. But it is a central issue for him. Those two are only separated by a couple of points in Clay.
Blaine Alexander outside a voting site on the last day of early voting. Thank you so much. Now to our financial headlines and a SpaceX flight attendant who is accusing Elon Musk of sexual misconduct.
Yeah, Bertha Coombs has that and more for us this morning. Hey, Bertha.
Hey, good morning, ladies. Yeah, Elon Musk is denying what he calls wild accusations following a Business Insider report that SpaceX paid $250,000 in severance in 2018 to a flight attendant who accused Musk of sexual misconduct. Musk tweeting, "The attacks against me should be viewed through a political lens. This is their standard despicable playbook, but nothing will deter me from fighting for a good future and your right to free speech." Musk also saying the alleged incident, quote, never happened. CNBC has reached out to SpaceX for comment. Meantime, WhatsApp is launching cloud-based tools and premium features in a push to get more businesses to use the app. The new tools will enable companies to message and chat more easily with their customers. Premium features include options to manage chats across 10 devices and customize click-to-chat links that businesses can post on their websites. WhatsApp was bought by Facebook, which is now known as Meta Platforms, for $19 billion back in 2014. Pardon me, and Netflix is launching a new mystery box feature aimed at helping kids discover new shows, similar to the Play Something shuffle button, and takes some inspiration from the popular unboxing trend. Netflix will add a sparkling icon with a question mark to the favorites row of a kid's profile. When they hover over the mystery box, they can discover a title that is new for them. I guess that would be fun. I don't know.
I know.
Well, I never played. It's a mystery, looking through a million things and not finding something to watch.
Yeah, that's true. That is annoying.
Bertha, thank you so much.
Thanks.
At the University of Chicago, researchers are preparing to ask the FDA for approval to use skin grafts to curb alcohol and drug addictions. NBC News Now correspondent Maura Barrett went to the lab to see the research firsthand.
We'll do this in grafted mice and ungrafted mice.
Okay.
And what we see is that the grafted mice don't ever develop a preference for the cocaine paired side.
So the therapy and the skin graft just cancels that out.
Exactly, yeah, it makes them like immune to developing the preference for the cocaine in the first place.
Lauren Reedy and her team are in the early stages of research on a first of its kind potential treatment for addiction using skin grafts.
We're gonna put her right in here.
She's a neurobiology PhD candidate at the University of Chicago, running experiments to develop this genetically modified stem cell-based treatment.
When we're talking about cocaine use disorder specifically, there's still no FDA-approved medication or like therapy for it.
Can I peek in and see what you see?
Yeah. And all of the preclinical studies and experiments that we've been doing in our lab are really, really promising.
The idea for this new potential treatment came from doctors Ming Xu and Shua-Young Wu, professors and researchers at the University of Chicago, specifically hoping to use it against alcoholism and cocaine addiction, at least for now.
Have you always specialized in substance abuse treatment?
Yeah, well, for the past 25 years, yes.
Skin grafts are widely known for treating burn victims, but Dr. Xu says with this stem cell gene delivery technology, it could expand treatment options for healthcare providers.
What we do is we take a small piece of skin, tiny piece of skin, and then we can culture them in any cell culture facilities in a laboratory.
Then 1 to 3 therapeutic genes are added to the skin cells. The result is a genetically modified piece of skin that can be reattached. Now it produces therapeutic molecules which will get into the bloodstream.
So then that therapy is embedded in your skin?
Correct, yes. It's a, as I said, it's a medication box. So one skin graft can address several things at the same time.
All of the experiments have been conducted on mice, but the team says the results have been highly successful, and Dr. Xu has received a lot of feedback since their study published.
There are many people writing to me, email me, calling me, saying that, oh, when are you going to do it in humans? I want to be a volunteer in your clinical trials.
Now, they're working with the FDA in hopes of getting approval to move forward with clinical trials on people. The FDA told NBC News in part they can't confirm, deny, or comment on pending or potential products applications. More than 20 million Americans suffer from a drug or alcohol use disorder. But the most common treatment options, like behavioral counseling and medication, don't always work permanently, resulting in relapse.
If one day somebody can tell me, Ming, I took this treatment, now my life is more or less back to normal. That's all I need.
So I think bringing new therapeutics and new treatments on board and trying to kind of constantly evolve with the field will be really important for patients moving forward.
That potential serving as motivation ahead of what's expected to be a multi-year process to formal approval.
Our thanks to Maura Barrett for that report.
And now to the latest on the Jubilee festivities across the pond. The Queen's making several rare public appearances to celebrate her historic 70 years on the throne. And now we're learning more about the major celebrations ahead to mark the occasion, included a star-studded musical tribute. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter has the details for us.
Savannah, good morning to you. We are just days away. All focus is on all the celebrations, all the festivities around the Queen's Platinum Jubilee. She's just wrapping up some of her busiest weeks we've seen in months. We are getting new details about one of the main events of the celebrations, a huge public concert. There'll be Diana Ross, Elton John, and Duran Duran. Take a look.
This morning, the royal celebration is on, with festivities for the Queen's Jubilee well underway. The stage is now set for a platinum party at the palace. Buckingham Palace revealing a star-studded lineup for the Jubilee concert in June, one of the hallmark events to mark the Queen's historic 70 years on the throne. The night will feature many A-list acts, including the band Queen, Sir Elton John, Duran Duran, and Alicia Keys, with Diana Ross closing out the show. Ross is no stranger to royal performances, sharing her excitement on social media, writing, "I am honored to perform for Her Majesty the Queen once again." While preparations for the massive celebration move full steam ahead, it's still unclear if the 96-year-old monarch will be in attendance. She's been battling mobility issues and has been deciding day to day which Jubilee appearances she'll be making. But in recent weeks, the Queen has been back in the public eye. Where might I go? On Tuesday, she surprised commuters in style, visiting a London train station to mark the opening of a new rail line named in her honor. And just days earlier, the Queen was spotted at her first Jubilee event, the star-studded Royal Windsor Horse Show. The Queen walked with a cane to her seat in the royal box and was later greeted with a standing ovation from the packed crowd.
And all eyes will be on that reunion between the Queen and Harry and Meghan. The other big question, guys, that we are all wondering is, will little Lilibet and Archie get some quality time with their great-grandmother? Savannah, I'll send it back to you.
Molly Hunter, thanks for that preview.
And coming up, your weekly dose of can't-miss content for the weekend.
It's your can't-miss list, and it's only going to be about Harry Styles' new out. Just kidding. But that'll be a lot of it. That's up next. We know you love Harry, too.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Welcome back. Here's a funny one. A $1,300 umbrella is going viral for being unusable as an umbrella. It's part of a new collaboration between Adidas and Gucci, and it features the logos of both brands and a G-shaped handle, as you can see there. But what it does not feature is waterproofing. The website advertises the product as a sun umbrella and notes that it's just for sun protection or decorative use, even better. The umbrella is set to go on sale in China, where it's drawn a lot of negative attention. A Gucci representative told a Chinese magazine that it has good collector's value and is suitable for use as a daily accessory, just as long as the day you choose to use it is not a rainy one.
I was going to say, daily
Maybe
accessory
it's like a walking, you know, little like catwalk, kind of like, oh, look at my, I don't know.
Oops. Maybe it shouldn't have been called an umbrella.
Whoever actually uses an umbrella for the sun, either.
No, I have never.
Right?
SPF.
All right.
SPF,
Well, there you go.
yeah.
If you're in the market for a sun umbrella, we just found you one. All right. Now it's Friday, which means it's time for our can't miss list. All the movies, TV shows, and music you should check out this weekend.
That's right. And joining us now is Emily Longretta. She's Variety's senior TV features editor. Emily, good morning. So let's start out with a new movie from the British TV drama Downton Abbey. Both our parents are big fans
not us.
of the series.
I'm not a fan. I just
we
wanna
need
see
to
it.
watch. We still need to watch. But what do you think this second movie spinoff will be like? What can you tell us about it?
All right, I'm going to grab my sun umbrella and head to see Downton Abbey New Era.
That fits there, right?
It definitely fits. So, yeah, this is a sequel to the 2019 movie, but it picks up actually only a few months after the last movie wrapped, and it is all the returning players that we loved from the first one and that we loved from the show. Takes place in 1928. So I think that anyone who loved the original or who really, really loved the movie is going to love this. I mean, it's the same joy and laughter and feeling of that, you know, transforming us back, taking us back in time. So this is something it's a nice feel-good movie for the weekend.
All right, there you go. Both our parents can be excited about that review then.
We can use some feel-good too.
Yeah, there's a lot going on in the streaming world. To tell us what's dropping for the weekend that we can watch from home.
All right, A Perfect Pairing is the first one on Netflix, and this is something that if you want to cuddle up on the couch with a glass of wine, that's what I'll be doing, is exactly the right match for you. This is Victoria Justice and Adam DeMose, and it's a very cute rom-com. Cuddly. It's about she travels to Australia and takes a new job and, of course, falls in love. I mean, these two have great chemistry. So this is definitely right up my alley. That's for sure what I'm going to be watching. And then next up, we have RuPaul's Drag Race comes back. All-Stars season 7. This is the first time ever that they've done all previous winners. So the competition is going to be intense. As you guys can imagine, they're fighting for $200,000 cash prize and, of course, the great title. So the queens are back, all your favorites. This is something I am very looking forward to.
I love a queen and the winners face off.
Yeah.
So it has to be good.
Yeah, exactly. And then last but definitely not least, another queen, Angeline, is coming, and it is on Peacock. Emmy Rossum, believe it or not, that is Emmy Rossum, is transforming into this Billboard queen. I have to say the story is immaculate, but really it's her transformation that is very, very surprising. There's flashbacks to different time periods, the makeup, the prosthetics, the hair, all of it is absolutely wild. So keep an eye out for that one.
She's so good, too. That's going to be cool to see.
A lot to watch.
What a transformation.
And also listen to. I know that Harry Styles' highly anticipated album, Harry's House, finally dropped actually today.
Yeah.
And that includes includes his hit single As It Was that he actually performed on the Today Show Plaza yesterday. So first, we have to take a quick listen.
You know it's not the same. Go home, get a headline, screed in and head. I don't want to talk about the way it was. Leave her married, got 2 kids, follow her. I don't want to talk about his doing it first.
So, Emily, the crowd was pumped, even in the rain. I didn't get to go. I think Savannah watched from a window, so I was a little jealous.
And hasn't that already been stuck in our heads?
But quickly, what can you tell us about his album?
In 20 seconds.
Yeah, this is more intimate, has a bit more serious lyrics. It's all a lot about romance, a little bit heavier when it comes to the lyrics and the storytelling, but this is definitely a perfect follow-up from the last one. I have to remind you guys, it's been 5 years since his first solo album came out, which is wild, but if you loved the last one, you're going to love this one even more. I've already been listening.
Oh my gosh, Emily Longretta. Wow, what a tease. Love that. Yeah, we haven't had a chance yet. Thank you so much for joining us. Have a great weekend watching, listening, all that stuff. Good to see you.
Yes, and to everyone watching, that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Have a great weekend.
Good Friday morning. I'm Zinklea Samoa in for Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, struggle for supplies. The nationwide shortage of baby formula causing stress and real problems for parents trying to safely feed their infants as the White House tries to speed up production. Capitol Hill is asking what went wrong.
Why did the FDA not spring into action?
Is it an emergency and it's been for way too long?
So I can tell my constituents that within a matter of days, they'll be able to find formula on the shelves.
The FDA's timeline for getting the supply chain back to normal, plus how one restaurant owner is using his connections to help parents right now. In the red this morning, there are concerns the U.S. is heading into a recession with all 3 markets dropping from their record high. What could happen by the closing bell today and the impact it could have on your wallet. Emerging issue, the CDC sounding the alarm on a global outbreak of monkeypox, with 1 case now confirmed in the U.S. and more suspected. How concerned should you be and what should you watch out for? A doctor will tell us what we need to know. Plus, Journey Through Time, a new exhibit is taking people through the history of Black Americans, how these works of art are telling a story and inspiring the next generation. That's a very cool tour of the museum that we'll bring you later this hour. And thank goodness it's Friday.
Hallelujah.
It felt like there were like 7 or 8 or 9 days in this week.
It kind of felt like several weeks, but
right?
We made it.
We made it. We're here. You're here. We're going to begin this morning with the baby formula shortage here in the U.S. It's causing stress, anxiety for families across the country, as well as real health concerns for infants in some cases.
That's right. In testimony before Congress yesterday, the head of the FDA told Congress he believes the Michigan Babula formula factory that shut down earlier this year because of contamination concerns will be back up and running in the next week or 2. But parents, don't exhale just yet. Despite that timeline, Robert Califf warns it will take several more weeks beyond that deadline before supplies return to normal levels, especially in rural areas. Remember, the shutdown of that Michigan factory plunged the country into this crisis as supplies of formula quickly dwindled. Last night on Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, Secretary of Agriculture Tom Vilsack discussed how the U.S. can learn from this crisis.
I think the key here is for us to take a look at ways in which we can have a more resilient system, the ability to provide greater flexibility so that when and if there is disruption, other suppliers can move in more quickly, that we can take steps as we are currently taking to import formula that is as safe as what is being produced here in the United States.
Now, many families across the country are scrambling to find alternative ways to get the formula needed for their babies. NBC News business and technology correspondent Jolene Kent spoke with a mother of triplets, sharing her concerns, and has this story.
They only had it in the bigger Sydney Galvin has been on a desperate hunt for formula to feed her triplets.
These are babies, you know, like they shouldn't have to go through this.
Galvin depends on the Women, Infants, and Children Nutrition Program, or WIC, for formula. She was supposed to be able to get 9 cans for each baby per month with the benefit, but because of the shortage, she can't find it. She's been forced to pay hundreds of dollars out of pocket for other formula not covered by WIC.
Switching what you're feeding is not easy. How are the babies doing?
They weren't tolerating it very well at first. Actually, they had a lot of reflux and they were puking a lot of what they were eating up.
To fill the gaps, she's driven nearly an hour to Mother's Milk Bank, the largest breast milk donor bank in the country.
What has demand been like for the families who can't get formula?
They've been calling on a steady basis. These formula-fed infants and their families who can't find formula, that increased percentage is 300%. Those families are in crisis.
The lab is working overtime, first screening their donors. Then their milk is pooled, pasteurized, and tested to make sure there's 0 bacteria before being distributed to babies in need. Texas has been hit particularly hard. Formula out-of-stock rates are at 50% here. Abbott Nutrition, whose voluntary recall and plant closure exacerbated the shortage, was the primary infant formula provider for 85% of WIC infants in the Southwest region. Even though the USDA has authorized states to allow recipients to purchase alternative formulas, more than half of the states do not tell parents what the substitute formulas are on their website. Sydney just hopes a solution is on the way.
How long does one pack of breast milk last for triplets?
It only lasts about 5 days, to be honest. It's something, so I'm just like grateful for it.
Jolene Kent, NBC News, Austin.
Oh, look at those beautiful little triplets. We now want to introduce you to someone who's doing what he can to go above and beyond to help families. Benji Arslanovsky is the owner of Our Place restaurant in the Dallas area. Of course, you just heard how Texas is being hit hard, and that means he's got access to the commercial food supply chain. He's actually giving formula away. Benji, good morning. Thank you so much for being with us. We're excited to hear about what you're doing. So tell us about how you came up with this idea, and more importantly, how you are able to get your hands on this formula, especially in the state of Texas.
So my wife and I, we have 3 boys, and we're watching the news and we see the outcry for more formula. And I work for U.S. Food Service. I know they stock that product. So I went online, saw that they had a bunch of cases in stock. So I decided to purchase it. Once I purchased it, I thought, well, I'll just sell it at cost. And the first mom that came in was just so happy to get it. So there was no way I could charge her. So I decided just to buy what I can and donate it because everyone's so good to me in my restaurant during COVID.
I mean, that's just so incredible that you made that decision. Tell me about deciding, I'm just going to give it away. I mean, you were paying for them and you intended, I know, just to sell them for what you purchased it for. It's not like you were trying to make a profit on it, but tell me about deciding to give it away for free, that interaction with the first woman who did receive that formula.
It was last minute. It was just something that just came from the heart. It just, you know, I just felt like moms and dads shouldn't have to worry about feeding their babies. So if I can just help them a little bit with this burden, it's a blessing.
And what has the response been like wider from the community, from parents who've been desperate to feed their babies, who've been looking for formula? What's it like? What's your interaction been like when you are able to provide them with that?
The parents been so happy that they can get a can or 2 just to hold them over until stock gets back up. People drove an hour away to get formula. Grandfathers are coming in, picking it up for their grandkids that have kids. You know, it's just amazing.
Oh, so amazing. How has it been? I mean, we just heard from our colleague Jolene Kent there in her report that it's very hard in the state, 50% out of stock rates. Have you seen that? Have you seen a lot of people needing help?
Oh, yeah, it's everywhere we go. You know, I have friends on social media looking for it. It's just everywhere you turn, there's no formula, and it's just amazing that we don't have any. It's just mind-boggling.
Absolutely. Benji, I know you said that you were inspired to give back to the community partially because of how they supported you during COVID. You just mentioned that. What was that support like? What is your community like? Tell me about it.
Our community was great. The city, they would come get meals. Business owners would drop off cash and say, do what you want with it. Give it to your staff. Do whatever you need. Just get through this. And it was an everyday occurrence for us in the city of Mansfield.
Such a good lesson. When you give to people, they give back, just like you're doing right now. Benji, thank you so much. So incredible what you're doing.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me on.
Over on Wall Street, despite the high inflation the country is feeling right now, there's growing concern the U.S. economy might be heading towards a recession. Why? Well, all three markets ended in the red yesterday, with the S&P approaching a bear market. A bear market is when stock prices drop 20% or more from their record high. For more on that, we're joined by Caleb Silver, editor-in-chief at Investopedia. Good morning, Caleb. Real talk. Stocks rise and fall every day, of course, we know this, but this latest tumble all but wiped out any gains from 2022. How bad could this get?
It could get worse. I mean, we're in for a pretty bad tumble in the stock market because the conditions that were there that made the stock market be so powerful over the past few years, those are gone right now. We're facing high inflation, we're facing rising interest rates, and we have geopolitical uncertainty. Now, we had COVID over the last couple of years, but we didn't have rising interest rates then. We had very low inflation. All those conditions are reversed. That's why you're seeing so much pressure on the stock market, and investors don't have a lot of clarity towards the future. When we can't see the future, that uncertainty, that's like kryptonite for investors. They don't want any part of risky assets like stocks, like cryptocurrency. That's why the big sell-off has been happening lately.
And I think the big question everyone has, I know I have, is why? What's driving this downturn, and is there an end in sight?
Yeah, there's an end in sight because markets eventually revert to the mean. And it's important to make sure that we separate what's happening in the economy and what's happening in the stock market. They are not the same. Sometimes they walk hand in hand. Lately, they're both not doing very well. Why? We're facing an economic slowdown. We had massive growth in the last year and a half. A lot of that was because of the government distributions. A lot of that was because of spending that we weren't able to do in the depths of the pandemic. So we had a lot of growth. Now that growth rate is slowing for companies across the economy. So if you look at the big tech companies, if you look at a Netflix or an Amazon, sales are slowing, subscriber growth is slowing. If you look at the retailers, they're facing high inflation. They have to pass those costs on to consumers. Consumers have been spending and hanging in there, but they may break soon. And the cure for high prices is high prices. They're going to come down. Stocks will eventually revert to the mean. It's just a real bad sentiment right now.
And you talked about what real retailers are facing, right, and what they're doing to combat this. But break this down for the ordinary person who does not watch stocks every day in and out. What does it mean for them?
Yeah, well, if you have a 401k or an IRA, or if you've been invested in the stock market, you don't really take losses until you sell. And the worst time to sell would be in a down market like we are in right now, unless you just can't handle the losses and you need that money right away. If you're a younger person, or if you're like me in my 50s, I'm looking forward to bear markets because it's an opportunity to buy stocks at cheaper prices. But I know it's going to come back. The average return in the stock market is up 8 to 10% a year on average, going back about 80 years. We're not going to get that this year, but eventually stocks revert to the mean. So you got to hang in there. For folks facing inflation, that's a whole different story because we're spending $5,000 a year on gas now. Last year was only $2,800 a year on gas. That's a lot of discretionary income, hurts lower income folks the most.
$2,800 to $5,000, a lot to watch there. Caleb Silver, thank you.
Now, President Biden is in South Korea this morning after arriving there overnight, and it's actually his first trip to Asia since taking office. After months focused on the war in Ukraine, the president will try and reassure leaders that his administration is working to counter aggression in both Europe and Asia. Biden has stops planned in the South Korean capital of Seoul, and then he'll head to Japan, where issues with China and North Korea will be front and center. NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee joins us now from Seoul. Carol, good morning. Always great to have you with us. So after the U.S. withdrew from Afghanistan, at the time, the president had hoped to refocus on Asia, but that was upended, of course, by the war in Ukraine, taking up his focus. So what's on his agenda for this trip?
Well, Savannah, the president's first stop after arriving in South Korea was to tour this Samsung plant here with South Korean President Yoon. And this plant is basically there's a plant that's going to be built in Texas that will be modeled after this plant. And so the president was really trying to emphasize investment in the U.S. and also just how they're moving to building more things in the U.S., boosting manufacturing jobs. And he's really trying to, in his first stop, draw this link from his foreign travel, what he's doing here in South Korea, to what Americans at home want him to be doing, which is focusing on their economic challenges. So he's highlighted this $17 billion investment in his plant in Texas, which will create roughly a couple thousand jobs. And the president saying that that's just the beginning and trying to demonstrate that America's alliances overseas really pay dividends back at home. The challenge for the president is that he's doing this as 75% of Americans think the country is on the wrong track, according to the latest NBC News poll. And this plant in Texas, for instance, isn't going to open until the second half of 2024. So that's not really going to address people's concerns and what they're struggling with in terms of inflation at this time.
Absolutely. And now, Carol, before the invasion of Ukraine, there was concern that China could use force to gain control of Taiwan. How is President Biden looking to confront that concern, and what's the latest on that front?
Yeah, it's still very much a concern within the administration. We heard from the White House this week that they still believe China has designs on Taiwan and could use aggression to make a move on Taiwan. There's a lot of concern about that. And what they're saying is that that would be unwise. And one of the hopes that you raised this with Ukraine, one of the hopes of administration officials is that China will be paying very close attention to the unity among the West and the U.S. and its allies in pushing back against Russia, and that it will take note and believe that that is something that could also take place among the U.S. and its allies in the Indo-Pacific region. And that's part of what President Biden is trying to do with this trip.
There's been concern that North Korea also may try to use the president's visit as an excuse to conduct a weapons test. Is that of concern to the White House?
Yeah, and a concern for the whole region, actually. And this would be something that they haven't done in some time, a nuclear test in particular. There's concern that it could be a nuclear test. It could be an intercontinental ballistic missile test. Either of those would be seen as highly provocative by the U.S. and its allies. And we heard from the National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, that the U.S. would be prepared to respond. Take a listen.
We are preparing for all contingencies, including the possibility that such a provocation would occur while we are in Korea or in Japan. We are prepared, obviously, to make both short and longer term adjustments to our military posture as necessary to ensure that we are providing both defense and deterrence to our allies in the region, and that we're responding to any North Korean provocation.
So this is something that the U.S. and allies are concerned about. They don't have any intelligence that says there's actually definitely going to be a test, but everybody is on high alert here.
Absolutely. Something that's also always of concern just to the regular American citizen. Carol, before I let you go, I do also want to ask you about some breaking news this morning, because NBC News has learned that 2 Secret Service staffers are being sent home from this trip. Why is that? What can you tell us?
Yeah, there was an incident outside of the president's hotel before the president arrived here in South Korea with 2 Secret Service agents who got into some sort of altercation, and they were sent home and are being sent home in the process and going to be put on leave while there's a personnel investigation. So those 2 members of the Secret Service have been pulled off of the president's detail and will be going home.
All right. Well, we will be waiting for more details on that one. Carol Lee, thank you so much. Have a safe trip.
In Washington, the congressional committee investigating the Capitol riots wants to talk to one Republican lawmaker about events leading up to January 6th. Yesterday, the panel sent a letter to Republican Congressman Barry Loudermilk requesting a meeting to discuss a tour he gave on the day before the attack. Loudermilk and other Republican members of the House Administration Committee previously said there was no security video or any other proof that there were tours taking place ahead of the attack. But in the letter to Loudermilk, the January 6th committee says, quote, "We believe you have information regarding a tour you led through parts of the Capitol complex on January 5th, 2021, and that it directly contradicts claims by GOP members of the House Administration Committee." NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa joins us now to break it all down. Ali, the panel leaders said in their letter that they had evidence that directly contradicts claims by GOP members of the House Administration Committee that security video showed no tours had taken place ahead of the attack. What evidence might that be, and what's at stake for Loudermilk, who, it's important to note, has denied that any reconnaissance tours took place ahead of the riots? What's at stake if it proves to be true?
Yes, and Clay, well, I think first of all, it's important to backtrack here to understand this story and go back to the several days after January 6th when several House Democratic lawmakers were accusing their Republican colleagues of giving tours of the Capitol complex, the miles of tunnels and hallways in and around it in the days leading up to January 6th to people who eventually ended up storming the Capitol. Congressman Loudermilk was one of those alleged to have given one of those tours, and he later fought back against those claims. Now the committee is calling that out as false. They're saying in this letter to Loudermilk released yesterday, in part, quote, Republicans on the Committee on the House Administration claim to have reviewed security footage from the days preceding January 6th and determined that there were no tours, no large groups, no one with MAGA hats on. As you mentioned at the top there, the committee is now saying they have evidence of the opposite. What evidence that is, we simply don't know that yet. That could be witness testimony that they've gained. That could be security footage that they have. Loudermilk pushed back against this in a statement yesterday, saying in part, quote, a constituent family with young children meeting with their member of Congress in the House office buildings is not a suspicious group or reconnaissance tour. The family never entered the Capitol building, they said, adding that the January 6th committee is once again pushing a verifiably false narrative that Republicans conducted reconnaissance tours on January 5th. So Loudermilk acknowledging he led a tour for a constituent family, but again saying that they never went into the Capitol. He later in that statement said that the committee is a political circus. He said he still hasn't received his letter asking him to voluntarily answer questions before the committee. And he's now demanding that Capitol Police release security footage of the day before the attack on the Capitol that would ultimately, in his words, kind of absolve him of any of these claims. What happens next is truly a test of time. We don't know if he will comply with that. The committee is asking him to appear next week to answer their questions. Okay.
And Ali, briefly, it's interesting that the public hearings are set to start in June, and this letter comes just a few weeks ahead of that. What's your take?
Yeah, so this is just another sign of the committee members really just checking off boxes on their to-do list before those long-awaited public hearings begin on June 9th. We know that they've interviewed over 1,000 witnesses. They have several thousand articles of evidence. We know that they are, up until a couple weeks ago, they were mulling over whether really how aggressive they could be with trying to get lawmakers to come in and answer their underlying questions that they still had. We know Loudermilk was one of several over 100 actually, House Republicans that voted against certifying the election results for Joe Biden. He was also in communication with the former White House Chief of Staff on January 6th. So there's still many questions that the committee has for Loudermilk, and they are hoping that he complies with this voluntary letter and answers their questions next week.
A lot to watch out for. I know you'll keep on it. Ali Rafa, thank you so much. Now, let's get a check on your morning News Now weather.
Which means it's time for Michelle Grossman to join us on this Friday morning. Hey, Michelle.
Hey guys, happy Friday, and we are ready for a weekend warm-up because we're looking at temperatures climbing into the 90s, the high 90s in the Northeast. So hopefully you have those fans out, the air conditioners are ready too, because we have an area of high pressure. It's going to be funneling in that really warm air. In huge contrast, we're looking at really cold weather in the west, and that's going to set the stage for a winter weather storm. We're looking at accumulating snow. So let's take a look at the major weekend warm-up because we're looking at record highs, 60 cities across 21 states, stretching from the Southern Plains into the Great Lakes and Northeast, even New England. We will see some records broken. So a toasty Texas today. We're looking at temperatures in the 90s and 100s, 104 in Wichita Falls. We're looking at 104 in Abilene, 98 degrees in San Antonio, near 100 degrees in Dallas. We're into the upper 90s. And then as we go throughout the weekend, starting out on Saturday, we're looking at 90s in New York City, 92 degrees. The record is 93, 90 on Sunday. Boston, same story. We're into the 90s also on Saturday and Sunday. And then we're going to cool it down as we head towards Monday. So Philadelphia, we're forecasting high of 97 for you on Saturday. That would be the all-time record for May if we do hit that. And the record is 95, so we most likely will break that record. A heat advisory is in effect tomorrow. 25 million people impacted. And that's because we're going to feel like 100 degrees in many spots. And this is really rare for May. Now, this heat, along with that cold air back to the west, will spark some severe weather today. So you guys, 8 million people at risk. We could see some damaging winds, some hail, and even a few tornadoes. Back to you.
All right, Michelle, thank you so much. As always, a lot going on, including hot here in New York.
It's going to feel hot, but I'm ready for it.
Thanks, Michelle. See you in a bit. And coming up, Ukraine's president is describing one region of his country as hell this morning following Russian attacks.
That's right. The latest on the ground in Ukraine next, including new developments from the war crimes trial of a Russian soldier in Kyiv. You're watching Morning News Now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
Welcome back this morning. Russia is intensifying its assault on eastern Ukraine. That includes Luhansk, where 12 people were killed during heavy shelling, according to the region's military administration. President Zelensky has described that Donbas region as, quote, hell, saying it has been completely destroyed by Russian forces. The attack comes after President Biden hosted the leaders of Finland and Sweden in Washington yesterday. The president hailed their application to join NATO, calling it a, quote, watershed moment in European security.
Sweden and Finland have strong democratic institutions, strong militaries, and strong and transparent economies, and a strong moral sense of what is right. They meet every NATO requirement, and then some. And having 2 new NATO members in the high north will enhance the security of our alliance and deepen our security cooperation across the board.
NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley joins us now from Kyiv. Matt, good to see you. So, I mean, just really a pretty stark, frankly, heartbreaking, concerning assessment by President Zelensky on the situation in the Donbas region. And it does look like Luhansk is bearing the brunt of this Russian shelling. What can you tell us about this latest attack and what's unfolding in the wider region? Because there had been better news earlier this week about Ukrainian troops pushing Russian troops back to the border near Kharkiv. So what's happening now?
Yeah, I mean, we're still seeing shelling, and the fact of the matter is Donbass has been a terrible disaster, and you could argue ever since 2014, the last time that the Russians invaded this country. And remember, it's not just in Luhansk, it's also in Donetsk, in the south of the country. That's where we find the city of Mariupol, which of course has been under bombardment for months now. And we're seeing now Ukrainian troops who have surrendered, as many as 2,000 of them, who are now very much in Russian custody. Dozens of them are very, very seriously injured. And now it looks like those troops, who we can assume, based on what we've heard from the Ukrainians, though we heard no details, that there was some sort of agreement that those troops would be offered up as sort of a prisoner exchange with Russians held by the Ukrainians. Now it looks like there's a possibility, given the noises we're hearing from Moscow and other places, that they could be charged with crimes, even charged as terrorists. So, yes, we are seeing an uptick of violence in the Donbass region, and it could actually get much, much, much worse as we see those American and Western weapons making their way to the eastern part of the country, and as Russian troops move from Mariupol, which is now defeated, to other parts of Donbass.
Yeah, and Matt, what about wider, more broadly in Mariupol? Is that still a humanitarian disaster with civilians there?
That's right. There were dozens of civilians that were found amongst those who just came out. So it looks as though there were civilians who were still held up in there. You know, that group who was underground, underneath the Azovstal steelworks, we spoke with some of them over the past couple of weeks. They were the die-hard remnants of a unit, the Azov Battalion or Azov Brigade, who were determined to fight until the death. So it's possible that there are still some civilians who are even left underneath there because they were so reluctant to go out. And even though the Ukrainians aren't using the word surrender, we know that that's exactly what happened, because these people, of course, are now in Russian custody and in Russian-held territory. Guys?
Matt, now I also do want to ask you about some developments in the war crimes trial. We've been talking about this one, the only one so far, a Russian soldier who pleaded guilty to killing an unarmed man. We also know now that in this trial, he got a chance to speak directly to the man's widow in court. Tell us about that.
Yeah, he spoke directly to her in an extraordinary exchange. I mean, this whole case is extraordinary because one of the most interesting parts of it is that he's being tried as a civilian. I mean, essentially, he's being tried, of course, as a combatant, as a foreign combatant, protected by the Geneva Conventions. But he's being tried in a criminal court. He's being accused of murder like a civilian. So that's extraordinary that he's not facing a military justice system, which they have here in Ukraine. But in this exchange that really was remarkable, he did actually apologize to the widow of the 62-year-old man that he shot dead. He says under orders from a senior officer in his unit. And he said that he understands that she'll never forgive him. And we also heard from her. She talked and questioned him directly about what he thought he was doing in Ukraine. It was really, again, I'm using this word extraordinary, it really was an extraordinary exchange.
Absolutely, and I think really sort of symbolic of a lot of what's going on here with Russian troops coming into Ukraine. Matt Bradley, thank you so much as always. Stay safe.
Let's now bring in Jim Townsend. He's a former Deputy Assistant Defense Secretary for Europe and NATO under President Obama. Jim, yesterday we saw a huge show of support by President Biden for those NATO applications by Sweden and Finland. Most members of the alliance appear to be supportive, except for Turkey, which has expressed opposition. The leaders of those Nordic countries touched on that yesterday. Let's take a listen.
Finland has always had broad and good bilateral relations to Turkey. As NATO allies, we will commit to Turkey's security just as Turkey will commit to our security.
We look forward to a swift ratification process by NATO members, and we are right now having a dialogue with all NATO member countries, including Turkey, on different levels to sort out any issues at hand.
So as we just heard, a lot of support, but could Turkey's objection delay or even threaten Finland and Sweden's NATO bid? And if they are approved, are you worried this could escalate tensions with Russia, which sees NATO expansion as a threat?
Well, we've seen Turkey act this way in the past. When the Danish put up the Secretary General Rasmussen a few years ago to be the Secretary General of NATO. The Turks had problems with that as well because Denmark had done the cartoons with Mohammed, and there was some bad blood there. And the Turks said, no Rasmussen for the Secretary General, until they cut a deal behind closed doors, and eventually the Turks relented. So we've seen this in the past. The Turks are using their leverage to try to get some concessions that are important to them. And I think yesterday we saw the Swedish and Finnish heads of state and government did a great job saying out loud that they're going to be against the PKK, against terrorism, working with Turkey. So they were saying the kinds of things that Erdogan wants to hear.
And let's talk about the U.S. I know that yesterday the Senate approved this huge $40 billion aid package for Ukraine. As we mentioned earlier, President Zelensky said the eastern Donbass region has been completely destroyed. We heard from our own Matt Bradley about that as well. Are U.S. weapons making a difference in the battle unfolding over there?
They very much are making a difference. And one of those weapons that we've heard about just arriving are the howitzers, the 155 millimeter howitzers. We've heard from the Pentagon that they are on the front lines, and they've been very effective in knocking out tanks. I think there's a pontoon bridge, as you probably reported a few days ago. I think those howitzers took out that pontoon bridge and a lot of the Russian armor that was clustered there. So yes, I think a lot of the equipment is in play. They're on the front lines. This package is so important, not just for weaponry, but also humanitarian issues that need to be taken care of. There's State Department programs that need to be funded. We need to get the embassy open in Kyiv as well. So this money is going to go to a lot of things in addition to the military items.
A lot of need in Ukraine, humanitarian, diplomatic. Jim Townsend, thank you for breaking it down.
Let's stay overseas and get you more international headlines this morning, starting with an attack near Oslo. Norwegian police say a person with a knife wounded at least 3 people.
That's right. Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with the latest on this and other international headlines. Good morning, Claudio.
Good morning. Yes, Norwegian police says that since the attacker was arrested. What is curious about this is that the attack took place in a remote part of Norway, but it's very close to another town where only last October another man attacked strangers once again with a bow, arrows and knives, and killing 5 people and injuring 4 more. And let's move to Sri Lanka, a country that has almost ran out of petrol due to a serious economic crisis. The acute fuel shortage forced authorities to close down schools and ask public officials not to go to work. In the meantime, panic-stricken Sri Lankans have been queuing at fuel stations across the country. And let's end this short tour of the world in the UK, where Tom Cruise received a royal welcome at the London premiere of the Top Gun sequel. Cruise was joined on the red carpet by the Duchess of Cambridge and Prince William, who used to work as a search and rescue helicopter pilot. Not quite a Top Gun, but definitely a top fan of Tom Cruise, of course.
Love a good rhyme.
Yeah,
Top Gun,
absolutely.
Top Fan.
And Kate, man, she looked at that. I love her.
Claudio, right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And coming up, a new health alert this morning over a second possible case of monkeypox in the U.S.
We've got the latest on the investigation into this rare disease spreading worldwide and the concerns doctors have about this outbreak next.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Would it be easier for the airlines to manage a vaccine mandate than a mask mandate? Is there a case to be made that it's time to give Ukraine offensive weapons so they can win this war? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
We're back now with an update on the debate on abortion rights. Oklahoma lawmakers passed a bill Thursday that would prohibit nearly all abortions in that state. It's considered the country's most restrictive abortion ban. The measure would prohibit abortions after fertilization. It includes a few exceptions to allow abortions to save the life of a pregnant woman or if a pregnancy is the result of rape or incest that has been reported to law enforcement. The bill passed the state house by a vote of 73 to 16. It will likely reach Governor Kevin Stitt's desk early next week, and he is expected to sign the measure.
This morning, health officials are investigating a possible case of monkeypox here in New York City. It would potentially be the second known case in the U.S. after a man in Massachusetts was confirmed to have the virus earlier this week. As the rare illness also spreads in Europe, health experts are sounding the alarm, unsure of just how it's spreading.
There's a rare disease infecting people around the globe, and it's not coronavirus, it's monkeypox.
Honestly, I feel like at this point, it's not even a surprise anymore. I'm just waiting for the apocalypse to happen, pretty much.
It's not the apocalypse, but on Wednesday, officials confirmed a first U.S. case of the virus this year in a male patient in Massachusetts.
The patient was placed in an airborne infection isolation room in our special pathogens unit.
Now, a second potential case being investigated in New York City. According to the CDC, monkeypox was discovered in monkeys in 1958. More than a decade later, it spread to humans. The first case was found in the Democratic Republic of Congo in 1970, and then more in remote parts of Central and West Africa. By 2003, the first monkeypox case hit the U.S.
A bizarre new viral outbreak right here in this country.
Since then, experts say widespread smallpox vaccination likely curbed monkeypox infections worldwide. But it's back. As of Thursday, countries including the United Kingdom, Portugal, Sweden, Spain, France, and Italy have newly confirmed cases. The World Health Organization now deploying an incident response team in the UK with at least 8 cases there. The U.S. case is a man who recently traveled to Canada. He's hospitalized and in stable condition.
The current patient is of no public health risk right now, and people should just be aware of symptoms, but not be afraid in any way.
Symptoms include fever, fatigue, fluid-filled bumps, and lymph node swelling, with specific communities at risk.
The risk factor here has been men having sex with men.
The CDC says, regardless of sexual orientation, monkeypox can spread through contaminated items, fluids or sores, or air droplets of an infected person, though the virus does not spread easily.
At this time, we don't want people to worry. At this point, again, these numbers are still small. We want them to be aware of these symptoms, and if they have any concerns, to reach out to their doctor.
Still, officials warn that they see no clear links between the Western monkeypox infections and countries where monkeypox usually occurs.
What we have seen in the United Kingdom, in Spain, and in Europe has been novel, and that gives us cause for concern.
And back here in New York, the city's Department of Health and Mental Hygiene says the patient with this possible monkeypox case is being treated at an area hospital. But again, it is rare. Experts at Johns Hopkins say most clinicians in the U.S. will never actually see a case in their whole career, Savannah, but still something to watch out for.
Sure is, and something to talk to Dr. Kavita Patel about. Dr. Patel, you ready for my calls about monkeypox? I'm always calling her whenever I have an issue or a concern or J&J shot, etc. But doctor, I mean, look, as Clay just said, it's very rare. But I mean, obviously, you see that report, you hear the symptoms. It's concerning. We've just been through this pandemic where something spread very quickly. So tell us, how worried should we be, and how widely do you think it could spread, and what can we do to protect against it, or just pay attention to symptoms?
Yeah, I think, Savannah, start there with paying attention. I don't think that we have reason to have widespread worry, and it's because I just want to reinforce a couple of points very briefly. This is not that easy to transmit, unlike some of the other viruses we've had experience with lately. But it's also something that I do believe will see a little bit of low-level spread in the community. Does that mean that it'll be something that the three of us have to worry about on a day-to-day basis? No. But I think to the point that we have to look for these symptoms, I will say, just to be perfectly honest, this kind of geographic spread, you know, Australia has a case now suspected. We're just seeing so much of it across the world that it would indicate that we will see more cases. That should not alarm people. And then I'll reinforce something that does give some of us some good news. The smallpox vaccine does have cross-reactivity. This is related to smallpox, and it can protect it.
So let's talk COVID boosters for kids. Thank you, Savannah. Ages 5 to 11. How will this help control the spread of COVID, especially looking ahead to the next school year? Talk to us about it.
Yeah, so the key piece with the boosters has been that after the third dose, there was an incredible, as high as 36-fold rise in the antibody levels. And on top of that, no serious adverse effects were seen after that third dose. I know that's something that every parent is concerned about. So we know that those high levels of antibodies can be incredibly protective, especially while we're in a surge. I think a lot of parents have to have a conversation about exact timing. I'm getting my own children boosted now that they are eligible 5 months from the second dose. But I do think that it's reasonable if you need to wait several weeks. Certainly if you've had a recent COVID infection, you might want to wait several weeks until you have one of those overnight away camps or some large trip, because we know that kind of largest period of protection is in those weeks after vaccination.
And Doctor, I also want to ask about a new study, also in the vein of the COVID vaccine. It shows that after being infected, that if you get the shot after that, you could reduce the risk of long COVID. So walk us through why that is. Is there a risk that this information could cause people to maybe delay getting the vaccine, think, oh, if I get it, then I can get the shot, and then it would, prevent long COVID? What exactly does that mean?
Yeah, so unfortunately, we don't know enough of what it means. Basically, it was an observational study. So they just basically looked at people who had, as you mentioned, Savannah, COVID infection, and then had one dose and then a second dose. Each dose helped to lower the chances of seeing symptoms after a 12-week period. That is helpful news. And all that tells me is that natural infection plus vaccination can be the best protection for long COVID. But that sequence should not be interpreted as waiting. That is absolutely not the takeaway message.
All right, Dr. Kavita Patel, thanks for walking us through that one, as well as monkeypox, something hopefully we don't have a lot more questions about, because hopefully it just kind of settles. But if so, I'll be calling you about the smallpox vaccine. Thanks. Always good to see you.
Thank you. And now let's talk politics. Votes are still being counted in the tight Senate primary race in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, Dr. Oz and David McCormick are in a dead heat for the GOP nomination. Coming up, where the votes stand right now and the potential recount battle brewing after the break.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Puerto Rico may be one step closer to deciding its future. House Democrats introduced a draft proposal called the Puerto Rico Status Act, which allows Puerto Ricans to vote on the island's political status. Currently, the Caribbean island is an unincorporated U.S. territory, meaning its residents don't have the same rights as U.S. citizens, as other U.S. citizens, rather. The results of the vote would be binding, a historic move that would hold Congress to any result from the island's election. Voters in Puerto Rico can choose from several options under this act, including statehood, outright independence, or independence with free association. Puerto Rican Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez had this to say about the potential legislation.
This is not a place of political agreement on what the outcome should be, but it is a political agreement on process. That we should honor a decolonization process whereby the people of Puerto Rico can elect to choose their status. And it is the first time that we have seen a plebiscite that is binding to the United States.
Several referendums have been held on the island, none of which were binding. It's unclear if this act has support from the Senate, but GOP members have rejected the idea of Puerto Rico becoming a state in the past.
Now let's check in on Pennsylvania politics, where we still don't have an answer on who the winner is in the primary for the Republican nomination for the state Senate seat. With the vote count so close, the top candidates are gearing up for a recount battle. This is the one with celebrity Dr. Oz. He leads Wall Street CEO David McCormick by, get this, just about 1,000 votes out of 1.3 million votes cast in this GOP primary. And as absentee ballots trickle in, that narrow gap is expected to shrink. Again, only about 1,000. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns, of course, is the one joining us from a ballot counting facility in Philadelphia. If we're checking in on Pennsylvania politics, we're also checking in on Dasha Burns. Now, all the polling suggested this would be a nail biter. That's obviously turned out to be the case. But I mean, tell us, what is the latest? This margin is so thin.
Yeah, the latest is I'm still here. We still don't know.
You live there now.
And it is still extremely, I live here now, and it's still extremely tight. We are still waiting for those mail-in ballots to be counted. We're also waiting on some provisional ballots here in Philadelphia. They say they have probably at least a few thousand of those. Those are actually the ones that are going to take probably even longer than the mail-in, Savannah, because provisional ballots are ballots that are cast by voters who maybe went to the wrong polling location or decided last minute that instead of using their mail-in ballot, they're going to vote in person instead, which means they're given a provisional ballot, and then election workers have to actually look up that voter, see if they may have voted anywhere else, make sure that that ballot is the ballot that they're going to use. So that is a really tedious and time-consuming process. So we might be waiting on those for a while. And as you mentioned there, that gap is probably expected to narrow even more. The McCormick campaign has emphasized that he's doing better with mail-in ballots, but a lot is still up in the air here, Savannah.
And I mean, it looks, as you just explained, a long process, an expensive process, certainly for a recount. How are the campaigns preparing behind the scenes? I mean, you mentioned McCormick's campaign saying, you know, we're doing well with mail-in ballots, but sometimes this is where you see someone prematurely claim victory. We haven't seen anything like that. So tell us, what are they doing to prepare for a recount? What's that gearing up like?
Yeah, no one declaring a premature victory, though the former president has encouraged Dr. Oz to do so. Let's talk really quickly about the recount. This has happened in Pennsylvania in the past, but this will probably be the most high-profile recount. The last time they had a recount was back in 2021, and election officials say it cost taxpayers $1.3 million. Now, in the case of a recount, the candidate that is behind could choose to decline a recount, save taxpayers some dollars. But with how heated this campaign is, is, how close this gap is. I don't see that happening. So we are probably going to be sticking around. I'm going to be renting a condo somewhere here in Pennsylvania. Both campaigns have been sharing optimism, claiming that their candidate is ultimately going to be the victor. But again, we won't know until it's official here, Savannah.
Yeah, Dasha, you've got like triple residency between New York, Pennsylvania, and Michigan. All right, quickly, I do want to ask you about the Democrat side. I mean, they really see Pennsylvania as the party's best shot at flipping a Senate seat. And on that side of the aisle, John Fetterman cruised to victory, winning every single county in Pennsylvania. So what does a protracted GOP primary mean for that campaign?
I mean, this is quite a split screen we're seeing here, right? We're probably going to be waiting a week, maybe more, before we have a candidate, a nominee on the GOP side of this primary. Meanwhile, the Fetterman campaign yesterday announced that he raised $1.6 million in 24 hours after he clinched that victory. So you've got Democrats really coalescing around one candidate already, and pretty significantly. That is a lot of money raised really quickly. Meanwhile, on the GOP side, there are still a lot of questions mark. So do with that split screen what you will, Savannah.
All right, Dasha Burns, thanks so much.
Now, let's talk money. Wall Street is looking to end the week on a positive note after another devastating week for stocks and more inflation woes.
Bertha Coombs is with us this morning on that and more. Hey, Bertha, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. So, yeah, we've got a look like we're going to open higher here this morning, but for the week, it's been rough. The S&P 500 is flirting with what we call bear market territory. It's already down about 18% below its record closing high in January. If it falls 20% below or more, that's what's called bear market territory as we continue to worry about inflation and all those issues. You know, the Dow is on track for its 8th straight losing week, which hasn't happened since the Great Depression back in 1932. The S&P and NASDAQ are headed for a 7-week losing streak, which hasn't happened since the dot-com bust in 2001. Meantime, Snapchat is preparing to roll out a new parental control feature called Family Sitter. TechCrunch says it'll allow parents to see who their teen is friends with on the app and who they've been messaging. Snap CEO Evan Spiegel first talked about this last fall, saying that it will give parents more visibility into how teens use the app. Snapchat now reaches about 3 out of 4 of every 13 to 34-year-old in more than 20 countries. TikTok, meantime, is planning a big push into gaming, reportedly conducting tests in Vietnam. Featuring games would boost ad revenue and the time that people spend on the app, because I guess they don't spend enough. It has more than 1 billion monthly active users. While TikTok users can currently watch games being streamed, they're not able to play games within the app. You know, if I were a parent, I would want an app master control to be able to see what my kids are doing on all of the platforms.
Yeah, really,
not
one
just
spot.
one.
It's complicated.
So much information out there. Bertha, thank you.
Thanks, Bertha.
Coming up, history on display. A new art exhibit is telling the story of Black America.
We'll take you inside the gallery and show you the inspiration behind the pieces. That's up next.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
All right, y'all. Bad girl Riri has some good news. Rihanna and boyfriend A$AP Rocky have reportedly welcomed a baby boy. A source close to the couple told People magazine they are at home in Los Angeles with the baby, and Rihanna is doing well. The Fenty phenom and music sensation elevated pregnancy style with a series of runway-ready looks. She appeared on the cover of Vogue's May issue, posing with her bump in a sheer cat suit and saying, quote, "My body is doing incredible things right now, and I'm not going to be ashamed of that." And she shouldn't be. So congrats to the couple. Savannah, I hope that every pregnant woman can rock fits like she did, because
I was going to say, cheers to the cat suit and everything else she wore during that pregnancy. Zinkley, thank you so much, and congrats to Rihanna.
Absolutely.
Finally this hour, a groundbreaking new exhibit at the National Gallery of Art in Washington on the transatlantic slave trade is connecting the past and the present. NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor got a tour.
It's an art exhibit with a lesson.
It's to show how Black people and Black cultures are integral to the making of the modern world.
Curator Kenitra Fletcher is describing Afro-Atlantic histories, a new collection at the prestigious National Gallery of Art in Washington.
What's the importance of having this art in this building, given how different it is to everything else?
We want people to understand that work by Black diasporic people is just as treasured and important as the European art that you see in the other galleries in this building.
More than 130 works meant to take viewers through a global journey from slavery to emancipation to the modern fight for civil rights and equality.
This is the key image of the exhibition, and in this work they've taken on the guise of the Statue of Liberty. They're thinking about citizenship and sovereignty and who gets to represent nations. Often it's not a Black person.
A message that resonates with young artists from the Duke Ellington School of the Arts.
How did you feel walking through the exhibit?
I felt empowered. I felt like I was seen, I was heard.
When you go to like a regular museum, I don't see other artists that are like me.
And why is that important to see a Black artist that represents you?
Because it shows that like I can do the same thing. It's something I can achieve.
The art also made them think about the national battle raging over teaching race and history.
A lot of people want to erase history, and this kind of doesn't let that happen.
If you know anything about it, is that art survives. And this art will survive and it will prevail.
A powerful message amid powerful art. Yamiche Alcindor, NBC News, Washington.
Wow, very cool to see beautiful stuff in there.
Yeah, important to preserve that history.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Yamiche. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning and happy Friday. I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Zinkley Asamoah, in for Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, economic vortex. It's no secret we're all spending more for just about everything these days. But this morning, new economic fears over something called stagflation. What that is and what it means for your bottom line this year ahead. Formula fight, a bipartisan grilling on the Hill for the head of the FDA over that nationwide baby formula shortage that's drawing historic action from both Congress and the Biden administration. But relief may soon be on the way.
Within days, it will get better, but it will be a few weeks before we're back to normal.
How America's new parents are grappling with the crisis. In the meantime, fully destroyed. A poignant address from Ukraine's President Zelensky as Moscow's forces sharpen their offensive in the country's eastern Donbass region. Zelensky describing the pummeled landscape as simply hell. This as the U.S. expands military and economic aid, and President Biden meets with leaders from NATO hopefuls, Finland and Sweden. We've got the latest on the war in Ukraine coming up. And working for the weekend. If it's Friday, you know we've got a roundup of the latest and greatest content for you to take in this weekend. That's later this hour. And we promise, sort of, that we won't make it all about Harry Styles, though we will have to talk about his outfit because...
I didn't make that promise. I could take it off the rails and make it all about him.
You know, we could. Full hour. But... we'll begin with something else this morning.
Our stage manager, Jillian's nodding. Please do.
I think the team said, please don't. So we're going to begin with the price we all pay as inflation cuts into nearly every family budget.
Yeah, now experts worry the country could be barreling toward a recession or something even worse called stagflation. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has more on what that could mean for you.
Good day. We're talking about the possibility of something we haven't discussed since the 70s or 80s, stagflation. Stagflation happens when the economy is stagnant, not growing, and yet unemployment moves higher and we see inflation move higher. And right now, some top economists and former Fed officials are warning stagflation is in fact a possibility. The good news, unemployment right now is still very low, but we are facing a tsunami of economic challenges.
This morning, America seems trapped in a vortex of bad economic news. Sky-high food prices, pump prices at record levels, soaring rents up 16% in 1 year, COVID lockdowns in China, the world's manufacturing center, choking the global supply chain, U.S. corporate profits sinking, Russian oil under partial embargo, Ukrainian wheat exports at a standstill, and all of it feeding 40-year high inflation that Americans are paying for every day. On the front lines, shippers and truck drivers with diesel fuel prices up 75% in 1 year. In Indiana, Shelley Conaway is a full-time truck driver who also runs a charity to rush supplies to those in need.
We were looking at possibly buying trailers and a truck, another truck, but we won't be able to afford to put tires on it or put fuel in the tank.
All of it sending the stock market lower. The S&P down 18% so far this year. The NASDAQ down a stunning 27%.
Are we closer to a bottom in your mind?
We are seeing some signs that we might be near a bottom for some stocks.
The last time the country faced so many economic challenges.
If inflation this year does increase at the present rate, it will.
1980, when inflation hit 13.5%. Now the Federal Reserve is raising interest rates fast to get inflation under control.
What we need to see is inflation coming down in a clear and convincing way.
But analysts warn the economy could fall into recession. In Texas, paramedic Ted Rickard was hoping to take his twins on a camping trip back to Colorado this summer. But skyrocketing prices have forced him to cancel the trip. Instead, he's planning to stay close to home.
The big 8 days, you're talking like 5-6 tanks of gas at like $80 a piece. So it's just economically a non-starter.
Yeah, a lot of families right now reconsidering their summer travel plans because airline tickets are so expensive, gas prices moving higher, hotels very expensive and full, restaurants also full. All of that causing a rethink for the summer getaway plans. Back to you.
All right. Thank you, Tom Costello.
We do have some good news, though. Help is on the way for families coping with the baby formula crisis. The first flights from foreign countries could start arriving this weekend with goods after action from the Biden administration. NBC News correspondent Jolene Kent is in Texas, where formula is especially hard to find.
So many families are waiting for Operation Fly Formula to start. But in the meantime, milk banks across the country are stepping in to fill the gap in this formula shortage. We're here at Mother's Milk Bank in Austin. It's the biggest milk bank in the country. They say that their demand to fill needs for babies who can't find formula is up 300%. This comes as the FDA commissioner tells Congress that help could be on the way within days. Operation Fly Formula could start moving imports of foreign formula into the United States in the next few days. The White House announcing the first flight carrying around 246 pallets of formula from Zurich, Switzerland to Indiana has been approved. It can't come soon enough for worried parents. And on Capitol Hill yesterday, lawmakers on both sides grilled the FDA commissioner on where the nation's formula shortage goes from here.
We should begin to see improvement within days.
So I can tell my constituents that within a matter of days, they'll be able to find formula on the shelves?
Within days, it will get better. but it will be a few weeks before we're back to normal.
The FDA telling NBC News it is concerned not having certain formulas available on shelves could pose life-threatening risks for infants.
3 girls, oh my goodness.
Like 3-month-old triplets, Nami, Eritrea, and Anya. Their mom, Sydney Galvin, says she's been grappling with the shortage for 2 months after their formula was recalled. How are you dealing?
I'm just really taking it day by day, to be honest.
Unable to find her formula on shelves, she had no choice but to suddenly switch brands.
They weren't tolerating it very well at first, actually. They had a lot of reflux.
Desperate, she's now turning to the Mother's Milk Bank here in Austin. The milk bank usually reserves this milk for the most medically fragile babies, like those in hospitals. But for formula-fed babies in crisis, they're giving away 39 ounces of donor milk per baby, ramping up processing and pasteurizing to meet the growing need.
If we don't fill this gap, families will attempt to fill the gap themselves by choosing to dilute their available formula or choosing to feed their infants something not made for infants. That cannot happen.
Texas has been hit particularly hard. The formula out of stock rate here is now 50%. Parents are thankful as milk banks step up to fill the void, now shipping the life-saving milk to 26 states.
I'm so glad that they could give us a little bit.
As we wait for those Operation Fly formula flights to arrive here in the United States, milk banks like this, they're asking for donations. We're in a freezer right now where it's minus 20 degrees, and this would be the first stop for your milk donation if you're able to do so. It comes into this freezer before it's pooled and then pasteurized. The idea here, though, is with demand so high, this is not a solution forever. It's not a long-term solution, according to the milk banks we've been talking to across the country, because they're now serving infants who are in the hospital in addition to babies who need formula, who are healthy. They say a lot more must be done by the federal government to solve this problem.
Jolene Kent, thanks so much.
All right, we've got some more news for parents this morning, this time on the COVID front. The CDC has given the final approval for Pfizer to distribute booster shots for children 5 to 11 years old. Kids in that age group who received their last dose at least 5 months ago are immediately eligible for the shot, adding another layer of protection in our fight against COVID. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now for more on this. Hey, Gabe, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. There was some debate about whether a booster dose for kids was needed since so many in that age group were infected over the winter, but ultimately, CDC advisors overwhelmingly recommended it.
Overnight, the CDC director signing off on Pfizer's COVID booster shot for kids ages 5 to 11 after an advisory panel voted 11 to 1 hours earlier to recommend it. The smaller booster doses are now available to children 5 months after they receive their first 2 shots. Welcome news to mom Laura Castelline in Iowa.
I feel like this gives kids a step up on it. Like, then your immune system already knows what it's looking for, and the chances of them getting really sick is much lower.
Still, less than a third of kids in that age group have received their first 2 shots.
The kids, especially, they have a good immune system. I don't understand why they need a booster.
Vaccines for children under 5 are not available yet, but the FDA commissioner says a review of Moderna's application for that age group is imminent.
One of the major lessons is that children are not just small adults, and so you have to do specific studies for the biology and the size.
All this coming as COVID cases among children are on the rise, up 76% from just 2 weeks ago. Overall, the U.S. is seeing 100,000 new daily COVID infections for the first time in months. Over the past 2 weeks, cases nationwide are up 55%, but deaths are down almost 20%, thanks in large part to effective vaccines. In New York, COVID hospitalizations are at a 3-month high. In Los Angeles County, public health experts say rising case numbers just triggered a higher risk level, but no renewed mask mandates yet.
I do not think that the country will be as responsive as they might have been a year or even 2 years ago, because we now have approached probably about 70% of all adults in the United States infected with Omicron even just in the last 6 to 9 months.
And also now separately, the CDC is investigating a possible case of monkeypox here in New York City after the first confirmed case of the year in Massachusetts several days ago. It's a rare but potentially serious illness, but public health experts say not nearly as contagious as COVID, of course, Savannah.
Yeah, a little bit of good news there at the end. Gabe Gutierrez, thank you so much. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Uche Blackstock joins us now for more. Hey, Dr. Blackstock, always great to have you with us. So we know kids 5 to 11 can now get a booster shot, but children under the age of 5 have yet to receive the initial dose. Also, kids within that age group that are eligible to get it, the vaccination rate's pretty low. So first of all, why are we seeing such a holdup for the under 5 age group to even get the shot? Is there any idea of when that decision will be made, and how much of a difference could it really make, as a lot of kids aren't vaccinated?
I know. Good morning, Savannah. I know that there are a lot of parents of children under 5 that are very, very frustrated. But as the FDA commissioner mentioned, children are not little adults. They have their own specific physiology and biology. And we need to make sure that those vaccines that are approved are both safe and effective. And so we know that Moderna already submitted their data. FDA will be reviewing that. Pfizer should be submitting their data imminently. And we know FDA has scheduled a meeting for June. So hopefully as early as July, we should have approval for the under 5.
I love how you said children are not little adults. That's adorable. All right. Now, meanwhile, that's a good point, too. Meanwhile, cases in the U.S. are quickly rising, though. So the Biden administration vowed to push for more Paxlovid pills to combat COVID symptoms. That's what you take once you have COVID. It can help you with those symptoms. So how does someone right now get their hands on those COVID pills? How available are they? Who are they? Who can take them? Do you have to have a pre-existing condition, for example, to qualify?
Right. And so we actually have a great supply of Black Paxlovid pills now, which is a better situation now than a few months ago. And so these are pills for people who are considered high risk. So they're either elderly or they have other comorbidities. And actually those comorbidities have expanded. So they include, obesity, asthma, heart disease, cancer. And so a lot of people who are high risk can access them. The really important part is that you have to get tested and you have to start taking them within 5 days of symptom onset. So that's very important. But the other part is once you have a positive test, you have to be in touch with a healthcare provider to get the prescription. So you can either go to pharmacies that are part of the Test to Treat program, and that's on the CDC website, or you can go to your primary care physician to get a prescription.
And Doctor, finally, I do want to ask you one quick last question about the fact that we're seeing this rise in cases at a time when there's very low funding for COVID at the federal level. Can we slow the current rise in cases without government funding? Does this concern you?
Savannah, I have to tell you, I woke up really worried this morning, very concerned. That funding covers testing, therapeutics, vaccines, all of those incredibly important. And we have forecasts that there will be over 100 million infections this coming fall. So we really need that funding because that funding equates to people being hospitalized and potentially dying from COVID.
Dr. Uche Blackstock, as always, we appreciate your time and expertise. Good to see you.
This morning in Ukraine, the eastern region of Luhansk is reeling after heavy Russian shelling left 12 people dead. That's according to the head of the region's military administration. It comes as President Zelensky said the Donbass region has, quote, been completely destroyed by Russian forces. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin joins us from Kharkiv. Aaron?
Hey there, Zinclay. Overnight Russian missiles striking a number of locations here in Kharkiv in an apparent attempt to regain lost ground, although Ukrainian officials say that so far those efforts have been unsuccessful. Meanwhile, I want to warn you that some of the images in the report you're about to see are disturbing.
Ukrainians fighting back any way they can, even showing how they blew up a bridge in Donbass to stop the Russian advance. In his nightly address to the nation, Ukraine's President Zelensky saying, Donbass is fully destroyed. It's hell there, and it's not an exaggeration. This as we learn more about the horrors that have unfolded inside the Russian-controlled city of Mariupol. Yulia Paevska, a Ukrainian medic now in Russian custody, smuggled this disturbing body camera footage to the Associated Associated Press. It shows her and her team treating two siblings, gravely injured in a checkpoint shooting that killed both of their parents. As doctors try to save the boy's life, she begs him to stay with her. But his wounds are too severe. I hate this, she says. Ukrainians now also fighting to hold Russians accountable in court. After pleading guilty, a 21-year-old Russian sergeant apologized to the widow of the unarmed man he killed, saying he was ordered to do it. And outside the northeastern city of Kharkiv, prosecutors collect evidence of potential war crimes after the Russians dropped more than 7 bombs onto this once tranquil village.
Right now, they're measuring the distance between where the bombs actually fell and what they believe the intended target to be, the local school where some border guard were hiding. As you can see, the Russians missed.
The investigators found what they believe to be missile fragments in Alla Gutz's backyard. Her 31-year-old son was one of 3 civilians killed in the attack. Through tears, she tells me, had he survived, he would have helped her rebuild.
Do you think there will be justice for you and your son?
I hope they will be punished by God and by the whole world, she says. How can it be that there is no force stronger than Putin?
I asked the prosecutor responsible for the investigation in that village if what he saw there amounts to a war crime. He told me there's no other way to look at it, adding that he hopes to present that evidence one day to the International Criminal Court. Zinclay.
Important analysis from Aaron in Ukraine. Stay safe. Thank you. Let's now bring in Lester Munson. He's a senior fellow at the National Security Institute and a principal at BGR Group. Lester, this morning we've seen the first Russian action in response to Finland and Sweden applying to join NATO. Finland's state-owned gas company says Russia will cut gas supplies to the country from tomorrow. This move comes after President Biden hosted the Nordic leaders yesterday to express support for their NATO bid. What do you make of what's a pretty bold move from Russia?
Well, I think the Finns have accounted for this. They say they'll be able to meet their energy requirements for the next few months. Europe as a whole is moving to wean itself off of dependence on Russian energy sources. That is a good thing. It is going to be a huge challenge. That's going to mean likely we'll need to see more energy production from the United States, which of course will become a political football here. But these are important steps. The addition of Finland and Sweden to NATO is historic and a leading indicator that Russia's efforts here with its invasion of Ukraine in the grand scheme of things are failing miserably.
And you talk about weaning off Russian dependence. I think this war has highlighted how interconnected every country is. And as we know, Ukraine is one of the biggest exporters of important grains like wheat and corn. And one of the major implications of this Russian invasion has been its effect on the global food supply. I know yesterday, Secretary Blinken accused Russia of creating a food crisis with its blockade in the Black Sea. Let's hear what he had to say.
The food supply for millions of Ukrainians and millions more around the world has quite literally been held hostage by the Russian military. The Russian Federation claims falsely that the international community's sanctions are to blame for worsening the global food crisis. The decision to weaponize food is Moscow's and Moscow's alone.
So clearly a lot at stake, we heard him say, weaponizing food. And this morning, Reuters reports that the U.S. is actually working to supply Ukraine with anti-ship missiles to break that blockade. That's according to officials. Do you think the U.S. sending more powerful weapons like that is a good idea, or could it escalate this conflict further?
I do think it's a good idea. The food crisis that we're talking about here has historical parallels. 90 years ago, the Soviet Union did basically the same thing to Ukraine, or really a much worse version of it. Millions died. The potential for a catastrophic humanitarian situation here really is significant, not just for Ukraine, but also for food vulnerable countries around the world in Africa, Asia, other places. These supplies are needed. So there's going to be a mad scramble among Western nations to provide assistance to countries that are in need, including Ukraine, including the Horn of Africa, places like that, fragile states. So this is potentially a global crisis directly related to Russia's war crimes in Ukraine.
A lot to watch out for as this unfolds. Lester, thank you.
Let's now get a check on your morning news now weather on this Friday.
Michelle Grossman joins us now. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning to you both. Happy Friday. And we are dealing with a lot of weather out there. We have a snowstorm. We have temperatures in the 90s, severe weather threat as well, and also looking at some rain for parts of the weekend. So let's take a look at today's map because we have pretty much everything. We're looking at 1 to 3 feet of snow in the higher elevations of the Rockies. We're looking at severe weather stretching from parts of the Great Lakes down to the southern plains. It is feeling like July from the southern plains to parts of the mid-Atlantic. That's going to move into parts of the Northeast and also New England by tomorrow. And then a stormy sunshine state as well. So as we go throughout the weekend here, looking at Saturday, that record warmth expands into the Northeast, including New England. Boston, you're going to be into the 90s too by Saturday. Strong storms once again stretching from the Great Lakes, parts of the Ohio Valley too, into the mid-Mississippi Valley. That spring snowstorm in the Rockies, that's going to wind down later on Saturday, but still you're going to see some snow to start out your weekend. And we're looking soggy too in parts of the Southeast. Sunday, it's soggy in parts of New England, the mid-Atlantic, also the Northeast. We do have a flood risk along the Gulf Coast states. Fire danger continues in the Southwest. We're so dry. We're looking at gusty winds and also really warm temperatures as well. So seasonal extremes today, we have such warm air to the south and also to the east. Temperatures in the 90s. Cleveland today 90 degrees, Charlotte 96, 91 in Memphis. Back behind this front that's sort of parked there, we're looking at temperatures in the 30s in Denver. You had a high of 86 degrees yesterday. Today you dropped 40 degrees and we were seeing that snow. And you guys, as we go throughout tomorrow, I hope you have the shorts out, the fan going, the air conditioning in New York City because we're looking at temperatures in the 90s. But I'm ready for it.
I can't believe at the same time that you're saying we're watching a snowstorm. This is craziness.
That's true.
Of like 3 feet. Yeah.
Okay, Michelle, thanks. Have a great weekend. And coming up, strangers helping strangers.
That's right. We'll introduce you to the American host families taking in Ukrainian refugees in their time of need and the challenges that are realized along the way. You're watching Morning News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
Look who's back together.
Oh, I'm so happy.
And me.
That's what it takes to set a record.
So glad to see you.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. The Israeli military has identified a soldier's rifle that may have killed Al Jazeera journalist Shireen Abu Akleh. They need Palestinians to turn over the bullet for analysis.
Claudio Lavanga joins us from Rome with that and more. Hey, Claudio.
Good morning. Yes, Israel has asked the Palestinians to hand over that bullet because they need to match it with the rifle from the soldier they think may have shot and killed the Al Jazeera journalist on May 11th. But the Palestinians are saying they're not going to because they don't trust Israel and they have opened an independent investigation of their own. And let's move to Afghanistan, where all female presenters on TV channels were ordered by the Taliban to cover their faces on air. The country's biggest media outlet, the Mobi Group, said they received the order by the Taliban's Virtue and Vice Ministry, which called it final and non-negotiable. And let's end this short tour of the world in Qatar, where for the first time in the history of soccer, female referees will officiate matches at the Men's World Cup later this year. Female referees from France, Rwanda and Japan were all picked to break that glass ceiling at the World Cup stadiums this year, guys.
All right, wow, that's pretty neat.
A lot to watch out for.
Yeah, female referees. All right, we love it. Thank you so much, Claudio.
Now to the crisis in Ukraine. American families are opening their homes to refugees fleeing Ukraine.
Yeah, and the refugees and their host families are experiencing many challenges, but also rewards as they resettle in the U.S. NBC News correspondent Julia Ainsley joins us now with this story. Hey, Julia, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, I had the pleasure of following 2 Ukrainian families for a day when they were with their host families in Tampa, Florida. These are families who had never done anything like this before. They found out about what was happening to these families coming across the U.S. border with no one to take them in. They got in touch with a church that they heard was helping, and lo and behold, they ended up with a new family in their house. A lot of challenges, but also a lot of really sweet moments that we got to witness. Take a look at how their day went.
Tampa couple Roya and Tony Tyson weren't used to a noisy house.
Had you ever done anything like this before?
Never. We are 2 professionals, no children.
Then last month, the couple welcomed Ukrainian refugees, Yulia, husband Serhiy, and sons 11-year-old Max and 3-year-old Mark into their house, turning the quiet home of 2 into a full house of 6.
We were seeing all these people that were just fleeing. So we researched a church that were matching the host families with the refugees. We said, we have room for 2 or 3, and they said we have a family of 4, and we said, all righty then.
Yulia's family fled Ukraine when Russian bombing started and entered the U.S. by way of Mexico. Inside the Tysons' home, they finally found rest.
My son, when the war started, had nightmares, and now he's able to sleep again.
Then the Tysons' lives became even fuller. Yulia told her host about the plight of her friend Masha and her husband and 3 children. The Tampa community rallied, and Masha's family was taken in by a couple a 10-minute drive away.
As soon as I got down on the escalator in the airport and I saw all of my friends with Ukrainian flags and American flags, it made me feel safe.
Social worker Susan Morgan is helping Yulia and Masha navigate pages and pages of applications for asylum.
It is a big responsibility, and you do feel the weight of it when you don't have just one person's life, but a whole family and multiple families.
That responsibility typically falls to refugee resettlement agencies funded by the U.S. government. But that assistance hasn't been provided so far to Ukrainians. Unlike other recent refugees to the U.S., including the thousands of Afghan refugees last fall, Ukrainian refugees and host families are responsible for navigating everything from work visas to medical care to housing.
Welcome home, guys.
The immediate goal is getting families on their feet. After 6 weeks with the Tysons, Yulia and her family managed to find an apartment of their own and an affordable housing unit. They'll live a short drive from the Tysons. One-time strangers, they now call family.
I have someone now that I will have in my life forever. Welcome home.
Welcome home, yes.
Oh, baby, you're okay. It's good.
So you can see it's not a straight shot. This is actually a much more cumbersome process than we've seen from previous refugee families. This was part of the government solution to try to allow these people to come here as quickly as possible. Now people who want to bring in Ukrainians have to go onto a website to prove that they can financially sponsor them. But we did just get a huge funding package for Ukraine passed through the Senate. We'll see how much of that might be used to help refugees like Yulia and Masha in the future.
Great report there, Julia. Thank you so much.
Coming up, we'll take you on a midnight train or morning train to Georgia, where it's the last day of what has been a record-breaking early voting season.
Yeah, we've got the state of play for the candidates and how voters are feeling about the first election under that controversial new state voting law. That's up next.
News is happening now.
To look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking down.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the ground zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking down.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
Welcome back. A federal judge is expected to make a ruling on Title 42. That's the health policy that has been used to expel illegal immigrants at the border due to the COVID-19 pandemic. It's set to expire May 23rd, and a lot is at stake for border cities on both sides. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky has more on this.
On the U.S.-Mexico border, one surge, getting in position and preparing for another. The Rio Grande near Eagle Pass, flanked by National Guardsmen, Texas State Troopers, and across the river, Mexican State Police, all working to back up U.S. Border Patrol, stretched thin by record migrant crossings, more than 200,000 encounters in April alone. Many shedding their wet clothing immediately before facing a different journey.
Authorities say these stretches of razor wire put in just the last few weeks are supposed to direct or funnel migrants as they come across the river to where they can be safely taken into custody by Border Patrol agents or other law enforcement.
We want to protect everyone, but we want for them to come over here to the United States legally.
DPS Sergeant Juan Maldonado says the danger for migrants is constant, from human trafficking to the 25 drownings that have taken place during crossings in just the last month.
And right in front of people, you know, they think it's safe to cross, but they don't see the undercurrent, and that's very dangerous.
Has DPS or Border Patrol ever faced a potential immigration challenge like the one you're anticipating?
I don't believe we have in a long time, sir.
To the south in the Rio Grande Valley,
this is without by far the busiest zone.
The Department of Homeland Security stressing coming days could bring historic levels of migration.
Right now we've had 68 large groups of over 100.
The Department Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas toured border facilities on Tuesday. The visit just days before a federal judge is expected to rule if the Biden administration can end Title 42.
Based on the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention's decision that it will end on May 23rd, that does not mean that the border is open beginning on May 23rd.
The end of pandemic-era policy put in place by the Trump administration that blocked migrants from claiming asylum in the United States.
We are surging resources to the southwest border.
Meanwhile, the border's immediate future lies in Louisiana, where a federal judge is expected to rule on a lawsuit filed by more than 20 Republican-led states, fighting to keep Title 42 in place.
Yes, Savannah, good morning. It could be very interesting. Title 42 set to expire in just 3 days, and its future remains incredibly uncertain. A federal judge is expected to make a ruling on this GOP lawsuit, arguing to keep Title 42 in place, saying that it would prevent an influx of illegal immigration. Meanwhile, the Biden administration says that it is no longer needed for the sake of public health. But as the White House maintains that position, authorities here on both sides of the border say that they are preparing for historic levels of migration, some estimates going as high as 18,000 daily crossings. And over the last several weeks, we have seen authorities strategically position themselves up and down the U.S.-Mexico border, where they anticipate thousands of people could cross. In April alone, the Department of Homeland Security reporting more than 200,000 encounters with migrants. And we're just hearing over the last several days that a DPS helicopter observed a group of about 3,000 migrants located just across the border from Laredo, Texas, where we're told they could potentially cross as soon as Title 42 ends.
All right,
Savannah?
Morgan Chesky, thank you so much. We'll be waiting to hear the outcome of that ruling. And coming up, we can feel the royal anticipation all the way across the pond.
That's right. In a little less than 2 weeks, the Queen's historic Platinum Jubilee will kick off. And now we know who's going to headline that star-studded public concert in her honor. That's next.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Over in Georgia, today is the last day of early voting. This marks the first statewide election day under Georgia's controversial new voting law that limits early voting sites and restricts both the number and the available hours of drop boxes. It also has high-profile Republican Governor Brian Kemp and Republican Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger on the ballot. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander joins us now from Atlanta. Good morning, Blaine. It's hard to forget those very, very long lines we saw in Georgia's 2020 primary, with people waiting literally hours to practice their constitutional right to vote. What's the turnout been like so far for early voting? And with this new law, are there concerns we could see those long lines again?
Well, Zinkley, good morning to you. To answer your first question, the turnout has been record-breaking, according to numbers from the Secretary of State's office. For early voting, that number has eclipsed what we saw back in 2018 and 2020 at this point in the early voting period. And they're hoping that that number is going to help alleviate some of the pressure and shorten some of the lines that we actually see on Election Day. Right here, I'm at one voting precinct. There are already a couple of people waiting in line. This place doesn't open until 9 o'clock. One gentleman said that he's going to leave and come back. But again, a lot of people are trying to take advantage of this last day of early voting. A couple of things have changed, though, since we saw that what many call a disastrous primary back in June of 2020. One, we're not in the heart of the pandemic anymore like we were back then. But of course, the other issue is that early voting really has been pushed. It's been called, it's been pushed from counties to the Secretary of State's office, and that's something they're hoping will help alleviate some of the crowds. I talked to Brad Raffensperger, the Secretary of State, about that very thing and pressed him on Georgia's new voting law, which critics say could limit access to the ballot. Take a look.
Critics of this law would look at that and say this is a different electorate that's turned out for the early voting than would turn out in November. They say that these are the people that wouldn't necessarily be impacted by a change in voter laws.
We have 159 counties that are running the elections, and we're seeing remarkably few issues at the county level. The counties are prepared, and this is a great run-through, getting them ready for November, because we expect stronger numbers in November.
So, Zinkley, that's what a lot of people are watching. Yes, early voting numbers, but people who were both supporters and critics of Georgia's law, SB 202, are pointing to those numbers and saying that they mean different things. For Raffensperger's office, he says that it's proof that it essentially underscores what Republicans have been saying all along, that it makes it, in their words, easier to vote, harder to cheat. But for those who are critics of that, they say, you know what, this doesn't tell the full picture. What they're concerned about is Election Day, possibly in November, Zinkley.
And Blaine, I also know that former President Donald Trump has been very involved in a lot of these primaries. He actually campaigned against incumbent Republican Governor Brian Kemp after Kemp rejected Trump's claim that the election was stolen in Georgia. So how is that race shaping up?
You know what? It's certainly shaping up that the incumbent, that Brian Kemp, is going to run away with this on Tuesday, unless something very different happens. But polling numbers show that he's more than 30 points ahead of the Trump-endorsed candidate, David Perdue. And you really can see that in the crowd enthusiasm. You can see that in the days running up to the election. You see that just in the number of ads that the governor is running and that David Perdue is not. You even see that in some new reporting from NBC News that President Trump is essentially trying to pull away from his endorsement of Perdue. He kind of tried to couch it in recent weeks on conservative radio shows and saying, you know what, it's difficult to beat an incumbent, but it certainly looks like it's going to be Kemp's race on Tuesday.
And Blaine, another high-profile race for Georgia is Secretary of State. Like Governor Kemp, the incumbent Republican Brad Raffensperger, who we just heard from, also drew the ire of former President Trump by rejecting the false claims that he had about election fraud. But this race is a little closer. So what do we need to be watching?
It's a much different story than the governor's race. So, yeah, certainly very interesting. Both of them drew the ire of President Trump. Both of them were targets of his. The big difference, though, is that Governor Kemp certainly has a very strong record to run on for conservatives. Those that I've talked to, those of his supporters, say that they're happy with a number of the laws that he signed into place. They're happy with a number of his actions. But when it comes to Raffensperger's Secretary of State race, this is solely focused on 2020. It's something that his Trump-endorsed challenger, Jody Hice, has made the central issue. And even Raffensperger told me when he campaigns, essentially, he has to knock down the repeated lies about 2020 before he can get into talking about his platform. But it is a central issue for him. Those two are only separated by a couple of points, Zinkley.
Blaine Alexander, outside a voting site on the last day of early voting. Thank you so much. Now to our financial headlines and a SpaceX flight attendant who is accusing Elon Musk of sexual misconduct.
Yeah, Bertha Coombs has that and more for us this morning. Hey, Bertha.
Hey, good morning, ladies. Yeah, Elon Musk is denying what he calls wild accusations following a Business Insider report that SpaceX paid $250,000 in severance in 2018 to a flight attendant who accused Musk of sexual misconduct. Musk tweeting, "The attacks against me should be viewed through a political lens. This is their standard despicable playbook, but nothing will deter me from fighting for a good future and your right to free speech." Musk also saying the alleged incident, quote, never happened. CNBC has reached out to SpaceX for comment. Meantime, WhatsApp is launching cloud-based tools and premium features in a push to get more businesses to use the app. The new tools will enable companies to message and chat more easily with their customers. Premium features include options to manage chats across 10 devices and customize click-to-chat links that businesses can post on their websites. WhatsApp was bought by Facebook, which is now known as Meta Platforms, for $19 billion back in 2014. Pardon me. And Netflix is launching a new mystery box feature aimed at helping kids discover new shows, similar to the Play Something shuffle button, and takes some inspiration from the popular unboxing trend. Netflix will add a sparkling icon with a question mark to the favorites row of a kid's profile. When they hover over the mystery box, they can discover a title that is new for them. I guess that would be fun. I don't know.
I know.
Well, I never played it. It's a mystery, looking through a million things and not finding something to watch.
Yeah, that's true. That is annoying.
Bertha, thank you so much.
Thanks.
At the University of Chicago, researchers are preparing to ask the FDA for approval to use skin grafts to curb alcohol and drug addictions. NBC News Now correspondent Maura Barrett went to the lab to see the research firsthand.
We'll do this in grafted mice and ungrafted mice.
Okay.
And what we see is that the grafted mice don't ever develop a preference for the cocaine paired side.
So the therapy and the skin graft just cancels that out.
Exactly, yeah, it makes them like immune to developing the preference for the cocaine in the first place.
Lauren Reedy and her team are in the early stages of research on a first-of-its-kind potential treatment for addiction using skin grafts.
We're gonna put her right in here.
She's a neurobiology PhD candidate at the University of Chicago, running experiments to develop this genetically modified stem cell-based treatment.
When we're talking about cocaine use disorder specifically, there's still no FDA-approved medication or like therapy for it.
Can I peek in and see what he's doing?
Yeah. And all of the preclinical studies and experiments that we've been doing in our lab are really, really promising.
The idea for this new potential treatment came from doctors Ming Xu and Shuayoung Wu, professors and researchers at the University of Chicago, specifically hoping to use it against alcoholism and cocaine addiction, at least for now.
Have you always specialized in substance abuse treatment?
Yeah, well, for the past 25 years, yes.
Skin grafts are widely known for treating burn victims, but Dr. Xu says with this stem cell gene delivery technology, it could expand treatment options for healthcare providers.
What we do is we take a small piece of skin, tiny piece of skin, and then we can culture them in any cell culture facilities in a laboratory.
Then 1 to 3 therapeutic genes are added to the skin cells. The result is a genetically modified piece of skin that can be reattached. Now it produces therapeutic molecules which will get into the bloodstream.
So then that therapy is embedded in your skin?
Correct, yes. It's a, as I said, it's a medication box. So one skin graft can address several things at the same time.
All of the experiments have been conducted on mice, but the team says the results have been highly successful, and Dr. Xu has received a lot of feedback since their study published.
There are many people writing to me, email me, calling me, saying that, oh, when are you going to do it in humans? I want to be a volunteer in your clinical trials.
Now, they're working with the FDA in hopes of getting approval to move forward with clinical trials on people. The FDA told NBC News in part they can't confirm, deny, or comment on pending or potential products applications. More than 20 million Americans suffer from a drug or alcohol use disorder. But the most common treatment options, like behavioral counseling and medication, don't always work permanently, resulting in relapse.
If one day somebody can tell me, Ming, I took this treatment, now my life is more or less back to normal. That's all I need.
So I think bringing new therapeutics and new treatments on board and trying to kind of constantly evolve with the field will be really important for patients moving forward.
That potential serving as motivation ahead of what's expected to be a multi-year process to formal approval.
Our thanks to Maura Barrett for that report.
And now to the latest on the Jubilee festivities across the pond. The Queen's making several rare public appearances to celebrate her historic 70 years on the throne. And now we're learning more about the major celebrations ahead to mark the occasion, included a star-studded musical tribute. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter has the details for us.
Savannah, good morning to you. We are just days away. All focus is on all the celebrations, all the festivities around the Queen's Platinum Jubilee. She's just wrapping up some of her busiest weeks we've seen in months. We are getting new details about one of the main events of the celebrations, a huge public concert. There'll be Diana Ross, Elton John, and Duran Duran. Take a look.
This morning, the royal celebration is on, with festivities for the Queen's Jubilee well underway. The stage is now set for a platinum party at the palace. Buckingham Palace revealing a star-studded lineup for the Jubilee concert in June, one of the hallmark events to mark the Queen's historic 70 years on the throne. The night will feature many A-list acts, including the band Queen, Sir Elton John, Duran Duran, and Alicia Keys, with Diana Ross closing out the show. Ross is no stranger to royal performances, sharing her excitement on social media, writing, "I am honored to perform for Her Majesty the Queen once again." While preparations for the massive celebration move full steam ahead, it's still unclear if the 96-year-old monarch will be in attendance. She's been battling mobility issues and has been deciding day to day which Jubilee appearances she'll be making. But in recent weeks, the Queen has been back in the public eye. Where might I go? On Tuesday, she surprised commuters in style, visiting a London train station to mark the opening of a new rail line named in her honor. And just days earlier, the Queen was spotted at her first Jubilee event, the star-studded Royal Windsor Horse Show. The Queen walked with a cane to her seat in the royal box and was later greeted with a standing ovation from the packed crowd.
And all eyes will be on that reunion between the Queen and Harry and Meghan. The other big question, guys, that we are all wondering is, will little Lilibet and Archie get some quality time with their great-grandmother? Savannah, I'll send it back to you.
Molly Hunter, thanks for that preview.
And coming up, your weekly dose of can't-miss content for the weekend.
It's your can't-miss list, and it's only going to be about Harry Styles' new out. Just kidding. But that'll be a lot of it. That's up next. We know you love Harry, too.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Here's a funny one. A $1,300 umbrella is going viral for being unusable as an umbrella. It's part of a new collaboration between Adidas and Gucci, and it features the logos of both brands and a G-shaped handle, as you can see there. But what it does not feature is waterproofing. The website advertises the product as a sun umbrella and notes that it's just for sun protection or decorative use, even better. The umbrella is set to go on sale in China, where it's drawn a lot of negative attention. A Gucci representative told a Chinese magazine that it has good collector's value and is suitable for use as a daily accessory, just as long as the day you choose to use it is not a rainy one.
I was going to say, daily
Maybe
accessory,
it's like a walking, you know, a little like
stick?
catwalk, kind of like, oh, look at my, I don't know.
Oops. Maybe it shouldn't have been called an umbrella.
Whoever actually uses an umbrella for the sun, either.
No, I have never.
Right?
SPF.
All right. Well, there you go.
yeah.
If you're in the market for a sun umbrella, we just found you one. All right. Now it's Friday, which means it's time for our can't miss list. All the movies, TV shows, and music you should check out this weekend.
That's right. And joining us now is Emily Longretta. She's Variety's senior TV features editor. Emily, good morning. So let's start out with a new movie from the British TV drama Downton Abbey. Both our parents are big fans
not us.
of the series.
I'm not a fan.
We need to watch. We still need to watch. But what do you think this second movie spinoff will be like? What can you tell us about it?
All right, I'm going to grab my sun umbrella and head to see Downton Abbey New Era.
That fits there, right?
It definitely fits. So, yeah, this is a sequel to the 2019 movie, but it picks up actually only a few months after the last movie wrapped, and it is all the returning players that we loved from the first one and that we loved from the show. Takes place in 1928. So I think that anyone who loved the original or who really, really loved the movie is going to love this. I mean, it's the same joy and laughter and feeling of that, you know, transforming us back, taking us back in time. So this is something it's a nice feel-good movie for the weekend.
All right, there you go. Both our parents can be excited about that review then.
We can use some feel-good too.
Yeah. There's a lot going on in the streaming world. To tell us what's dropping for the weekend that we can watch from home.
All right, A Perfect Pairing is the first one on Netflix, and this is something that if you want to cuddle up on the couch with a glass of wine, that's what I'll be doing, is exactly the right match for you. This is Victoria Justice and Adam DeMose, and it's a very cute rom-com. Cuddly. It's about she travels to Australia and takes a new job and, of course, falls in love. I mean, these two have great chemistry. So this is definitely right up my alley. That's for sure what I'm going to be watching. And then next up, we have RuPaul's Drag Race comes back. All-Stars season 7. This is the first time ever that they've done all previous winners. So the competition is going to be intense. As you guys can imagine, they're fighting for $200,000 cash prize and, of course, the great title. So the queens are back, all your favorites. This is something I am very looking forward to.
I love a queen and the winners face off.
Yeah.
So it has to be good.
Yeah, exactly. And then last but definitely not least, another queen, Angeline, is coming, and it is on Peacock. Emmy Rossum, believe it or not, that is Emmy Rossum, is transforming into this Billboard queen. I have to say the story is immaculate, but really it's her transformation that is very, very surprising. There's flashbacks to different time periods, the makeup, the prosthetics, the hair, all of it is absolutely wild. So keep an eye out for that one.
She's so good, too. That's going to be cool to see.
A lot to watch.
What a transformation.
And also listen to. I know that Harry Styles' highly anticipated album, Harry's House, finally dropped actually today.
Yeah.
And that includes his hit single, As It Was, that he actually performed on the Today Show Plaza yesterday. So first, we have to take a quick listen.
You know it's not the same. Go home, get a headline, screed internet. I don't want to talk about the way it was. Leave America, 2 kids follow her. I don't want to talk about who's doing it first. As it was.
So, Emily, the crowd was pumped, even in the rain. I didn't get to go. I think Savannah watched from a window, so I was a little jealous.
And hasn't that already been stuck in our heads?
But quickly, what can you tell us about his album?
In 20 seconds.
Yeah, this is more intimate, has a bit more serious lyrics. It's all a lot about romance, a little bit heavier when it comes to the lyrics and the storytelling, but this is definitely a perfect follow-up from the last one. I have to remind you guys, it's been 5 years since his first solo album came out, which is wild, but if you loved the last one, you're going to love this one even more. I've already been listening.
Oh my gosh, Emily Longretta. Wow, what a tease. Love that. Yeah, we haven't had a chance yet. Thank you so much for joining us. Have a great weekend watching, listening, all that stuff. Good to see you.
Yes, and to everyone watching, that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Have a great weekend.
On NBC News Now, a boost for children. The CDC signs off on the Pfizer COVID booster for kids 5 to 11. The urgent move as coronavirus cases soar across the country yet again.
Flying in formula, help is finally on the way for millions of parents struggling to feed their babies. The flights carrying formula from overseas set to arrive as soon as this weekend.
Sent back home as President Biden arrives in South Korea for his first official trip to Asia. 2 Secret Service agents are coming back home over allegations of a drunken fight.
Plus, safer at the wheel, the new technology coming to your next car that can help stop drunk drivers right in their tracks. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And good Friday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. We begin this hour with the pandemic and important news for parents. The CDC has now officially signed off on the Pfizer COVID booster shot for kids 5 to 11 years old.
And this is what's driving their decision, the data. This map shows the change in cases over the last 2 weeks. Now, all the states that you see there on your screen in orange are reporting an uptick in COVID cases. The only one that's reporting a decrease is Montana. Vaccination rates, meanwhile, among children 5 to 11 have been lagging behind other age groups. In fact, fewer than 30% have received the first 2 doses of any COVID vaccine.
NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joining us now with a look at what this booster will mean for kids and their families. Gabe?
Aaron, good morning. There was some debate about whether a booster dose for kids was needed since so many in that age group were infected over the winter. But ultimately, CDC advisors overwhelmingly recommended it.
Overnight, the CDC director signing off on Pfizer's COVID booster shot for kids ages 5 to 11 after an advisory panel voted 11 to 1 hours earlier to recommend it. The smaller booster doses are now available to children 5 months after they received their first 2 shots. Welcome news to mom Laura Castelline in Iowa.
I feel like this gives kids a step up on it. Like, then your immune system already knows what it's looking for, and the chances of them getting really sick is much lower.
Still, less than a third of kids in that age group have received their first 2 shots.
The kids, especially, they have good immune system. I don't understand why they need a booster.
Vaccines for children under 5 are not available yet, but the FDA commissioner says a review of Moderna's application for that age group is imminent.
One of the major lessons is that children are not just small adults, and so you have to do specific studies for the biology and the size.
All this coming as COVID cases among children are on the rise, up 76% from just 2 weeks ago. Overall, the U.S. is seeing 100,000 new daily COVID infections for the first time in months. Over the past 2 weeks, cases nationwide are up 55%, but deaths are down almost 20%, thanks in large part to effective vaccines. In New York, COVID hospitalizations are at a 3-month high. In Los Angeles County, public health experts say rising case numbers just triggered a higher risk level, but no renewed mask mandates yet.
I do not think that the country will be as responsive as they might have been a year or even 2 years ago, because we now have approached probably about 70% of all adults in the United States infected with Omicron, even just in the last 6 to 9 months.
And Gabe, as if we're not dealing with enough right now, we're now starting to hear more and more about this monkeypox case or cases that are happening. What have you been able to learn about that?
Yeah, Aaron, officials here in New York are investigating a possible case of monkeypox just days after the first case of the year was confirmed in Massachusetts. It's a rare but potentially serious viral illness that begins with flu-like symptoms and includes rashes. While the CDC is investigating how the disease got into this country, public health experts caution that the risk of getting monkeypox is low, and it's not nearly as contagious as COVID. Aaron.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez for us today. Gabe, thank you.
Well, help is finally on the way for parents struggling with the nationwide baby formula shortage. The Biden administration just approved the first flights under Operation Fly Formula, which will bring formula from other countries to the United States. Flights could begin as soon as this weekend, and Secretary of Agriculture Tom Vilsack spoke with our colleague Joshua Johnson about the mission.
I issued a letter to the Department of Defense, Secretary Austin, requesting that they contract with a flight to be able to pick up formula in Switzerland, about 1.5 million 8-ounce containers of formula that's designed for youngsters who are allergic to cow milk proteins, to get that from Zurich, Switzerland to Indiana as quickly as possible so that we begin immediately to address this issue.
In just a moment, we'll talk with a doctor about what parents can do during this shortage. But first, let's go ahead and begin with NBC's Jolene Kent.
So many families are waiting for Operation Fly formula to start. But in the meantime, milk banks across the country are stepping in to fill the gap in this formula shortage. We're here at Mother's Milk Bank in Austin. It's the biggest milk bank in the country. They say that their demand to fill needs for babies who can't find formula is up 300%. This comes as the FDA commissioner tells Congress that help could be on the way within days. Operation Fly formula could start moving imports of foreign formula into the United States in the next few days. The White House announcing the first flight carrying around 246 pallets of formula from Zurich, Switzerland to Indiana has been approved. It can't come soon enough for worried parents. And on Capitol Hill yesterday, lawmakers on both sides grilled the FDA commissioner on where the nation's formula shortage goes from here.
We should begin to see improvement within days.
So I can tell my constituents that within a matter of days, they'll be able to find formula on the shelves?
Within days, it will get better, but it will be a few weeks before we're back to normal.
The FDA telling NBC News it is concerned not having certain formulas available on shelves could pose life-threatening risks for infants.
3 girls, oh my goodness.
Like 3-month-old triplets, Nami, Eritrea, and Anya. Their mom, Sydney Galvin, says she's been grappling with the shortage for 2 months after their formula was recalled. How are you dealing?
I'm just really taking it day by day, to be honest.
Unable to find her formula on shelves, she had no choice but to suddenly switch brands.
They weren't tolerating it very well at first, actually. They had a lot of reflux.
Desperate, she's now turning to the Mother's Milk Bank here in Austin. The milk bank usually reserves this milk for the most medically fragile babies, like those in hospitals. But for formula-fed babies in crisis, they're giving away 39 ounces of donor milk per baby, ramping up processing and pasteurizing to meet the growing need.
If we don't fill this gap, families will attempt to fill the gap themselves by choosing to dilute their available formula or choosing to feed their infants something not made for infants. That cannot happen.
Texas has been hit particularly hard. The formula out of stock rate here is now 50%. Parents are thankful as milk banks step up to fill the void, now shipping the life-saving milk to 26 states.
I'm so glad that they could give us a little bit.
As we wait for those Operation Fly formula flights to arrive here in the United States, milk banks like this, they're asking for donations. We're in a freezer right now where it's minus 20 degrees, and this would be the first stop for your milk donation if you're able to do so. It comes into this freezer before it's cooled and then pasteurized. The idea here, though, is with demand so high, this is not a solution forever. It's not a long-term solution, according to the milk banks we've been talking to across the country, because they're now serving infants who are in the hospital in addition to babies who need formula, who are healthy. They say a lot more must be done by the federal government to solve this problem.
And I want to bring in Dr. Aymin Delgado Borrego now. She is a pediatric gastroenterologist, perfect person to talk to about this. Doc, we appreciate you being here today. First, I do want to just get your reaction to this Operation Fly formula the government has put in place now. Should we be worrying at all about the safety of this formula that's being brought in from other countries?
I think it's, well, thank you for allowing me to speak here. I think that we need help, and that means that any measure taken to alleviate this problem is welcome. Having said that, I will say that what's very important for parents to understand is that most babies can certainly switch to different brands, even if they do not appear to like the formula, or as one of the moms was mentioning, may have mild reflux at the beginning when switching brands. But overall, the vast majority of babies can switch brands. But what I cannot emphasize enough is the absolute need, the importance of parents talking to their physicians. So any usage of any significant change in formula or use of other types of formulas from abroad or even from within the United States, but of a different type, should certainly be discussed with the physicians. There are also I will say that there are also many infants that require very specialized formulas. And in particular, those babies really may have certain specific needs, such as what you mentioned, food allergies or other issues for which they require specialty formulas.
Yeah, we've been trying to gather the best advice for parents while they're dealing with what I think for a lot of families, this is a crisis for them. What do you recommend to parents who can't find formula and who are unable to breastfeed?
Yeah, excellent question. First and foremost, not to panic. Then I would say plan ahead. You mentioned here also milk banks, and I would say food banks. There are often many available food banks and milk banks that people typically are not aware of, but can find out from their local communities or their city resources. Certainly those are available. There are many patients that are able to obtain their milk supply from WIC, and that's also an excellent choice. So there are available resources. Sometimes the issue is that parents may not be aware. So not to panic, find the available resources. And last but most importantly is do not find alternative ways. So do not dilute your formulas. Do not try to make your own home-based formulas.
All right. Dr. Aimeen Delgado-Borrego, we appreciate your time and expertise today. Thank you.
Thanks.
Happening now, President Biden is in Seoul, South Korea for his first trip there as commander-in-chief. This comes as the White House faces a range of international issues, primary among them the war in Ukraine. The president set to sign the $40 billion package in aid for Ukraine after it was passed by both the House and the Senate. A top military official in the Luhansk region says that at least 12 people are dead and 60 homes destroyed following a new Russian attack in the east. NBC News has not yet been able to independently confirm and verify this news. This is all happening as Sweden's foreign minister is pushing back against disinformation that it supports a militant group. The accusation was leveled by Turkey, which is opposing Sweden and Finland being admitted to the NATO military alliance. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin joins us now from Kharkiv in just a moment. But let's go and begin with the president's overseas visit with NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee, who is live for us right now in Seoul, South Korea. Carol, it's great to see you. What did we hear from President Biden on this first stop?
Good to see you. Well, Morgan, his first stop was at a Samsung plant where he sounded an economic message really meant for a domestic audience back at home. He talked about the investment by Samsung, $17 billion into building a plant in Texas, saying that would create some 3,000 jobs in the U.S. and also deal with supply chain issues. Now, the plant does not come online until the second half of 2024, so it's a little bit of ways before there would actually be an impact there. But the president trying to draw the line between what he's doing here and what Americans' concerns are back at home. Take a listen to some of what he had to say.
Much of the technology and machinery that is used to make these chips was designed and produced in the United States. And by uniting our skills and our technological know-how, it allows the production of chips that are critical to both our countries. A critical component of how we'll do that, in my view, is by working with close partners who do share our values, like the Republic of Korea, to secure more of what we need from our allies and partners and bolster our supply chain resilience.
Now, Morgan, you're going to hear more announcements like this from the president, including one while he's in South Korea from Hyundai, saying that they are going to build a plant, a factory in the state of Georgia. So the president really trying to drive home an economic message even while traveling overseas.
And speaking of that, Carol, I mean, we understand that 2 members of the Secret Service have been sent home from Seoul. What prompted that?
Well, they were outside of the president's hotel here in Seoul at 4:30 in the morning, and what we're told is that they got into some sort of altercation, and there was an incident around that time when they were arriving at the hotel. One of the officers was involved in that, and no one was arrested. There were no charges filed, but the Secret Service said that those 2 individuals were put on a plane this afternoon and sent back to D.C. and are placed on administrative leave. It's worth noting, Morgan, that this happened all before the president even arrived here in South Korea. So this was something that took place a couple hours before he was scheduled to get here outside of the hotel where he's staying.
All right, NBC's Carol Lee for us live from Seoul. Carol, thank you.
Let's turn to NBC's Aaron McLaughlin now in Kharkiv, Ukraine, for us today. Aaron, I want to start with this newest Russian offensive in the east near the Luhansk region. What have you been able to learn about what's going on there?
Yeah, that's right, Aaron. The focus of this war really right now is on the Donbas region in the east, which is Ukraine's industrial heartland. In his address last night, President Zelensky saying that the entire Donbas has been, quote, destroyed, comparing the situation to hell. Right now, what's happening, according to Ukrainian officials, are Russian forces are pushing closer and closer to a strategic city by the name of Severodonetsk. According to Ukrainian officials, that some 15 civilians have been killed in shelling as Russian forces are trying to move and take that city. If they are successful, they will effectively occupy the whole of the Luhansk region, which is half of the Donbas, and that would build, of course, on their occupation of the devastated port city of Mariupol, where the humanitarian crisis there only deepens. We heard from the mayor earlier today, drawing attention to allegations that thousands of Ukrainian men are being deported to filtration camps outside of that city where conditions are dire. Now, meanwhile, where I am here in Kharkiv, the second largest city in Ukraine, there have been a number of missile strikes in the last 24 hours, primarily concentrated on the suburbs to the north of the city, striking a zoo as well as a veterinarian clinic, while analysts say that Ukraine has won the battle for Kharkiv, effectively pushing the Russians back. Doesn't seem like Russia is backing down here anytime soon. Aaron.
You know, Aaron, I want to ask you, too, you told us about the prosecutors gathering evidence about war crimes potentially yesterday in Kharkiv. How is that investigation progressing at this point?
Yeah, that's right. Yesterday, we were in a tiny village outside of the city of Kharkiv, about an hour outside, where we watched as a team of around 40 investigators and other officials were meticulously going house to house, combing for evidence after Russian planes dropped 7 bombs, more than 7 bombs, on this tiny little village, killing 3 civilians and just destroying all of these structures. I was speaking to the lead prosecutor, and he was telling me his hope is to collect all of this evidence that he believes, he says, amounts to a war crime, and from there present that evidence to the International Criminal Court. But he said that that would, of course, be a ways off. Aaron.
All right, Aaron McLaughlin for us today in Ukraine. Aaron, thank you.
It's my pleasure now to bring in Dr. Gian Beck, a fellow at the Belfer Center at Harvard's Kennedy School, focusing on North Korea specifically. Dr. Beck, first off, thank you for joining us. And just to set the scene for our viewers, I have watched you tirelessly fight for information about North Korea and getting information to North Korea since we were in college. So let's go ahead and dig into the stakes of the president's first trip to Asia. How might it affect not just the political alliance, but also the economic cooperation between the U.S. and South Korea?
Thank you, Morgan. Good morning, and thank you for having me on the show. So this is a really exciting development for those who follow U.S. and South Korea relations. The fact that President Biden is going to South Korea just 10 days after the new president has been inaugurated in and of itself is a very powerful signal to our allies in the region, as well as China, that this is an alliance that the president is going to prioritize and will continue to do so. And in addition to the strengthening of the political alliance, and as a reminder to the viewers, the U.S. and South Korea is a treaty alliance. The president is going to unveil a couple major developments in South Korea and during the time he spends in Japan, including the Indo-Pacific Economic Partnership, to signal that the U.S. is re-engaging its allies economically in the region.
And you know, Gian, for those people who don't follow North Korea and South Korea closely, just break it down for us. I mean, it's impossible to sort of ignore the potential impact of North Korea on this trip, which is currently facing a COVID disaster. Does the virus and Kim Jong-un's response threaten his grip on power? Does it weaken him in front of the rest of the world, or does it actually give him the perfect reason to continue to isolate the country and double down on his control of the city?
You bring up a very excellent dichotomy that the leader presumably is in. So many experts do fall on either side of this debate. It might either weaken or either strengthen his grip, Kim Jong-un's grip on power in the hermit kingdom of North Korea. I am of the belief that this is going to be the perfect pretext for Kim Jong-un to only double down, to further double down on his grip domestically, which will only push his unvaccinated population of 25 million people into a greater humanitarian disaster. The numbers of COVID-related cases went from 0 to over 2 million in just 7 days in this population that's chronically malnourished and is under all sorts of repressive policies. At the same time, looking beyond the domestic landscape, the intelligence agencies coming out of Washington, Tokyo, and Seoul all state that they are expecting North Korea to launch either another nuclear test and or another long-range ballistic missile test or as early as next week, which coincides with our President Biden's trip in Asia. And so we can only predict further escalations. We can only predict North Korea to try to further escalate provocations to bring attention back to North Korea, while so many other important developments unravel in the region.
Absolutely, in the region and around the world. Dr. Gian Beck, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it, and congratulations on your PhD.
Thank you.
House lawmakers investigating the January 6th riot want to speak directly with one of their colleagues.
They say Republican Barry Loudermilk of Georgia led a tour of the Capitol just one day before the attack. Let's bring in NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Haight now. Garrett, as a reminder for our viewers, the Capitol was closed to the public for tours on January 5th, 2021 because of COVID at that time. So how exactly could this have happened? Has Loudermilk said anything about this?
Yeah, the Capitol was basically closed to everyone who didn't have to be there. I was in the building that week getting ready for January 6th, and it was kind of a ghost town environment, but it wasn't totally unusual to see some members giving tours to family members or to small groups of constituents during that time. It appears that that's what the committee wants to talk to Loudermilk about, that this perhaps were not just any old constituents, that these may have been folks who then ended up being involved in what happened on January 6th. Loudermilk, for his part, is basically calling the committee's bluff. He and another Republican lawmaker put out a statement yesterday saying that this was just a group of constituents, that they weren't in the Capitol building at all, and that if there are tapes of this, that they should go ahead and release them, that either the committee or the Capitol Police, who would have access to the security tapes, should go ahead and put out the footage. They're making the argument that there's nothing nefarious here. The committee says, we've got this, we've got information that leads us to believe this is, of interest to us. And guys, to me, it sounds like they're kind of clearing the decks here with their hearings set to get started in just a couple weeks. Anybody else who they still want to talk to, they're going to make that effort to try to bring them in.
Speaking of which, Garrett, NBC News has learned that former Attorney General Bill Barr is inclined to cooperate with the committee on this and is in talks to testify. What more do we know about that? What's the committee hoping to learn from him?
Well, Barr is intimately involved with a lot of the Trump administration's efforts to overturn the election results in the lead up to the 6th. Of course, he was already out of office by the 6th itself. But remember, there was a lot of behind the scenes action by the Justice Department. There were a lot of outside voices trying to lean on the Department of Justice to get involved in state level counting of votes, to perhaps put other officials in charge of that effort, even to try to come up with legal justifications to seize voting machines. Barr has, in subsequent interviews, dismissed all of those efforts as kind of lacking in any serious legal basis. And he has indicated that he is potentially interested in coming to talk to the committee. I'm always a little bit skeptical when we hear about negotiations with the committee. Remember, even Rudy Giuliani was in negotiations for a time here. But Barr would be the highest ranking Trump administration official to actually sit down with the committee. It could be a major boost for their investigation leading into those hearings.
All right, to be continued. Garrett Hake for us on the Hill today. Garrett, thank you. Border towns are set to declare immigration emergencies ahead of a Trump-era policy expiring in just a few days.
Title 42, the last-minute legal action that could keep it in place just after the break. Don't go anywhere.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Making news right now, at least 2 people are dead and several are hurt following a shooting in a Chicago neighborhood. Police arrived on the scene after getting reports of shots being fired. Eyewitnesses say the shooting may have stemmed from a fight. Police have 1 suspect in custody. The man accused of attacking comedian Dave Chappelle on stage is now accused of attempted murder in a separate incident. Isaiah Lee allegedly stabbed his roommate in a fight last December. Now, you may recall the video here showing Lee jumping onto the stage while Chappelle was performing earlier this month. Lee is also facing charges in that incident. And you hear a lot about high-speed chases. Well, here's a low-speed chase for you. Take a look. Body cam video from a sheriff's deputy in Ohio pursuing a horse and buggy. So this happened back on May 14th. The driver of the carriage ended up slamming into the officer's cruiser. The deputy found the man slumped over inside the carriage. There were some empty beer cans, too, apparently. He's now facing charges.
Bottom of the hour now, and here are the latest headlines on the war in Ukraine. Russia is stepping up attacks in the east, and at least 12 civilians were killed by Russian shelling in the eastern region of Luhansk, and that's just in the past day. That's all according to the head of the region's military administration.
Russia's defense ministry says nearly 2,000 Ukrainian fighters have now surrendered from that steel plant in Mariupol. It remains unclear what will happen to those fighters. A Ukrainian commander said civilians and the wounded were evacuated, but they're still working to remove those who have died. And Russia is cutting off natural gas supplies to its neighbor, Finland. The country's state energy company says Russian gas is expected to stop flowing on Saturday.
Let's go ahead and begin with Dr. Charles Kupchan, a senior fellow at the Council on Foreign Relations and professor of international affairs at Georgetown University. Doctor, thanks for being with us. And I'd first like to get your perspective on the role of NATO right now. A lot has been discussed there on the backdrop of Finland and Sweden's application to the alliance. In fact, Ukraine's foreign minister reportedly said yesterday in part that NATO as an institution has done nothing during this time, though he did recognize the individual contributions of many NATO members. What do you make of that and the state of play right now around NATO?
Well, I would take issue with the foreign minister's comments. I mean, NATO has come together in a remarkable way, not just to provide support to Ukraine, huge numbers of weapons flowing in from NATO countries, but also taken steps to bolster its eastern flank because of the prospect of a re-emerging Russian threat. Lots more American troops in Europe. More of those troops are going to the eastern flank that borders Russia. Now you have Finland and Sweden getting ready to join the alliance after decades of declaring neutrality. So Putin hoped to roll back NATO, to weaken NATO. He's gotten exactly the opposite result.
Can we talk about food security, though, for a minute, too, Dr. Kupchan, because it's increasingly become a cause for concern around this conflict. In fact, the head of the UN World Food Program warned that failing to reopen Ukraine's ports would mean a declaration of war on global food security. What are your thoughts on that and really how it should ultimately be approached?
It's a huge issue. You've got a lot of grain and fertilizer in Ukraine, a lot of grain and fertilizer in Russia. Exports are not coming out. The Russians have blockaded the Black Sea coast of Ukraine, so their exports can't get out. A lot of fields aren't being tilled because of the war. This is sending food prices up. It does raise the prospect of food shortages. To me, this is one of the reasons we need to bring this war to an end sooner rather than later. There are global blowback effects, including food shortages, that are affecting many parts of the global south. We're also seeing food prices here in the United States rise. So this is a war that has global implications. That's why I think the diplomacy needs to get going to bring it to an end.
All right, Dr. Charles Kupchan for us. Dr. Kupchan, thank you.
Well, here in the U.S., American families are opening their homes to Ukrainians who have fled the violence in their home country. NBC News spent time with 2 Ukrainian families now in Florida to learn about the challenges and the rewards that they've experienced resettling in America. NBC News correspondent Julia Ainsley is joining us now. Julia, what did these families tell you about their time here so far?
Well, it's been really interesting. They feel welcomed. They came across the U.S.-Mexico border, which is a route that is now closed to Ukrainians. These Ukrainians came in April, and they were met by families who they had never met before, but who lovingly took them in. Let's take a listen to their story.
Tampa couple Roya and Tony Tyson weren't used to a noisy house.
Had you ever done anything like this before?
Never. We are 2 professionals, no children.
Then last month, the couple welcomed Ukrainian refugees, Yulia, husband Serhiy, and sons 11-year-old Max and 3-year-old Mark into their house, turning the quiet home of 2 into a full house of 6.
We were seeing all these people that were just fleeing. So we researched a church that were matching the host families with the refugees. We said, you know, we have room for 2 or 3, and they said we have a family of 4. And we said, all righty then.
Yulia's family fled Ukraine when Russian bombing started and entered the U.S. by way of Mexico. Inside the Tysons' home, they finally found rest.
My son, when the war started, had nightmares, and now he's able to sleep again.
Then the Tysons' lives became even fuller. Yulia told her host about the plight of her friend Masha and her husband and 3 children. The Tampa community rallied, and Masha's family was taken in by a couple a 10-minute drive away.
As soon as I got down on the escalator in the airport and I saw all of my friends with Ukrainian flags and American flags, it made me feel safe.
Social worker Susan Morgan is helping Yulia and Masha navigate pages and pages of applications for asylum.
It is a big responsibility, and you do feel the weight of it when you don't have just one person's life, but a whole family and multiple families.
That responsibility typically falls to refugee resettlement agencies funded by the U.S. government. But that assistance hasn't been provided so far to Ukrainians. Unlike other recent refugees to the U.S., including the thousands of Afghan refugees last fall, Ukrainian refugees and host families are responsible for navigating everything from work visas to medical care to housing.
Welcome home, guys.
The immediate goal is getting families on their feet. After 6 weeks with the Tysons, Yulia and her family managed to find an apartment of their own and an affordable housing unit. They'll live a short drive from the Tysons. One-time strangers, they now call family.
I have someone now that I will have in my life forever. Welcome home. Welcome home, yes. Oh, baby, you're okay. It's good. You're safe, huh?
It's great to see them settling in so well, Julia. I have to wonder, does the Biden administration plan to give more support to these families? How's that going to play out?
Well, that big aid package that just passed yesterday, Aaron, did include some funding for public health and medical support for Ukrainian refugees coming to the United States. But it's not clear if the Biden administration plans to open up a new route. Currently, in order for Ukrainians to come here, they have to have an American family willing to sponsor them. They haven't had access to our typical refugee resettlement program, which allows agencies to do a lot of that work and help map out and navigate a lot of those issues that you saw there for refugees. So it's not clear if they're going to change the process, but we at least know more funding is coming their way.
All right, Julia Ainsley for us in Washington today. Thank you, Julia.
We are just 3 days away from the scheduled end of Title 42, which is the policy that began during the pandemic, allowing the U.S. to expel migrants without hearing their asylum claims. A federal judge is expected to rule on a GOP-led lawsuit to keep it in place, arguing that the border could face an influx of migrants. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us now from the U.S.-Mexico border. Sam, what's the latest at the border right now? What are things looking like?
So, Morgan, good morning. The latest is this ruling from the judge in the western part of Louisiana could come any minute, could come any hour, could come any day. Here's the possible permutations. Judge Summerhays issues a ruling today. We know exactly what's going on with Title 42. Will there be an injunction and he'll keep it in place, or will it allow to be lifted? That's one option. Another is he could file his ruling after the court closes at 5 o'clock today, meaning it might not enter the online PACER system until this evening. We may not know until this weekend. It is also possible, Morgan, that his interpretation of I will rule by the deadline on Monday might be midnight on Monday. So it could be several days before we have some clarity here. Here's what we do know. According to the CBP, according to the Customs and Border Patrol Office, the number of crossings in April hit an all-time record if you look at both the southwest land border and also port of entry. 234,000 crossings in 1 month. That was up from March, was the previous record at 220,000 crossings. 4 times now during the Biden administration, that figure has exceeded 200,000. Here's something else that is not as widely reported, but also very interesting. For the first time in April, the number of people that were coming across and seeking to be able to stay in the United States, more than 50% were able to actually stay here, were not expelled because of exemptions. What kind of exemptions am I talking about? Unaccompanied minors, for one, people coming as families. But now increasingly, Mexico does not have capacity in their shelters, and they're also not taking those folks on their grounds, and the United States is ending up taking them in U.S. cities as they await court proceedings. So we're looking at a phenomenally large figure of people, more than half at this point, at least for April, who are not being expelled at all as Title 42, which ostensibly was a health COVID-related pandemic policy. They're not being expelled. They're staying here, and it's creating all sorts of questions. How specifically federal government resources are going to be deployed if you're looking at not 200,000 people trying to cross on a monthly basis, but 300,000 or 400,000, which is a possibility if Title 42 is lifted.
All right, NBC Sam Brock there from the border. Sam, thank you.
Abortion services are still available in Kentucky for now. Overnight, a federal judge halted that state's sweeping abortion law. It bans the procedure after 15 weeks and restricts access to abortion medication. NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams is joining us now. Pete, this is the third time this judge has stopped the Kentucky law from taking effect there. What's being argued in court?
Well, the first 2 times the judge said, I simply need to know better what this law does. It's 72 pages long. It imposes new reporting requirements on abortion providers. So much information that opponents of this law say it might be possible to figure out actually who was getting abortions and what their medical histories were all about. But the state says this is a, quote, much needed regulatory reform on abortion practices in Kentucky. Now the judge has extended a preliminary injunction, so that will stay in effect until this case is fully decided in court. That is, unless the state appeals and succeeds in getting an appeals court to overturn it. But the main issues here are whether it's unconstitutional. The judge says banning abortion after 15 weeks would be an undue burden on the right of access to abortion. And also some of the reporting requirements are impossible to comply with, she says, because the state hasn't printed the forms. The law would also ban the mailing of medication abortion creating pills. And that, of course, has become a very common method. So for all those reasons, the judge has put this on hold.
Even if this ban never takes effect, Pete, how could Kentucky be impacted by what we believe is coming from the Supreme Court, this impending decision on Roe v. Wade?
Well, the Mississippi law, the one that the Supreme Court is considering, also would ban abortion after just 15 weeks. And of course, the question in that case is not whether merely the court will uphold the Mississippi law, but go further and strike down Roe v. Wade. If it did, then all this would be kind of moot, because Kentucky is one of those states that has what's known as a trigger law, the laws on the books that would ban abortion immediately if the court ever did strike down Roe v. Wade. So that law would be set to go. Now, there may be court challenges to it since it's never gone into effect, and I don't know what form those would take, but it would certainly seem that abortion would stop in Kentucky once the Supreme Court decides to strike down Roe, if that's what it's going to do, and we'll probably get the decision in that Mississippi case within a month, by the end of June.
All right, you'll keep us posted as developments happen. Pete Williams for us in Washington. Pete, thank you.
You bet.
The two candidates in Pennsylvania's Republican Senate primary are preparing for a likely recount battle. The race between Dr. Mehmet Oz and David McCormick is in a dead heat as the last votes are being counted as we speak. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns joins us from Philadelphia. Dasha, where do things stand right now?
Well, Morgan, we just got a few numbers from Allegheny County. There were 31 precincts there that were election night votes that did not get tallied on election night because of some issues with memory sticks. We've been waiting for those numbers. Now, remember, Allegheny County is in the western part of Pennsylvania. That's the Pittsburgh area. That is McCormick's home turf. But here's why these numbers are significant. We just saw them, and it has Oz up over McCormick. Oz 316 votes, McCormick 288. This gives Oz just over 100 votes over McCormick. I know that's a small number we're talking about here, but this is an incredibly tight race, and the fact that Oz got more votes than McCormick out of Allegheny County might say a lot here. At the end of the day, though, this is still extremely tight. We are very likely in recount territory. Every elections expert I've talked to says that's where we're headed in the coming days, and we should hopefully have an idea of where things stand. We should have the full votes in by early next week, Morgan.
And Dasha, given the relatively small number of Republican ballots left to be counted, when could we expect those final results?
Right. So here's what the timeline looks like right now. Counties have the deadline of Tuesday of next week to get their results to the Department of State here in Pennsylvania. Then the Department of State, the secretary, will determine whether or not there's going to be a recount. We're likely going to have a recount here. Then the Secretary of State will order that recount, and then this whole process basically begins all over again. However, the recount has to be done by June 7th. Still quite a ways from now, but we do have a deadline for when this has to be wrapped up, though hopefully for all our sakes, this will be put to bed and we can go to bed before then, Morgan.
Especially, look, she said like she needed that. You needed that rest, Dash. You've been there for a minute. We heard your soul, sister. We heard your soul. All right. Thank you so much, Dasha Burns, live from Philadelphia. Dasha, thanks.
Today is the last day for early voting in Georgia's upcoming primaries. That state recorded surging early voting rates compared to 2018 and 2020. It all comes ahead of Georgia's first statewide election under its new controversial voting law. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander joining us now from Atlanta. Blaine, talk to us a little bit, if you can, about what kind of turnout you've been seeing today, especially with this new voting law in place.
Well, Aaron, I'll tell you, just at this precinct alone, you can kind of see behind me, there is a steady stream of people, lines forming at times. In fact, people were so eager to come out and cast their ballot on the last day of early voting that we saw some people lined up a good 30 minutes before this polling location even opened, just waiting to get inside. So this place, however, just is one snapshot of the bigger picture. Let's look at the numbers statewide. That tells the real story. We're talking about more than 655,000 voters who have come out and cast their ballots early. That's in-person voting, mind you. Now, that represents a major increase over the same point in both 2020 and 2018, at some point about 180% higher than what we saw during the previous cycle. So certainly very clear that early voting has picked up here in recent years in Georgia. Some of that has to do with what we saw back in June of 2020. The last primary, you remember people waiting in line for hours, of course, sometimes in the rain to cast their ballots. Since then, we've seen the message really being pushed, urging people to come out and vote early, and it appears that people are listening to that call. Here's one voter that I talked to, essentially telling me that he makes it a practice to vote early, and here's why. Take a look.
Well, most important to me is that we need to come out and vote and put the right people in office. There's people out here trying to hurt us, and we need to vote to make sure that the right people are in office, if at all possible. It's been demonstrated. It's all on the news. You got people out here that, to me, aren't very American. It is American way to vote.
Another number we want to point you to, Aaron, absentee ballots. We know that tens of thousands of people have also dropped off absentee ballots at the drop boxes statewide. Back to you.
Yeah, Blaine, if we kind of want to zero in a little bit on the governor's race, it's one that's been particularly interesting considering the former President Trump repeated attacks on the current governor there, Brian Kemp. How is that race shaping up right now?
Yeah, not only repeated attacks on Governor Kemp, but Trump essentially went out and handpicked a candidate that he endorsed to run up against him and try and unseat him in this race. So it's certainly a very closely watched race. Now, according to the latest political reporting from our team, Mark Caputo and others, former President Trump is growing increasingly frustrated with what he sees as a lackluster effort on behalf of former Senator David Perdue, essentially saying that he isn't doing enough, according to that reporting. And so that really kind of throws a wrench in David Perdue's campaign. You know, he said repeatedly that Trump's endorsement is really a central part of his campaign, a central component of his campaign. He said it on the campaign trail. He told me recently after a campaign event. And it's also the fact that he really has made the 2020 election a central issue in this campaign. So when you look at the two, Kemp certainly has a record to run on. That supporters of his that I've spoken to, they say that's the reason that they're supporting him, because he's passed or signed a number of laws that they see as beneficial here in Georgia, whereas others are looking strongly at the 2020 campaign, and that's not enough to bring enough people to his side. Because remember, the latest polling shows him trailing Kemp by about 30 points, Aaron.
All right, we'll see how it shakes out. Blaine Alexander for us in Atlanta today. Blaine, thank you.
It is groundbreaking technology meant to stop drunk drivers in their tracks.
When this inexpensive fix could appear in every new car in the country. That's after the break.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by. Sometimes Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
More than 10,000 people die in drunk driving crashes every year in this country. The government and automakers are pouring millions of dollars into a coordinated effort to make smarter cars that stop drunk drivers in their tracks. We caught up with one team of researchers. They're almost done creating a sensor to detect whether a potential driver is too drunk to drive, and it would keep you from being able to move your car. A testing volunteer getting dosed with enough vodka to get her blood alcohol level just below the legal limit. She's part of a team working to combat an alarming trend on the nation's roadways. New federal data showing more than 11,000 people died in alcohol-related crashes in 2020, a 14% increase from the year before.
This is our opportunity today. It is what I call the seed bud of our generation.
Eliminating those preventable traffic deaths is the top priority at KEA Technologies near Boston. Engineers are developing an alcohol sensor to detect drunk drivers and disable their cars.
Right, so this is a door sensor, and then the steering column sensor is right here. The sensor is down here, and it's taking the sample from this location all the way down, and we calculate the alcohol concentration.
Last fall, President Biden signed the bipartisan infrastructure bill, greenlighting a new law requiring car manufacturers to install anti-drunk driving tech in new cars by 2026. Rena Abbas-Taylor of Michigan worked with her local congressman and Mothers Against Drunk Driving to get the law passed.
It was this fight that gave us something to live for.
Taylor's younger sister, her brother-in-law, and their 3 young children went to Florida on a family vacation in 2019. On their drive home through Kentucky, they were hit head-on by a wrong-way driver. The family died in a fiery wreck on Interstate 75. The man in the other car died too. His blood alcohol level was .306, nearly 4 times the legal limit.
AJ was an old soul. His sister, Izzy, very ethereal, demure, quiet, kind. And Giselle was rambunctious and full of life. A loss like this, it doesn't just impact you, it alters you. I mean, indefinitely.
Through their grief, Taylor and her husband have been vocal advocates for getting anti-drunk driving tech as soon as possible.
How many lives are going to have to be lost before we can say, all right, let's put this technology in? So when I hear 3 years, I hear 30,000 lives, and that's not okay.
Back in the lab, Zauk says his team is on track to have sensors ready in 2 years. The human subject trial includes putting that dosed volunteer in the passenger seat, refining the sensor's ability to only measure the driver's breath.
And the goal was to develop in-vehicle alcohol detection systems, sensors that can be non-invasive, unobtrusive, passive. You get in the vehicle and you don't have to change your typical starting of a vehicle.
If I get in and I am over that limit, will the car not start? Will it start but not move?
So a recommendation is start the car, don't move the car.
Some groups like the ACLU worry this type of technology could be a privacy disaster, but the industry says that should not be a concern.
There's nothing about what we are doing that would allow the technology to report you to a third party, to law enforcement that will track you.
Driver safety advocates and the liquor industry are on board with this new technology. In the end, it could help save thousands of lives. Exactly what a loving big sister set out to do.
What do you think your sister would say to you today after knowing that her big sister put in so much work on her behalf?
I would like to believe that Rima would say I expected nothing less from you.
Now, one of the big questions we've run into is cost. Is this tech going to make cars a lot more expensive? The Automotive Coalition president we spoke to there says no. Once the tech is widely deployed, it'll add maybe $200 to the cost of manufacturing a car.
It is sound advice for people living with hearing loss. Just after the break, what makes these doctors' orders just a little bit different? Stay with us.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
All right, so we are back with the inspiring story of how one woman turned a personal struggle into a way to help others.
Yeah, Megan Westman's own hearing loss motivated her to become a doctor and to treat people with similar impairments. In doing that, she dramatically improved their lives. Our Harry Smith has the story.
Hello, good to be with you. When Megan Westman was just a year and a half old, she became one of the youngest people in America to receive a cochlear implant for hearing loss. She goes off to college, graduate school, not sure what she would do until one day she realized she wanted to help children and adults just like herself.
At the Stony Brook Audiology Research Center, Megan Westman adjusts the tuning of Andrea Orlando's new cochlear implant. Before the implant, Orlando could no longer hear the voices of his wife or his grandchildren. His hearing had all but vanished. But now...
How's it going? It's going great. A lot different. I'm hearing sounds again for the first time. I can hear 100% better and only more to improve. Started to hear music again.
Really? What are you going to listen to on the way home?
I like classic rock.
Most patients don't want the stimulation too soon. Sometimes it can be overwhelming. The nerve can be really sensitive. For him, he was at the go, just ready to have that volume. So it was really exciting for all of us to see that success.
Megan Westman gets it big time, for without her cochlear implant, she would not be able to hear at all.
So when you're there and you're working with someone who has just gotten an implant, and you tell them or they notice that you have an implant too, what does it mean to them?
They light up, and they almost, it's like finding our own people. When you find somebody else who has the same story or similar story, you kind of feel like you've already made a connection with a total stranger.
Meningitis put Megan in intensive care when she was not yet 2 years old.
That's when they ordered the auditory brainstem response testing, and I had no response. I was profoundly deaf in both ears.
She became one of the youngest cochlear implant recipients in the country. And while it helped her hear, it brought unwanted attention to her disability.
Spent most of my life trying to hide it, pretend like it wasn't there, cover it up with my hair.
Junior high was torturous.
Were you bullied?
I would say more indirectly. I don't think kids were mean as to say straight to my face, But there is also a social delay that comes with anybody with a disability, with a hearing loss especially. You're not picking up on conversations that are happening around you.
What was it like then growing up with this?
It's shaped me into who I am today. It's made me stronger, and I wouldn't change anything. And especially now, feeling like I've found my purpose and what I'm going to do for my career, it was all worth it.
Hi, Christopher. Hi, Christopher.
We have all marveled at the videos of children who are implant recipients. Megan wants to be a symbol of assurance, especially for parents of those kids.
I can see how much it means to them to see someone who has had a success story with an implant, and it kind of gives them a little hope that their children can have the same outcomes.
In the final days of her training, Megan has been under the watchful eyes of audiologist Dr. Jamie Cluna.
She truly will understand what they are going through. We can read it in books and we can talk to our patients and hear about it, but to actually live it is a whole different story.
It is amazing, after all. To be an audiologist requires very good hearing. Megan's got that and more.
Hearing loss, cochlear implants, disabilities in general, nothing can hold you back. You can achieve anything you want if you put your mind to it. And you stay committed, dedicated, you work hard, nothing can hold you back.
Next week, Megan graduates with her degree as a doctor in audiology, and she's already accepted a job in North Carolina to put that wonderful education to great use at an ENT practice. Just a remarkable young woman. Back to you.
Right now on NBC News Now, scuffle in Seoul. 2 Secret Service staff were sent home amid a police investigation. What happened as the president visits South Korea for the first time as commander-in-chief.
Monkeypox alert. Cases of the rare illness are confirmed in at least one U.S. state and suspected in another, while it spreads across Europe. What you need to look out for.
A major weekend warm-up. Dozens of cities could shatter record highs as millions of others face severe weather, even tornadoes today. We'll have the forecast for you in just a second.
And reframing fine art. We take you to the unprecedented exhibit treasuring overlooked artists and empowering a new generation. Good Friday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Morgan Radford. Thank you so much for joining us. President Biden is overseas right now holding key talks with allies in Eastern Asia. This all comes amid the backdrop of growing instability in Ukraine.
New Russian attacks hit the Luhansk region as Moscow tightens its grip in the east. A top military official says at least 12 people were killed and 5 high-rise buildings were destroyed. NBC News has not yet independently confirmed those details. Meanwhile, Russia is retaliating against Finland after it applied to join NATO. Finland's state-owned gas wholesaler says Russia will cut off its gas exports starting tomorrow.
We are going to have more on the president's trip overseas in just a moment. But first, let's go in and begin with NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel, who has an update on a survivor that he met while covering this war.
Several weeks ago, in a village not far from here, and I'm now in the city of Kharkiv in eastern Ukraine, we met an 88-year-old woman, and at the time she was completely traumatized from all the fighting around her. Well, now that we're back, we paid her a visit and found her and her village very different.
The first time we saw Praskovia Ivanova, she was sitting outside her home, scared, confused, and overwhelmed. Ukrainian troops had just bombed the Russians out of her village called Malorohan, and more than anything else, she needed comfort. Since then, Ukrainian troops have pushed the Russians back even further, allowing life to return to Malorohan. Power lines are being repaired. Shops are still closed, but there's regular food distribution. We decided to check in on Praskovia.
Hello. How are you? It's nice to see you. It's nice to see you again.
The bombings blew out her windows. They're now covered in plastic. Her roof leaks too.
How was it when the Russians were here? What was it like for you when the Russians were in this town?
Як ото бомби летіли, свистіло, ану 4 бомби.
But things are now improving.
Не було, А це включили, є газ. Уже борщ варила.
After freshening up in some new clothing, Praskovia wanted to show us her borscht.
Так, вода кипіла і там і...
Onion, dill, parsley, cabbage all go into boiling potatoes.
Усе, люди по-разному варять.
She checks the seasoning and waits until it's ready. Praskovia has lived a hard life, surviving World War II and famine. Her husband died 9 years ago. Her son and daughter, who live in Russian-controlled areas, haven't called in months. Finally, the borscht is ready.
This is delicious. It's very good. Thank you. And this is her homemade vodka, which goes with the borscht. Thank you. Cheers.
За все добре.
Thank you so much.
Praskovia was happy for some company.
It's wonderful to spend some time with you. Thank you.
She seemed sorry to see us go. But now, at least with the fighting here over, she's able to smile.
I think what struck me most about Praskovia is her resilience, and it reflects the resilience of many people in this country. She really did have a hard life. When she grew up, she described during times of famine that she and her siblings would have to go to the fields and look for potatoes that the farmers had missed while they were doing their harvest and eat that. And now, once again, war has returned to her area, but she still gets up every day, and now she's at least able to care for herself and cook for herself.
Meanwhile, serious allegations against U.S. Secret Service staffers are being investigated in South Korea. The details are coming out with President Biden's first day in the country already wrapped up. The president toured a semiconductor plant that's a model for a facility that's being built in Texas. Now, this trip is about business and policy. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli is in Seoul with the president. Mike, first, just take us through this trip and really the president's goals abroad.
Well, Morgan, over the next several days, of course, the president is going to be dealing with a number of major international challenges, from the situation in North Korea, expansionist aims of China, and, of course, the situation in Ukraine, with not just the leaders of South Korea and Japan, the two countries he'll be visiting, but also allies like India and Australia. But it was interesting to see the president begin his trip by focusing on the biggest domestic political challenge he's facing back home. That is, of course, the state of the economy. The president visiting a Samsung facility with South Korea's new president, talking about the economic expansion they plan in the United States, a new factory making semiconductor chips planned in the state of Texas that will open in 2024, employing some 3,000 Americans. There's more of this to come, and the president really talked about how important this kind of economic cooperation is moving forward. Take a listen.
We're standing at an inflection point in history where the decisions we make today will have far-reaching impacts on the world we leave to our children tomorrow. This vibrant democracy has become a powerhouse of global innovation by investing in educating its people. And companies like Samsung, that are driven by responsible development of technology and innovation, will be critical to shaping the future in the direction of our two countries, the direction we both want to go.
Now, Saturday, President Biden will be hosted by South Korea's new president for a state dinner. But then Sunday, back to a focus on the economy, where the president plans to meet with leaders of Hyundai, who are planning to open a new plant in the state of Georgia as well.
And, Mike, we're also learning more information about this incident involving Secret Service members. What more do we know?
Yeah, this is interesting that before the president arrived here in South Korea, two Secret Service employees involved in an altercation involving a taxi driver as well as two Korean nationals. Now, those two individuals have been sent back home. Again, this happened before the president even touched down. They are now being placed on administrative leave. A statement from a Secret Service spokesperson says that they are aware of this off-duty incident involving two employees. They said that there's strict protocols and policies for all employees. We hold ourselves to the highest professional standards, and given this is an active administrative personnel matter, we are not in a position to comment further. Officials close to the matter also emphasizing that this is not impacting the security around the president's trip at all.
All right, that's important to know. Mike Memoli for us in Seoul, South Korea. Mike, thank you.
Relief in the baby formula shortage is coming soon. The first flights in Operation Fly Formula begin this weekend. NBC News has learned 1.5 million bottles of formula are being shipped from Switzerland to the U.S. The formula will arrive in Indiana before going out to the rest of the country. Now, this first shipment will be of the hard-to-find hypoallergenic formula that parents have been desperate to get for their kids. The reinforcements come as that key formula production facility is set to reopen as well. The FDA says Abbott's Michigan factory could resume production in a week or two. This facility was forced to close in February after bacteria there infected formula and caused children to become sick.
Speaking of sick, the spread of a rare but potentially dangerous disease is being investigated worldwide. Cases of monkeypox have been confirmed in the U.S., Australia, as well as several European countries. UK, Spain, and Portugal are investigating nearly 24 cases in each of those countries. We have a doctor standing by to answer some of your questions. But first, let's begin with NBC's Zingle Asemwa and what we know about the cases thus far. Zingle?
Hi, Aaron and Morgan. As if coronavirus wasn't enough, health experts are now warning about a rare disease, monkeypox, spreading around Europe and now the United States.
There's a rare disease infecting people around the globe, and it's not coronavirus, it's monkeypox.
Honestly, I feel like at this point it's not even a surprise anymore. I'm just waiting for the apocalypse to happen pretty much.
It's not the apocalypse, but on Wednesday, officials confirmed a first U.S. case of the virus this year in a male patient in Massachusetts. Now, a second potential case being investigated in New York City.
The patient was placed in an airborne infection isolation room in our special pathogens unit.
According to the CDC, monkeypox was discovered in monkeys in 1958. More than a decade later, it spread to humans. The first case was found in the Democratic Republic of Congo in 1970, and then more in remote parts of Central and West Africa. By 2003, the first monkeypox case hit the U.S.
A bizarre new viral outbreak right here in this country.
Since then, experts say widespread smallpox vaccination likely curbed monkeypox infections worldwide. But it's back. As of Thursday, countries including the United Kingdom, Portugal, Sweden, Spain, France, and Italy have newly confirmed cases. The World Health Organization now deploying an incident response team in the UK with at least 8 cases there. The U.S. case is a man who recently traveled to Canada. He's hospitalized and in stable condition.
The current patient is of no public health risk right now, and people should just be aware of symptoms, but not be afraid in any way.
Symptoms include fever, fatigue, fluid-filled bumps, and lymph node swelling, with specific communities at risk.
The risk factor here has been men having sex with men.
The CDC says, regardless of sexual orientation, monkeypox can spread through contaminated items, fluids or sores, or air droplets of an infected person, though the virus does not spread easily.
At this time, we don't want people to worry. At this point, again, these numbers are still small. We want them to be aware of these symptoms, and if they have any concerns, to reach out to their doctor.
Still, officials warn that they see no clear links between the Western monkeypox infections and countries where monkeypox usually occurs.
What we have seen in the United Kingdom, in Spain, and in Europe has been novel, and that gives us cause for concern.
And it's important to add that as of just this morning, health experts in Canada, Belgium, Germany, and Australia are investigating additional possible cases of monkeypox. So this is definitely a story to watch. Back to you.
I want to bring in Dr. Sabrina Asumu now for more on this. She is an infectious disease physician at Boston Medical Center. Doctor, we appreciate you being here. This is not a topic that anybody expected we'd be talking about in 2022. What are you most concerned about when it comes to monkeypox?
You know, first of all, I'd like to underscore that people should not panic. And public health officials and scientists are definitely working hard to get some answers. It is a rare infection. It is very unusual to see so many cases in Europe and North America. So we're looking for additional data.
Well, you know, when you hear this news, it's hard not to think about COVID-19's origins and some of the mystery around that. Can you help us understand a little bit sort of what makes monkeypox different?
Yeah, no, definitely, especially during a pandemic. The last thing we want is another virus that's going to occupy our mind. So first of all, let's think about COVID. You know, the SARS-CoV-2, the virus that causes COVID, is transmitted predominantly through the air. And when it first came along, it was a new virus. We didn't have much information, and we don't really know what to expect. Let's think about monkeypox. As you said in your little piece before I came on, it's not a new virus. we actually have a playbook on how to handle similar viruses. Now, in terms of what to think about and how it's transmitted, it's usually transmitted through close contact with either animals, humans, or infected material that has been infected with the virus. And it's not like a respiratory mode of transmission. It's not the predominant mode of infection and of transmission like it is for the SARS-CoV-2 virus.
Yeah, you know, inevitably, though, there are going to be some people who hear this and get worried about it. What's your advice for people who are worried about this particular illness?
You know, definitely a concern, especially during a pandemic. So my first advice is do not panic. Pay close attention to the recommendations from your public health officials. It is a rare infection. If you think that you may have been exposed to someone who has monkeypox, contact your healthcare professional, contact your public health professional, and pay close attention to those symptoms that we mentioned before: fevers, headache, fatigue, and a pretty distinctive rash.
All right, Dr. Sabrina Asuma, we appreciate your calm and your ability to educate us about this today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Former Attorney General William Barr may cooperate with the January 6th committee, according to a person familiar with the matter. After the 2020 election, Barr stated that federal investigators did not find evidence of widespread voter fraud, which appeared to sour his relationship with former President Trump. Barr resigned just a few weeks later before the deadly Capitol assault. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale is following the latest for us. Ali, first off, Republican lawmakers and former members of the Trump administration have largely snubbed this committee. So why does Barr appear willing to cooperate?
Well, some of them have snubbed the committee, but many of them haven't. They make up the hundreds and hundreds of witnesses that have talked, in some cases voluntarily, and in sometimes after being asked or subpoenaed, to go before the committee. There are, of course, that handful of people like Stephen Miller and Stephen Miller, of course, has cooperated, but others like Dan Scavino, Peter Navarro, they haven't. But at the same time, with someone like Bill Barr, we know that he didn't end on the best of terms with Donald Trump, and that's why we've now confirmed that he's in talks with the January 6th committee to testify and talk with them. Of course, he would be a very big fish for them because of the role that he played atop the DOJ. Of course, one of the key agencies that Trump wanted to try to use and leverage to bolster his big lie claim that he won the election, that he actually, of course, lost. So, of course, this is key and something that the committee is probably going to want to do very quickly because they start their hearings on June 9th. But Morgan, in just the last few minutes, I've gotten a little bit more information about some of the evidence that the January 6th committee is getting from the National Archives. Among the tranche of documents that they have at their disposal are photographs from the official White House, including potentially from the White House photographer, the person who is always with the president. And it gives them, in some ways, a literal view of what the president was doing in the days before the insurrection, but also on January 6th. So, again, illuminating the kind of evidence that they have at their disposal as they try to move into this public hearings phase.
Well, speaking of that public space, the committee also wants to speak with a congressman who they say led a tour of the Capitol just the day before that assault. What is going on there?
Yeah, this is Congressman Loudermilk. This is another letter from the committee. And again, I say letter, it's not a subpoena. We've seen these kinds of letters before to sitting lawmakers here in Congress. They want to hear from him, though, about a tour that is said to have been led the day before the insurrection. This is something that Democratic lawmakers have talked about because the Capitol was closed to people who were not working in this complex during that time. Loudermilk, for his part, has released a statement that I can pull up for you on the screen, part of which he says a constituent family with young children meeting with their member of Congress in the House office buildings is not a suspicious group or his, quote, reconnaissance tour. The family never entered the Capitol building. Of course, the January 6th request, if you can also see that on your screen, says Republicans on the Committee on House Administration, of which you are a member, claim to have reviewed security footage from the days preceding January 6th, and that committee determined that there were no tours, no large groups, no one with MAGA hats on. However, the Select Committee's review of evidence directly contradicts that denial. Of course, Loudermilk, for his part, is saying that he would like the U.S. Capitol Police to release the footage publicly. We're out to them, and we'll wait to see if that's something that could happen. But clearly, this is a moment where all of the testimony that the committee has is informing, once again, the requests that they're making of these sitting lawmakers.
Well, I know you will stay on the case. Ali Vitale, live from the halls of Capitol Hill. As always, thank you, Ali.
Well, today, millions of Americans face the threat of severe weather, even tornadoes, but many more people are going to feel heat from record high temperatures today and this weekend. An unusually early heat advisory is in place for 25 million Americans. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is joining us now, tracking the weather. Bill, what can we expect today and into the weekend?
We can expect millions of people to say too soon. That's what we can say. I mean, this is going to be a wild weekend. I mean, spring is known for being extremes, but this is just crazy what we have going on. So we have isolated severe weather to deal with today, very typical of May. We got a little spot here in northern portions of Michigan, right along the Red River here in Oklahoma and Texas, and then this little area here in the Northeast that does include the Philadelphia area, 15 million people, mostly because of everyone around Philly and heading up towards Trenton and areas of Pennsylvania. As far as severe weather goes now, we're just starting to see the thunderstorms get going. We have a couple thunderstorms moving in areas of Wisconsin, but we do have a tornado watch that has just been issued for areas from about central PA, from State College and Altoona, all the way through New Jersey to the coast. So this will go till 7 p.m. And it's with this bundle of storms, this is the same one that went through St. Louis last night with nasty weather, that has the potential to bring us some severe storms. No tornado warnings as of now, just a few severe thunderstorm warnings to the west of Hagerstown. And how about the heat this weekend? It is going to feel like middle of July. Not only is it going to be hot, but it's going to be humid on top of it, too. So that's like, you can be hot in May, but usually having heat and humidity, not that often. And it's all because of this Bermuda high is just pumping the warm air. It's been very hot in the South. If you have any friends in the South, you've been talking to them or living there yourself, it has been summer-like for a while. And now that hot air is spreading northwards quickly. Every red dot on this map is an expected record high from today through Sunday. So that's 60 cities across 21 different states. Today, we're just going to roast in Abilene, 104. That should break your record for today. Dallas, you should break your record high also. Same with Waco. San Antonio, you'll be close, probably just short. And then as we go into this weekend, D.C., your best chance of breaking your record high is going to be on Saturday when it's 95. New York on Saturday, too. In Boston, it looks like your chance will be on 93, guys. And I'll leave you with this. Philadelphia has a chance for its warmest temperature ever recorded in the month of May. That's 97 degrees. And right now, we're expecting to equal that on Saturday.
All right, a lot to absorb there. We're going to be sweating this weekend.
Yeah.
Bill Cairns with us today. Thank you, Bill.
Okay, thanks, guys.
One of Johnny Depp's ex-girlfriends, actress Ellen Barkin, is the latest to testify in his $50 million defamation trial. The case centers around Depp's claim that Amber Heard defamed him in an article where she discusses being a victim of domestic abuse. Now, Heard never mentioned Depp by name, and she's countersuing for $100 million. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk has the latest.
Hey there, Depp is suing Heard over an op-ed she wrote that he says cost him acting opportunities. But Heard's team is making the case that Depp and his team have waged a smear campaign that's damaged her career.
He's just a jealous man, controlling where are you going, who are you going with.
Another ex of Johnny Depp's painting a picture of a volatile partner. Actress Ellen Barkin dated Depp in the 1990s.
Mr. Depp threw a wine bottle across the room, the hotel room on one instance.
Her video deposition, taped in 2019, played by Amber Heard's legal team on Thursday.
He was drunk all the time, a lot of the time.
With respect to any of that, hallucinogenics, cocaine or marijuana, did he do any of that in your presence?
Yes.
More than once?
All the time.
Depp's former psychiatrist said in a video deposition taped in January that Depp struggled to control his substance abuse and anger.
His drug use and his turning to drugs to help relieve a lot of the psychic pain that he was experiencing.
On Wednesday, Amber Heard's sister Whitney Enriquez took the stand, recounting a fight on the staircase of Depp and Heard's penthouse in 2015.
And I'm facing Amber. He comes up behind me, strikes me in the back. Kind of just somewhere over here. He strikes me in the back. I hear Amber shout, "Don't hit my sister." She smacks him, lands one.
Depp is suing Heard for $50 million over an op-ed she wrote in the Washington Post, calling herself a representative of domestic abuse victims. Heard is countersuing for $100 million. Depp denying Heard's claims of physical abuse and saying Heard's op-ed damaged his career. Meanwhile, the social media fervor surrounding the trial is only intensifying.
Why I never noticed that the carpet was so filthy before.
Celebrities like Lance Bass joining in the widespread mockery of Heard in a video that he's since deleted. Heard's agent testifying in a March video deposition that the firestorm has cost her client work in Hollywood.
They just don't want to hire someone that has bad press around them.
A bruising battle in the court of public opinion, and a week left to go before jurors begin deliberating. Everything is building to closing arguments on May 27th. One last chance for each team to get their narrative out. Back to you.
On the money this hour, the Dow looking to rebound after a devastating week of losses. Right now, though, the Dow is headed for its 8th straight losing week. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu is joining us now. So, Dom, the markets have made headlines all week long. I'm sure the folks on Wall Street would like to have a quiet weekend. What are things looking like today?
Aaron, it looked like it would start off that way. Yeah. I'll put it that way, right? It started off positively today. But as you can see there, we're off 360 points in the Dow, near the worst levels of the session. We're not in that positive territory anymore. So it did start off, as I mentioned, with modest fractional gains to close out that very turbulent week that you just alluded to. And those fractional losses now are what traders are looking at. The large cap S&P 500 index, by the way, is just a very short drop away from reaching that so-called bear market territory. That is a term used by some traders and investors. And what it does is it marks a 20+% drop from the recent highs. So that's kind of like a big deal, a big sale or discount, if you will, on the value of a stock. That NASDAQ Composite Index, which has been, again, the epicenter of a lot of this selling pressure, much more weighted towards technology stocks, already worse off this year. As you can see, they're down nearly 2% on the day, which means we are down around 30% from its record highs last fall. So the last time, just for context, that the major stock indices that you're seeing right now reached these kinds of declines from their highs was, maybe not surprisingly, during the early days of the pandemic back in the spring of 2020. There is talk now of a lot more possible recession. It wasn't really even audible, that conversation 6 months ago, but now there's even more speculation, Aaron, that the effects of higher prices for food and fuel and just about everything else, coupled with slowing corporate profit growth, could send the American economy into a contraction, and that fear is what's leading to the sell-off. But again, it's going to be telling to see what happens in the afternoon hours about whether investors or traders want to go into this weekend without trying to kind of unload some of that pressure. So we'll see if the selling exacerbates or stabilizes in the next couple of hours here.
All right, we'll keep an eye on you and the folks at CNBC to let us know what's going on there. Dom Chu at CNBC, thank you.
You got it.
Well, speaking of your money, we all feel it and see it. Inflation is cutting into almost everything. We're talking food, gas, traveling. And now concerns are growing that the country could actually be headed towards a recession or even stagflation. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello explains.
Good day. We're talking about the possibility of something we haven't discussed since the 70s or 80s, stagflation. Stagflation happens when the economy is stagnant, not growing, and yet unemployment moves higher and we see inflation move higher. And right now, some top economists and former Fed officials are warning stagflation is in fact a possibility. The good news, unemployment right now is still very low, but we are facing a tsunami of economic challenges. This morning, America seems trapped in a vortex of bad economic news. Sky-high food prices, pump prices at record levels, soaring rents up 16% in 1 year, COVID lockdowns in China, the world's manufacturing center, choking the global supply chain, U.S. corporate profits sinking, Russian oil under partial embargo, Ukrainian wheat exports at a standstill, and all of it feeding 40-year high inflation that Americans are paying for every day. On the front lines, shippers and truck drivers, with diesel fuel prices up 75% in 1 year. In Indiana, Shelley Conaway is a full-time truck driver who also runs a charity to rush supplies to those in need.
We were looking at possibly buying trailers and a truck, another truck, but we won't be able to afford to put tires on it or put fuel in the tank.
All of it sending the stock market lower. The S&P down 18% so far this year. The NASDAQ down a stunning 27%.
Are we closer to a bottom in your mind?
We are seeing some signs that we might be near a bottom for some stocks.
The last time the country faced so many economic challenges.
If inflation this year does increase at the present rate, it will.
1980, when inflation hit 13.5%. Now the Federal Reserve is raising interest rates fast to get inflation under control.
What we need to see is inflation coming down in a clear and convincing way.
But analysts warn the economy could fall into recession. In Texas, paramedic Ted Rickard was hoping to take his twins on a camping trip back to Colorado this summer. But skyrocketing prices have forced him to cancel the trip. Instead, he's planning to stay close to home.
The big 8 days, you're talking like 5-6 tanks of gas at like $80 a piece. So it's just economically a non-starter.
Yeah, a lot of families right now reconsidering their summer travel plans because airline tickets are so expensive, gas prices moving higher, hotels very expensive and full, restaurants also full. All of that causing a rethink for the summer getaway plans. Back to you.
Critics blast it as a blunder in a battleground state.
How President Biden's changing tone on Cuba and Venezuela could cost him key votes in one of the biggest swing states. That's after the break.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Making news right now, gunfire at a high school graduation ceremony in Louisiana Thursday, striking 4 people. Officials say shots were fired as students left the event at Southeastern University's campus. One person is in severe condition, and police say the suspected shooter is now in custody. A former deputy has been found guilty in the drowning of 2 women during Hurricane Florence in South Carolina. That was back in 2018. Flood was driving the 2 women during the storm when his van got stuck in high water. He and another deputy were rescued, but the 2 women were left locked inside. Stephen Flood, as we mentioned, was convicted of involuntary manslaughter and reckless homicide and was sentenced to 18 years. Residents in northern New Jersey, they had a 4-legged visitor this week. Check him out. This 17-year-old black bear was perched inside of a tree above a backyard for hours. There he goes. He's coming down. Officials waited until he climbed all the way down into the yard, where they safely tranquilized him and will be sending him back to the forest.
Bottom of the hour now, and here are the latest headlines in the war in Ukraine. Russia cutting off natural gas supplies to its neighbor Finland. The country's state energy company says Russian gas will stop flowing tomorrow.
On the battlefield, Russia is tightening its focus on the east. In the Luhansk region, 3 adults were killed in a strike on a school. That's where more than 200 people were sheltering, according to the head of the region's military administration. We're also learning more details about some of the horrors that have unfolded inside Mariupol. We begin our coverage this half hour with Sky News International Affairs editor Dominic Waghorn. A warning, though, images in this report are disturbing.
Mariupol, February the 27th, 3 days after Russia's war on Ukraine has begun. An air evacuation is underway, taking injured Ukrainians to safety. The pictures were filmed by paramedic Yulia Payevska. With a small camera on her forehead, she would continue filming in the beleaguered city until her capture by the Russians. Yulia is a star athlete in Ukraine as well as a paramedic. She'd been given the head cam to film for a documentary about the Invictus Games. Instead, she captured intimate and moving testimony of life inside the besieged city of Mariupol as the Russian assault takes hold. And paramedics struggle to keep up with more and more casualties. In the most harrowing moments, Yulia films as a brother and sister arrive, injured from a shooting at a checkpoint. Their parents are already dead. Where does it hurt, sunshine? She asks the girl. She reassures the child, while others try to resuscitate her brother in vain. I hate this, she says, crying, her face to the wall. In the darkness outside, she tells a colleague, the boy has gone. Maybe the girl will survive. Earlier that day, injured Russians are brought to the hospital. Will she treat them, she's asked. Of course, she says, they are prisoners of war. The Russians have not been merciful in their assault on Mariupol, unsparing in their utter destruction of the city. In its wake, they have rounded up and taken away many Ukrainians. Among them, Yulia Payevska, seized after these pictures were taken. The last footage she films with her camera. 2 weeks of war in besieged Mariupol, she says. Soon afterwards, she and her friend were abducted by the Russians. Their whereabouts are unknown. But not before she was able to smuggle out her footage. A moving and sometimes harrowing record of the courage of paramedics on the front line, saving lives in their devastated city. Dominic Waghorn, Sky News, Kharkiv.
Let's bring in former U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine, John Herbst now. He's also the Senior Director at the Atlantic Council's Eurasia Center. Ambassador, we appreciate you making some time for us today. You know, seeing some of the firsthand accounts like we just heard in Dominic's report there, what do you make of Russia's tightening of its focus on parts of the south and the east right now and all the devastation we're seeing as a result?
Thank you for having me. They are refocusing their efforts in Ukraine on the east and the south because they have failed miserably to take the capital, Kyiv, and also to take Ukraine's second largest city, Kharkiv, which is only 30, 40 miles from the Russian border. So they're trying to make some progress elsewhere in Donbass and in the south, but it's only very limited because whatever gains they've made in the south and in Donbass, they've lost around Kharkiv, which is a more important target.
And Ambassador, I do want to get your thoughts as well on the boost in billions of dollars to support Ukraine. Today, the G7 pledged nearly $20 billion to help Ukraine's economy. The U.S. Senate approved $40 billion in military and humanitarian aid yesterday. What do you make of the U.S. and other Western countries doubling down to not only arm Ukraine now, but to do what they can in terms of humanitarian help as well? Is it enough?
Look, this is important for all sorts of reasons, humanitarian and other. But most importantly, this is critical for American national security. Putin wants to subjugate Ukraine. He has not given up that goal, even as he's refocused on the east and the south in Ukraine. And if he succeeds in Ukraine, he's coming after our Baltic NATO allies. It's much smarter for us and easier for us, without American lives at stake, to defeat Putin in Ukraine by sending them all those arms. So while $40 billion is a lot of money, as compared with our interests, it's a trifle. And again, this is without American lives being at stake.
Well, Ambassador John Herbst, we appreciate you making it so plain for us to understand exactly what's happening here and the value of the actions that are being taken. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
We are learning more about the warning signs leading up to that mass shooting at a supermarket in Buffalo, New York. The shooter posted racist rants all over social media, but why was nothing done to stop him before that attack? NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delaney joins us now. Ken, I know that you've been talking to experts about just how these shootings can be prevented. What have they said? What have they told you?
Well, Morgan, when the Buffalo suspect allegedly made a threat in school back in June 2021, he was taken for a psychiatric evaluation, and it was decided that he didn't pose a threat. The experts I'm speaking to say that was a huge missed opportunity because the model they're using, this behavioral threat assessment, would have looked much more deeply into not just the question of whether he was an immediate danger, but whether he was on the path to violence. And they would have taken steps to try to get him off that path. And the people who advocate this model say that with gun laws gridlocked, this is really the best hope to kind of prevent the sorts of mass shootings that have become, sadly, a fixture of American life. Take a look.
Another mass shooting and another missed opportunity to stop one. Law enforcement officials say the alleged Buffalo shooter was planning violence for months, but the police failed to discover it, even when they detained him over an alleged threat to kill.
You had an at-risk individual who was raising serious concern to the point where he was taken into custody reportedly and had a mental health evaluation. But then that was kind of the end of it, as far as we know.
In chat logs reviewed by NBC News, the suspect wrote that his mental health evaluation consisted of a 15-minute conversation in an emergency room where he lied and said his threat was a joke.
Once the individual gets in front of somebody who's a professional, they say, there's
I didn't mean it. I was just kidding. I was just kidding. Then it just becomes words, and there's not really anything else that law enforcement can do to hold him.
Mark Folman wrote a book about efforts to stop mass shootings. He says he's seen how they can be prevented, but there are huge gaps in the system.
Many of these are planned acts of violence, and they're preceded by behavioral warning signs that are often detectable to people around the perpetrators. And so there's more that we can do to step in and try to intervene and get in the way of this problem.
Folman embedded with mass shooting experts and saw how mental health counseling could steer troubled people off the path to violence. That didn't happen in the case of 18-year-old shooting suspect Peyton Gendron, the latest in a string of accused killers to appear on law enforcement's radar before allegedly carrying out a mass shooting. Just last week, NBC News reported on the FBI's 2016 encounter with a young New Mexico man who posted a threat online. He convinced the agents he didn't mean it, and the FBI closed the case. Months later, he carried out a school shooting.
The law enforcement mentality on cases such as this is to, particularly at the patrol level, is to evaluate as to whether a crime has been committed or is about to be committed. So it's an evaluation of imminent risk. With that kind of mentality, you're taking just a very, very thin lateral slice of behavior.
Forensic psychologist Reed Malloy consults for the FBI. He's an expert in the field of threat assessment and behavioral intervention.
We're looking at how the person's changing in terms of his thinking, his feelings, and his activities, and then engaging with that person from a social services perspective, from a mental health perspective.
Sometimes, Malloy says, just having a police officer visit a troubled, isolated person can make a difference. Experts say someone planning a mass shooting will almost always talk about it with a friend or relative or write about it on social media. But when a threat intervention team moves in, it's more likely to be discovered.
The act that unfolded in Buffalo, New York, was an act of targeted predatory violence. These acts can be prevented.
I mean, Ken, what would it actually take to get these threat assessment teams more broadly into schools and really just workplaces?
I think it's an old story, Morgan. Awareness and resources. Most police departments don't have these kinds of teams. One that does is Los Angeles, where they've had a problem with stalking and mentally disturbed individuals for years. But the people who advocate this method say more people need to understand it, and then there needs to be more money to get it, to make it ubiquitous in the United States. Morgan.
All right, Ken Delaney for us. Ken, thank you.
The Justice Department just announced new initiatives aimed at stopping hate-filled crimes like we saw in Buffalo. NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams is joining us now with these new details. So, Pete, what's the Attorney General saying about these new programs?
Well, he says that one of the biggest challenges is getting a good understanding in the first place of how widespread these incidents are. So one of the new initiatives that's being announced today is intended to help the police identify hate crimes and to encourage people in minority communities to report them. The Justice Department is launching a program to get more help, for example, for taking calls from people who don't speak English. The Attorney General, Merrick Garland, is announcing $10 million in grants to help states set up new hotlines for reporting these crimes and to encourage police to do a better job of recognizing hate crimes and gathering the data. The Attorney General says the supermarket shooting in Buffalo is a reminder of how much work needs to be done.
If it's possible to even further redouble our efforts, something like this can only cause us to do so. We commit to using every resource of the Department of Justice to prevent these kinds of acts of hate, to hold accountable those who commit them, and to support the communities that are damaged and terrorized by them.
The FBI says the number of hate crimes has been rising, more than 8,300 in the latest tally, and that's the largest number in the past 2 decades. Much of that increase is because of attacks on Black and Asian Pacific and Pacific Islander victims.
Yeah, Pete, you mentioned people who don't speak English, right? What's the department saying about how language can be a barrier when it comes to reporting hate crimes?
Well, just that is the very simple calculus involved here, that people who don't speak English don't really have a place to go to. So they have this initiative to get more help for people who are then going to be willing to report these things, and also to provide more support to community-based organizations and civil rights groups to get them to promote awareness and preparedness.
All right, Pete Williams for us in our Washington bureau today. Pete, we appreciate it. Thanks.
You bet.
The Biden administration is making controversial policy changes involving Cuba and Venezuela. The changes in Cuba include expanding flights to cities outside of Havana and bringing back a family reunification program. And then in Venezuela, the administration is making moves that could increase oil production. So to help break down what all of this means, we welcome NBC6 South Florida reporter Cristian Benavides. Cristian, what will these changes mean for the people still on the island of Cuba and in the country of Venezuela? I mean, what ramifications might all of this have politically, even here in the U.S.?
Morgan, good afternoon. Many of these changes are a rollback of Trump-era policies. The former president took a hardline stance when it came to Cuba and Venezuela, and some activists argued that this is what the people want, regardless of politics. But critics say that this will only help embolden the regimes. As far as politically, with Democrats facing an uphill battle in Florida, some of them are wondering if this decision by the Biden White House makes things even tougher for Democrats with the midterms and a gubernatorial race around the corner. President Biden making changes to U.S. foreign policy in both Cuba and Venezuela this week. It's got some Florida Democrats up in arms, given the large diaspora communities living in the state that fled both regimes.
There are elected officials who are members of the Democratic Party who are not happy. There are activists who are not happy. It may just be further evidence that the Biden administration is not very concerned with what plays well politically in South Florida.
In Cuba, the U.S. is expanding flights outside of Havana, easing travel restrictions and eliminating caps on family remittances, while the changes also reestablish a widely popular family reunification program. The move comes on the heels of Cuba announcing a new penal code that activists say is aimed at punishing dissent following last year's Marches for Freedom, in which hundreds of young people have been jailed, some facing decades in prison.
We're carrying out this lifting of sanctions in the midst of some of the worst repression Cuba has seen.
All this is going to do is give the Cuban regime more money. It's going to give its military and its police force more money so it can oppress the Cuban people.
While in Venezuela, President Biden has eased some economic sanctions, allowing Chevron to begin talks about potentially restarting oil production in exchange for discussions between the Nicolas Maduro regime and opposition leader Juan Guaido, whom the U.S. recognizes as interim president.
We need to not simplify this issue. We have to understand that the Venezuelan and Cuban people are looking for a ray of hope, and we can't just step on it.
Some Democratic strategists like Evelyn Perez Verdia say the changes are actually what's best for the people.
The regimes need to we need to hold them accountable. If this does not proceed well, we need to hold them accountable. But the people are asking for something that is different, are asking for something that makes a change for their family.
Still, it comes at a time when Democrats are finding anything but sunshine in Florida.
The numbers do not lie. President Biden lost about 70% of the Cuban American vote in 2020, so it's hard to really go much further down.
In 2020, former President Trump's most significant gains among Latinos happened right here in South Florida, and it wasn't just among right-leaning Cuban Americans.
It's Venezuelans. It's Colombians who for decades were facing a civil war that spilled over to other parts of the country. It's Nicaraguans who have had to live under the rule of Daniel Ortega.
Some Cuban activists say regardless of how the changes could be weaponized politically, they'll make life better for the people.
That is all liberating. And we have to understand that this isn't a game of quid pro quo. We're not children. We're supporting the Cuban people in what they need to survive.
With the gubernatorial race just months away, Governor Ron DeSantis is already seizing the moment.
That is going to increase the amount of money that's going to the dictatorship. Everything that enters that island, they control.
One of the problems is I don't feel that the Democratic Party has done a good enough job of explaining its core values. And Republicans have. Republicans' messaging can be boiled down to a noun, a verb, and socialism. That's what they have said throughout the last two election cycles and very effectively in Florida.
Now, Democrats just 2 weeks ago announced a $15 million effort in an attempt to organize prior to November here in Florida. Still, the Miami Herald reported back in April that many national liberal grassroots groups have reduced staff and scaled back voter outreach efforts out of reluctance from out-of-state donors to spend their money here in Florida.
Wow.
Morgan?
I thought it was really interesting what that gentleman said about the importance of the simplicity of that messaging. Cristian Benavides, thank you so much for that report. Really important.
Violent protests erupt in Sudan and the new mandate in effect for some women in Afghanistan. Let's go around the world in 60 seconds. Sudan, where tear gas filled the air of Khartoum as demonstrators clashed with security forces. The protesters want the military out of power. They've been taking to the streets since a coup started in October.
This oppression is irresponsible and not right. No matter what, the Sudanese people are in charge of our own country's agenda, and we'll keep resisting even if half of us die.
Norway, where 3 people were stabbed in a village in the southeast. One of the victims is in critical condition. The other 2 are injured but stable. The suspect has been arrested. This comes 2 days after a man pleaded guilty for stabbing 5 people to death in Norway back in October. And Afghanistan, where the Taliban has ordered female TV reporters to cover their faces on air. This comes a few days after the Taliban ordered all women to cover their faces in public. One female anchor posted a video on Instagram of her covering her face with a surgical mask before air. The caption, "My smile was forbidden, my mouth was closed, and soon being a woman will be forbidden." And that's the world now. Midterm mania hits overdrive.
Just after the break, Chuck Todd checks in with the big takeaways from Tuesday's primaries and what it could mean for November. Don't go anywhere.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Former President Trump's self-proclaimed status as the, quote, king of endorsements will be put to the test again in a fresh round of primary races coming next Tuesday. But while much of the primary's focus lately has been on Republican races, a new NBC poll points to President Biden and congressional Democrats being in for quite the uphill battle in November. And who better to discuss all of this with than NBC's Chuck Todd, our political director, moderator of Meet the Press, and starting next month, the anchor of Meet the Press Now, debuting on NBC News Now. So Chuck, thanks for being here. First, let's just start out with the latest NBC News poll. It gives us a good look into what issues voters are focusing on when they select their candidates this season. So what is this poll really telling us about what voters' priorities actually are heading into November?
Well, it's a fascinating. We've tested a whole slew of issues, and what surfaces to the top as the issues that people say make them more likely to support a potential candidate for Congress are anything that has to do with bringing down the cost of living, whether it's cutting government spending to bring down the cost of living, or even going after corporations to do it. Whatever it takes to reduce that is a top issue. And up top, you see there the number one issue overall is anybody that advocates for funding the police. That is popular left and right, if you will. What is also interesting is on the negative side of things. About the worst thing you can be an advocate for, at least with potentially with swing voters, is being somebody who wants to overturn Roe v. Wade or wants to defund the police. And so you see sort of both a negative attribute. You can see what doesn't work and what does. And here's what I would say overall, Morgan. And if you go to First Read today, our political newsletter, it really breaks it down really well with all the issues we tested. But here's what you sort of can take away overall. The Republican campaigns are going to be almost, in a general election, entirely focused on the economic issues, cost of living. The Democratic campaigns, they're going to be focused on a couple of things. One, you see why Biden is talking about ultra-MAGA or Trumpism. Being somebody that doesn't believe that Biden won the election's a pretty hard negative. And then the abortion issue. You see the potency potentially there. So what was a good thing about this exercise is it sort of reinforces your Democratic candidates are going to be running on abortion, running on against sort of what the Republican Party's become. I think your Republican candidates are going to be running almost on all things exclusively on the economy.
And Chuck, we also just talk about gerrymandering briefly. I mean, it's been playing out in state courts all over the country, especially here in New York, set to finalize its congressional map today. Former New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio actually just announced his bid for a newly created district. But a new map could actually sort of pit some high-ranking incumbent Democrats against each other in the primary. So what should Democrats be bracing for here, Chuck, and what's already a challenging environment?
Well, and that's what happened. This could cost them upwards of 3, maybe even 4 seats just in the New York map alone. I mean, the Democrats were counting on New York to gerrymander in their favor, and that's what happened. You know, this has always been the problem, Morgan. Nationally, Democrats were campaigning against gerrymandering. But in New York State, where they had the advantages and the majorities, they tried to maximize their effort, and the courts said no. So I will say this is what happens when you're sort of not pure on this. If you could say one thing and do another. But it is, I think, going to pit so many of these incumbent members. It's one of these things that's going to bog down leadership. It's going to sort of create some fights. And the DCCC chair happens to be a New York member of Congress, Son Patrick Maloney. There's already people asking, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is so upset about what he's doing, trying to go into another seat that's a bit safer. She thinks he ought to have to resign as DCCC chair, which is the campaign arm of the House Democrats nationally. So I think this is going to cause a lot of headaches for the Democratic Party in leadership.
All right, NBC's Chuck Todd for us. Chuck, thank you so much, and don't miss the debut of Meet the Press Now, weekdays at 4 p.m. Eastern, starting next month right here on NBC News Now. Thank you, Chuck.
Thank you.
And still ahead, it connects the past and the present in eye-opening ways inside this unprecedented exhibit on the journey from slavery to equality at one of the most prestigious museums in the world. When we return.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin, to cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin, to cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin, to cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly. Every night, It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin, to cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Well, finally this hour, a look at the powerful new collection at the National Gallery of Art in Washington. Afro-Atlantic histories are being brought to life by more than 100 paintings, sculptures, photographs, and much more.
NBC News Washington correspondent Yami Shalcindor takes us inside and shows us how it's inspiring a new generation.
It's an art exhibit with a lesson.
This is to show how Black people and Black cultures are integral to the making of the modern world.
Curator Kenitra Fletcher is describing Afro-Atlantic histories, a new collection at the prestigious National Gallery of Art in Washington.
What's the importance of having this art in this building, given how different it is to everything else?
We want people to understand that work by Black diasporic people is just as treasured and important as the European art that you see in the other galleries in this building.
More than 130 works meant to take viewers through a global journey from slavery to emancipation to the modern fight for civil rights and equality.
This is the key image of the exhibition, and in this work they've taken on the guise of the Statue of Liberty. They're thinking about citizenship and sovereignty and who gets to represent nations. Often it's not a Black person.
A message that resonates with young artists from the Duke Ellington School of the Arts.
How did you feel walking through the exhibit?
I felt empowered. I felt like I was seen, I was heard.
When you go to like a regular museum, I don't see other artists that are like me.
And why is that important to see a Black artist that represents you?
Because it shows that like I can do the same thing. It's something I can achieve.
The art also made them think about the national battle raging over teaching race and history.
A lot of people want to erase history, and this kind of doesn't let that happen.
If you know anything about it, is that art survives. And this art will survive and it will prevail.
A powerful message amid powerful art. Yami Shalcindor, NBC News, Washington.
Hey there, happy Friday, and thank you so much for being with us this hour. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. The news continues right now. On NBC News Now, a boost for children. The CDC signs off on the Pfizer COVID booster for kids 5 to 11. The urgent move as coronavirus cases soar across the country yet again.
Flying in formula, help is finally on the way for millions of parents struggling to feed their babies. The flights carrying formula from overseas set to arrive as soon as this weekend.
Sent back home as President Biden arrives in South Korea for his first official trip to Asia. 2 Secret Service agents are coming back home over allegations of a drunken fight.
Plus, safer at the wheel, the new technology coming to your next car that can help stop drunk drivers right in their tracks. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And good Friday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. We begin this hour with the pandemic and important news for parents. The CDC has now officially signed off on the Pfizer COVID booster shot for kids 5 to 11 years old.
And this is what's driving their decision, the data. This map shows the change in cases over the last 2 weeks. Now, all the states that you see there on your screen in orange are reporting an uptick in COVID cases. The only one that's reporting a decrease is Montana. Vaccination rates, meanwhile, among children 5 to 11 have been lagging behind other age groups. In fact, fewer than 30% have received the first 2 doses of any COVID vaccine.
NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joining us now with a look at what this booster will mean for kids and their families. Gabe?
Aaron, good morning. There was some debate about whether a booster dose for kids was needed since so many in that age group were infected over the winter. but ultimately CDC advisors overwhelmingly recommended it. Overnight, the CDC director signing off on Pfizer's COVID booster shot for kids ages 5 to 11 after an advisory panel voted 11-1 hours earlier to recommend it. The smaller booster doses are now available to children 5 months after they received their first 2 shots. Welcome news to mom Laura Castelline in Iowa.
I feel like this gives kids a step up on it. Like, then your immune system already knows what it's looking for, and the chances of them getting really sick is much lower.
Still, less than a third of kids in that age group have received their first 2 shots.
The kids, especially, they have good immune system. I don't understand why they need a booster.
Vaccines for children under 5 are not available yet, but the FDA commissioner says a review of Moderna's application for that age group is imminent.
One of the major lessons is that children are not just small adults, and so you have to do specific studies for the biology and the size.
All this coming as COVID cases among children are on the rise, up 76% from just 2 weeks ago. Overall, the U.S. is seeing 100,000 new daily COVID infections for the first time in months. Over the past 2 weeks, cases nationwide are up 55%, but deaths are down almost 20%, thanks in large part to effective vaccines. In New York, COVID hospitalizations are at a 3-month high. In Los Angeles County, public health experts say rising case numbers just triggered a higher risk level, but no renewed mask mandates yet.
I do not think that the country will be as responsive as they might have been a year or even 2 years ago, because we now have approached probably about 70% of all adults in the United States infected with Omicron, even just in the last 6 to 9 months.
And Gabe, you know, as if we're not dealing with enough right now, we're now starting to hear more and more about this monkeypox case or cases that are happening. What have you been able to learn about that?
Yeah, Aaron, officials here in New York are investigating a possible case of monkeypox just days after the first case of the year was confirmed in Massachusetts. It's a rare but potentially serious viral illness that begins with flu-like symptoms and includes rashes. While the CDC is investigating how the disease got into this country, public health experts caution that the risk of getting monkeypox is low, and it's not nearly as contagious as COVID. Aaron.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez for us today. Gabe, thank you.
Well, help is finally on the way for parents struggling with the nationwide baby formula shortage. The Biden administration just approved the first flights under Operation Fly Formula, which will bring formula from other countries to the United States. Flights could begin as soon as this weekend, and Secretary of Agriculture Tom Vilsack spoke with our colleague Joshua Johnson about the mission.
I issued a letter to the Department of Defense, Secretary Austin, requesting that they contract with a flight to be able to pick up formula in Switzerland, about 1.5 million 8-ounce containers of formula that's designed for youngsters who are allergic to cow milk proteins, to get that from Zurich, Switzerland to Indiana as quickly as possible so that we begin immediately to address this issue.
In just a moment, we'll talk with a doctor about what parents can do during this shortage. But first, let's go ahead and begin with NBC's Jolene Kent.
So many families are waiting for Operation Fly Formula to start. But in the meantime, milk banks across the country are stepping in to fill the gap in this formula shortage. We're here at Mother's Milk Bank in Austin. It's the biggest milk bank in the country. They say that their demand to fill needs for babies who can't find formula is up 300%. This comes as the FDA commissioner tells Congress that help could be on the way within days. Operation Fly Formula could start moving imports of foreign formula into the United States in the next few days. The White House announcing the first flight carrying around 246 pallets of formula from Zurich, Switzerland to Indiana has been approved. It can't come soon enough for worried parents. And on Capitol Hill yesterday, lawmakers on both sides grilled the FDA commissioner on where the nation's formula shortage goes from here.
We should begin to see improvement within days.
So I can tell my constituents that within a matter of days, they'll be able to find formula on the shelves?
Within days, it will get better, but it will be a few weeks before we're back to normal.
The FDA telling NBC News it is concerned not having certain formulas available on shelves could pose life-threatening risks for infants.
3 girls, oh my goodness.
like 3-month-old triplets Nami, Eritrea, and Anya. Their mom, Sydney Galvin, says she's been grappling with the shortage for 2 months after their formula was recalled.
How are you dealing?
I'm just really taking it day by day, to be honest.
Unable to find her formula on shelves, she had no choice but to suddenly switch brands.
They weren't tolerating it very well at first, actually. They had a lot of reflux.
Desperate, she's now turning to the Mother's Milk Bank here in Austin. The milk bank usually reserves this milk for the most medically fragile babies, like those in hospitals. But for formula-fed babies in crisis, they're giving away 39 ounces of donor milk per baby, ramping up processing and pasteurizing to meet the growing need.
If we don't fill this gap, families will attempt to fill the gap themselves by choosing to dilute their available formula or choosing to feed their infants something not made for infants. That cannot happen.
Texas has been hit particularly hard. The formula out of stock rate here is now 50%. Parents are thankful as milk banks step up to fill the void, now shipping the life-saving milk to 26 states.
I'm so glad that they could give us a little bit.
As we wait for those Operation Fly formula flights to arrive here in the United States, milk banks like this, they're asking for donations. We're in a freezer right now where it's minus 20 degrees, and this would be the first stop for your milk donation if you're able to do so. It comes into this freezer before it's pooled and then pasteurized. The idea here, though, is with demand so high, this is not a solution forever. It's not a long-term solution, according to the milk banks we've been talking to across the country, because they're now serving infants who are in the hospital in addition to babies who need formula, who are healthy. They say a lot more must be done by the federal government to solve this problem.
And I want to bring in Dr. Aymin Delgado Borrego now. She is a pediatric gastroenterologist, perfect person to talk to about this. Doc, we appreciate you being here today. First, I do want to just get your reaction to this Operation Fly formula the government has put in place now. Should we be worrying at all about the safety of this formula that's being brought in from other countries?
I think it's, well, thank you for allowing me to speak here. I think that we need help, and that means that any measure taken to alleviate this problem is welcome. Having said that, I will say that what's very important for parents to understand is that most babies can certainly switch to different brands, even if they do not appear to like the formula, or, as one of the moms was mentioning, may have mild reflux at the beginning when switching brands. But overall, the vast majority of babies can switch brands. But what I cannot emphasize enough is the absolute need, the importance of parents talking to their physicians. So any usage of any significant change in formula or use of other types of formulas from abroad or even from within the United States, but of a different type, should certainly be discussed with the physicians. There are also I will say that there are also many infants that require very specialized formulas, and in particular, those babies really may have certain specific needs, such as what you mentioned, food allergies or other issues for which they require specialty formulas.
Yeah, we've been trying to gather the best advice for parents while they're dealing with what I think for a lot of families, this is a crisis for them. What do you recommend to parents who can't find formula and who are unable to breastfeed?
Yeah, excellent question. First and foremost, not to panic. Then I would say plan ahead. You mentioned here also milk banks, and I would say food banks. There are often many available food banks and milk banks that people typically are not aware of, but can find out from their local communities or their city resources. Certainly those are available. There are many patients that are able to obtain their milk supply from WIC, and that's also an excellent choice. So there are available resources. Sometimes the issue is that parents may not be aware. So not to panic, find the available resources. And last but most importantly is do not find alternative ways. So do not dilute your formulas. Do not try to make your own home-based formulas.
All right. Dr. Aimin Delgado Borrego, we appreciate your time and expertise today. Thank you.
Thanks.
Happening now, President Biden is in Seoul, South Korea for his first trip there as commander-in-chief. This comes as the White House faces a range of international issues, primary among them the war in Ukraine. The president set to sign the $40 billion package in aid for Ukraine after it was passed by both the House and the Senate. A top military official in the Luhansk region says that at least 12 people are dead and 60 homes destroyed following a new Russian attack in the east. NBC News has not yet been able to independently confirm and verify this news. This is all happening as Sweden's foreign minister is pushing back against disinformation that it supports a militant group. The accusation was leveled by Turkey, which is opposing Sweden and Finland being admitted to the NATO military alliance. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin joins us now from Kharkiv in just a moment. But let's go and begin with the president's overseas visit with NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee, who is live for us right now in Seoul, South Korea. Carol, it's great to see you. What did we hear from President Biden on this first stop?
Good to see you. Well, Morgan, his first stop was at a Samsung plant where he sounded an economic message really meant for a domestic audience back at home. He talked about the investment by Samsung, $17 billion into building a plant in Texas, saying that that would create some 3,000 jobs in the U.S. and also deal with supply chain issues. Now, the plant does not come online until the second half of 2024, so it's a little bit of ways before there would actually be an impact there. But the president trying to draw the line between what he's doing here and what Americans' concerns are back at home. Take a listen to some of what he had to say.
Much of the technology and machinery that is used to make these chips was designed and produced in the United States. And by uniting our skills and our technological know-how, it allows the production of chips that are critical to both our countries. A critical component of how we'll do that, in my view, is by working with close partners who do share our values, like the Republic of Korea, to secure more of what we need from our allies and partners and bolster our supply chain resilience.
Now, Morgan, you're going to hear more announcements like this from the president, including one while he's in South Korea from Hyundai, saying that they are going to build a plant, a factory in the state of Georgia. So the president really trying to drive home an economic message, even while traveling overseas.
And speaking of that, Carol, I mean, we understand that 2 members of the Secret Service have been sent home from Seoul. What prompted that?
Well, they were outside of the president's hotel here in Seoul at 4:30 in the morning, and what we're told is that they got into some sort of altercation, and there was an incident around that time when they were arriving at the hotel. One of the officers was involved in that, and no one was arrested. There were no charges filed, but the Secret Service said that those 2 individuals were put on a plane this afternoon and sent back to D.C. and are placed on administrative leave. It's worth noting, Morgan, that this happened all before the president even arrived here in South Korea. So this was something that took place a couple hours before he was scheduled to get here outside of the hotel where he's staying.
All right, NBC's Carol Lee for us live from Seoul. Carol, thank you.
Let's turn to NBC's Aaron McLaughlin now in Kharkiv, Ukraine for us today. Aaron, I want to start with this newest Russian offensive in the east near the Luhansk region. What have you been able to learn about what's going on there?
Yeah, that's right, Aaron. The focus of this war really right now is on the Donbass region in the east, which is Ukraine's industrial heartland. In his address last night, President Zelensky saying that the entire Donbass has been, quote, destroyed, comparing the situation to hell. Right now, what's happening, according to Ukrainian officials, are Russian forces are pushing closer and closer to a strategic city by the name of Severodonetsk. According to Ukrainian officials, that some 15 civilians have been killed in shelling as Russian forces are trying to move and take that city. If they are successful, they will effectively occupy the whole of the Luhansk region, which is half of the Donbass, and that would build, of course, on their occupation of the devastated port city of Mariupol, where the humanitarian crisis there only deepens. We heard from the mayor earlier today, drawing attention to allegations that thousands of Ukrainian men are being deported to filtration camps outside of that city where conditions are dire. Now, meanwhile, where I am here in Kharkiv, the second largest city in Ukraine, there have been a number of missile strikes in the last 24 hours, primarily concentrated on the suburbs to the north of the city, striking a zoo as well as a veterinarian clinic, while analysts say that Ukraine has won the battle for Kharkiv, effectively pushing the Russians back. Doesn't seem like Russia is backing down here anytime soon. Aaron.
Aaron, I want to ask you, too, you told us about the prosecutors gathering evidence about war crimes potentially yesterday in Kharkiv. How is that investigation progressing at this point?
Yeah, that's right. Yesterday, we were in a tiny village outside of the city of Kharkiv, about an hour outside, where we watched as a team of around 40 investigators and other officials were meticulously going house to house, combing for evidence after Russian planes dropped 7 bombs, more than 7 bombs, on this tiny little village, killing 3 civilians and just destroying all of these structures. I was speaking to the lead prosecutor, and he was telling me his hope is to collect all of this evidence that he believes, he says, amounts to a war crime, and from there present that evidence to the International Criminal Court. But he said that that would, of course, be a ways off. Aaron.
All right, Aaron McLaughlin for us today in Ukraine. Aaron, thank you.
It's my pleasure now to bring in Dr. Gian Beck, a fellow at the Belfer Center at Harvard's Kennedy School, focusing on North Korea specifically. Dr. Beck, first off, thank you for joining us. And just to set the scene for our viewers, I have watched you tirelessly fight for information about North Korea and getting information to North Korea since we were in college. So let's go ahead and dig into the stakes of the president's first trip to Asia. How might it affect not just the political alliance, but also the economic cooperation between the U.S. and South Korea?
Thank you, Morgan. Good morning, and thank you for having me on the show. So this is a really exciting development for those who follow U.S. and South Korea relations. The fact that President Biden is going to South Korea just 10 days after the new president has been inaugurated, in and of itself is a very powerful signal to our allies in the region, as well as China, that this is an alliance that the president is going to prioritize and will continue to do so. And in addition to the strengthening of the political alliance, and as a reminder to the viewers, the U.S. and South Korea is a treaty alliance. The president is going to unveil a couple major developments in South Korea and during the time he spends in Japan, including the Indo-Pacific Economic Partnership, to signal that the U.S. is re-engaging its allies economically in the region.
And you know, Gian, for those people who don't follow North Korea and South Korea closely, just break it down for us. I mean, it's impossible to sort of ignore the potential impact of North Korea on this trip, which is currently facing a COVID disaster. Does the virus and Kim Jong-un's response threaten his grip on power? Does it weaken him in front of the rest of the world, or does it actually give him the perfect reason to continue to isolate the country and double down on his control of the state?
You bring up a very excellent dichotomy that the leader presumably is in. So many experts do fall on either side of this debate. It might either weaken or either strengthen his grip, Kim Jong-un's grip on power in the hermit kingdom of North Korea. I am of the belief that this is going to be the perfect pretext for Kim Jong-un to only further double down on his grip domestically, which will only push his unvaccinated population of 25 million people into a greater humanitarian disaster. The numbers of COVID-related cases went from 0 to over 2 million in just 7 days in this population that's chronically malnourished and is under all sorts of repressive policies. At the same time, looking beyond the domestic landscape, the intelligence agencies coming out of Washington, Tokyo, and Seoul all state that they are expecting North Korea to launch either another nuclear test and or another long-range ballistic missile test or as early as next week, which coincides with our President Biden's trip in Asia. And so we can only predict further escalations. We can only predict North Korea to try to further escalate provocations to bring attention back to North Korea, while so many other important developments unravel in the region.
Absolutely, in the region and around the world. Dr. Jean Beck, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it, and congratulations on your PhD.
Thank you.
House lawmakers investigating the January 6th riot want to speak directly with one of their colleagues.
They say Republican Barry Loudermilk of Georgia led a tour of the Capitol just one day before the attack. Let's bring in NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Haight now. Garrett, as a reminder for our viewers, the Capitol was closed to the public for tours on January 5th, 2021 because of COVID at that time. So how exactly could this have happened? Has Loudermilk said anything about this?
Yeah, the Capitol was basically closed to everyone who didn't have to be there. I was in the building that week getting ready for January 6th, and it was kind of a ghost town environment, but it wasn't totally unusual to see some members giving tours to family members or to small groups of constituents during that time. It appears that that's what the committee wants to talk to Loudermilk about, that this perhaps were not just any old constituents, that these may have been folks who then ended up being involved in what happened on January 6th. Loudermilk, for his part, is basically calling the committee's bluff. He and another Republican lawmaker put out a statement yesterday saying that this was just a group of constituents, that they weren't in the Capitol building at all, and that if there are tapes of this, that they should go ahead and release them, that either the committee or the Capitol Police, who would have access to the security tapes, should go ahead and put out the footage. They're making the argument that there's nothing nefarious here. The committee says, we've got this, we've got information that leads us to believe this is, of interest to us. And guys, to me, it sounds like they're kind of clearing the decks here with their hearings set to get started in just a couple weeks. Anybody else who they still want to talk to, they're going to make that effort to try to bring them in.
Speaking of which, Garrett, NBC News has learned that former Attorney General Bill Barr is inclined to cooperate with the committee on this and is in talks to testify. What more do we know about that? What's the committee hoping to learn from him?
Well, Barr is intimately involved with a lot of the Trump administration's efforts to overturn the election results in the lead up to the 6th. Of course, he was already out of office by the 6th itself. But remember, there was a lot of behind the scenes action by the Justice Department. There were a lot of outside voices trying to lean on the Department of Justice to get involved in state level counting of votes, to perhaps put other officials in charge of that effort, even to try to come up with legal justifications to seize voting machines. Barr has, in subsequent interviews, dismissed all of those efforts as kind of lacking in any serious legal basis. And he has indicated that he is potentially interested in coming to talk to the committee. I'm always a little bit skeptical when we hear about negotiations with the committee. Remember, even Rudy Giuliani was in negotiations for a time here. But Barr would be the highest ranking Trump administration official to actually sit down with the committee. It could be a major boost for their investigation leading into those hearings.
All right, to be continued. Garrett Haight for us on the Hill today. Garrett, thank you. Border towns are set to declare immigration emergencies ahead of a Trump-era policy expiring in just a few days.
Title 42, the last-minute legal action that could keep it in place just after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Making news right now, at least 2 people are dead and several are hurt following a shooting in a Chicago neighborhood. Police arrived on the scene after getting reports of shots being fired. Eyewitnesses say the shooting may have stemmed from a fight. Police have 1 suspect in custody. The man accused of attacking comedian Dave Chappelle on stage is now accused of attempted murder in a separate incident. Isaiah Lee allegedly stabbed his roommate in a fight last December. Now, you may recall the video here showing Lee jumping onto the stage while Chappelle was performing earlier this month. Lee is also facing charges in that incident. And you hear a lot about high-speed chases. Well, here's a low-speed chase for you. Take a look. Body cam video from a sheriff's deputy in Ohio pursuing a horse and buggy. So this happened back on May 14th. The driver of the carriage ended up slamming into the officer's cruiser. The deputy found the man slumped over inside the carriage. There were some empty beer cans, too, apparently. He's now facing charges.
Bottom of the hour now, and here are the latest headlines on the war in Ukraine. Russia is stepping up attacks in the east, and at least 12 civilians were killed by Russian shelling in the eastern region of Luhansk, and that's just in the past day. That's all according to the head of the region's military administration.
Russia's defense ministry says nearly 2,000 Ukrainian fighters have now surrendered from that steel plant in Mariupol. It remains unclear what will happen to those fighters. A Ukrainian commander said civilians and the wounded were evacuated, but they're still working to remove those who have died. And Russia is cutting off natural gas supplies to its neighbor, Finland. The country's state energy company says Russian gas is expected to stop flowing on Saturday.
Let's go ahead and begin with Dr. Charles Kupchan, a senior fellow at the Council on Foreign Relations and professor of international affairs at Georgetown University. Doctor, thanks for being with us. And I'd first like to get your perspective on the role of NATO right now. A lot has been discussed there on the backdrop of Finland and Sweden's application to the alliance. In fact, Ukraine's foreign minister reportedly said yesterday in part that NATO as an institution has done nothing during this time, though he did recognize the individual contributions of many NATO members. What do you make of that and then the state of play right now around NATO?
Well, I would take issue with the foreign minister's comments. I mean, NATO has come together in a remarkable way, not just to provide support to Ukraine, huge numbers of weapons flowing in from NATO countries, but also taken steps to bolster its eastern flank because of the prospect of a re-emerging Russian threat. Lots more American troops in Europe. More of those troops are going to the eastern flank that borders Russia. Now you have Finland and Sweden getting ready to join the alliance after decades of declaring neutrality. So Putin hoped to roll back NATO, to weaken NATO. He's gotten exactly the opposite result.
Can we talk about food security, though, for a minute, too, Dr. Kupchan, because it's increasingly become a cause for concern around this conflict. In fact, the head of the UN World Food Program warned that failing to reopen Ukraine's ports would mean a declaration of war on global food security. What are your thoughts on that and really how it should ultimately be approached?
It's a huge issue. You've got a lot of grain and fertilizer in Ukraine, a lot of grain and fertilizer in Russia. Exports are not coming out. The Russians have blockaded the Black Sea coast of Ukraine, so their exports can't get out. A lot of fields aren't being tilled because of the war. This is sending food prices up. It does raise the prospect of food shortages. To me, this is one of the reasons we need to bring this war to an end sooner rather than later. There are global blowback effects, including food shortages, that are affecting many parts of the global south. We're also seeing food prices here in the United States rise. So this is a war that has global implications. That's why I think the diplomacy needs to get going to bring it to an end.
All right, Dr. Charles Kupchan for us. Dr. Kupchan, thank you.
Well, here in the U.S., American families are opening their homes to Ukrainians who have fled the violence in their home country. NBC News spent time with 2 Ukrainian families now in Florida to learn about the challenges and the rewards that they've experienced resettling in America. NBC News correspondent Julia Ainsley is joining us now. Julia, what did these families tell you about their time here so far?
Well, it's been really interesting. They feel welcomed. They came across the U.S.-Mexico border, which is a route that is now closed to Ukrainians. These Ukrainians came in April, and they were met by families who they had never met before, but who lovingly took them in. Let's take a listen to their story. Tampa couple Roya and Tony Tyson weren't used to a noisy house. Had you ever done anything like this before?
Never. We are 2 professionals, no children.
Then last month, the couple welcomed Ukrainian refugees, Yulia, husband Serhiy, and sons 11-year-old Max and 3-year-old Mark into their house, turning the quiet home of 2 into a full house of 6.
We were seeing all these people that were just fleeing, so we researched a church that were matching the host families with the refugees. We said, we have room for 2 or 3, and they said we have a family of 4, and we said, all righty then.
Yulia's family fled Ukraine when Russian bombing started and entered the U.S. by way of Mexico. Inside the Tysons' home, they finally found rest.
My son, when the war started, had nightmares, and now he's able to sleep again.
Then the Tysons' lives became even fuller. Yulia told her host about the plight of her friend Masha and her husband and 3 children. The Tampa community rallied, and Masha's family was taken in by a couple a 10-minute drive away.
As soon as I got down on the escalator in the airport and I saw all of my friends with Ukrainian flags and American flags, it made me feel safe.
Social worker Susan Morgan is helping Yulia and Masha navigate pages and pages of applications for asylum.
It is a big responsibility, and you do feel the weight of it when you don't have just one person's life, but a whole family and multiple families.
That responsibility typically falls to refugee resettlement agencies funded by the U.S. government. But that assistance hasn't been provided so far to Ukrainians. Unlike other recent refugees to the U.S., including the thousands of Afghan refugees last fall, Ukrainian refugees and host families are responsible for navigating everything from work visas to medical care to housing.
Welcome home, guys.
The immediate goal is getting families on their feet. After 6 weeks with the Tysons, Yulia and her family managed to find an apartment of their own and an affordable housing unit. They'll live a short drive from the Tysons. One-time strangers, they now call family.
I have someone now that I will have in my life forever.
Welcome home. Welcome home, yes.
Oh, baby, you're okay. It's good. You're safe, huh?
It's great to see them settling in so well, Julia. I have to wonder, does the Biden administration plan to give more support to these families? How's that going to play out?
Well, that big aid package that just passed yesterday, Aaron, did include some funding for public health and medical support for Ukrainian refugees coming to the United States. But it's not clear if the Biden administration plans to open up a new route. Currently, in order for Ukrainians to come here, they have to have an American family willing to sponsor them. They haven't had access to our typical refugee resettlement program, which allows agencies to do a lot of that work and help map out and navigate a lot of those issues that you saw there for refugees. So it's not clear if they're going to change the process, but we at least know more funding is coming their way.
All right, Julia Ainsley for us in Washington today. Thank you, Julia.
We are just 3 days away from the scheduled end of Title 42, which is the policy that began during the pandemic, allowing the U.S. to expel migrants without hearing their asylum claims. A federal judge is expected to rule on a GOP-led lawsuit to keep it in place, arguing that the border could face an influx of migrants. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us now from the U.S.-Mexico border. Sam, what's the latest at the border right now? What are things looking like?
So, Morgan, good morning. The latest is this ruling from the judge in the western part of Louisiana could come any minute, could come any hour, could come any day. Here's the possible permutations. Judge Summerhays issues a ruling today We know exactly what's going on with Title 42. Will there be an injunction and he'll keep it in place, or will it allow to be lifted? That's one option. Another is he could file his ruling after the court closes at 5 o'clock today, meaning it might not enter the online PACER system until this evening. We may not know until this weekend. It is also possible, Morgan, that his interpretation of I will rule by the deadline on Monday might be midnight on Monday. So it could be several days before we have some clarity here. Here's what we do know. According to the CBP, according to the Customs and Border Patrol Office, the number of crossings in April hit an all-time record if you look at both the southwest land border and also port of entry. 234,000 crossings in 1 month. That was up from March, was the previous record at 220,000 crossings. 4 times now during the Biden administration, that figure has exceeded 200,000. Here's something else that is not as widely reported, but also very interesting. For the first time in April, the number of people that were coming across and seeking to be able to stay in the United States, more than 50% were able to actually stay here, were not expelled because of exemptions. What kind of exemptions am I talking about? Unaccompanied minors, for one, people coming as families. But now increasingly, Mexico does not have capacity in their shelters, and they're also not taking those folks on their grounds. And the United States is ending up taking them in U.S. cities as they await court proceedings. So we're looking at a phenomenally large figure of people, more than half at this point, at least for April, who are not being expelled at all as Title 42, which ostensibly was a health COVID-related pandemic policy. They're not being expelled. They're staying here, and it's creating all sorts of questions. How specifically federal government resources are going to be deployed if you're looking at not 200,000 people trying to cross on a monthly basis, but 300,000 or 400,000, which is a possibility if Title 42 is lifted.
All right, NBC's Sam Brock there from the border. Sam, thank you.
Abortion services are still available in Kentucky for now. Overnight, a federal judge halted that state's sweeping abortion law. It bans the procedure after 15 weeks and restricts access to abortion medication. NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams is joining us now. Pete, this is the third time this judge has stopped the Kentucky law from taking effect there. What's being argued in court?
Well, the first 2 times the judge said, I simply need to know better what this law does. It's 72 pages long. It imposes new reporting requirements on abortion providers. So much information that opponents of this law say it might be possible to figure out actually who was getting abortions and what their medical histories were all about. But the state says this is a, quote, much needed regulatory reform on abortion practices in Kentucky. Now the judge has extended a preliminary injunction, so that will stay in effect until this case is fully decided in court. That is, unless the state appeals and succeeds in getting an appeals court to overturn it. But the main issues here are whether it's unconstitutional. The judge says banning abortion after 15 weeks would be an undue burden on the right of access to abortion. And also some of the reporting requirements are impossible to comply with, she says, because the state hasn't printed the forms. The law would also ban the mailing of medication abortion creating pills. And that, of course, has become a very common method. So for all those reasons, the judge has put this on hold.
You know, even if this ban never takes effect, Pete, how could Kentucky be impacted by what we believe is coming from the Supreme Court, this impending decision on Roe v. Wade?
Well, the Mississippi law, the one that the Supreme Court is considering, also would ban abortion after just 15 weeks. And, of course, the question in that case is not whether merely the court will uphold the Mississippi law, but go further and strike down Roe v. Wade. If it did, then all this would be kind of moot, because Kentucky is one of those states that has what's known as a trigger law, laws on the books that would ban abortion immediately if the court ever did strike down Roe v. Wade. So that law would be set to go. Now, there may be court challenges to it since it's never gone into effect, and I don't know what form those would take, but it would certainly seem that abortion would stop in Kentucky once the Supreme Court decides to strike down Roe, if that's what it's going to do, and we'll probably get the decision in that Mississippi case within a month, by the end of June.
All right, you'll keep us posted as developments happen. Pete Williams for us in Washington. Pete, thank you.
You bet.
The 2 candidates in Pennsylvania's Republican Senate primary are preparing for a likely recount battle. The race between Dr. Mehmet Oz and David McCormick is in a dead heat as the last votes are being counted as we speak. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns joins us from Philadelphia. Dasha, where do things stand right now?
Well, Morgan, we just got a few numbers from Allegheny County. There were 31 precincts there that were election night votes that did not get tallied on election night because of some issues with memory sticks. We've been waiting for those numbers. Now, remember, Allegheny County is in the western part of Pennsylvania. That's the Pittsburgh area. That is McCormick's home turf. But here's why these numbers are significant. We just saw them, and it has Oz up over McCormick. Oz 316 votes, McCormick 288. This gives Oz just over 100 votes over McCormick. I know that's a small number we're talking about here, but this is an incredibly tight race. And the fact that Oz got more votes than McCormick out of Allegheny County might say a lot here. At the end of the day, though, this is still extremely tight. We are very likely in recount territory. Every elections expert I've talked to says that's where we're headed in the coming days. And we should hopefully have an idea of where things stand. We should have the full votes in by early next week, Morgan.
And Dasha, I mean, given the relatively small number of Republican ballots left to be counted, when could we expect those final results?
Right. So here's what the timeline looks like right now. Counties have the deadline of Tuesday of next week to get their results to the Department of State here in Pennsylvania. Then the Department of State, the secretary, will determine whether or not there's going to be a recount. We're likely going to have a recount here. Then the Secretary of State will order that recount, and then this whole process basically begins all over again. However, the recount has to be done by June 7th. Still quite a ways from now, but we do have a deadline for when this has to be wrapped up, though hopefully for all our sakes, this will be put to bed and we can go to bed before then, Morgan.
Especially, look, she said like she needed that. You needed that rest, Dash. You've been there for a minute. We heard your soul, sister. We heard your soul. All right. Thank you so much, Dasha Burris, live from Philadelphia. Dasha, thanks.
Today is the last day for early voting in Georgia's upcoming primaries. That state recorded surging early voting rates compared to 2018 and 2020. It all comes ahead of Georgia's first statewide election under its new controversial voting law. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander joining us now from Atlanta. Blaine, talk to us a little bit, if you can, about what kind of turnout you've been seeing today, especially with this new voting law in place.
Well, Aaron, I'll tell you, just at this precinct alone, you can kind of see behind me, there is a steady stream of people, lines forming at times. In fact, people were so eager to come out and cast their ballot on the last day of early voting that we saw some people lined up a good 30 minutes before this polling location even opened, just waiting to get inside. So this place, however, just is one snapshot of the bigger picture. Let's look at the numbers statewide. That tells the real story. We're talking about more than 655,000 voters who have come out and cast their ballots early. That's in-person voting, mind you. Now, that represents a major increase over the same point in both 2020 and 2018, at some point about 180% higher than what we saw during the previous cycle. So certainly very clear that early voting has picked up here in recent years in Georgia. Some of that has to do with what we saw back in June of 2020. The last primary, you remember people waiting in line for hours, of course, sometimes in the rain to cast their ballots. Since then, we've seen the message really being pushed, urging people to come out and vote early, and it appears that people are listening to that call. Here's one voter that I talked to, essentially telling me that he makes it a practice to vote early, and here's why. Take a look.
Well, most important to me is that we need to come out and vote and put the right people in office. There's people out here trying to hurt us, and we need to vote to make sure that the right people are in office, if at all possible. It's been demonstrated. It's all on the news. You got people out here that, to me, aren't very American. It is American way to vote.
Another number we want to point you to, Aaron, absentee ballots. We know that tens of thousands of people have also dropped off absentee ballots at the drop boxes statewide. Back to you.
Yeah, Blaine, if we kind of want to zero in a little bit on the governor's race, it's one that's been particularly interesting considering the former President Trump repeated attacks on the current governor there, Brian Kemp. How is that race shaping up right now?
Yeah, not only repeated attacks on Governor Kemp, but Trump essentially went out and handpicked a candidate that he endorsed to run up against him and try and unseat him in this race. So it's certainly a very closely watched race. Now, according to the latest political reporting from our team, Mark Caputo and others, former President Trump is growing increasingly frustrated with what he sees as a lackluster effort on behalf of former Senator David Perdue, essentially saying that he isn't doing enough, according to that reporting. And so that really kind of throws a wrench in David Purdue's campaign. You know, he said repeatedly that Trump's endorsement is really a central part of his campaign, a central component of his campaign. He said it on the campaign trail. He told me recently after a campaign event. And it's also the fact that he really has made the 2020 election a central issue in this campaign. So when you look at the two, Kemp certainly has a record to run on that supporters of his that I've spoken to, they say that's the reason that they're supporting him, because he's passed or signed a number of laws that they see as beneficial here in Georgia, whereas others are looking strongly at the 2020 campaign, and that's not enough to bring enough people to his side. Because remember, the latest polling shows him trailing Kemp by about 30 points, Aaron.
All right, we'll see how it shakes out. Blaine Alexander for us in Atlanta today. Blaine, thank you.
It is groundbreaking technology meant to stop drunk drivers in their tracks.
When this inexpensive fix could appear in every new car in the country. That's after the break.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
More than 10,000 people die in drunk driving crashes every year in this country. The government and automakers are pouring millions of dollars into a coordinated effort to make smarter cars that stop drunk drivers in their tracks. We caught up with one team of researchers. They're almost done creating a sensor to detect whether a potential driver is too drunk to drive, and it would keep you from being able to move your car. A testing volunteer getting dosed with enough vodka to get her blood alcohol level just below the legal limit. She's part of a team working to combat an alarming trend on the nation's roadways. New federal data showing more than 11,000 people died in alcohol-related crashes in 2020, a 14% increase from the year before.
This is our opportunity today. It is what I call the seedbed of our generation.
Eliminating those preventable traffic deaths is the top priority at KEA Technologies near Boston. Engineers are developing an alcohol sensor to detect drunk drivers and disable their cars.
Right, so this is a door sensor, and then the steering column sensor is right here. The sensor is down here, and it's taking the sample from this location all the way down, and we calculate the alcohol concentration.
Last fall, President Biden signed the bipartisan infrastructure bill, greenlighting a new law requiring car manufacturers to install anti-drunk driving tech in new cars by 2026. Rena Abbas-Taylor of Michigan worked with her local congressman and Mothers Against Drunk Driving to get the law passed.
It was this fight that gave us something to live for.
Taylor's younger sister, her brother-in-law, and their 3 young children went to Florida on a family vacation in 2019. On their drive home through Kentucky, they were hit head-on by a wrong-way driver. The family died in a fiery wreck on Interstate 75. The man in the other car died too. His blood alcohol level was .306. nearly 4 times the legal limit.
AJ was an old soul. His sister Izzy, very ethereal, demure, quiet, kind. And Giselle was rambunctious and full of life. A loss like this, it doesn't just impact you, it alters you. I mean, indefinitely.
Through their grief, Taylor and her husband have been vocal advocates for getting anti-drunk driving tech as soon as possible.
How many lives are going to have to be lost before we can say, all right, let's put this technology in? So when I hear 3 years, I hear 30,000 lives, and that's not okay.
Back in the lab, Zauk says his team is on track to have sensors ready in 2 years. The human subject trial includes putting that dosed volunteer in the passenger seat, refining the sensor's ability to only measure the driver's breath.
And the goal was to develop in-vehicle alcohol detection systems, sensors that can be non-invasive, unobtrusive, passive. You get in the vehicle and you don't have to change your typical starting of a vehicle.
If I get in and I am over that limit, will the car not start? Will it start but not move?
So a recommendation is start the car, don't move the car.
Some groups like the ACLU worry this type of technology could be a privacy disaster, but the industry says that should not be a concern.
There's nothing about what we are doing that would allow the technology to report you to a third party, to law enforcement that will track you.
Driver safety advocates and the liquor industry are on board with this new technology. In the end, it could help save thousands of lives. Exactly what a loving big sister set out to do.
What do you think your sister would say to you today after knowing that her big sister put in so much work on her behalf?
I would like to believe that Rima would say, I expected nothing less from you.
Now, one of the big questions we've run into is cost. Is this tech going to make cars a lot more expensive? The Automotive Coalition president we spoke to there says no. Once the tech is widely deployed, it'll add maybe $200 to the cost of manufacturing a car.
It is sound advice for people living with hearing loss. Just after the break, what makes these doctors' orders just a little bit different? Stay with us.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. To look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
All right, so we are back with the inspiring story of how one woman turned a personal struggle into a way to help others.
Yeah, Megan Westman's own hearing loss motivated her to become a doctor and to treat people with similar impairments. In doing that, she dramatically improved their lives. Our Harry Smith has the story.
A
Hello, good to be with you. When Megan Westman was just a year and a half old, she became one of the youngest people in America to receive a cochlear implant for hearing loss. She goes off to college, graduate school, not sure what she would do until one day she realized she wanted to help children and adults just like herself. At the Stony Brook Audiology Research Center, Megan Westman adjusts the tuning of Andrea Orlando's new cochlear implant. Before the implant, Orlando could no longer hear the voices of his wife or his grandchildren. His hearing had all but vanished. But now, how's it going?
It's going great, but a lot different. I'm hearing sounds again for the first time. I can hear 100% better and only more to improve. Started to hear music again.
Really? What are you going to listen to on the way home?
I like classic rock.
Most patients don't want the stimulation too soon. Sometimes it can be overwhelming. The nerve can be really sensitive. For him, he was at the go, just ready to have that volume. So it was really exciting for all of us to see that success.
Megan Westman gets it, big time, for without her cochlear implant, she would not be able to hear at all. So when you're there and you're working with someone who has just gotten an implant, and you tell them or they notice that you have an implant too, what does it mean to them?
They light up, and they almost, it's like finding our own people. When you find somebody else who has the same story or similar story, you kind of feel like you've already made a connection with a total stranger.
Meningitis put Megan in intensive care when she was not yet 2 years old.
That's when they ordered the auditory brainstem response testing, and I had no response. I was profoundly deaf in both ears.
She became one of the youngest cochlear implant recipients in the country. And while it helped her hear, it brought unwanted attention to her disability.
Spent most of my life trying to hide it, pretend like it wasn't there, cover it up with my hair.
Junior high was torturous. Were you bullied?
I would say more indirectly. I don't think kids were mean as to say straight to my face, but there was also a social delay that comes with anybody with a disability, with a hearing loss especially. You're not picking up on conversations that are happening around you.
What was it like then growing up with this?
It's shaped me into who I am today. It's made me stronger, and I wouldn't change anything. And especially now, feeling like I've found my purpose and what I'm going to do for my career, it was all worth it.
Hi, Christopher. Hi, Christopher.
We have all marveled at the videos of children who are implant recipients. Megan wants to be a symbol of assurance, especially for parents of those kids.
I can see how much it means to them to see someone who has had a success story with an implant, and it kind of gives them a little hope that their children can have the same outcomes.
In the final days of her training, Megan has been under the watchful eyes of audiologist Dr. Jamie Cluna.
She truly will understand what they are going through. We can read it in books and we can talk to our patients and hear about it, but to actually live it is a whole different story.
It is amazing, after all. To be an audiologist requires very good hearing. Megan's got that and more.
Hearing loss, cochlear implants, disabilities in general, nothing can hold you back. You can achieve anything you want if you put your mind to it. And you stay committed, dedicated, you work hard, nothing can hold you back.
Next week, Megan graduates with her degree as a doctor in audiology, and she's already accepted a job in North Carolina to put that wonderful education to great use at an ENT practice. Just a remarkable young woman. Back to you.
Right now on NBC News Now, scuffle in Seoul. 2 Secret Service staff were sent home amid a police investigation. What happened as the president visits South Korea for the first time as commander-in-chief.
Monkeypox alert. Cases of the rare illness are confirmed in at least one U.S. state and suspected in another, while it spreads across Europe. What you need to look out for.
A major weekend warm-up. Dozens of cities could shatter record highs as millions of others face severe weather, even tornadoes today. We'll have the forecast for you in just a second.
And reframing fine art. We take you to the unprecedented exhibit treasuring overlooked artists and empowering a new generation. Good Friday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Morgan Radford. Thank you so much for joining us. President Biden is overseas right now holding key talks with allies in Eastern Asia. This all comes amid the backdrop of growing instability in Ukraine.
New Russian attacks hit the Luhansk region as Moscow tightens its grip in the east. A top military official says at least 12 people were killed and 5 high-rise buildings were destroyed. NBC News has not yet independently confirmed those details. Meanwhile, Russia is retaliating against Finland after it applied to join NATO. Finland's state-owned gas wholesaler says Russia will cut off its gas exports starting tomorrow.
We are going to have more on the president's trip overseas in just a moment. But first, let's go ahead and begin with NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel, who has an update on a survivor that he met while covering this war.
Several weeks ago, in a village not far from here, and I'm now in the city of Kharkiv in eastern Ukraine, we met an 88-year-old woman, and at the time she was completely traumatized from all the fighting around her. Well, now that we're back, we paid her a visit and found her and her village very different.
The first time we saw Praskovia Ivanova, she was sitting outside her home, scared, confused, and overwhelmed. Ukrainian troops had just bombed the Russians out of her village called Malorohan, and more than anything else, she needed comfort. Since then, Ukrainian troops have pushed the Russians back even further, allowing life to return to Malorohan. Power lines are being repaired. Shops are still closed, but there's regular food distribution. We decided to check in on Praskovia.
Hello. How are you? It's nice to see you. It's nice to see you again.
The bombings blew out her windows. They're now covered in plastic. Her roof leaks too.
How was it when the Russians were here? What was it like for you when the Russians were in this town?
Як ото бомби летіли, свистіло, ану 4 бомби.
But things are now improving.
Не було, а це включили, є газ. Уже борщ варила.
After freshening up in some new clothing, Praskovia wanted to show us her borscht.
Так, вода кипіла і там і...
Onion, dill, parsley, cabbage all go into boiling potatoes. She checks the seasoning and waits until it's ready. Praskovia has lived a hard life, surviving World War II and famine. Her husband died 9 years ago. Her son and daughter, who live in Russian-controlled areas, haven't called in months. Finally, the borscht is ready.
This is delicious. It's very good. Thank you. And this is her homemade vodka, which goes with the borscht. Thank you. Cheers. Thank you so much.
Praskovia was happy for some company.
It's wonderful to spend some time with you. Thank you.
She seemed sorry to see us go. But now, at least with the fighting here over, she's able to smile.
I think what struck me most about Praskovia is her resilience, and it reflects the resilience of many people in this country. She really did have a hard life. When she grew up, she described during times of famine that she and her siblings would have to go to the fields and look for potatoes that the farmers had missed while they were doing their harvest and eat that. And now, once again, war has returned to her area, but she still gets up every day, and now she's at least able to care for herself and cook for herself.
Meanwhile, serious allegations against U.S. Secret Service staffers are being investigated in South Korea. The details are coming out with President Biden's first day in the country already wrapped up. The president toured a semiconductor plant that's a model for a facility that's being built in Texas. Now, this trip is about business and policy. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli is in Seoul with the president. Mike, first, just take us through this trip and really the president's goals abroad.
Well, Morgan, over the next several days, of course, the president is going to be dealing with a number of major international challenges, from the situation in North Korea, expansionist aims of China, and, of course, the situation in Ukraine, with not just the leaders of South Korea and Japan, the two countries he'll be visiting, but also allies like India and Australia. But it was interesting to see the president begin his trip by focusing on the biggest domestic political challenge he's facing back home. That is, of course, the state of the economy. The president visiting a Samsung facility with South Korea's new president, talking about the economic expansion they plan in the United States, a new factory making semiconductor chips planned in the state of Texas that will open in 2024, employing some 3,000 Americans. There's more of this to come, and the president really talked about how important this kind of economic cooperation is moving forward. Take a listen.
We're standing at an inflection point in history where the decisions we make today will have far-reaching impacts on the world we leave to our children tomorrow. This vibrant democracy has become a powerhouse of global innovation by investing in educating its people. And companies like Samsung, that are driven by responsible development of technology and innovation, will be critical to shaping the future in the direction of our two countries, the direction we both want to go.
Now, Saturday, President Biden will be hosted by South Korea's new president for a state dinner. But then Sunday, back to a focus on the economy, where the president plans to meet with leaders of Hyundai, who are planning to open a new plant in the state of Georgia as well.
And Mike, we're also learning more information about this incident involving Secret Service members. What more do we know?
Yeah, this is interesting that before the president arrived here in South Korea, two Secret Service employees involved in an altercation involving a taxi driver as well as two Korean nationals. Now, those two individuals have been sent back home. Again, this happened before the president even touched down. They are now being placed on administrative leave. A statement from a Secret Service spokesperson says that they are aware of this off-duty incident involving two employees. They said that there's strict protocols and policies for all employees. We hold ourselves to the highest professional standards, and given this is an active administrative personnel matter, we are not in a position to comment further. Officials close to the matter also emphasizing that this is not impacting the security around the president's trip at all.
All right, that's important to know. Mike Memoli for us in Seoul, South Korea. Mike, thank you.
Relief in the baby formula shortage is coming soon. The first flights in Operation Fly Formula begin this weekend. NBC News has learned 1.5 million bottles of formula are being shipped from Switzerland to the U.S. The formula will arrive in Indiana before going out to the rest of the country. Now, this first shipment will be of the hard-to-find hypoallergenic formula that parents have been desperate to get for their kids. The reinforcements come as that key formula production facility is set to reopen as well. The FDA says Abbott's Michigan factory could resume production in a week or two. This facility was forced to close in February after bacteria there infected formula and caused children to become sick.
Speaking of sick, the spread of a rare but potentially dangerous disease is being investigated worldwide. Cases of monkeypox have been confirmed in the U.S., Australia, as well as several European countries. UK, Spain, and Portugal are investigating nearly 24 cases in each of those countries. We have a doctor standing by to answer some of your questions. But first, let's begin with NBC's Zincle Asemwa and what we know about the cases thus far. Zincle?
Hi, Aaron and Morgan. As if coronavirus wasn't enough, health experts are now warning about a rare disease, monkeypox, spreading around Europe and now the United States.
There's a rare disease infecting people around the globe, and it's not coronavirus, it's monkeypox.
Honestly, I feel like at this point, it's not even a surprise anymore. I'm just waiting for the apocalypse to happen pretty much.
It's not the apocalypse, but on Wednesday, officials confirmed a first U.S. case of the virus this year in a male patient in Massachusetts. Now, a second potential case being investigated in New York City.
The patient was placed in an airborne infection isolation room in our special pathogens unit.
According to the CDC, monkeypox was discovered in monkeys in 1958. More than a decade later, it spread to humans. The first case was found in the Democratic Republic of Congo in 1970, and then more in remote parts of Central and West Africa. By 2003, the first monkeypox case hit the U.S.
A bizarre new viral outbreak right here in this country.
Since then, experts say widespread smallpox vaccination likely curbed monkeypox infections worldwide. But it's back. As of Thursday, countries including the United Kingdom, Portugal, Sweden, Spain, France, and Italy have newly confirmed cases. The World Health Organization now deploying an incident response team in the UK with at least 8 cases there. The U.S. case is a man who recently traveled to Canada. He's hospitalized and in stable condition.
The current patient is of no public health risk right now, and people should just be aware of symptoms, but not be afraid in any way.
Symptoms include fever, fatigue, fluid-filled bumps, and lymph node swelling, with specific communities at risk.
The risk factor here has been men having sex with men.
The CDC says, regardless of sexual orientation, monkeypox can spread through contaminated items, fluids or sores, or air droplets of an infected person, though the virus does not spread easily.
At this time, we don't want people to worry. At this point, again, these numbers are still small. We want them to be aware of these symptoms, and if they have any concerns, to reach out to their doctor.
Still, officials warn that they see no clear links between the Western monkeypox infections and countries where monkeypox usually occurs.
What we have seen in the United Kingdom, in Spain, and in Europe has been novel, and that gives us cause for concern.
And it's important to add that as of just this morning, health experts in Canada, Belgium, Germany, and Australia are investigating additional possible cases of monkeypox. So this is definitely a story to watch. Back to you.
I want to bring in Dr. Sabrina Asumu now for more on this. She is an infectious disease physician at Boston Medical Center. Doctor, we appreciate you being here. This is not a topic that anybody expected we'd be talking about in 2022. What are you most concerned about when it comes to monkeypox?
First of all, I'd like to underscore that people should not panic. And public health officials and scientists are definitely working hard to get some answers. It is a rare infection. It is very unusual to see so many cases in Europe and North America. So we're looking for additional data.
Well, when you hear this news, it's hard not to think about COVID-19's origins and some of the mystery around that. Can you help us understand a little bit sort of what makes monkeypox different?
Yeah, no, definitely, especially during a pandemic. The last thing we want is another virus that's going to occupy our mind. So first of all, let's think about COVID. The SARS-CoV-2, the virus that causes COVID, is transmitted predominantly through the air. And when it first came along, it was a new virus. We didn't have much information, and we didn't really know what to expect. Let's think about monkeypox. As you said in your little piece before I came on, it's not a new virus. We actually have a playbook on how to handle similar viruses. Now, in terms of what to think about and how it's transmitted, it's usually transmitted through close contact with either animals, humans, or infected material that has been infected with the virus. And it's not like a respiratory mode of transmission. It's not the predominant mode of infection and of transmission like it is for the SARS-CoV-2 virus.
Yeah, inevitably, though, there are going to be some people who hear this and get worried about it. What's your advice for people who are worried about this particular illness?
Definitely a concern, especially during a pandemic. So my first advice is do not panic. Pay close attention to the recommendations from your public health officials. It is a rare infection. If you think that you may have been exposed to someone who has monkeypox, contact your healthcare professional, contact your public health professional, and pay close attention to those symptoms that we mentioned before: fevers, headache, fatigue, and a pretty distinctive rash.
All right, Dr. Sabrina Asumu, we appreciate your calm and your ability to educate us about this today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Former Attorney General William Barr may cooperate with the January 6th committee, according to a person familiar with the matter. After the 2020 election, Barr stated that federal investigators did not find evidence of widespread voter fraud, which appeared to sour his relationship with former President Trump. Barr resigned just a few weeks later before the deadly Capitol assault. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale is following the latest for us. Ali, first off, Republican lawmakers and former members of the Trump administration have largely snubbed this committee. So why does Barr appear willing to cooperate?
Well, some of them have snubbed the committee, but many of them haven't. They make up the hundreds and hundreds of witnesses that have talked, in some cases voluntarily and in sometimes after being asked or subpoenaed, to go before the committee. There are, of course, that handful of people like Stephen Miller and Stephen Miller, of course, has cooperated, but others like Dan Scavino, Peter Navarro, they haven't. But at the same time, with someone like Bill Barr, we know that he didn't end on the best of terms with Donald Trump, and that's why we've now confirmed that he's he's in talks with the January 6th committee to testify and talk with them. Of course, he would be a very big fish for them because of the role that he played atop the DOJ. Of course, one of the key agencies that Trump wanted to try to use and leverage to bolster his big lie claim that he won the election, that he actually, of course, lost. So, of course, this is key and something that the committee is probably going to want to do very quickly because they start their hearings on June 9th. But Morgan, in just the last few minutes, I've gotten a little bit more information about some of the evidence that the January 6th committee is getting from the National Archives. Among the tranche of documents that they have at their disposal are photographs from the official White House, including potentially from the White House photographer, the person who is always with the president. And it gives them, in some ways, a literal view of what the president was doing in the days before the insurrection, but also on January 6th. So, again, illuminating the kind of evidence that they have at their disposal as they try to move into this public hearings phase.
Well, speaking of that public space, the committee also wants to speak with a congressman who they say led a tour of the Capitol just the day before that assault. What is going on there?
Yeah, this is Congressman Loudermilk. This is another letter from the committee. And again, I say letter, it's not a subpoena. We've seen these kinds of letters before to sitting lawmakers here in Congress. They want to hear from him, though, about a tour that is said to have been led the day before the insurrection. This is something that Democratic lawmakers have talked about because the Capitol was closed to people who were not working in this complex during that time. Loudermilk, for his part, has released a statement that I can pull up for you on the screen, part of which he says a constituent family with young children meeting with their member of Congress in the House office buildings is not a suspicious group or his, quote, reconnaissance tour. The family never entered the Capitol building. Of course, the January 6th request, if you can also see that on your screen, says Republicans on the Committee on House Administration, of which you are a member, claim to have reviewed security footage from the days preceding January 6th. And that committee determined that there were no tours, no large groups, no one with MAGA hats on. However, the Select Committee's review of evidence directly contradicts that denial. Of course, Loudermilk, for his part, is saying that he would like the U.S. Capitol Police to release the footage publicly. We're out to them, and we'll wait to see if that's something that could happen. But clearly, this is a moment where all of the testimony that the committee has is informing, once again, the requests that they're making of these sitting lawmakers.
Well, I know you will stay on the case. Ali Vitale, live from the halls of Capitol Hill. As always, thank you, Ali.
Well, today, millions of Americans face the threat of severe weather, even tornadoes, but many more people are going to feel heat from record high temperatures today and this weekend. An unusually early heat advisory is in place for 25 million Americans. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is joining us now, tracking the weather. Bill, what can we expect today and into the weekend?
We can expect millions of people to say too soon. Yeah, that's right. What we can say. I mean, this is going to be a wild weekend. I mean, spring is known for being extremes, but this is just crazy what we have going on. So we have isolated severe weather to deal with today, very typical of May. We got a little spot here in northern portions of Michigan, right along the Red River here in Oklahoma and Texas, and then this little area here in the Northeast that does include the Philadelphia area, 15 million people, mostly because of everyone around Philly and heading up towards Trenton and areas of Pennsylvania. As far as severe weather goes now, we're just starting to see the thunderstorms get going. We have a couple thunderstorms moving in areas of Wisconsin, but we do have a tornado watch that has just been issued for areas from about central PA, from State College and Altoona, all the way through New Jersey to the coast. So this will go till 7 p.m. And it's with this bundle of storms, this is the same one that went through St. Louis last night with nasty weather, that has the potential to bring us some severe storms. No tornado warnings as of now, just a few severe thunderstorm warnings to the west of Hagerstown. And how about the heat this weekend? It is going to feel like middle of July. Not only is it going to be hot, but it's going to be humid on top of it, too. So that's like, you can be hot in May, but usually having heat and humidity, not that often. And it's all because of this Bermuda high is just pumping the warm air. It's been very hot in the South. If you have any friends in the South, you've been talking to them or living there yourself, it has been summer-like for a while. And now that hot air is spreading northwards quickly. Every red dot on this map is an expected record high from today through Sunday. So that's 60 cities across 21 different states. Today, we're just going to roast in Abilene, 104. That should break your record for today. Dallas, you should break your record high also. Same with Waco. San Antonio, you'll be close, probably just short. And then as we go into this weekend, D.C., your best chance of breaking your record high is going to be on Saturday when it's 95. New York on Saturday, too. And Boston, it looks like your chance will be at 93, guys. And I'll leave you with this. Philadelphia has a chance for its warmest temperature ever recorded in the month of May. That's 97 degrees. And right now, we're expecting to equal that on Saturday.
All right, a lot to absorb there. We're going to be sweating this weekend.
Yes.
Bill Caron's with us today. Thank you, Bill.
Okay, thanks, guys.
One of Johnny Depp's ex-girlfriends, actress Ellen Barkin, is the latest to testify in his $50 million defamation trial. The case centers around Depp's claim that Amber Heard defamed him in an article where she discusses being a victim of domestic abuse. Now, Heard never mentioned Depp by name, and she's countersuing for $100 million. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk has the latest.
Hey there, Depp is suing Heard over an op-ed she wrote that he says cost him acting opportunities. But Heard's team is making the case that Depp and his team have waged a smear campaign that's damaged her career.
He's just a jealous man, controlling where are you going, who are you going with.
Another ex of Johnny Depp's painting a picture of a volatile partner. Actress Ellen Barkin dated Depp in the 1990s.
Mr. Depp threw a wine bottle across the room, the hotel room on one instance.
Her video deposition, taped in 2019, played by Amber Heard's legal team on Thursday.
He was drunk all the time, a lot of the time.
With respect to any of that, hallucinogenics, cocaine or marijuana, did he do any of that in your presence?
Yes.
More than once?
All the time.
Depp's former psychiatrist said in a video deposition taped in January that Depp struggled to control his substance abuse and anger.
His drug use and his turning to drugs to help relieve a lot of the psychic pain that he was experiencing.
On Wednesday, Amber Heard's sister Whitney Enriquez took the stand, recounting a fight on the staircase of Depp and Heard's penthouse in 2015.
I'm facing Amber. He comes up behind me, strikes me in the back, kind of just somewhere over here. He strikes me in the back. I hear Amber shout, "Don't hit my sister." She smacks him, lands one.
Depp is suing Heard for $50 million over an op-ed she wrote in the Washington Post, calling herself a representative of domestic abuse victims. Heard is countersuing for $100 million. Depp denying Heard's claims of physical abuse and saying Heard's op-ed damaged his career. Meanwhile, the social media fervor surrounding the trial is only intensifying.
Why I never noticed that the carpet was so filthy before.
Celebrities like Lance Bass joining in the widespread mockery of Heard in a video that he's since deleted. Heard's agent testifying in a March video deposition that the firestorm has cost her client work in Hollywood.
They just don't want to hire someone that has bad press around them.
A bruising battle in the court of public opinion, and a week left to go before jurors begin deliberating.
Everything is building to closing arguments on May 27th. One last chance for each team to get their narrative out. Back to you.
On the money this hour, the Dow looking to rebound after a devastating week of losses. Right now, though, the Dow is headed for its 8th straight losing week. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu is joining us now. So, Dom, the markets have made headlines all week long. I'm sure the folks on Wall Street would like to have a quiet weekend. What are things looking like today?
Aaron, it looked like it would start off that way. I'll put it that way, right? It started off positively today. But as you can see there, we're off 360 points in the Dow, near the worst levels of the session. We're not in that positive territory anymore. So it did start off, as I mentioned, with modest fractional gains to close out that very turbulent week that you just alluded to. And those fractional losses now are what traders are looking at. The large cap S&P 500 index, by the way, is just a very short drop away from reaching that so-called bear market territory. That is a term used by some traders and investors. And what it does is it marks a 20+% drop from the recent highs. So that's kind of like a big deal, a big sale or discount, if you will, on the value of a stock. That NASDAQ composite index, which has been, again, the epicenter of a lot of this selling pressure, much more weighted towards technology stocks, already worse off this year. As you can see, they're down nearly 2% on the day, which means we are down around 30% from its record highs last fall. So the last time, just for context, that the major stock indices that you're seeing right now reached these kinds of declines from their highs was, maybe not surprisingly, during the early days of the pandemic back in the spring of 2020. There is talk now of a lot more possible recession. It wasn't really even audible, that conversation 6 months ago, but now there's even more speculation, Aaron, that the effects of higher prices for food and fuel and just about everything else, coupled with slowing corporate profit growth, could send the American economy into a contraction, and that fear is what's leading to the sell-off. But again, it's going to be telling to see what happens in the afternoon hours about whether investors or traders want to go into this weekend without trying to kind of unload some of that pressure. So we'll see if the selling exacerbates or stabilizes in the next couple of hours here.
All right, we'll keep an eye on you and the folks at CNBC to let us know what's going on there. Dom Chu at CNBC, thank you.
You got it.
Well, speaking of your money, we all feel it and see it. Inflation is cutting into almost everything. We're talking food, gas, traveling. And now concerns are growing that the country could actually be headed towards a recession or even stagflation. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello explains.
Good day. We're talking about the possibility of something we haven't discussed since the 70s or 80s, stagflation. Stagflation happens when the economy is stagnant, not growing, and yet unemployment moves higher and we see inflation move higher. And right now, some top economists and former Fed officials are warning stagflation is in fact a possibility. The good news, unemployment right now is still very low, but we are facing a tsunami of economic challenges.
This morning, America seems trapped in a vortex of bad economic news. Sky-high food prices, pump prices at record levels, soaring rents up 16% in 1 year, COVID lockdowns in China, the world's manufacturing center, choking the global supply chain, U.S. corporate profits sinking, Russian oil under partial embargo, Ukrainian wheat exports at a standstill, and all of it feeding 40-year high inflation that Americans are paying for every day. On the front lines, shippers and truck drivers with diesel fuel prices up 75% in 1 year. In Indiana, Shelley Conaway is a full-time truck driver who also runs a charity to rush supplies to those in need.
We were looking at possibly buying trailers and another truck, but we won't be able to afford to put tires on it or put fuel in the tank.
All of it sending the stock market lower. The S&P down 18% so far this year. The NASDAQ down a stunning 27%.
Are we closer to a bottom in your mind?
We are seeing some signs that we might be near a bottom for some stocks.
The last time the country faced so many economic challenges.
If inflation this year does increase at the present rate, it will.
1980, when inflation hit 13.5%. Now the Federal Reserve is raising interest rates fast to get inflation under control.
What we need to see is inflation coming down in a clear and convincing way.
But analysts warn the economy could fall into recession. In Texas, paramedic Ted Rickard was hoping to take his twins on a camping trip back to Colorado this summer. But skyrocketing prices have forced him to cancel the trip. Instead, he's planning to stay close to home.
The big 8 days, you're talking like 5-6 tanks of gas at like $80 a piece. So it's just economically a non-starter.
Yeah, a lot of families right now reconsidering their summer travel plans because airline tickets are so expensive, gas prices moving higher, hotels very expensive and full, restaurants also full. All of that causing a rethink for the summer getaway plans. Back to you.
Critics blast it as a blunder in a battleground state.
How President Biden's changing tone on Cuba and Venezuela could cost him key votes in one of the biggest swing states. That's after the break.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Making news right now, gunfire at a high school graduation ceremony in Louisiana Thursday, striking 4 people. Officials say shots were fired as students left the event at Southeastern University's campus. One person is in severe condition, and police say the suspected shooter is now in custody. A former deputy has been found guilty in the drowning of 2 women during Hurricane Florence in South Carolina. That was back in 2018. Flood was driving the 2 women during the storm when his van got stuck in high water. He and another deputy were rescued, but the 2 women were left locked inside. Stephen Flood, as we mentioned, was convicted of involuntary manslaughter and reckless homicide and was sentenced to 18 years. Residents in northern New Jersey, they had a 4-legged visitor this week. Check him out. This 17-year-old black bear was perched inside of a tree above a backyard for hours. There he goes. He's coming down. Officials waited until he climbed all the way down into the yard, where they safely tranquilized him and will be sending him back to the forest.
Bottom of the hour now, and here are the latest headlines in the war in Ukraine. Russia cutting off natural gas supplies to its neighbor Finland. The country's state energy company says Russian gas will stop flowing tomorrow.
On the battlefield, Russia is tightening its focus on the east. In the Luhansk region, 3 adults were killed in a strike on a school. That's where more than 200 people were sheltering, according to the head of the region's military administration. We're also learning more details about some of the horrors that have unfolded inside Mariupol. We begin our coverage this half hour with Sky News International Affairs editor Dominic Waghorn. A warning, though, images in this report are disturbing.
Mariupol, February the 27th, 3 days after Russia's war on Ukraine has begun. An air evacuation is underway, taking injured Ukrainians to safety. The pictures were filmed by paramedic Yulia Payevska with a small camera on her forehead. She would continue filming in the beleaguered city until her capture by the Russians. Yulia is a star athlete in Ukraine as well as a paramedic. She'd been given the head cam to film for a documentary about the Invictus Games. Instead, she captured intimate and moving testimony of life inside the besieged city of Mariupol as the Russian assault takes hold. And paramedics struggle to keep up with more and more casualties. In the most harrowing moments, Yulia films as a brother and sister arrive, injured from a shooting at a checkpoint. Their parents are already dead. Where does it hurt, sunshine? She asks the girl. She reassures the child, while others try to resuscitate her brother in vain. I hate this, she says, crying, her face to the wall. In the darkness outside, she tells a colleague, the boy has gone. Maybe the girl will survive. Earlier that day, injured Russians are brought to the hospital. Will she treat them, she's asked. Of course, she says, they are prisoners of war. The Russians have not been merciful in their assault on Mariupol, unsparing in their utter destruction of the city. In its wake, they have rounded up and taken away many Ukrainians. Among them, Yulia Payevska, seized after these pictures were taken. The last footage she films with her camera. 2 weeks of war in besieged Mariupol, she says. Soon afterwards, she and her friend were abducted by the Russians. Their whereabouts are unknown. But not before she was able to smuggle out her footage. A moving and sometimes harrowing record of the courage of paramedics on the front line, saving lives in their devastated city. Dominic Waghorn, Sky News, Kharkiv.
Let's bring in former U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine, John Herbst, now. He's also the Senior Director at the Atlantic Council's Eurasia Center. Ambassador, we appreciate you making some time for us today. You know, seeing some of the firsthand accounts like we just heard in Dominic's report there, what do you make of Russia's tightening of its focus on parts of the south and the east right now and all the devastation we're seeing as a result?
Thank you for having me. They are refocusing their efforts in Ukraine on the east and the south because they have failed miserably to take the capital, Kyiv, and also to take Ukraine's second largest city, Kharkiv, which is only 30, 40 miles from the Russian border. So they're trying to make some progress elsewhere in Donbass and in the south, but it's only very limited because whatever gains they've made in the south and in Donbass, they've lost around Kharkiv, which is a more important target.
And Ambassador, I do want to get your thoughts as well on the boost in billions of dollars to support Ukraine. Today, the G7 pledged nearly $20 billion to help Ukraine's economy. The U.S. Senate approved $40 billion in military and humanitarian aid yesterday. What do you make of the U.S. and other Western countries doubling down to not only arm Ukraine now, but to do what they can in terms of humanitarian help as well? Is it enough?
Look, this is important for all sorts of reasons, humanitarian and other. But most importantly, this is critical for American national security. Putin wants to subjugate Ukraine. He has not given up that goal, even as he's refocused on the east and the south in Ukraine. And if he succeeds in Ukraine, he's coming after our Baltic NATO allies. It's much smarter for us and easier for us, without American lives at stake, to defeat Putin in Ukraine by sending them all those arms. So while $40 billion is a lot of money, as compared with our interests, it's a trifle. And again, this is without American lives being at stake.
Well, Ambassador John Herbst, we appreciate you making it so plain for us to understand exactly what's happening here and the value of the actions that are being taken. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
We are learning more about the warning signs leading up to that mass shooting at a supermarket in Buffalo, New York. The shooter posted racist rants all over social media, but why was nothing done to stop him before that attack? NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delaney joins us now. Ken, I know that you've been talking to experts about just how these shootings can be prevented. What have they said? What have they told you?
Well, Morgan, when the Buffalo suspect allegedly made a threat in school back in June 2021, he was taken for a psychiatric evaluation, and it was decided that he didn't pose a threat. The experts I'm speaking to say that was a huge missed opportunity because the model they're using, this behavioral threat assessment, would have looked much more deeply into not just the question of whether he was an immediate danger, but whether he was on the path to violence. And they would have taken steps to try to get him off that path. And the people who advocate this model say that with gun laws gridlocked, this is really the best hope to kind of prevent the sorts of mass shootings that have become, sadly, a fixture of American life. Take a look.
Another mass shooting and another missed opportunity to stop one. Law enforcement officials say the alleged Buffalo shooter was planning violence for months, but the police failed to discover it, even when they detained him over an alleged threat to kill.
You had an at-risk individual who was raising serious concern to the point where he was taken into custody reportedly and had a mental health evaluation. But then that was kind of the end of it, as far as we know.
In chat logs reviewed by NBC News, the suspect wrote that his mental health evaluation consisted of a 15-minute conversation in an emergency room where he lied and said his threat was a joke.
Once the individual gets in front of somebody who's a professional, they say, I didn't mean it. I was just kidding. I was just kidding. Then it just becomes words, and there's not really anything else that law enforcement can do to hold him.
Mark Fullman wrote a book about efforts to stop mass shootings. He says he's seen how they can be prevented, but there are huge gaps in the system.
Many of these are planned acts of violence, and they're preceded by behavioral warning signs that are often detectable to people around the perpetrators. And so there's more that we can do to step in and try to intervene and get in the way of this problem.
Fullman embedded with mass shooting experts and saw how mental health counseling could steer troubled people off the path to violence. That didn't happen in the case of 18-year-old shooting suspect Peyton Gendron, the latest in a string of accused killers to appear on law enforcement's radar before allegedly carrying out a mass shooting. Just last week, NBC News reported on the FBI's 2016 encounter with a young New Mexico man who posted a threat online. He convinced the agents he didn't mean it, and the FBI closed the case. Months later, he carried out a school shooting.
The law enforcement mentality on cases such as this is to, particularly at the patrol level, is to evaluate as to whether a crime has been committed or is about to be committed. So it's an evaluation of imminent risk. With that kind of mentality, you're taking just a very, very thin lateral slice of behavior.
Forensic psychologist Reed Malloy consults for the FBI. He's an expert in the field of threat assessment and behavioral intervention.
We're looking at how the person's changing in terms of his thinking, his feelings, and his activities. and then engaging with that person from a social services perspective, from a mental health perspective.
Sometimes, Molloy says, just having a police officer visit a troubled, isolated person can make a difference. Experts say someone planning a mass shooting will almost always talk about it with a friend or relative or write about it on social media. But when a threat intervention team moves in, it's more likely to be discovered.
The act that unfolded in Buffalo, New York, was an act of targeted predatory violence. These acts can be prevented.
I mean, Ken, what would it actually take to get these threat assessment teams more broadly into schools and really just workplaces?
I think it's an old story, Morgan, awareness and resources. Most police departments don't have these kinds of teams. One that does is Los Angeles, where they've had a problem with stalking and mentally disturbed individuals for years. But the people who advocate this method say more people need to understand it, and then there needs to be more money to get it, to make it ubiquitous in the United States. Morgan.
All right, Ken Delaney for us. Ken, thank you.
The Justice Department just announced new initiatives aimed at stopping hate-filled crimes like we saw in Buffalo. NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams is joining us now with these new details. So, Pete, what's the Attorney General saying about these new programs?
Well, he says that one of the biggest challenges is getting a good understanding in the first place of how widespread these incidents are. So one of the new initiatives that's being announced today is intended to help the police identify hate crimes and to encourage people in minority communities to report them. The Justice Department is launching a program to get more help, for example, for taking calls from people who don't speak English. The Attorney General, Merrick Garland, is announcing $10 million in grants to help states set up new hotlines for reporting these crimes and to encourage police to do a better job of recognizing hate crimes and gathering the data. The Attorney General says the supermarket shooting in Buffalo is a reminder of how much work needs to be done.
If it's possible to even further redouble our efforts, something like this can only cause us to do so. We commit to using every resource of the Department of Justice to prevent these kinds of acts of hate, to hold accountable those who commit them, and to support the communities that are damaged and terrorized by them.
The FBI says the number of hate crimes has been rising, more than 8,300 in the latest tally, and that's the largest number in the past 2 decades. Much of that increase is because of attacks on Black and Asian Pacific and Pacific Islander victims.
You know, Pete, you mentioned people who don't speak English, right? What's the department saying about how language can be a barrier when it comes to reporting hate crimes?
Well, just that is the very simple calculus involved here, that people who don't speak English don't really have a place to go to. So they have this initiative to get more help for people who are then going to be willing to report these things, and also to provide more support to community-based organizations and civil rights groups to get them to promote awareness and preparedness.
All right, Pete Williams for us in our Washington bureau today. Pete, we appreciate it. Thanks.
You bet.
The Biden administration is making controversial policy changes involving Cuba and Venezuela. The changes in Cuba include expanding flights to cities outside of Havana and bringing back a family reunification program. And then in Venezuela, the administration is making moves that could increase oil production. So to help break down what all of this means, we welcome NBC 6 South Florida reporter Cristian Benavides. Cristian, what will these changes mean for the people still on the island of Cuba and in the country of Venezuela? I mean, what ramifications might all of this have politically, even here in the U.S.?
Morgan, good afternoon. Many of these changes are a rollback of Trump-era policies. The former president took a hardline stance when it came to Cuba and Venezuela, and some activists argued that this is what the people want, regardless of politics. But critics say that this will only help embolden the regimes. As far as politically, with Democrats facing an uphill battle in Florida, some of them are wondering if this decision by the Biden White House makes things even tougher for Democrats with the midterms and a gubernatorial race around the corner.
President Biden making changes to U.S. foreign policy in both Cuba and Venezuela this week. It's got some Florida Democrats up in arms, given the large diaspora communities living in the state that fled both regimes.
There are elected officials who are members of the Democratic Party who are not happy. There are activists who are not happy. It may just be further evidence that the Biden administration is not very concerned with what plays well politically in South Florida.
In Cuba, the U.S. is expanding flights out outside of Havana, easing travel restrictions and eliminating caps on family remittances. While the changes also reestablish a widely popular family reunification program, the move comes on the heels of Cuba announcing a new penal code that activists say is aimed at punishing dissent following last year's Marches for Freedom, in which hundreds of young people have been jailed, some facing decades in prison.
We're carrying out this lifting of sanctions in the midst of some of the worst repression Cuba has seen.
All this is going to do is give the Cuban regime more money. It's going to give its military and its police force more money so it can oppress the Cuban people.
While in Venezuela, President Biden has eased some economic sanctions, allowing Chevron to begin talks about potentially restarting oil production in exchange for discussions between the Nicolas Maduro regime and opposition leader Juan Guaido, whom the U.S. recognizes as interim president.
We need to not simplify this issue. We have to understand that the Venezuelan and Cuban people are looking for a ray of hope, and we can't just step on it.
Some Democratic strategists like Evelyn Perez Verdia say the changes are actually what's best for the people.
The regimes need to we need to hold them accountable. If this does not proceed well, we need to hold them accountable. But the people are asking for something that is different, are asking for something that makes a change for their family.
Still, it comes at a time when Democrats are finding anything but sunshine in Florida.
The numbers do not lie. President Biden lost about 70% of the Cuban American vote in 2020, so it's hard to really go much further down.
In 2020, former President Trump's most significant gains among Latinos happened right here in South Florida, and it wasn't just among right-leaning Cuban Americans.
It's Venezuelans. It's Colombians who for decades were facing a civil war that spilled over to other parts of the country. It's Nicaraguans who have had to live under the rule of Daniel Ortega.
Some Cuban activists say regardless of how the changes could be weaponized politically, they'll make life better for the people.
That is all liberating. And we have to understand that this isn't a game of quid pro quo. We're not children. We're supporting the Cuban people in what they need to survive.
With the gubernatorial race just months away, Governor Ron DeSantis is already seizing the moment.
That is going to increase the amount of money that's going to the dictatorship. Everything that enters that island, they control.
One of the problems is I don't feel that the Democratic Party has done a good enough job of explaining its core values. And Republicans have. Republicans' messaging can be boiled down to a noun, a verb, and socialism. That's what they have said throughout the last two election cycles and very effectively in Florida.
Now, Democrats just 2 weeks ago announced a $15 million effort in an attempt to organize prior to November here in Florida. Still, the Miami Herald reported back in April that many national liberal grassroots groups have reduced staff and scaled back voter outreach efforts out of reluctance from out-of-state donors to spend their money here in Florida.
Wow.
Morgan?
I thought it was really interesting what that gentleman said about the importance of the simplicity of that messaging. Christian Benavides, thank you so much for that report. Really important.
Violent protests erupt in Sudan and the new mandate in effect for some women in Afghanistan. Let's go around the world in 60 seconds. Sudan, where tear gas filled the air of Khartoum as demonstrators clashed with security forces. The protesters want the military out of power. They've been taking to the streets since a coup started in October.
This oppression is irresponsible and not right. No matter what, the Sudanese people are in charge of our own country's agenda, and we'll keep resisting even if half of us die.
Norway, where 3 people were stabbed in a village in the southeast. One of the victims is in critical condition. The other 2 are injured but stable. The suspect has been arrested. This comes 2 days after a man pleaded guilty for stabbing 5 people to death in Norway back in October. And Afghanistan, where the Taliban has ordered female TV reporters to cover their faces on air. This comes a few days after the Taliban ordered all women to cover their faces in public. One female anchor posted a video on Instagram of her covering her face with a surgical mask before air. The caption, "My smile was forbidden, my mouth was closed, and soon being a woman will be forbidden." And that's the world now. Midterm mania hits overdrive.
Just after the break, Chuck Todd checks in with the big takeaways from Tuesday's primaries and what it could mean for November. Don't go anywhere.
Right now on NBC News Now.
Got all the angles covered tonight.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We begin this hour with the military invasion that's currently unfolding. Right now, the attacks from Russia are coming in from every angle.
Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv.
Live from Ukraine, where a fierce battle is raging on.
We've heard a number of explosions.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities one after another.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items that'll ruin tires, ruin the bottom of the car.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
The battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms.
We are talking elections in a battleground state. What does President Biden need to do tonight? He needs to speak to heads and hearts.
A lot to break down, Chuck, so let's dive right in.
Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson now elevated to the Supreme Court.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We have some stunning new findings about COVID-19.
This new variant is more contagious. Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Former President Trump's self-proclaimed status as the, quote, king of endorsements will be put to the test again in a fresh round of primary races coming next Tuesday. But while much of the primary's focus lately has been on Republican races, a new NBC poll points to President Biden and congressional Democrats being in for quite the uphill battle in November. And who better to discuss all of this with than NBC's Chuck Todd, our political director, moderator of Meet the Press, and starting next month, the anchor of Meet the Press Now, debuting on NBC News Now. So Chuck, thanks for being here. First, let's just start out with the latest NBC News poll. It gives us a good look into what issues voters are focusing on when they select their candidates this season. So what is this poll really telling us about what voters' priorities actually are heading into November?
Well, it's a fascinating. We've tested a whole slew of issues, and what surfaces to the top as the issues that people say make them more likely to support a potential candidate for Congress are anything that has to do with bringing down the cost of living, whether it's cutting government spending to bring down the cost of living, or even going after corporations to do it. Whatever it takes to reduce that is a top issue. And up top, you see there the number one issue overall is anybody that advocates for funding the police. That is popular left and right, if you will. What is also interesting is on the negative side of things. About the worst thing you can be an advocate for, at least potentially with swing voters, is being somebody who wants to overturn Roe v. Wade or wants to defund the police. And so you see sort of both a negative attribute. You can see what doesn't work and what does. And here's what I would say overall, Morgan. And if you go to First Read today, our political newsletter, it really breaks it down really well with all the issues we tested. But here's what you sort of can take away overall. The Republican campaigns are going to be almost, in a general election, entirely focused on the economic issues, cost of living. The Democratic campaigns, they're going to be focused on a couple of things. One, you see why Biden is talking about ultra-MAGA or Trumpism, being somebody that doesn't believe that Biden won the election's a pretty hard negative. And then the abortion issue. You see the potency potentially there. So what was a good thing about this exercise is it sort of reinforces your Democratic candidates are going to be running on abortion, running on against sort of what the Republican Party's become, I think your Republican candidates are going to be running almost on all things exclusively on the economy.
And Chuck, we also just talk about gerrymandering briefly. I mean, it's been playing out in state courts all over the country, especially here in New York, set to finalize its congressional map today. Former New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio actually just announced his bid for a newly created district. But a new map could actually sort of pit some high-ranking incumbent Democrats against each other in the primary. So what should Democrats be bracing for here, Chuck, and what's already a challenging environment?
Well, and that's what happened. This could cost them upwards of 3, maybe even 4 seats just in the New York map alone. I mean, the Democrats were counting on New York to gerrymander in their favor, and that's what happened. You know, this has always been the problem, Morgan. Nationally, Democrats were campaigning against gerrymandering. But in New York State, where they had the advantages and the majorities, they tried to maximize their effort, and the courts said no. So I will say this is what happens when you're sort of not pure on this. If you could say one thing and do another. But it is, I think, going to pit so many of these incumbent members. It's one of these things that's going to bog down leadership. It's going to sort of create some fights. And the DCCC chair happens to be a New York member of Congress, Son Patrick Maloney. There's already people asking, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is so upset about what he's doing, trying to go into another seat that's a bit safer. She thinks he ought to have to resign as DCCC chair, which is the campaign arm of the House Democrats nationally. So I think this is going to cause a lot of headaches for the Democratic Party in leadership.
All right, NBC's Chuck Todd for us. Chuck, thank you so much. And don't miss the debut of Meet the Press Now, weekdays at 4 p.m. Eastern, starting next month right here on NBC News Now. Thank you, Chuck.
Thank you.
And still ahead, it connects the past and the present in eye-opening ways inside this unprecedented exhibit on the journey from slavery to equality at one of the most prestigious museums in the world. When we return.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. Hi, Blair, you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Well, finally this hour, a look at the powerful new collection at the National Gallery of Art in Washington. Afro-Atlantic histories are being brought to life by more than 100 paintings, sculptures, photographs, and much more.
NBC News Washington correspondent Michelle Sindor takes us inside and shows us how it's inspiring a new generation.
It's an art exhibit with a lesson.
It's to show how Black people and Black cultures are integral to the making of the modern world.
Curator Kenitra Fletcher is describing Afro-Atlantic histories, a new collection at the prestigious National Gallery of Art in Washington.
What's the importance of having this art in this building, given how different it is to everything else?
We want people to understand that work by Black diasporic people is just as treasured and important as the European art that you see in the other galleries in this building.
more than 130 works, meant to take viewers through a global journey from slavery to emancipation to the modern fight for civil rights and equality.
This is the key image of the exhibition, and in this work they've taken on the guise of the Statue of Liberty. They're thinking about citizenship and sovereignty and who gets to represent nations. Often it's not a black person.
A message that resonates with young artists from the Duke Ellington School of the Arts.
How did you feel walking through the exhibit?
I felt empowered. I felt like I was seen, I was heard.
When you go to like a regular museum, I don't see other artists that are like me.
And why is that important to see a black artist that represents you?
Because it shows that like I can do the same thing. It's something I can achieve.
The art also made them think about the national battle raging over teaching race and history.
A lot of people want to erase history, and this kind of doesn't let that happen.
If you know anything about it, is that art survives. And this art will survive and it will prevail.
A powerful message amid powerful art. Yamiche Alcindor, NBC News, Washington.
Hey there, happy Friday, and thank you so much for being with us this hour. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. The news continues right now.
Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening. Precious cargo, the first baby formula from overseas arriving this weekend. When will it be on store shelves? What on earth is monkeypox? The rare virus spreading across Europe. Now it's here in the U.S. Plus record heat, severe threats, even a late May snowstorm. Who's in for the biggest shock to their weather system this weekend? We start today with the national baby formula shortage, and some help is on the way. The first formula flights from foreign countries could land on American soil this weekend. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa here now. So Maggie, the Biden administration is calling this Operation Fly Formula. How much product are we talking about here?
Sure. So we don't have an overall estimate at this point, but basically enough that the head of the FDA says this shortage should begin improving within days, and then we should be back to normal within weeks. That's from the FDA. The first shipment, though, for some perspective, is expected to carry the equivalent of 1.5 million 8-ounce bottles of formula. And Allison, we're told all of that formula is hypoallergenic.
So Maggie, where's this first batch coming from? Do we know where it's headed? What other info do you have about the whereabouts?
Yeah, we do. Those details are coming out slowly. It's coming from Zurich, Switzerland, and it's heading to Plainfield, Indiana. We're told it will be distributed widely, so if you're not near Indiana, don't worry. But again, that's expected to take off this weekend. We don't have a specific ETA or a departure time for that matter. We're told the White House right now is working to identify a commercial aircraft, a commercial plane to make this trip.
People are going to be tracking that flight like they're watching Santa on Christmas Eve. My goodness.
100%.
Which parts of the country need formula the most right now? Are we seeing areas of greater need than others?
I mean, you know, it's heartbreaking in every corner of the country. Like, we've seen stories of hardship popping up all over the place. One example, Texas is hit particularly hard. Out of stock rates there are around 50%. And then for that matter, really the entire Southwest is bearing a lot of the brunt of this because formula maker Abbott, whose voluntary recall and plant closure we know exacerbated this whole situation, they were the primary formula provider for 85% of WIC infants, meaning like low-income families in that region in the Southwest. So it's needed everywhere, but that part of the country is definitely really feeling this. Allison.
Oh, it's so nice to hear though that there might be some formula on store shelves soon. Maggie, thank you so much.
Exactly.
Confronting unlawful acts of hate is a matter of moral urgency for all of us here today, and it is a charge deeply rooted in the Justice Department's founding.
The Justice Department out with 3 new ways it's fighting hate crimes just 6 days after a gunman killed 10 black people at a Buffalo grocery store. But they are not calling the suspect in that attack a terrorist. NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams here with more on today's big announcement from the DOJ. So, Pete, Attorney General Merrick Garland laid out 3 new initiatives today. What are they?
Well, one of the biggest challenges is getting a good understanding of exactly how widespread these incidents are. So one of the new initiatives is intended to help police identify hate crimes and to encourage people in minority communities to report them. DOJ is launching a program to get more help for taking calls from immigrants who don't speak English as well. The Attorney General announced a $10 million grant to help states set up new hotlines for reporting these crimes and to encourage police to do a better job of recognizing them in the first place and gather the data. He says the supermarket shooting in Buffalo is a reminder of how much work remains to be done. And the FBI says the number of these hate crimes has been rising, with more than 8,300 in the latest tally. That is the largest number in the past 2 decades, and much of that increase is because of attacks on Black and Asian American and Pacific Islander victims.
Pete, Garland also talked about the Buffalo shooting and the church shooting in Laguna Woods, California. What did he say about them specifically?
Well, he specifically, of course, said the government will do everything they can to try to prosecute and bring those people to justice. But he also said both incidents are reminders of how far the government has to go.
Pete Williams. Oh, we have sound of that, don't we?
Yeah.
Last weekend's attack was a painful reminder of the singular impact that hate crimes have not only on individuals, but on entire communities. They bring immediate devastation. They inflict lasting fear.
The Justice Department is also providing more support to community-based organizations and civil rights groups to try to promote awareness and preparedness, Allison.
All right, now that we have heard from the Attorney General, I can thank you. Pete, thanks, and have a good weekend.
You bet. You too.
Coming up, COVID cases, monkeypox, and boosters for kids. Oh my. Dr. Azar here to help us with all of it next.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Let's go to NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eglin. She has the latest headlines from NBCNews.com. Hi, Maya.
Hi, Allison. We start with the Defense Department Press Secretary John Kirby moving to the White House for a senior communications role. Officials say the new role will be part of the National Security Council. A lost hiker's body found in the Arizona forest. His dog that stayed with him was alive, but in serious condition. 74-year-old Donald Hayes had been missing since last Friday. Authorities in Sri Lanka closing schools and asking public officials not to come to work amid a fuel shortage. The country is almost out of fuel and is struggling to pay for imported gas and other items. 2 Secret Service staff members sent home early from Seoul ahead of Biden's Asia visit. South Korean police say the 2 staffers engaged in violence against a local man. And the man who tackled Dave Chappelle on stage, accused of trying to murder his roommate. Isaiah Lee reportedly tried to stab his roommate in December, according to the LA County District Attorney's Office. Allison.
All right, Maya, thank you.
Our 2 nations work together to make the best, most advanced technology in the world. And this factory is proof of that. And that gives both the Republic of Korea and the United States a competitive edge in the global economy if we can keep our supply chains resilient, reliable, and secure.
President Biden in Seoul today talking about the relationship between the United States and South Korea. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli is traveling with the president. Mike, President Biden emphasized the economic bond between the 2 nations today while also sending a message to China. Talk us through it.
Yeah, happy Saturday, Allison. It's morning here in Seoul, and the president on his first day touching down. And really, it was interesting, given all the high-stakes international challenges that he's going to be focusing on over the next 4 days, that the president really began his trip by focusing on the domestic economy back home. He visited that Samsung facility. They're actually going to be building a new $17 billion plant in the U.S., in Texas, in fact, that's going to create 3,000 jobs. This is a president who knows that the #1 issue at home is the economy and inflation specifically. And so we heard him make the argument that strengthening our economic alliances, partnerships with South Korea and with their businesses really can pay dividends, not just for Americans in the form of new jobs, but by building things in America. The semiconductor challenge was a big part of the supply chain crisis and inflation that we saw. Here's the president laying it all out.
The COVID-19 pandemic exposed the fragility of just-in-time supply chains. The global semiconductor shortage has caused a shortfall in consumer goods, especially automobiles, and is contributing to higher prices around the world. And now, Putin's brutal and unprovoked war in Ukraine has further spotlighted the need to secure our critical supply chains so that our economy, our economic, and our national security are not dependent on countries that don't share our values.
So, Allison, the president is going to be holding meetings tomorrow with South Korea's new president, but then we'll see him make another economic announcement before he leaves South Korea, meeting with the leadership of Hyundai, who is going to be announcing plans to open a new plant in the state of Georgia. It's always about the economy, Allison.
Yeah, and as I now know, tomorrow means Sunday. Mike, we have to talk about something pretty serious, though. There is also concern about North Korean weapon testing during President Biden's visit. What's the latest on that?
Yeah, this is obviously going to be a major topic of conversation when President Yoon and President Biden sit down today. They're going to have an official meeting and then Yoon hosting Biden for a state dinner. Now, the concern not just is about the advances that North Korea has made in its nuclear program over the last 5 years especially, but the fact that North Korea may use this moment, may make a provocative act in launching either a long-range missile or even a nuclear test while President Biden is here. Now, the White House says yes, their intelligence is showing that is a very major possibility, but that there are contingency plans in place in terms of the summit. Also talking about the fact that it only really shows why President Biden is here in the first place, that we need to take even more defensive and deterrent measures with our South Korean partners to try to bring this situation into control. Now, typically we rely on China's help to try to deal with North Korea as an interlocutor, but the U.S. and the increasing sort of Cold War tensions almost between the U.S. and China have made the relationship with South Korea all the more critical.
Mike, Maya Eaglin just mentioned in our headlines that the Secret Service confirmed 2 agents were sent home after an early morning incident at a Seoul hotel. What do you know there?
Yeah, Allison, this is important to note that this all happened before President Biden arrived. Obviously, a number of Secret Service, other staff on the ground ahead of his visit. But yes, there were 2 Secret Service employees who were involved in some sort of altercation with potentially a cab driver, other South Korean nationals. These individuals were placed on administrative leave and have already been sent home. A Secret Service spokesperson, you see it there, saying they are aware of this off-duty incident involving employees. The individuals have been returned back to their post of duty and will be placed on administrative leave. There was no impact to the upcoming trip as well. Allison, this seems to be something of a minor incident, but sort of a major headache as well for the president as he was hoping to kick off an important trip.
Sure. Mike, the president is in the region until Tuesday. First, I should ask, our Tuesday or your Tuesday, and what else is on his agenda?
That's right. Well, as we are now in Saturday in day 2, the president today, as I mentioned, going to be sitting down with the South Korean president. He also is going to be visiting a memorial to some of the U.S. service members who were lost in the Korean War. Sunday, I mentioned that meeting with Hyundai about the potential expansion of their operations in the U.S. Then when we head on to Tokyo, we're going to see the president meeting with his Japanese counterpart, the prime minister, focusing on important bilateral relationships, but also they go into a meeting of what's known as the Quad. This is the U.S. working with the leaders of Japan, India, and Australia. This is a fairly new alliance that the president is really trying to elevate in terms of its stature. That focus is going to be, they say, about climate and cyber, but really this is an alliance that's focused on trying to counter China's influence in the region. Should also mention that one of the more sort of tense moments might be in that Quad meeting. The Indian prime minister has actually not gone as far as the White House would like in terms of taking stronger line against Russia as it relates to the situation in Ukraine. So keep an eye out for that, Allison.
All right, Mike Memley, thank you for being with us. I know it may be Saturday, but it's very, very early on Saturday there, so thanks so much.
You got it, Allison. Thanks.
On the monkeypox outbreak, what I would like to stress from the beginning is that we're obviously monitoring the situation very, very closely.
Belgium says it now has cases of the rare virus monkeypox. The World Health Organization meeting today about the spread of the virus. Meanwhile, here in the U.S., health officials are investigating a suspected second case. This one's in New York City. Doctors confirmed the first monkeypox case in Massachusetts earlier this week. So what is monkeypox and where did it come from? Here's NBC News reporter Zincle Asamoah.
There's a rare disease infecting people around the globe, and it's not coronavirus, it's monkeypox.
Honestly, I feel like at this point, it's not even a surprise anymore. I'm just waiting for the apocalypse to happen pretty much.
It's not the apocalypse, but on Wednesday, officials confirmed a first U.S. case of the virus this year in a male patient in Massachusetts. Now, a second potential case being investigated in New York City.
The patient was placed in an airborne infection isolation room in our special pathogens unit.
According to the CDC, monkeypox was discovered in monkeys in 1958. More than a decade later, it spread to humans. The first case was found in the Democratic Republic of Congo in 1970, and then more in remote parts of Central and West Africa. By 2003, the first monkeypox case hit the U.S.
A bizarre new viral outbreak right here in this country.
Since then, experts say widespread smallpox vaccination likely curbed monkeypox infections worldwide. But it's back. The World Health Organization now deploying an incident response team in the UK with at least 8 cases there. The U.S. case is a man who recently traveled to Canada. He's hospitalized and in stable condition.
The current patient is of no public health risk right now, and people should just be aware of symptoms, but not be afraid in any way.
Symptoms include fever, fatigue, fluid-filled bumps, and lymph node swelling, with specific communities at risk.
The risk factor here has been men having sex with men.
The CDC says, regardless of sexual orientation, monkeypox can spread through contaminated items, fluids or sores, or air droplets of an infected person, though the virus does not spread easily.
At this time, we don't want people to worry. At this point, again, these numbers are still small. We want them to be aware of these symptoms, and if they have any concerns, to reach out to their doctor.
Still, officials warn that they see no clear links between the Western monkeypox infections and countries where monkeypox usually occurs.
What we have seen in the United Kingdom, in Spain, and in Europe has been novel, and that gives us cause for concern.
From monkeypox to the coronavirus, COVID cases spiking 56% in the U.S. over the last 2 weeks. Yesterday, the CDC gave the green light to booster shots for kids 5 to 11. Here's NBC News correspondent Gabe Gutierrez.
The CDC director signing off on Pfizer's COVID booster shot for kids ages 5 to 11 after an advisory panel voted 11 to 1 hours earlier to recommend it. The smaller booster doses are now available to children 5 months after they received their first 2 shots. Welcome news to mom Laura Castelline in Iowa.
I feel like this gives kids a step up on it. Like, then your immune system already knows what it's looking for, and the chances of them getting really sick is much lower.
Still, less than a third of kids in that age group have received their first 2 shots.
The kids, especially, they have a good immune system. I don't understand why they needed a booster.
Vaccines for children under 5 are not available yet, but the FDA commissioner says a review of Moderna's application for that age group is imminent.
One of the major lessons is that children are not just small adults, and so you have to do specific studies for the biology and the size.
All this coming as COVID cases among children are on the rise, up 76% from just 2 weeks ago. Overall, the U.S. is seeing 100,000 new daily COVID infections for the first time in months, but deaths are down almost 20%, thanks in large part to effective vaccines. In New York, COVID hospitalizations are at a 3-month high. In Los Angeles County, public health experts say rising case numbers just triggered a higher risk level, but no renewed mask mandates yet.
I do not think that the country will be as responsive as they might have been a year or even 2 years ago, because we now have approached probably about 70% of all adults in the United States infected with Omicron, even just in the last 6 to 9 months.
All right, let's bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar. Dr. Azar, let's talk about the spike in COVID cases. What are you seeing in your patients, and what's your advice for people who haven't gotten hit with COVID just yet?
Wow, Allison, I was just having this conversation with a patient this week, and I said, so have you had COVID yet? And she was like, no, I haven't. And that night she tested positive.
Oh, no.
So I know, really, I know. I mean, listen, we know how contagious it is, and we know that with every subsequent sublineage, the virus becomes more and more contagious. And I think, what we're seeing right now is this kind of perfect storm, right? We're seeing a convergence of factors. Our immunity from boosters is waning. For those of us who had boosters, people are not wearing masks, and so we're spending more time in gatherings and social gatherings and things like that. And of course, we have these, this BA2 121 that's even more transmissible than BA2. So I'm not surprised to see the cases going up. I am definitely encouraged by the fact that we are not seeing, ICU capacity being stressed, and we're not seeing deaths, following the hospitalizations the way we did earlier on in the pandemic, which of course says to all of us that, vaccines and boosters are keeping people alive, and things like antivirals and monoclonals are also keeping people out of the hospital.
Is it just back to the COVID basics? I mean, be careful where you go, wear a mask.
Yeah, I do think it's back to COVID basics. I do think that we've all gotten a little bit more comfortable with the idea that we probably will at some point all, if not just exposed, become infected. But I always want to stress that, for people who are at higher risk, even a minor infection can prove certainly problematic. And so there's many, many subgroups of folks in this country who need to be still very, very vigilant.
Absolutely. All right, let's talk about the kids here. 35% of kids 5 to 11 already have at least one COVID vaccine shot. Less than 30% got both, according to the CDC. Why do you think that's the case, and what kind of booster shot turnout are you expecting? I would have thought if you brought your kids for one shot, you'd take them back for the second.
Right. I think any reluctance on a parent's part right now to do a third shot, I think probably just is more psychological and just has to do with, really, I thought we were done kind of thing. But remember, there are a lot of childhood vaccination series that are more than 2 shots. I mean, kids from the time they're 2 months old, or even younger, I can't remember anymore, through their school age years are constantly getting boosters to complete their series. And, look, I think the data speaks for itself that the protection against infection really did drop dramatically with Omicron from 68% to 12%. Even though with those 2 shots, Allison, parents still need to understand that their kids are protected against severe disease. But look, I'm sure families want to go on vacation this summer. Kids want to go to camp. You know, positive tests are going to keep them away from those things. And so if not just for the health benefits, getting that booster now will definitely, you know, bump up everyone's protection against infection. And then we'll see what happens in the fall. You know, it's just, we're out of the business of predicting, right?
Right, for sure. Look, you said the magic word too, camp, right? I mean, if you tell kids that you need to do this to go to camp, I think they'll all sign up. Nobody wants to miss out after not being able to do all the things they love for a couple of years. Dr. Azar, there's a really fascinating new study out of the UK. I'm so interested in this one. It suggests that COVID may be deadlier for men because estrogen may play a protective role for women. Females who took hormone replacement therapy after getting COVID had a 78% lower mortality rate than women who didn't. I'm so fascinated by this. What else can you tell us about it?
It is fascinating, and it actually builds on prior research, Allison, that there is something about estrogen that is immunoprotective for women. And I feel bad for all the guys out there, including my own husband, when we make fun of them with their man flu and their this and that. It's actually a real thing. You know, we know that women actually mount a higher antibody response early in viral infections and clear virus more quickly than men do. And that's one explanation for why we did see this dramatic discordance in fatality rates between men and women. So, you know, it's not just in our heads. You know, some of it, of course, there probably are confounding factors, you know, health behaviors and other comorbidities. But to really look at these things, they correct for that. And there is really a biological explanation for it, Allison.
Man flu is real. I have lived with it, and it is real, Dr. Azar. Quite an impressive thing. I have to ask you about this monkeypox virus. Just the sound of it sounds like something that you completely want to avoid. What should we know about it?
Yeah. You know, I think the take-home message right now, Allison, is that you know, for the average American, this isn't going to end up being something even remotely akin to COVID-19. And the reason is that this is a virus that is transmitted primarily through large respiratory droplets. So again, you need to be in really close contact with someone who's infected or in contact with their bodily fluid, primarily through these vesicles, which are the characteristic rash that's associated with the bug. So this is very different than being in a bar and being worried about contracting it. That's the first thing. You know, it does have a higher fatality rate than COVID-19. It certainly can be serious in people who are immunocompromised. And this is the biggest outbreak, as the piece said, you know, in almost 2 decades. So it is important, it is significant, and clearly something that we want to keep an eye on. But for the average American going about their daily lives, it really doesn't change anything at the moment.
Does the smallpox vaccine protect us at all from monkeypox? Or are we talking about completely different poxes here?
Yeah, so there is some protection from the smallpox vaccine. The problem is that we haven't been administering the smallpox vaccine for decades in this country since smallpox was eradicated. I actually had already one patient ask if she could get the smallpox vaccine, and I was like, I have no idea. You know, I mean, I think that the CDC is going to be, you know, thinking about, there are some therapeutics, some antivirals, as well as the smallpox vaccine that they probably will make available. Actually, more like, you know, even what we do with rabies, sort of like post-exposure or post-infectious treatment. So you can get the smallpox vaccine if you have monkeypox, and that could ameliorate or mitigate some of the symptoms. This is all like, this is not bottom line at all, but this is definitely something that CDC is looking into.
I love how savvy your patients are, asking you already if they can get smallpox because they know what's going on with monkeypox. I'm very impressed.
I know. And the only reason I know the answer is because I was prepping for this, Allison.
I love it. See, good. I'm glad that we were in some way useful and helpful to you. Dr. Azar, you're always so great to us.
Always.
Thank you, and have a nice weekend.
You too.
The Oklahoma legislature has passed a bill banning nearly all abortions in the state. It is considered the country's most restrictive bill so far. The GOP-controlled state house okaying it in a 73-16 vote. NBC News reporter Chloe Atkins here now. Chloe, this is the third piece of anti-abortion legislation Oklahoma's passed recently. The governor's already signed off on a law that bans abortions after 6 weeks and another that makes it a felony to perform an abortion. What's in this latest bill, and has the governor said whether he'll sign it?
That's right, Allison. The Oklahoma legislature passed through the country's most restrictive abortion ban. Now, this ban bans abortion after fertilization, except in the cases of rape, incest, or life endangerment. And, you know, if and when the governor decides to sign this bill, it'll take effect immediately. Now, this governor, who is a Republican, has pledged to sign every single anti-abortion bill that hits his desk. So we do expect him to sign it. We don't know exactly when it will take place, but we are watching it closely. Allison?
Chloe, in the last few years, the Oklahoma legislature has approved several other abortion bills that were later considered unconstitutional. What makes this one different?
That's right, Allison. The Oklahoma legislature has passed many anti-abortion laws over the years, but what makes this law different and what could make it stick is that there is a provision that allows any citizen to sue someone who helps another person get an abortion. So this is very similar to what we saw take place in Texas in September 2020 with SB 8, which, you know, allows people to do the same thing. And that very provision is what makes it hard for abortion rights organizations to challenge and be successful in court. Allison?
You've spoken with people on both sides of this issue, on both sides of this legislation. What are you hearing?
Right. So this morning, I spoke to folks on both sides of this issue. And, you know, my sources in the abortion rights world are telling me that, you know, they do plan to challenge this law in court, and they are calling it cruel. And, you know, what they're saying to me is that, you know, Oklahomans will have to travel to places like Kansas and Colorado and Illinois for care. Now, on the flip side, I talked to anti-abortion groups as well, and they were, you know, praising this move by Oklahoma, and they're hoping that other states will do the same. Allison?
So, Chloe, what's the hot take from the White House here?
Right. So we heard from the White House late last night, Allison, and they said, quote, this is part of a growing effort by ultra MAGA officials across the country to roll back the freedoms we should not take for granted in this country. They are starting with reproductive rights, but the American people need to know that other fundamental rights, including the right to contraception and marriage equality, are at risk. And Allison, I'm sure that this isn't the last time that we will hear from the White House on this issue, because states are continuing to ratchet up, you know, and restrict abortion access. And also this spring and summer, we are poised to hear from the Supreme Court, who will shape the future of abortion rights for years to come. Allison?
All right, Chloe, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Coming up, mapping entire communities out of Congress, what could be happening to black districts in New York next.
Would it be easier for the airlines to manage a vaccine mandate than a mask mandate? Is there a case to be made that it's time to give Ukraine offensive weapons so they can win this war? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We begin with breaking news. The attacks from Russia are coming in from every angle.
Live from Ukraine, where a fierce battle is raging on.
We've heard a number of explosions.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facility.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items that'll ruin tires, ruin the bottom of the car.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
the battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
What does President Biden need to do tonight?
He needs to speak to heads and hearts.
A lot to break down, Chuck, so let's dive right in.
Official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate.
We have some stunning new findings about COVID-19.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Early voting ends today in Georgia. A record number of people already casting their ballots in Tuesday's primary. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander's in Atlanta to show us what's driving more voters to the polls early.
Well, here on the last day of early voting in Georgia, we're seeing almost close to what we saw on the first day, which is record-breaking turnout. You can see the line here behind me. This is kind of what we've been seeing throughout the day at this precinct here in South Fulton County, a steady stream of people. In fact, there were a number of people who were lined up a good 30 minutes before the doors even opened here to actually go inside and cast their ballot. But this is just one snapshot of what we're seeing here in Georgia. But the latest numbers from the Secretary of State's office really tell the full story. Just look at these numbers. More than 655,000 people have turned out during this early voting period to cast their ballots in person. That's in addition to some tens of thousands of absentee ballots that have been cast. So we're talking about record-breaking numbers that have far eclipsed what we saw in 2018 and 2020 during this same point. Now, I spoke with a number of voters here at this precinct, and they told me why they believe this election is so important and why they vote early. Take a look.
I wanted to make sure that my voice is heard. I know that there are traditionally long lines on election day, so whenever there's a break in my schedule for early election, I try to take advantage of it so I can make sure I get in, get out, and participate in the process.
Well, because next week is going to be a madhouse. There's going to be a lot of people here, and the way my job is, I don't know whether I'll be available. I'm on a call. So they could call me, and I got to go out of state, so I don't know. So when I have the opportunity, I take it. Well, most important to me is that we need to come out and vote and put the right people in office. There's people out here trying to hurt us, and we need to vote to make sure that the right people are in office, if at all possible. It's been demonstrated. It's all on the news. You got people out here that, to me, aren't very American. It is American way to vote, and may the winner, whoever wins, fine. But you got some people out there that are just saying some real bad things, putting some bad information out there, so if people don't vote.
And some voters also told me they just don't want to take a chance on election day. They don't want to come out and see long lines and perhaps not be able to vote or not have time. So they said that they came out to make sure that they have enough time to cast their ballot. This just kind of underscores how important this election is on both sides of the aisle. Now, this area where we are, this is a heavily Democratic area. Most of the people that I spoke to when it comes to the gubernatorial race tell me they're supporting Stacey Abrams, but we're also seeing voter enthusiasm on the Republican side. In fact, even more so, according to the Secretary of State's numbers. That's where the heavily contested primary is. Of course, we're watching the race between Governor Brian Kemp and Trump-endorsed challenger, former Senator David Perdue. We're also very closely watching that Secretary of State's race where the incumbent Brad Raffensperger is face off against another Trump-endorsed candidate, Jody Hice. The two of them are in a virtual tie, according to a recent poll. Now remember, primary day is next week. Early voting ends today.
High stakes for secretaries of state. This year, voters in 24 states will decide who should run their elections. A lot of GOP candidates still backing Trump's false claims that 2020 was stolen. Here's NBC News senior investigative and legal correspondent Cynthia McFadden.
Detroit, Michigan, the morning after the 2020 presidential vote. Republican poll challengers and others claiming election officials are inside rigging the election in favor of Joe Biden. NBC's most recent polling suggests about 38% of voters across the country still believe the election was stolen, despite audits in 39 states and more than 60 courts confirming the results. One of the key culprits, they say, Jocelyn Benson, Michigan Secretary of State, a former law school dean and election law expert.
You've been called a traitor. It's been said that you should be locked up. Some of this went very high up in our government.
Even the president himself had called on me to be arrested and tried for treason, potentially executed.
To hear that the president of the United States, when he loses the election in Michigan, decides that the way to deal with that is to accuse you of treason, to ask, isn't there some way to arrest her?
We should stop expecting that there is a bottom to the lengths that people will go to overturn legitimate election results and seize power in our country.
From right inside the White House, a spokesman for the former president denied President Trump ever said such a thing. Despite it all, she's running for re-election.
Who does this woman think she is?
Her opponent, Christina Caramo, endorsed in this Michigan rally by none other than former President Trump.
Hello, Michigan. The presidential election was rigged and stolen. Christina, come up, Christina, is a true American patriot.
President Trump, you inspired so many people to run for office, to stand up and fight back.
Caramo declined NBC's request for an interview, but her podcast lays out some of her positions.
Our election cycle in 2020 has been a robbery. Secretary of State is the one that should be under investigation. She should be going to jail.
This year, voters in 24 states will decide who should run their elections. NBC News reached out to all of them. In 14, an election denier is on the ballot, including in key battleground states.
The big lie is not just spreading, but it's deepening its hold on the American people.
Next week's primary in Georgia is of particular interest, as Republican Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, who famously stood up to President Trump's demand he find 11,800 votes, is running against election denier Jody Hice.
We need these people to call balls and strikes. But if you have an umpire who doesn't believe baseball exists, that's a problem.
Michael Waldman runs the nonpartisan Brennan Center.
You need to have some confidence that someone will count the votes. If we can't have that confidence, it's very hard to have a real democracy.
Many like Waldman wondering if those chosen to run the nation's elections might undermine the very democracy they will swear to defend.
It is enough to make Jim Crow blush. New York Congressman Hakeem Jeffries slamming a draft congressional map for his state, saying it takes a sledgehammer to black districts. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa joining us from the Hill. Ali, an outside map maker was appointed after a court struck down the congressional map the Democrats drew up last month. What does this new proposal look like?
Yeah, Allison, well, these maps have caused a firestorm of controversy, not just in New York, but also here on Capitol Hill. And that's because these maps, Democrats thought that after the 2020 census, that these maps would be redrawn and they would gain seats. Instead, if these maps stay the way they are, they're supposed to be finalized at some point today, they either lose seats or the seats that they already have become more competitive. And that's because several lawmakers have been completely drawn out of their districts, specifically in heavily black and brown communities. Others, like veteran Democratic lawmakers Carolyn Maloney and Jerry Nadler, who, by the way, have been colleagues for decades, are now competing in the same district, so they're forced to compete against each other. There's also this new layer to this. We saw former New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio throw his hat in the ring for one of these congressional districts this morning. That's largely untouched by all of this controversy, but it's still just the latest layer of drama for all of these congressional additional maps that, again, we expect to be finalized by the end of today, Allison.
Yeah, I saw that de Blasio announcement this morning. I thought, man, this is really getting interesting. Allie, Congressman Jeffries brought up the first African-American woman in Congress, tweeting, Shirley Chisholm wouldn't stand for an assault on historic black neighborhoods like Bedford-Stuy, and neither will we. What are Democrats doing to stop this map?
Yeah, Jeffries and other black lawmakers here on Capitol Hill are saying that because these districts cut into these heavily black and brown communities, they therefore cut into power, they therefore cut into representation in Congress. Jeffries specifically is taking aim at the state appeals court, which created, by the way, this process for these maps. There's also talk of whether the state of New York could be sued over the redistricting in this map, whether there could be a federal lawsuit to the state's map. So just the latest layer of controversy here on Capitol Hill to try and fight these maps. We even have seen Jeffries launch a whole campaign ad in his primary competition, just taking aim at these maps in general.
Allie, Democratic Congressman Sean Patrick Maloney saying he plans to jump from the 18th district to the 17th. Explain why that matters. Why should we care about this one?
Yeah, so Maloney is saying that he is going to run in a neighboring newly drawn district because that's where his home is. But this puts him up against black Democratic incumbent Congressman Mondaire Jones. Maloney is now urging Jones to go ahead and run in another nearby district against another black progressive Congressman, Jamal Bowman. That means one of these men could lose a seat. New York progressives are extremely fired up about this, extremely angry, saying it's thinly veiled racism. They're saying it disenfranchises black voters. They're saying that if these maps go through as they are drawn, that they will call for Maloney to be taken out of his chairmanship position with the Democratic Congressional Committee. And so this is really just heating up here. We expect the New York primaries to be on August 23rd. So if these maps, whether or not they stay the same, there is definitely a lot more to come out of the story between now and August 23rd. Allison.
Yeah, hot mess indeed, and we've got a ways to go. Allie Refa on the Hill, thank you. Coming up, a rare porpoise could soon be extinct. What animal protection groups are doing to save these guys. Next.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
Look who's back together.
Oh, I'm so happy. And me. That's what it takes to set a record.
So glad to see you.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
Look who's back together.
Oh, I'm so happy.
Admit, that's what it takes to set a record.
So glad to see you.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
It's going to get real steamy in the south and along the east coast this weekend, but out west, they're still watching out for snow. This is just crazy. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is here now. You have quite a weekend forecast.
There's so much going on depending on where you are.
Yeah, all right, so I think you're going to get to the heat first, and then we'll talk a little cooler stuff later. Break it up as you will.
Yeah, we're going to break it up. I'm actually going to start with severe. I was going to start with the heat because that's like a huge deal, but the severe weather is kind of taking a turn for the worse and heading for Philadelphia and the New York City area, so obviously millions of people are involved in that. So here's our severe threat into this evening, and it's a slight risk. There's not like a lot of big risk, but there's a little orange in here that's now an enhanced risk that's been issued. Eastern Pennsylvania heading towards Philadelphia, and these storms are now starting to make their way towards New York City. If you look at your watch and you know the Friday evening rush hour is beginning probably about now, and all of these storms are heading in. There is a tornado watch here. We'll get to that in a second. Also, a severe thunderstorm watch for northern portions of Michigan. That little red little polygon in the middle there is actually a tornado warning, too. So one pretty serious storm. So for the New York City, Philadelphia area, if we look at this watch box here, this goes until 7 o'clock is the chance of isolated tornadoes. Notice New York City's not included in, or Staten Island, but Philadelphia, Trenton is, in all areas from the Poconos southwards down around heading south, even Easton, and then areas around Strasburg. These storms with them, maybe some small hail, gusty winds, isolated tornadoes maybe over the next hour or two. And here's a closer view. These orange boxes are severe thunderstorm warnings. That's where you can expect maybe some isolated power outages. In Philadelphia, you're included in that. In Philly, it looks like about another 15 minutes, and then that line of storms will come through you. Timing for New York City, looks like the heaviest rain and storms will be right around 5 p.m. to roughly about 7 p.m. And then we get into the really fun stuff this weekend. There's like, you just jump straight into it. Like, everyone always says, there wasn't a spring. The people always saying that after this weekend. We have heat advisories. The mayor of Boston has issued a heat emergency for Boston this upcoming weekend. They have the cooling centers all set and ready. And the problem is that we're not used to it. Your bodies just aren't accustomed. It's like different if this is the end of the summer, but it hasn't been this hot or this humid, even close to this, for many of these areas. So it's going to be a big shock to the system. And if you're in the south, from Texas to Florida and everywhere in between, you've been feeling this heat and humidity this week. Well, now it's shooting northwards, and that's why it's going to be, so oppressively hot in the northeast even. All of these red dots show you where we're going to break record highs on Saturday or Sunday, about 60 cities total. And today we're breaking some of those records in Texas. And it hasn't been very fun around areas like Abilene, up to 104 degrees today. And, we were mentioning the four-letter word we don't like to discuss.
I don't even want to say it because people will be mad at me, so I'll let you say it. What's going on in Colorado?
With the snow, yes. It's going to be like one of those scenes where you wake up tomorrow morning, you check social media, and there's going to be like pictures of like people like skiing and shoveling and like, unfortunately probably some damage with some trees too.
Oh, no.
So winter storm warnings are covering the Denver area and Boulder. Up to this point, it had been mostly rain in Denver, but now the temperatures are starting to get cold enough. And as soon as the sun sets, we'll probably start getting accumulations even on some of the roadways. So Denver right now is at 35. If you've ever been to the Denver International Airport, it's about 1 mile outside of the downtown, so that's why it's actually out here. But in Denver itself, we're now turning over to all snow. Boulder, you're at 32 degrees and it's all snow, so that means accumulations have started on the trees, on the grass definitely, and now starting to be on some of the secondary roads. And as I said, as soon as that sun sets, that snow will come down. And these snowfall totals, it's not going to be any joke. I wouldn't doubt if some ski areas open up for the weekend. We could see up to a foot to a foot and a half just outside of Denver and Boulder. In Boulder, I think we're going to get about 6 to 8 inches. Denver, probably somewhere around 4 to 6. And if that wasn't bad enough, I know you like the outdoors, you like planting.
Yeah.
Sunday morning is going to be like 30 degrees. More people are upset with the fact that everything that they've planted is likely going to die than they are about the snow.
That would kill me. I mean, I've already got my peonies, my hydrangeas going. I feel so sorry for those folks. Yes. Hopefully it won't be too terrible. Bill, you have a nice weekend, even though that forecast, I mean, come on.
Yeah, no.
All right.
Not my best.
We'll see you next week. Work on that. A small fishing village in Baja, Mexico, now ground zero for a man-made ecological disaster that could drive one of the rarest mammals on Earth into extinction. Here's NBC News correspondent and Stay Tuned host, Gotti Schwartz.
Look closely and you can just make it out. A mystical creature so rare, even lifelong fishermen can't believe what they're seeing. They're called the vaquita marina. They're the smallest of all marine mammals. They're on the razor's edge of extinction. Valeria Towns is a biologist who's been studying the reclusive mammal for years. Her work is more important than ever because the vaquita population is nearly extinct, declining faster than any other species in modern times.
How many vaquitas are left?
Less than 20.
Less than 20 left on planet Earth?
Yes.
Does that terrify you?
It is terrifying, definitely.
The vaquitas are drowning in illegal fishing nets set by fishermen trying to catch another endangered fish called the totuaba, whose bladder can fetch tens of thousands of dollars on the illegal black market in China.
So the vaquita marina is basically going extinct by accident?
Yes. That is the saddest thing about it.
But recent sightings have given researchers some reason to be optimistic.
What gives us some hope is that they are still reproducing.
So there's been babies sighted.
There's been babies. And they're reproducing at a higher rate than we expected.
Enoch Rizzo is the captain of a research vessel that monitors vaquitas off the coast of San Felipe, Mexico.
5 millas. He says that what we're looking at right here on the map, this area that is the only place that vaquita marinas have been seen in the last years, it's a tiny little square and it's right off the coast here, about 5 miles. 5 millas, ¿verdad?
International pressure has been building to protect the vaquitas, and the threat of sanctions from the United States has prompted the Mexican Navy to step up patrol of the zero-tolerance area where boats and fishing gear are forbidden. But as we witnessed firsthand, there has been little enforcement.
We're at the Malecon. This is the main tourist drag here in San Felipe, and you've got some boats, some trucks coming in. This is probably the 19th, 20th boat that we've seen underneath those tarps. You can see that they have fishing nets underneath. These fishing nets are illegal because these are the types of fishing nets that scientists say are drowning the vaquita marina.
We saw boat after boat launching from a restricted area. Animal protection groups say it's all to fish under the cover of darkness. In a statement to NBC News, the Mexican Navy says it's been working very closely with Sea Shepherd, a nonprofit dedicated to marine conservation, supporting them by providing security and exchanging information with their vessels. But everyone agrees on one thing: that time is running out for the vaquita.
If things continue as they have been, how long do the vaquitas have left?
I don't think that more than a couple of years.
A couple of years?
Yes. For some might seem like a lost cause, but I don't consider it like that. I really consider it like the biggest challenge for protecting the most endangered mammal species in the world. If we are able to rescue the vaquita, then there is hope for the humanity future.
Hope that's now being reinforced by a coordinated international effort to change the fate of one of the world's most precious sea mammals.
Coming up, celebrating Black history at one of DC's most famous museums. We'll take you inside a new exhibit featuring more than 130 works from Black artists and historians next.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
A groundbreaking new exhibit opening at the National Gallery of Art in D.C. It takes visitors on a tour through Black history in the U.S. from slavery to civil rights. NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor checks it out.
It's an art exhibit with a lesson.
It's to show how Black people and Black cultures are integral to the making of the modern world.
Curator Kenitra Fletcher is describing Afro-Atlantic histories, a new collection at the prestigious National Gallery of Art in Washington.
What's the importance of having this art in this building, given how different it is to everything else?
We want people to understand that work by Black diasporic people is just as treasured and important as the European art that you see in the other galleries in this building.
More than 130 works meant to take viewers through a global journey from slavery to emancipation to the modern fight for civil rights and equality.
This is the key image of the exhibition, and in this work they've taken on the guise of the Statue of Liberty. They're thinking about citizenship and sovereignty and who gets to represent nations. Often it's not a Black person.
A message that resonates with young artists from the Duke Ellington School of the Arts.
How did you feel walking through the exhibit?
I felt empowered. I felt like I was seen, I was heard.
When you go to like a regular museum, I don't see other artists that are like me.
And why is that important to see a Black artist that represents you?
Because it shows that like I can do the same thing. It's something I can achieve.
The art also made them think about the national battle raging over teaching race and history.
A lot of people want to erase history, and this kind of doesn't let that happen.
If you know anything about it, is that art survives. And this art will survive and it will prevail.
A powerful message amid powerful art.
Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You're watching NBC News Now. We're starting this hour with breaking news on Wall Street. The S&P briefly crossing into bear market today. Take a look at the closing bell. You might be wondering why this is breaking news when the Dow is barely down, but this is a huge improvement. Actually, it's up now, so this is a dramatic improvement. We were down a couple hundred points in the last hour, and we slowly saw it creeping back. It's been all over the place today. Up 100 this morning, then down several hundred points. I don't have to really explain that to you. It's not unusual. There it is, down again, because that's what we've been looking at on these markets over the last 8 weeks. They're confused and they're volatile. So let's bring in CNBC Global Markets reporter Seema Modi. Seema, we see it there. It's official. The bell is ringing. Dow up about 13 points. I mean, you could basically call that flat. The S&P, it fell into bear market territory for a second, but it's out now. So walk us through what happened today.
Listen, you said it right. And at times of heightened volatility, you start to see these type of erratic moves in the last minutes of trade. The Dow ending higher for the day, but still down for 8 consecutive weeks. The S&P 500 off around 20% from its recent high. So yes, hitting that bear market territory that so many traders watch on Wall Street really comes down to those string of disappointing earnings reports that Allison, you and I have been discussing this week. Walmart, Target, and then John Deere today, not painting a pretty picture of the U.S. economy. So whether it's consumer-related companies, agriculture-related companies, John Deere saw a drop in its shares by as much as 14%, the most in 2 years. It's dealing with supply chain issues to a point where it really can't secure the parts that it needs. It says demand from farmers remains really strong because wheat and soybean prices have risen. But even so, the stock got punished, and all the other industrials tied to construction trading down on the day. There's a new survey I wanted to point to, Allison, from CNBC that we put together that shows 81% of respondents believe the U.S. will experience a recession this year. So the narrative is getting a little bit more cloudy as these earnings reports paint a rather not so positive picture, right?
Yeah, and Seema, I just got to give you a shout out because you told us earlier this week, watch John Deere. That's going to be one we're looking for on Friday. It's going to be an issue for the markets if it disappoints, and it did, and for part of the day it really was.
Yeah, well, you know, we have all these retailers that have been reporting results and referencing supply chain and some weakness in the consumer. So Deere is a different part of the economy. We're talking agriculture, the Midwest, the heartland. And so when you hear a company like Deere, the largest agriculture equipment player that focuses on everything from tractors to combines, saying that it cannot meet the demand it's seeing, that's going to raise some concerns on Wall Street. Now, looking to next week, Allison, we have Nordstrom, we have Costco, Best Buy, Dollar General. So once again, the focus on retail and the consumer will be, of course, high in focus.
I have a feeling we'll be seeing you again, Seema. In the meantime, have a nice weekend. I know you've been really busy this week with the markets all over the place.
You too. Thanks.
It's a very long process, and the reason why it's long is because we want to make sure to protect the integrity of the vote and make sure that every eligible vote is counted and that is cast.
The GOP Senate primary in Pennsylvania heading for a potentially long and expensive recount. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns has the latest from Philadelphia.
So we're still waiting on thousands of mail-in ballots and provisional ballots to be counted because this race is so close. Any of those could really make the difference here. Now, this is part of the process. We are still waiting because this is how things work here in Pennsylvania. Election workers cannot begin touching those mail-in ballots until 7 a.m. on Election Day, and it's a manual, tedious process that takes some time. So we are still waiting for election workers to get through all of those ballots. I want you to take a listen to Philadelphia City Commissioner Lisa Deeley about that.
It is taking so long because that is how the bill to allow us to do that was formed. So in other counties across the country that have mail-in voting at such a large number, they are able to start earlier. Unfortunately, in Pennsylvania, we have no pre-canvass ability required by law. We cannot start until Election Day.
There were attempts to change this rule to allow election workers to do what's called a pre-canvass, which just means preparing those mail-in ballots to be scanned, opening up those envelopes, flattening the ballots. But the GOP legislature did not allow for that rule change. So here we are still waiting. We're also most likely headed into recount territory in the coming days. That would be triggered by the Secretary of State. Now, the last time Pennsylvania had a recount was back in November 2021, and it cost taxpayers over $1 million. The city commissioner, Lisa Deeley, told me that she believes it's a bit of a waste of time just because a recount has never before actually changed the result of an election. But of course, this is incredibly tight, and we don't know where this will head. So both campaigns, election workers, journalists, we are all preparing for the long haul here.
Donald Trump still fighting for his candidate in Pennsylvania, but he's moving on from another high-profile race. NBC News national political reporter Mark Caputo writing, Trump washed his hands of Purdue and Georgia as his campaign limps into the final stretch. Mark is here with me now. So, Mark, David Perdue getting crushed in the polls against Republican Governor Brian Kemp. What are you learning in Georgia about the limits on a Trump endorsement based on what we're seeing in this race?
Well, there's limits on any endorsement. Now, Trump's endorsement is special. It's stronger than any other endorsement in any other political party I've seen. That having been said, it's not like a magic bullet. It's a bullet, not a magic bullet. So in the case of Georgia, Brian Kemp is, in the Republican Party, a rather popular conservative. He had a he had a regular legislative session where he got to pass a whole goodie grab bag of conservative policy, cut taxes, brag about the better economy. It's difficult for someone to challenge a governor seeking re-election in that case, even if they have the endorsement of the beloved central figure of their party. And incidentally, in Georgia, more and more Republicans, while they still say, yeah, Donald Trump is a beloved figure in our party, they would vote for him again, they're also kind of wishing he would sort of back off and not involve himself so much in so many races so often. But that having been said, kind of ironically, one chair in Jasper County on the outskirts of the Atlanta metro area had said that one of the things that bothered Georgia conservatives was that Donald Trump had endorsed, in her words, the liberal Dr. Oz in Pennsylvania. So at the same time that Georgia conservatives, Republicans don't really want Trump meddling in their elections, they are paying attention to what he's doing in other elections and think he's meddling too much there as well.
Mark, if Kemp wins, he'll likely take on Democrat Stacey Abrams in the governor's race. It's a rematch of 2018 when Kemp beat Abrams by about 1.5 points. What has changed in Georgia since then?
Well, what's changed in Georgia is the voter rolls are continuing to favor or continuing to trend more toward the demographics that make Georgia a more purple state or a more blue state. They're getting a little younger, they're getting a little less white, they're getting a little more educated. And those are things that kind of benefit the Democratic Party. That having been said, Georgia being a swing state, a lot of the elections are going to be decided in the middle. And the question is just how this is going to shake out. I wouldn't trust any early polling right now.
Yeah.
I also would caution people into reading too much into how Stacey Abrams is going to be mounting a comeback in this environment. On one hand, it's a bad environment for Democrats. Inflation's bad. People are very upset. Young mothers about not being able, and young fathers too, about not being able to get baby formula. At the same time, there is a real historic thing that's happening in Georgia. You're going to have an African-American candidate for governor, and you're going to have an African-American incumbent senator on the same ticket. And the senator is more than likely going to be challenged by a Republican African-American, Herschel Walker, a football star. It's going to be a big, spectacular election, and it's going to be dynamic. So it's going to be difficult to tell how it's going to shake out. But I would suggest that it's all going to be well within the margin of error, because these swing state elections sometimes really come down to just a few votes. Look what's happening in Pennsylvania, for instance.
Yeah, look, you've got me geeked out to check this one out. It sounds like that is going to be the race to watch. Mark, Secretary of State, though, is also on the ballot in Georgia. Brad Raffensperger fighting for re-election. What's the latest there?
Yeah, this is one of the more interesting kind of sleeper races. It looks now, and I've only talked to other campaigns and discussed their internal polling. I haven't actually seen it. But some of the other Republican campaigns have told me that their polling shows that Raffensperger is probably going to be able to get to a recount. If not, he might even be able to beat Jody Hice. Now, if you would have told me this a year and a half ago, in January of 2021, when the Georgia Republicans writ large really hated Brad Raffensperger, they blamed him in part for Trump's losses, in part because Trump didn't want to take responsibility for losing the state, engaged in all these lies about the stolen election, and tried to get Raffensperger to, quote unquote, find votes, which has now landed Trump under his own criminal investigation where he's the target. I would have said you were crazy. I would have thought that Raffensperger had no chance. Now he does. So the question is, if it does go to a recount, which I think is probably likelier than someone getting to 50% plus one in Georgia in the Secretary of State's race, is Raffensperger going to be able to capitalize on this sense of fatigue we're picking up from Republicans saying, look, I'd like to move on from Donald Trump settling scores here. I'd like to just vote for the candidate of my choice. And to the degree that Raffensperger can be identified with Kemp, and if Kemp wins, which again the polling looks like Kemp will win, those voters might say, hey, I voted for Brian Kemp for re-election, and I ignored Trump's statements or disendorsement of him. Maybe I'll do the same thing with Brad Raffensperger. We'll see. I don't know, but it's something to really watch.
You might not know, but you certainly got us teed up and ready to go. This one is going to be good. We'll be watching. Mark, thank you so much.
Thank you.
The January 6th committee wants a word with Georgia's GOP Congressman Barry Loudermilk about a Capitol tour the day before the attack. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale is on the Hill. Ali, in a letter, the leaders of the January 6th committee say they have evidence that directly contradicts GOP claims. What are they talking about, and why Loudermilk in particular?
Well, yeah, they're saying in this letter that they want to talk to Loudermilk because of tours that he allegedly led the day before the January 6th insurrection. This is something that was talked about a lot in the lead up, and you see it there on the screen. They say in this letter that because of public reporting and witness accounts that indicate some individuals and groups engaged in efforts to gather information about the layout of the U.S. Capitol, as well as the House and Senate office buildings in advance of January 6th, they say that Loudermilk, according to testimony that they have, might have been one of those people leading a tour, and that's why they want to talk to him.
So what's Loudermilk saying about all this?
He is saying that he didn't lead such a tour. In his own response, he says the Select Committee, in his words, is once again pushing a verifiably false narrative that Republicans conducted reconnaissance tours on January 5th. He says the facts speak for themselves. No place that the family went on the 5th was breached on the 6th. The family did not enter the Capitol grounds on the 6th, and no one in that family has been investigated or charged in connection to January 6th. I think the important piece of context here, Allison, is the reason the tours were so notable is not because of who was on them, but because there were no tours being done of the Capitol during that time, because it was closed thanks to the pandemic. You and I both know tours only just reopened here a few weeks ago. Right. And so certainly that was something that drew suspicion, and he's lashing out at other Democratic members like Mikey Sherrill of New Jersey, who are some of the people who said that they saw these tours happening. They're saying that they stand by their story. And of course, the committee itself is saying, hey, look, we want to talk to you because we have testimony that says that what you're saying is wrong, that you gave these tours. So this could just be them tying up loose ends ahead of the June 9th start date for public hearings. But of course, this is a letter, not a subpoena, and he doesn't sound likely to comply here.
So Loudermilk also wants Capitol Police to release video from January 5th. What's the latest there?
He wants that video from January 5th because he seems to think that it could exonerate him on giving, or in his estimation, not giving, that tour that we're talking about here at the center of all of this. Now, we don't know that the Capitol Police are going to release it, but certainly that's something that's of interest to us, maybe to the January 6th committee, and certainly to Congressman Loudermilk. And so that's one of the key things that he's asking for here. But again, all of this is just a precursor to those June 9th hearings, where we're starting to get a sense of the loose ends that they want to tie up, the people that they may still want to talk to who they haven't gotten to talk to yet, this congressman among them. And then, of course, we're also getting a view into the kinds of documents that they're getting from the National Archives. I reported today, a source familiar with the committee's investigation telling me that they have, in a new tranche of documents, photographs from the National Archives that are from the White House photographers in the days leading up to, but also including January 6th. It sort of leads me to wonder if one of the ways that the committee sets up a narrative during these public hearings is showing what the president was doing, literally showing them in these photos, and then also juxtaposing that with what's happening here on the Hill. Just a guess as someone who's waiting to see what this narrative setting looks like, but at the same time, we're getting a window at least into what the documents are that they're getting.
Just a guess, but a pretty good one coming from someone who definitely knows what they're talking about. Ali Vitelli on the Hill. Thanks, my friend.
Thanks.
Coming up, it is hell. Russian forces ramping up their attacks in eastern Ukraine as President Zelensky warns of more violence ahead.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Let's check in with NBC News Digital reporter. Oh, I'm having trouble talking. You can tell I'm ready for the weekend. Maya Eaglin, she's got the latest headlines from NBCNews.com. Maya, what's up?
Hey, Allison. We start with the former mayor of New York City, Bill de Blasio, running for Congress. He's making a bid for the newly redrawn 10th congressional district that includes part of Manhattan. U.S. Customs and Border Protection finding more than $1 million worth of drugs in a shipment of squash. The cargo came from Mexico and included over 500 pounds of meth and 2 pounds of cocaine. Elon Musk meeting with Brazil's president today. The meeting is part of an effort to improve internet access at schools and hospitals in the country's rural areas, while also helping to preserve the Amazon rainforest. Canada banning Huawei equipment from their 5G networks. The U.S. and other allies have already banned the Chinese tech company over fears of possible cyber attacks and cyber spying. And wedding bells are ringing for Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and her longtime boyfriend, Riley Roberts, the New York representative confirming in a tweet that she's engaged. The couple met at Boston University back in 2011. Allison.
All right, Mai, thanks. Have a great weekend.
You too.
Russian forces stepping up their offensive in the eastern Donbas region, carrying out attacks by land and air today. That's all according to Ukrainian officials. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley is in Kyiv. Matt, President Zelensky describing the brutality of the fighting right now in eastern Ukraine. What's he saying about it?
Yeah, well, he described it as basically a disaster zone, and this is kind of, not so different from how it has been for the last 8 years. This has been the site of war for a very long time, the better part of a decade. But, what we've seen in the area around Severodonetsk is an increase in the tempo of the fighting and the shelling, particularly right around that city and some of the areas right around it, because it looks as though the Russians are preparing to try to close off what is kind of the last remaining holdout of the Ukrainian presence in the sort of center part of the Donbas region. There's sort of what they would call a salient, kind of an off branch of Kyiv-controlled Ukraine jutting into Russian-controlled territory, and that's what seems to be getting the brunt of the shelling. But here's what the president had to say himself.
The armed forces of Ukraine continue advancing to liberate the Kharkiv region, but in Donbass, the occupiers are trying to exert even more pressure. It is a hell there, and it is not an exaggeration.
So, as you've heard, what we're seeing is probably going to be an increase, even more so than what we've already seen, in the attacks that have been trained against Ukrainian troops in the Donbas region. And that's because we've just heard, at least from the Russian side, that the city of Mariupol has finally fallen. That means that Russian forces may be able to focus some of those troops who had been trying to finish off Mariupol elsewhere into the Donbas region. Allison?
Matt, Russia's defense minister giving an update on the Kremlin's offensive today. Could you tell us more about what they're saying?
That's right. We're hearing a little bit more from the Defense Ministry of Russia today. This is a defense minister who's been actually talking a lot about Finland. He's been talking about how, as Finland and its neighbor Sweden are preparing to join NATO, how they're going to be moving more soldiers into the western part of Russia in order to create a deterrent. Now, that's kind of hard to believe that they'd be able to do that, considering how many resources they've already expended and have been destroyed fighting here in Ukraine. Here's what Sergei Shoigu, the defense minister of Russia, had to say.
The Russian armed forces, together with units of the People's Militia of the Luhansk and Donetsk People's Republics, continue to expand their control over Donbas territories. Liberation of the Luhansk People's Republic is nearing completion. Ukraine's armed forces, trying to delay Russian troop movements, are not letting the local residents out of cities and towns and use them as human shields. Defeated on the ground, the Kyiv regime seeks to achieve at least short-term successes in individual areas, presenting them as major.
So when we heard, he was just speaking there about the Donbas region, again, that eastern part of Ukraine. Now, it just goes to show the Russian ambitions here have been foiled time and time again. So as he's talking about the Donbas region, in another quote, he was speaking more about Finland. It's hard to really believe that he'd be able to focus so many forces on two different, such disparate places at the same time. Allison?
Matt, you mentioned Mariupol before. As many as 1,700 Ukrainian fighters in the steelworks have surrendered, but an unknown number are still inside, according to British defense officials. What else do we know?
Yeah, I mean, the Russians have said that through RIA Novosti, which is a domestic state-owned news agency, that that they have taken all of Mariupol, and that would have to mean that they've taken the Azovstal steelworks, where so many soldiers and civilians have been holed up for months on end, facing just horrific bombardment. Now, there's been a slow drip of soldiers and civilians coming out of those steelworks and the bunkers underneath them for the past several weeks. And there's been a lot of confusion about who's left inside, but we did hear from the British Defense Ministry a little bit about some of those details, and it's pretty hard to confirm because the Ukrainians aren't really backing it up. But they said that we've heard this staunch resistance in Mariupol since the start of the war means Russian forces in the area must be re-equipped and refurbished before they can be redeployed effectively. This can be a lengthy process when done thoroughly. So again, what we're talking about here is something I just mentioned in response to your previous question. Will the Russians be able to redeploy the forces that now, if it's true that they've actually taken the city of Mariupol, will they be able to redeploy them elsewhere in the Donbass region? Of course, the Russians believe that they will be able to. They've been kind of counting on that ever since they've sort of closed the noose around Mariupol just a couple of weeks ago. But it's hard to imagine that they'll be able to do that because so many of those forces have been effectively destroyed or at least rendered unusable. Reconstituting them won't be as easy as just driving them north elsewhere in the region.
Matt, one more question for you. The judges in the alleged war crimes trial of a Russian soldier may hand down a verdict on Monday. What happened in that court today?
Well, we just heard from that court, this is a really interesting case because, of course, this is a Russian soldier who's being tried effectively in a criminal court, not in a military court, as you would most often see. There's been a lot of dramatic scenes from that court. And just yesterday, in fact, we saw that the wife of the 62-year-old man who was shot dead by this young Russian soldier, she actually confronted this soldier in court, and he apologized and said that he'd understand if she would never forgive him. It was a very dramatic moment, but this is a case that is going to keep on going, and it's one that a lot of people are going to be watching because, again, it's so extraordinary. Seeing this Russian prisoner of war, effectively, who does enjoy all of the privileges offered to him by the Geneva Convention, still being tried as a civilian. It's an extraordinary gesture by the Ukrainians and one that the Russians are going to struggle to meet in kind. Allison?
Matt Bradley, thank you for your coverage today and throughout the week there in Ukraine. We're very grateful. A Florida couple welcoming a Ukrainian family into their home as they wait for the U.S. to grant them asylum status. So just how difficult is that process? NBC News Justice correspondent Julia Ainsley takes a look.
Tampa couple Roya and Tony Tyson weren't used to a noisy house.
Had you ever done anything like this before?
Never. We are two professionals, no children.
Then last month, the couple welcomed Ukrainian refugees, Yulia, husband Serhiy, and sons 11-year-old Max and 3-year-old Mark into their house, turning the quiet home of 2 into a full house of 6.
We were seeing all these people that were just fleeing, so we researched a church that were matching the host families with the refugees. We said, we have room for 2 or 3, and they said we have a family of 4, and we said, all righty then.
Yulia's family fled Ukraine when Russian bombing started and entered the U.S. by way of Mexico. Inside the Tysons' home, they finally found rest.
My son, when the war started, had nightmares, and now he's able to sleep again.
Then the Tysons' lives became even fuller. Yulia told her host about the plight of her friend Masha and her husband and 3 children. The Tampa community rallied, and Masha's family was taken in by a couple a 10-minute drive away.
As soon as I got down on the escalator in the airport and I saw all of my friends with Ukrainian flags and American flags, it made me feel safe.
But settling into America is no easy matter for Ukrainian refugees. Social worker Susan Morgan is helping Yulia and Masha navigate pages and pages of applications for asylum.
It is a big responsibility, and you do feel the weight of it when you don't have just one person's life, but a whole family and multiple families.
That responsibility typically falls to refugee resettlement agencies funded by the U.S. government. But that assistance hasn't been provided so far to Ukrainians. Unlike other recent refugees to the U.S., including the thousands of Afghan refugees last fall, Ukrainian refugees and host families are responsible for navigating everything from work visas to medical care to housing. We tagged along on a medical exam for Masha's children. They need physicals to enroll in school. And beyond physical checkups, there is the emotional transition. Yulia's son Mark hid under furniture when he first got to the Tysons' house, still fearful of Russian shelling.
You're bringing a family in that has left their home, their family, they have losses. So as many times people are happy to get here, they're still experiencing trauma.
Welcome home, guys.
The immediate goal is getting families on their feet. After 6 weeks with the Tysons, Yulia and her family managed to find an apartment of their own and an affordable housing unit. They'll live a short drive from the Tysons. One-time strangers, they now call family.
I have someone now that I will have in my life forever. Welcome home.
Welcome home, yes.
Oh, baby, you're okay. It's good. You're safe, huh?
Oh, Julia, you're going to make us cry, but in a good way. What a beautiful story. So let's talk about some of the other things going on here that's affecting folks from Ukraine who want to come to the United States. Top thing, the Senate passed that $40 billion Ukraine aid package yesterday. How will that affect Ukrainians who are trying to come here to the U.S.?
You know, we've been talking to refugee resettlement agencies who are typically the ones doing the jobs that you just saw the Tysons doing there, finding the doctors, finding the schools, finding the housing, and they're not sure how that aid package will directly come to them and then eventually to the refugees. We know part of it was set aside for refugees coming to the U.S. for their personal public health and medical care, but it's not clear exactly what that process will look like. In fact, most Ukrainians coming to the U.S. now have to have a U.S. sponsor who can prove they have enough money to be able to take them into their homes like the Tysons did.
Julia, that family first entered the U.S. through Mexico, and today you have exclusive new reporting that senior Department of Homeland Security officials are concerned they won't have enough funding and resources to cover the record-breaking number of migrants at the southern border. Tell us more here. I mean, how much money does DHS need?
Well, they're forecasting what could be a $2 billion budget shortfall, anywhere between about $1.2 and $2 billion, depending on how many migrants do come if and when Title 42 is lifted Monday. I should say it could be that any moment here right now, Allison, while I'm talking to you, we get an injunction that would keep Title 42 in place. But if it is lifted, they're talking about a huge budget shortfall. And what that means is that there could be a lot of people backed up at the border because DHS simply wouldn't have the resources to process, shelter, and transport all of them to their final destinations where they would go before a judge to make their asylum claim. So while it sounds just like a bunch of numbers and figures, what that could mean is a real logistical and humanitarian nightmare at the border if they don't start working. And that's why these planning documents that we obtained are so important and so dire, because they're showing that if the White House doesn't ask Congress for more money now, it could be too little too late by the time they finally get that funding, Allison.
All right, Julie Ainsley, thank you so much for your reporting. Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby's moving to the White House, taking a senior role at the National Security Council. That's according to a senior White House official. So what's behind the shakeup? NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kuby explains.
Allison, media reports started circulating Thursday evening that Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby would be leaving his role here at the Department of Defense and heading over to the White House in a new communications role, some sort of a senior communications advisor. Now, it doesn't seem like the White House really has the parameters or the overall responsibilities of this job figured out yet. But according to several senior administration officials who we spoke with about this move, he would function in some way under the National Security Council as an advisor about mainly national security issues, and at times he would even come to the White House podium in ways that we often see National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan and the Deputy National Security Advisor John Feiner do. So when there are issues dealing with national security in the future, we could see John Kirby there answering reporters' questions. Now, of course, this comes after Jen Psaki, the White House press secretary, just recently left and was replaced by Karine Jean-Pierre. It's not yet clear how John Kirby, in this new role, would interact or would work with Karine in her new role there as the press secretary. Now, asked about this today at the Pentagon podium, John Kirby would only say that he has no personnel announcements to make and he continues to serve at the pleasure of the president. So, Allison, this is something that here at the Pentagon, we will be watching in the coming days to see if and when the White House makes an announcement about this change.
Stocks lower, recession fears higher. Your Business Week in Review coming up after the break.
This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It is time for the bottom line, our daily look at what's going on in the business world and beyond. We are going to take one last look at the markets, then we're going to stop torturing you for the week. Here's the Dow close. Really not that bad, up almost 9 points, but that's 8 straight weeks of losses. The S&P fell briefly into a bear market today. The Nasdaq wasn't so great either. But we did turn things around to end the day, so that's some good news. Investopedia editor-in-chief Caleb Silver here in the flesh to wade through the week that was. So look, Caleb, I think we've all gotten the message loud and clear here, right? Inflation is a problem. It's a problem for companies. It's a problem for people. And if there's one price tag that's hurting everybody more than anything, it's gas prices. I mean, everyone's going bananas about that. JP Morgan saying they think we're going to see $6 a gallon this summer. I know that they're already paying that out in California. Was there one thing this week or just something big picture when you looked at what was going on in the markets that you said like, oh yeah, that's the problem?
It's been a drumbeat of bad news going back several weeks now, but this week it was the retailers.
Yeah.
When we heard from Target and we heard from Walmart, sales are slowing, profits are slowing, Their consumers are facing inflation. They're facing inflation. Their input costs are about 10%. Inflation for consumers is about 8.3%. So if the big retailers, especially the mass retailers, are hurting, you can expect this to bleed through the rest of the economy. And consumer spending, as you know, 70% of U.S. GDP. If we stop spending, all bets are off.
Yeah, it's a problem. All right, so you mentioned one R word. There's another word that starts with an R that's an issue here, recession. I mean, people are just getting more and more worried that we're heading towards recession. What have you been hearing on that this week?
Yeah, well, the more we talk about it, the more it seems we bring it into reality. But CEOs are now saying 50% chance we go into recession in the next 6 to 12 months. That's a pretty good chance.
Yeah.
Recession used to be, 2 consecutive quarters of negative growth. It's more like a downturn in most leading economic indicators. So look at housing. That slowed a lot.
Yeah.
Look at consumer spending. That's slowing a lot. Hiring's been strong. But if hiring slips because consumers pull back and companies have to pull back, that could be the final stool coming out from under us.
All right, you always come with an Investopedia term of the week to help us out. You have one that's more important now than ever, realized losses. Tell us what that's all about.
Yeah, we wring our hands and shake our heads about these losses in the stock market day after day. We worry about our retirement. We worry about our investments. But you don't really have to worry until you sell out, until you sell into the sell-off. Then you realize your losses. You also pay a lot of taxes. So we always say to people, look, this is on paper for right now. If you sell, you're going to realize the losses. You're going to get a pretty big tax bill, and then you're going to have to start over again. For those folks who have a long-term horizon, hang in there. Great chance to buy stocks at a discount, rebuild the portfolio, take advantage of the next upturn. I don't know when it's coming, but it's coming.
Yeah, we say this all the time. Caleb, I feel like a broken record sometimes saying you don't lose until you sell the stock. Yet it is such a natural human reaction. Anytime the markets are down, people come up to me like, should I sell? And I'm thinking, no, you want to sell high. Don't sell now, sell high.
Exactly.
All right, we're all looking for some signs that things might get better or just for some guidance here. What are you watching for in the week ahead?
Well, we're going to have a lot of reports on the consumer. Consumer sentiment, we know that's at a 14-year low. We know that's because of inflation, so we're watching out for that. Some more earnings next week. The home builders. Home selling has really crashed a little bit because prices were pretty high. Interest rates are now very high, so we're watching that. We're also watching personal income and those mortgage applications because the consumer, again, core to holding this economy together, been that way for 18 months, going to be that way for the next foreseeable future.
Caleb Silver, you're on the morning show today. You were here with us. Are you going to get a little time off of the weekend, I hope?
Anything for NBCN.
You guys are the best to us. You are the best to us. Have a wonderful weekend, and thanks for walking us through what happened this week. I know people are still trying to figure it out because, I mean, you saw what the markets did today.
I feel it, too.
All over. Thanks. Coming up, the suspect in the Buffalo shooting learned how to modify his gun on YouTube. So why are those kinds of videos still allowed online? That's next.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We begin with breaking news. The attacks from Russia are coming in from every angle.
Live from Ukraine, where a fierce battle is raging on.
We've heard a number of explosions.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items that'll ruin tires, ruin the bottom of the car.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine. I don't want to say goodbye.
The battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds.
We are talking elections in a battleground state. What does President Biden need to do tonight? He needs to speak to heads and hearts. A lot to break down, Chuck, so let's dive right in.
Official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate.
We have some stunning new findings about COVID-19.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
6 days after a mass shooting killed 10 people in Buffalo, New York, videos that the gunman allegedly used to modify his rifle are still online, and they appear to violate YouTube's community guidelines. NBC News researcher Joshua Eaton's been doing some digging on this. He joins me now. Joshua, this one just blows my mind how that's still the case. In what we think is his online journal, the Buffalo shooting suspect had links to videos that show how to modify an AR-15 to reload faster, which is illegal in New York State. What do you know about those videos? And I think we're all wondering, why hasn't YouTube taken them down?
So in these online journals, the suspect wrote about following instructions that he found on YouTube to modify his AR-15 style rifle so it would reload faster, which is illegal in New York State. And authorities have said that the suspect reloaded at least once during this attack. As for YouTube, the company hasn't yet commented on these videos.
A gun advocacy group wants all technology platforms, including YouTube, to strengthen their gun policies. How so? What are they asking for?
Everytown for Gun Safety sent a letter last night to YouTube. They're asking for the company to take down these 3 specific videos that the suspect linked to. They're also asking for the company to just do a better job in general at enforcing its gun policies. In that letter, the company says, Everytown says, all technology platforms, such as YouTube, have a responsibility to users and the public at large to ensure that posts do not incite violence or promote extremist content.
The suspect allegedly linked to the videos in Discord chat logs. What is Discord saying about all this?
Discord has said that it's doing everything it can to assist with the various federal and state law enforcement investigations that are ongoing.
All right, Joshua, great to have you on News Now today. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
The Buffalo shooting is the deadliest mass shooting of the year in the U.S. We're not even halfway through the year, and we've already seen 206 mass shootings in 2022. And experts say they often come with warning signs. NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delaney looks at how mental health counseling and police work could help prevent the next one.
Another mass shooting and another missed opportunity to stop one. Law enforcement officials say the alleged Buffalo shooter was planning violence for months, but the police failed to discover it, even when they detained him over an alleged threat to kill.
So you had an at-risk individual who was raising serious concern to the point where he was taken into custody reportedly and had a mental health evaluation. But then that was kind of the end of it, as far as we know.
In chat logs reviewed by NBC News, the suspect wrote that his mental health evaluation consisted of a 15-minute conversation in an emergency room where he lied and said his threat was a joke.
Once the individual gets in front of somebody who's a professional, they say, I didn't mean it. I was just kidding. I was just kidding. Then it just becomes words, and there's not really anything else that law enforcement can do to hold him.
Mark Fullman wrote a book about efforts to stop mass shootings. He says he's seen how they can be prevented, but there are huge gaps in the system.
Many of these are planned acts of violence, and they're preceded by behavioral warning signs that are often detectable to people around the perpetrators. And so there's more that we can do to step in and try to intervene and get in the way of this problem.
Fullman embedded with mass shooting experts and saw how mental health counseling could steer troubled people off the path to violence. That didn't happen in the case of 18-year-old shooting suspect Peyton Gendron, the latest in a string of accused killers to appear on law enforcement's radar before allegedly carrying out a mass shooting. Just last week, NBC News reported on the FBI's 2016 encounter with a young New Mexico man who posted a threat online. He convinced the agency he didn't mean it, and the FBI closed the case. Months later, he carried out a school shooting.
The law enforcement mentality on cases such as this is to, particularly at the patrol level, is to evaluate as to whether a crime has been committed or is about to be committed. So it's an evaluation of imminent risk. With that kind of mentality, you're taking just a very, very thin lateral slice of behavior.
Forensic psychologist Reed Malloy consults for the FBI. He's an expert in the field of threat assessment and behavioral intervention.
We're looking at how the person's changing in terms of his thinking, his feelings, and his activities. and then engaging with that person from a social services perspective, from a mental health perspective.
Sometimes, Molloy says, just having a police officer visit a troubled, isolated person can make a difference. Experts say someone planning a mass shooting will almost always talk about it with a friend or relative or write about it on social media. But when a threat intervention team moves in, it's more likely to be discovered.
The act that unfolded in Buffalo, New York, was an act of targeted predatory violence. These acts can be prevented.
And Ken joins me live now. So Ken, the Buffalo suspect says he lied on a mental health evaluation before the shootings happened. The suspect in the New Mexico school shooting convinced FBI agents he was joking about a threat he made online. How can authorities act on warning signs if everyone's lying?
That's a great question, Allison. I think what these threat assessment experts would say is it's one thing to talk to somebody for 15 minutes, according to the suspect's account, in a psychiatric evaluation. What they do is far more intensive, and what they do is designed to penetrate those lies and kind of try to find out what's going on in that person's life and whether they're on a path to violence rather than whether they are an immediate danger. That's a subtle difference, but an important one. And obviously, we're talking about more resource-intensive counseling, and it's really not available, unfortunately, in a lot of police agencies. It's increasingly common in school districts, though, Allison.
Ken, the forensic psychologist you spoke with talked about noticing changes in behavior. What kind of changes are they looking for? What are we talking about here?
So there are various checklists, but some of the common behaviors they look for are suddenly withdrawing from friends and family, bullying or complaining of being bullied, excessive irritability, experiencing chronic loneliness, persistent thoughts of harming oneself or others, or perhaps the biggest one, making threats, which is what happened in this case and in the case of the New Mexico shooter we reported on. Sometimes non-specific threats, sometimes direct threats. Because in almost all these cases, Allison, these people who went on to commit mass violence told someone or posted something about it on social media, Allison.
It's just incredible, Ken, how many times we've reported about signs that were there beforehand. Thanks so much for being with us live and for your story.
You bet, thanks.
Coming up, we're talking books with CNBC's Sharon Epperson. From money management to real life stories, even a little romance, plus a shout out to the Steel City. That's next.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it.
These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
What comes back together?
Oh, I'm so happy. That's what it takes to set a record. So glad to see you.
To cover the news, you have to be in it.
These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Would it be easier for the airlines to manage a vaccine mandate than a mask mandate? Is there a case to be made that it's time to give Ukraine offensive weapons so they can win this war? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Would it be easier for the airlines to manage a vaccine mandate than a mask mandate? Is there a case to be made that it's time to give Ukraine offensive weapons so they can win this war? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
To cover the news, you have to be in it.
These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it.
These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're back in the saddle for the second leg of the Triple Crown with one very unusual twist this year. NBC's Steve Kornacki trackside in Baltimore with a preview of tomorrow's Preakness Stakes.
All right, Allison. Well, the suspense is starting to build. We're just a little bit more than 24 hours away from the Preakness Stakes. Now, I know one of the big storylines people had been looking forward to in this race was that 80-1 long shot winner of the Kentucky Derby, Rich Strike, trying to come back, trying to win another race here at the Preakness. We thought we were originally going to see Rich Strike running, but Rich Strike's owners decided, you know what, we're going to sit out the Preakness. So that surprised a lot of people. We may see Rich Strike further down the line. But just because we don't have Rich Strike here doesn't mean we don't have a couple of really good and compelling stories. And I'll tell you, one of the most interesting stories, we're going to see something rare tomorrow in horse racing. We're going to see something rare tomorrow in big stakes horse racing. We're going to see a girl taking on the boys. There's a filly in the Preakness tomorrow. Her name is Secret Oath. She's going to be the only female horse in the race. It is not that common that you see fillies run in big races like this, but don't be fooled. This horse has a big chance of winning tomorrow. Won the Kentucky Oaks 2 weeks ago. That's sort of the Kentucky Derby for female horses. They hold it the night before the Kentucky Derby. She looks real good in that race. She's looked real good in just about all of her races this year, and she's got a legendary trainer who's been calling the shots, D. Wayne Lucas. He is 86 years old. He has won the Preakness 6 times before, and it's been a long time since D. Wayne Lucas had a horse this good with a shot this good on a stage this big. So that Secret Oath storyline tomorrow is going to be a compelling one. The other big name, I think this one is no surprise, Epicenter. Epicenter, who was second place in the Kentucky Derby, who just got caught at the wire by Rich Strike, going to be running here in the Preakness tomorrow, is certainly going to be the favorite. The only question is, how much is Epicenter going to be the favorite? What people were so impressed with Epicenter, even though he lost the Kentucky Derby, was that was a sizzling pace they were running there in Louisville 2 weeks ago. It was record fast, and Epicenter was able to keep up with that pace almost enough to win the race. So it was an impressive performance despite the fact that Epicenter got second place. So Epicenter will be the top choice. There's a lot of talk about Secret Oath, the filly running against the boys in this race. And I'll just tell you one other thing, the atmosphere, Allison. Here we go. This is the first, I think, normal Preakness since the pandemic. So you're going to have a huge crowd here, not just on this side of the track, but in the infield too, that notorious infield where it's a day-long party. There's going to be a lot going on in there tomorrow. I think I'm probably aged out, probably about 2 decades too old to venture into the infield tomorrow. But there's going to be a lot of people having a lot of fun out there tomorrow. So the Preakness is really, truly back tomorrow. And again, can't wait for that race to go off.
You know her as the guru of personal finance, but CNBC's Sharon Epperson also loves a good romance novel and a biography or two. And there's a book of her own on those shelves behind her when she's on NBC. Here's a look at what she's now reading.
Sharon, you have come to this more prepared than any guest we've ever had. You've got a blanket, you've got beverages. Talk us through what's going on here.
So I have to be comfy when I read. This mug, my mom mug, is from my son. Yeah, he's away at college. Not too far away, but he's away. So I have this most mornings.
Are you a coffee lady? Are you a tea person?
For 8 years, I was up at the crack of dawn covering commodities at the New York Mercantile Exchange. And I never drank coffee before that. My mom and dad made the best iced tea in all of Pittsburgh. But I had to adopt the coffee habit totally on my own. And now I have to have a cup of coffee every morning.
I should have known that this is why I consider you a kindred spirit. You're a Pittsburgher. I'm a New Yorker, but I consider Pittsburgh my second home in the States.
Absolutely. That's where I got my start. It was the Pittsburgh Black Media Federation that introduced me to journalism in high school, actually showing us how to do a newspaper, record a radio show, do a newscast. We did all of that. A lot of those people were instrumental in helping us. Yeah.
I worked at KDKA for 5 years. It was my first real gig in local TV. I will always feel Pittsburgh in my heart. Sharon, when you're in that corner, what are you reading?
So I love Jasmine Guillory. I've read all of her books. I think she's a phenomenal writer. And, I love the idea that someone can change careers and be a lawyer, turn romance novelist, and be so good at it. It's been a real pleasure to kind of read her 6 books in that series of The Wedding Date. I read romance of all kinds, and they appear. My husband, during the pandemic, that's his gift to me. Every week there's a new book that comes from Amazon, and I'm like, what's it going to be this week? And so it's fun.
So, all right, let's talk about your book, because our viewers have gotten real familiar with you. You're a regular on our show now. We love having you on. I don't know that all of them know that you wrote a book.
Well, I wrote this book about 15 years ago. It's called The Big Payoff: 8 Steps Couples Can Take to Live Richly Ever After. And listen, when you're talking about living richly ever after in 2007 and then 2008 financial crisis happens, I think people are like, what is she talking about? I'm talking about being rich with financial knowledge so that you're in a place of financial strength.
Sharon, is there a financial book that you say, this is really good and I found it either useful in your work or just your personal life, or you just really appreciated it?
The Unspoken Rules by Gorik Ing. It's a book about how to manage the start of your career, how to manage as we're in this great resignation, what to be thinking about in terms of your career and what you're doing, your career being your biggest financial asset. I think it's a super important book. And it's also a good book for managers to read too, to figure out, how should I be getting the best candidates today?
I have to ask as well, I'm always peeping what you have facing out forward on your bookshelves, and you have so many incredible biographies there of just outstanding people. Is there one in particular that just really moved you so much?
Well, I don't want to name one of them because there's so many good ones, that they've all kind of touched me in different ways. But I think the biographies are so important to read. Reading. Or maybe you haven't ever heard of them, but in many cases you've heard of this person before, but how are they really navigating their lives and what they're doing? What were their challenges? Oh, they went through that too. I never knew. That's the best part of a biography to me.
I love it. Sharon, what a gift to have you do this with us today. This is incredible. Our viewers are going to get so many good book recommendations. Cheers to you, Sharon. Thank you.
Take care. Take care.
And you can get more of Sharon's favorite books on Twitter and Instagram. Check out our handle, NBC News Now. That does it for us. Hallie Jackson starts now. Have a great weekend.
Right now, President Biden's overseas to try and get the economy back on the right path. The alarms are going off big time right now, with the S&P barreling toward a bear market and the Dow on a losing streak we haven't seen in 99 years. Coming up, we explain why seeing the markets in the red can kind of mess with our heads. Plus, former President Trump's ex-attorney general, Bill Barr, he's talking with the January 6th committee about talking with the January 6th committee to tell them what he knew about the push to overturn the legitimate 2020 election. He's already said his old boss is responsible for the insurrection, so what else could he tell the committee? We're also going to show you some tech that is super controversial here in the U.S., but on the front lines overseas, it's being used by Ukraine to identify dead Russian soldiers. We've got to look at that in the original. Plus, a new update just this afternoon on Brittany Griner, the WNBA superstar, with the State Department now able to confirm she's doing okay, given everything. What we know about her visit with U.S. diplomats in Russia and why they say it's still not enough. And Elon Musk denying an allegation of sexual misconduct by a former SpaceX flight attendant as Tesla stock gets cut in half. We're going to take a look at that later in the show. Hey, I'm Hallie, and a very late rally is the only thing stopping the S&P 500 from ending the day in a bear market. That's the term that means it's down 20% off its peak. And the fact that it spent most of the day in bear territory at all is a milestone. Not a great one. You know, a marker for the markets here. And just to highlight how much of a roller coaster ride it's been, in the last hour of trading, both the S&P and the Dow, look at this, ended up just barely over the hump in positive territory. Still, this is the 8th straight week now that the Dow has lost its value. That hasn't happened since Babe Ruth was playing right field for the Yankees. Yeah, 1923, the same year that a Wisconsin senator launched a hearing into the cost of gas because it was more than 20 cents a gallon. Think about that as we're hitting a new national record high today, $4.59 a gallon. And the cost of the stuff you buy is the most it's been in nearly 4 decades. You see it here, right? Meat, poultry, eggs, all of it up 14% since last year. Used cars, rent, also up double digits. I mean, it's hard out there for a wallet. Christina Partsinevelos is here to break this down. So, Christina, there's kind of a broader psychological factor, too. When you look up and you see, like, all red except for the last 25 minutes of the markets. You know, we know that the markets does not equal the economy, but talk through the impact this might have on investors and, like, regular Americans when they see everything down.
Yeah, it's a very good point. I don't think we talk about it enough that, you know, what I'm talking about all day is not necessarily a full barometer of what's going on in the economy. Yeah, we had the markets that, you know, eked a positive gain just towards the close. But we've been talking about the fears of a recession. We've been talking about inflation. We've been talking about the pinched consumer. So, of course, fear begets fear. We keep talking about it. There's been a sell-off over the last 7 weeks, 8 weeks, you pointed out, even for the Dow. And it is concerning. But when we look at it on a larger scale, there have been comparisons to the tech bubble in the early 2000s. But in that period, from March 2000 to October 2002, the markets actually dropped 78%. So we're not at that level. I'm trying to be positive. There's just, we're hitting a reality. Stocks have been really expensive, especially the tech stocks. They've been so expensive. Prices have been climbing. And so we're starting to see the valuations taper down. And of course, yeah, we can't deny it. Inflation is a concern. Prices are rising, and that's hitting everyone, not just you and I, but companies' bottom line as well.
Let's talk about, you mentioned some of the factors that are at play here. Stagflation, which is this word that is out there. That is when economic growth is low and inflation is high. But there's a third thing that stagflation needs, which is high unemployment. And based on the most recent jobs report, we don't have that. The job picture is actually strong. The unemployment rate is just 3.6%. So give us the gut check. Should we be worried about stagflation or not?
Yeah, well, this is, stagflation is here. There's no doubt about that. But the big question is, what is our central bank going to do? They can go 2 ways. They can decide to attack inflation by increasing interest rates. But if they do that, they could potentially put our economy into a recession. And when we're already facing low growth, that's a double whammy. Or does the Fed, you know, lift off the brakes and maybe not increase rates as much and hope that the economy will start to pick back up to avoid this recession? So it is a tough decision. Some people, some economists and I guess commentators we have on our network here are calling for the Fed to be a little bit more aggressive, you know, shock the system, get it over with instead of this slow pace of slowly increasing interest rates. But when you increase interest rates, that makes debt more expensive for everyone. For companies, mortgage rates go up. We've already seen it with the 30-year mortgage. Forget me ever buying a house in, well, I live in Manhattan, so that's out of the question anyways, near term. But, you know, it weighs on all of our bottom lines. And just another really quick point, though, is the consumer is starting to feel, especially especially at the lower income range, they are feeling the pinch, and we're starting to see that in Target's earnings and Walmart's earnings as well.
A sign that maybe people are changing their buying habits?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Walmart's CEO in their earnings report, they said that people are now shifting to private label. And when you shift to private label, you're not buying the brand names. You're getting the local, the store stuff because it's cheaper.
Christina Partsenevelos, thank you so much for that breakdown. Appreciate it. Good to see you as always.
Thanks.
Listen, what's going on with the economy is not just a U.S. thing. The whole issue is following President Biden overseas, where he's about to start his second day in South Korea. In just a matter of hours from now, he's going to meet with the South Korean president to talk, among other things, about fixing supply chains, creating jobs. Again, the domestic economic umbrella on an international trip. And this was really illustrated by his first stop off Air Force One, a Samsung semiconductor factory. You know, we've been talking about how a shortage of chips made at factories like this affect what products you could and could not get here at home. Cars, computers, phones, etc. They're going to open a factory like this in Texas, promising 3,000 new American jobs. Right? That could be a good thing as far as the shortage and also boost some economic production at home. Mike Memoli joins me now live. And Mem, the president's about to start day 2 in South Korea here. And the messaging feels kind of clear. Strengthening ties with allies while also trying to do some work overseas to fix the economic picture we're seeing at home.
Foreign policy is domestic policy in this case, Hallie, right? I've done a couple of these foreign trips during the Obama administration, the Trump administration. You've done them yourself. You know that there are often a schedule full of diplomatic meetings, but often they'll throw on an economic event, a meeting with a major business in a country to talk about investment in the U.S. This trip for President Biden is different. As you say, his first stop off the plane was at that Samsung factory talking about their investments in the U.S. He's going to end his trip here tomorrow, Sunday, in South Korea at Hyundai, talking about their plans to build a new electric vehicle plant in Georgia. This is a White House that has looked at the polls. Our new NBC News poll showing that 75% of the country thinks we're on the wrong track. Only 33% of Americans approve of his handling of the economy. And he's trying to link that argument, making the point that, yes, some of the challenges we're facing at home, supply chains, inflation, are global challenges, and they require global solutions, and he's got the policies to try to deal with them.
We know that the supply chain, jobs, et cetera, are not the only topics that President Biden will hit on with the South Korean president. North Korea, Mike, is on the agenda, too. And this feels a little bit like the other shoe waiting to drop, maybe as soon as this weekend. We know that the door is kept open for talks. However, we also know that, you know, Kim Jong-un could launch missiles at any point while the president's there, which is not something we've seen from North Korea before. As far as missiles while a president is in the region, right?
Yeah. That's right. But it is a very serious possibility. Those are the words that Jake Sullivan, the national security advisor, used when he was on Air Force One talking to reporters about this very possibility. And he said that's what the intelligence shows. They're prepared for this kind of provocative act from North Korea. They have contingencies in place should it happen here. And his argument is if that happens, it would just really reinforce why the president is here in the first place. We need to strengthen our deterrence capabilities with South Korea to try to deal with this challenge. But it's also interesting to see what's not on the schedule, Hallie. You covered a pretty major meeting at the DMZ between President Trump and Kim Jong-un. President Biden is not going to the DMZ, and you can sort of maybe see the contrast they're trying to establish there. President Biden, when he was on the campaign trail running against Trump, he mocked Trump for those quote-unquote love letters, as he put it, that were exchanged between the two leaders. This is a president who, they're expecting maybe some provocation from Kim Jong-un, but they're not really willing to give him too much of a spotlight by going to DMZ and highlighting that problem in a more significant way.
Real quick, Mike, I just want to give folks a sense of what we also might see this weekend, because the president will meet in Japan with other allies, Australia and India, too. And India is really interesting here because there is this push to get President Modi to take a stance against Russia, which India has not done to a muscular degree yet, right? So we talked about these buckets, the economic picture hanging over President Biden, what's happening with North Korea, and of course, the war in Ukraine that is still in the picture, too.
Yeah, this is probably, I think, going to be one of the more interesting moments on the entire trip, trying to read the body language before, after the fact, when the Quad, as they call it, the leaders of Japan, Australia, the U.S., and India sit down together, because the U.S. has been very proud. President Biden has talked so much about the work he's done, especially with European allies, to take strong measures against Russia. India, this is an alliance, the Quad, that's about China, but there really is disappointment that India, a fellow democracy, remember this is all about democracies versus autocracies, has not been willing to take a stronger stand against Russia because of what's happening in Ukraine. So that's really, I think, where some of the real intrigue is going to be as we end the trip, Hallie.
Ma'am, thank you very much. Appreciate you being up early for us there in South Korea.
You got it.
Speaking of Ukraine, let's go there now, where we might be seeing Russia's first clapback after Finland decided to join NATO. Starting tomorrow, now Finland's no longer going to have access to Russian natural gas. As for Russia, they're not saying technically that it's because Finland wants to join NATO. They say it's because Finland hasn't been paying for the natural gas in rubles, which is Russian currency. That's what they're saying. But you got to keep in mind the diplomatic backdrop here. Russia never wanted Finland, or Sweden for that matter, to be in NATO in the first place. It comes as on the ground in Ukraine, Russia's now saying they have total control of the steel plant in Mariupol we've been talking a lot about. And over in the east, military officials say fighting is really ramping up, so much so that today, Russia moved toward getting rid of age limits for military service. So now people over the age of 40 can sign up. Cal Perry joins us now. And Cal, we've seen this move on gas before. How, you know, Russia may say, hey, it's not because you want to join NATO, but how you know, that seems like the ostensible reaction and maybe not the real one.
Yeah, I mean, the timing of this seems pretty obvious, right? This is right after the announcement by Finland. The Finnish president was just standing next to President Biden 24 hours ago at the White House talking about joining NATO. So it seems obvious. Now, look, for Finland's end of it, they say it's not going to affect their customers. They have figured out a way around this. It is definitely going to affect prices. And the kicker on this one, I think we'll have to wait and see, will be wintertime, right? When winter comes to Europe, that's when the sort of Russian exports of natural gas really matter the most. And it'll be up to countries like the U.S. now to backfill that supply. The U.S. has said that it will be able to. We'll wait and see. But as you've sort of said, look, this is a card that Russia had to play, right? This is their biggest economic card to play, and they're playing it now.
What about the military age limits, the change here coming as Russia now says they control the steel plant? How much pressure is the Russian military under right now?
Well, according to the Pentagon, they put 150,000 troops in here, and about a quarter of them now, about a quarter of the units are combat ineffective, either stuck, not able to move, having withdrawn. So we know that the Russian military has taken some serious hits, and we know that their original mission was to take the capital city where I am, and they failed to do so. Now, the way the Kremlin is spinning this, the age limits, is they're saying they need older folks over the age of 40 to work some of this specialized military equipment. That's their sort of cover story, if you like, the way that they're presenting it to the Russian people. But there's no question, this seems to be a point of vulnerability, getting people to fight this war. And keep in mind, the Russian army does not operate like the American army. A lot of these folks who are fighting on behalf of Russia are private contractors being paid privately to fight this war, Hallie.
Cal Perry, live for us there in Kyiv. Cal, thank you very much. Not too long before we came on the air, we heard an update from the State Department, which said that WNBA superstar Brittany Griner, who, as you know, is being detained in Russia now, she got to meet with a consular officer yesterday in their first formal meeting since March. They say she seems to be doing all right under what the spokesperson called exceedingly challenging circumstances. But he added visits with Griner are not enough. They want the Kremlin to uphold its commitment for consistent and timely access to her. In other words, they want more meetings. They want more access to Griner. Remember, she was detained at a Moscow airport in February. Russian officials say vape cartridges with oil made from cannabis were found in her luggage. The Biden administration says Griner is being wrongfully detained, and that's been a key categorization. I want to bring in Ken Delaney, who's joining me now with more. Ken, what else can you tell us about what we know about this formal visit now between State Department officials and Griner, the first one in weeks?
Well, Hallie, we know very little, and it was notable that the State Department spokesman did not describe at all the conditions of her detention or what that consular officer saw when he or she visited Brittany Griner, because we're now learning some horrific details from another person who was held in Russia, Trevor Reed, who says he was in a psychiatric facility and was afraid to go to sleep because it was such nightmarish conditions.
Let me play that, actually,
look,
Ken.
The fact that the United States...
I'm sorry, not to interrupt you. You
go
reference it. We have that soundbite ready to go. And just so people know, this is Trevor Reed's first interview that he's done since he was released himself from a Russian prison in a prisoner swap. He was held overseas in Moscow, detained there in what, again, the U.S. government says was basically a wrongful detention. Here's what he told CNN about what Ken just laid out. Watch.
There's people in there also that walk around. They look like zombies.
Were you afraid for your life?
I mean, I did not sleep there for a couple of days, so I was too worried about, who was in the cell with me to actually sleep.
You thought they might kill you?
Yeah, I thought that was a possibility.
Trevor Reed is now home, right? Brittany Griner is not. Paul Whelan, who's another American being detained in Russia, is also not home. The U.S. still knows that it has work to do, and they are working to try to get these people out.
Yeah, and according to my reporting, these cases are all being worked actively. Paul Whelan's family, a brother, said publicly just, I believe today, that he was told by a State Department official that the family needed to make more noise about that case to kind of put pressure on Russia, which something he was not too happy to hear. But I think, which suggests that the U.S. government is really viewing these essentially as hostage negotiations. These people are wrongfully detained. That is polite language for a state-sponsored hostage taking. And the reason Russia does this is to try to extract the release of Russians held in the United States who have been convicted of crimes. So the person traded for Trevor Reed was a convicted drug smuggler who had been sentenced to 20 years in prison, served 10, and President Biden commuted his sentence to do that prisoner swap. That's the kind of thing that is being negotiated, we believe, in these other cases, but it presents a real dilemma for the Biden administration. They don't want to release people who have been convicted of violent crimes, for example. The Justice Department certainly doesn't want to do that, but they also want to get these Americans out safely, Hallie, who may be being held under absolutely horrific conditions.
Ken Delanian, thank you very much for that. Appreciate it. By tomorrow, we should be getting the first real relief for parents on this whole baby formula crisis, with the first flights of formula from overseas right now on their way to Indiana. The supply is on its way from Zurich, not far from Nestle's headquarters, and the planes will be carrying the equivalent of about 1.5 million bottles of 3 different formulas. They're the ones you're about to see on the screen here, all of which are for kids who are allergic to cow's milk. They should end up on store shelves soon. We're not getting any specific timeline on that front. But we do know, boy, it could not happen soon enough, right? With the national out-of-stock average up to 45%. Ali Rafa is joining us here on Capitol Hill. Okay, so this is at least a tangible move, these Nestle flights of formula that are coming over to the U.S. The Senate has been working on trying to get more money for the FDA to help get inspectors, for example, to be looking at some of this to make sure this doesn't happen again. That's still up in the air, right?
Yeah, that's right. That bill to expand access to formula passed unanimously in the Senate yesterday, but that partner bill to essentially cut government red tape to make it easier for these companies to produce this formula to then put on shelves, that is still stalled in the Senate. We don't even have a timeline for when it will be taken up. And as disappointing as this was to see, first of all, because of how extremely dire this situation has become, but secondly, Hallie, because the Senate actually had an extra day to work on this because the House passed it a day earlier than we expected. It also wasn't that surprising because we saw some similar pushback in the House from Republicans. Almost 200 Republicans voted against this in the House, several of them talking about their reasoning, saying that this is like throwing money against the wall, giving it to the FDA without holding the FDA accountable. They're saying that this is really hiding the Biden administration's missteps on this issue. And so while we see, a general consensus over the need to address this crisis and make things better, there's still this partisan mudslinging over what we can agree to, what lawmakers can agree to here on the Hill, and when that can actually get passed.
We've got this happening. We know that more formula is on the way. At this point, what else could the White House, what else could Congress do?
Well, lawmakers here actually have seized on this. They are using this as an opportunity, as we see so often in politics, to really show that Congress can do more in some cases than the Biden administration in tackling this crisis. Some Democratic lawmakers even slamming the Biden administration as well as the FDA for a lack of action on this. Today, we heard from the Senate Help Committee, who they announced a hearing next week with the FDA commissioner. That comes after you and I discussed yesterday his first appearance before lawmakers since this crisis began. And these lawmakers really held his feet to the fire and asked him, what took so long to ring the alarm, to ask for help in this situation? What caused this crisis to get this bad this quickly? There's several other steps that Congress has taken. The House Oversight Committee has launched its own investigation, sending letters to the heads of those top 4 formula manufacturing companies that produce roughly 90% of the country's formula formula supply, demanding answers. Several lawmakers are also calling on the Federal Trade Commission to look into this. We expect the FDA commissioner to appear twice next week for these hearings, along with the heads of those companies.
Ali Rafa, live on Capitol Hill for us. Ali, thank you. We want to get to some breaking news that's happening right now, because we have just found out that a federal judge has basically pressed pause on the Biden administration's plans to lift something called Title 42. Title 42 was put in place back during the Trump administration. It's a border issue. It limits asylum seekers from entering the United States. It was put in place, this happened to try to stop the spread of COVID, right? This was a pandemic-era move that the White House wanted lifted. It seems as though this is a decision that a lot of people had been highly anticipating. It seems as though the judge has said that is not going to happen, at least not right now. Julia Ainsley, who covers immigration for us, is joining us now. Julia, bring us up to speed.
Well, Hallie, this is some late breaking news, and frankly, something that we've been expecting all week. Here it comes, the very end of the day, Friday. We know that Trump-appointed Judge Robert Summerhays out of the Western District of Louisiana has now just granted a preliminary injunction. That means, as you said, hitting pause, that would keep Title 42 in place. It was supposed to lift on Monday. We know that there are over 170,000 migrants waiting in terrible conditions where they're often exploited in northern Mexico, camps, who are waiting to come into the United States and claim asylum. Some have been there for months, even more than a year, because this policy has been in place. Now, there was going to be political ramifications for the Biden administration should this injunction not have gone through, because we would have seen an even higher surge than the record levels where we already are. That's something they were going to have to grapple with, and they still may have to grapple with it soon, because this injunction is just temporary. But right now, it's indefinite. Okay. The judge says that until there's a ruling on the merits of Title 42, and he gets more of a handle on this, he wants more reporting from the government on what they plan to do, he's going to keep this in place for now. We should also mention there are other lawsuits challenging Title 42 being in place. That will play out. There's another lawsuit happening in Texas. This is all happening now in the courts because the Biden administration's move to lift Title 42 has been challenged so vigorously by Republican states who say that it will overwhelm them. Even states like Alaska, who say that lifting Title 42 on the border would overwhelm their states.
I have a question to you on that, about that, but just so I'm clear and just so folks who are watching and listening are clear. Essentially, this means that there practically is not going to be a change to what we are seeing at the border right now, because this will remain in place while the judge continues to gather info, et cetera. Yes?
That's exactly right. And we should say Title 42 isn't a blanket hold on everybody. We've already seen a lot of people coming across the border, unaccompanied minors, some families, some nationalities, being able to come through and make those claims. But very often, asylum seekers are turned back under Title 42, and now they will continue to be turned backs because the judge is keeping it in place and not letting it lift on Monday.
I was just looking at my email to see if we had any response yet from the White House on this, because you know that that'll be coming soon. I know the ACLU has come out. You've talked with them. I think, Julia, they're not happy with this. When you talk about the dynamics here, you have some reporting that you've actually broken exclusively here on NBC News today. Talk about timing ahead of this decision, that said that there are some inside DHS who were concerned about if this is lifted, right? Let's say the judge had gone the other way on this. They were worried about how expensive this could be, yes, and that they wouldn't be able to necessarily handle an expected influx.
That's right. There are already internal concerns within DHS saying they didn't have enough money to cover this surge. So in some ways, this could be welcome news for them. But of course, the Biden administration had planned on lifting this. And just to put all this in perspective, Hallie, because it's not just about money, what they were forecasting was if they did not get as much as $2 billion in supplemental funding, they could have seen a real backup at the border. Migrants not able to get shelter, transportation, COVID vaccines, get where they needed to go to make their asylum cases in front of judges. That was all a real nightmare scenario that DHS was forecasting for the summer. It could still come. We are still at record levels in terms of migrants crossing the border, but right now, many of them are turned back into Mexico because of Title 42. So as of now, as of just 20 minutes ago, we've learned
not even.
That's staying in place.
Okay, Julia Ainsley, I know you have about 400,000 phone calls to make. I'll let you get to it. Thank you for being with us and bringing us that breaking news. Appreciate it. Former Attorney General Bill Barr is talking with the January 6th committee, apparently, about talking with the January 6th committee. NBC News reporting that Barr is inclined to cooperate. The committee chair, Congressman Benny Thompson, had said in January to CBS that the Select Committee had already had informal conversations with Barr. But Barr necessarily didn't think he could be useful. Remember, he resigned as Attorney General right before the insurrection at the Capitol. Barr's relationship with former President Trump, with his former boss, got really tense, let's say, after Barr contradicted him back in 2020 when he was AG, saying, no, there was no widespread fraud in the presidential election. Barr has also said he thinks the former president is morally responsible for the attack on the Capitol. Here's what he told Lester Holt back in March.
I do think he was responsible in the broad sense of that word, and that it appears that part of the plan was to send this group up to the Hill. I think the whole idea was to intimidate Congress, and I think that that was wrong.
I want to bring in now NBC's Pete Williams for more on this. So, Pete, people might remember that Bill Barr literally called BS, that was his word, on former President Trump's claims of election fraud. He wrote a book about his time in the Trump administration. He's talked with Lester. He's talked with other people in other interviews. What else do we think the committee could get from him that he hasn't already said or that we don't already know?
Well, I think there are a couple of ways to look at it. First of all, because he's written this best-selling book, hours of interviews with Lester, with National Public Radio, with Fox News, with Savannah on the Today program, he could scarcely say, but I'm not going to talk to you, Congress. So I think that was the first thing. The second thing, it's one thing to read it in a book or hear it in an interview. It's quite another thing to have it under oath in what we believe would be closed testimony. I don't believe there's any chance that he's going to be a witness in a public session. But my understanding is that he would agree to talk to the committee and committee staff members in a private session. But, of course, it would be under oath. So that gives them some additional security in knowing that what he's telling them is, to his best understanding, the truth. And the book, if you've read it, has a lot of intimate details about his conversations with the president and sort of the evolution of the president's concern about the election returns and the president's growing frustration with the federal government's non-response to what he thought was a stolen election.
As it relates to January 6th and questions about the insurrection, what happened after the election, for example, in 2020, there's some new reporting from the Washington Post out about Ginny Thomas, of course, the wife of Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas. The Post is reporting that it's seen emails from her asking Arizona lawmakers to help overturn the results of the 2020 election. That was legitimate, right, to basically reverse the former president's election loss. I talked with the reporter who put that together on that other show of mine just a couple of hours ago, and I want to play for you what she said about what Thomas did just a couple days after the election.
She sent this sort of form email to 2 lawmakers in Arizona saying, you've got to stand strong. Don't, fall prey to the pressure from the media. You have the awesome power, she said, to choose the slate of electors that will come from Arizona.
This has raised some questions about a potential conflict of interest for Justice Thomas, her husband, in any cases related to the 2020 election. At some point, Pete, you cover the Supreme Court. Would the court weigh in here, or does that seem highly unlikely that they'd wade into this matter with a statement?
The answer is no, it seems highly unlikely.
Okay.
And by the way, that story in the Post says that some of those people to whom she sent emails got so many emails they don't even remember reading her email. But, even if it was a justice who was out making comments like this, I doubt the court, the Chief Justice, or somehow all the colleagues would get together and say you've got to cool it. But considerably less so when it's a justice spouse. So, the fact is that the Supreme Court is, yes, it's 9 members, but it's 9 independent members. They have to all vote together on cases, but they decide what speeches they're going to give. They decide what interviews they're going to give and books they're going to write. There are debates in Congress, of course, about whether ethics rules should apply to them as they do to the district court judges, and maybe we'll see some action there in Congress. But there is no central hall monitor at the Supreme Court that tells justices how to conduct themselves.
Pete Williams, good point. Thank you very much, Pete. Good to see you. Some severe weather all around the country. Right before we came on the air, we saw what looked like a tornado potentially touch down in northern Michigan. I think we have a little bit of video, some of the early images we're getting from there. Reports of multiple buildings that have been damaged. The National Weather Service is sending a crew over to check it out. You can see this here. This is the aftermath of it. Yikes. And as we talk about weather, if you live in the Midwest or the Northeast, I hope your air conditioner is ready to go. I hope your window units are in, because you are in for some record heat that in some places hasn't been felt this early in the season for, I don't know, 15 years, since at least 2006. You've got 36 million people under heat alerts across the Northeast, including in Philly and in Boston. It's going to be 97 here in D.C. tomorrow. The Southwest, meantime, is fighting some fires in Texas, Colorado, New Mexico. 10 million people under alerts on that front, with more than 5,000 firefighters on the ground trying to put this stuff out. Coming up here on the show, Elon Musk pushing back against a sexual misconduct claim, calling the allegation wild. We'll tell you what else he's saying next. Plus, Mercedes just sold the world's most expensive car. We're going to tell you the price tag. Get ready.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Elon Musk tweeting up a storm, but this time it's got nothing to do with buying Twitter. It's because he's denying an allegation of sexual misconduct made by a SpaceX flight attendant back in 2016. In one kind of bizarre comment, he's calling the friend of the accuser who spoke with Business Insider a liar. You can see it. He's asking them to describe something on his body, like a scar or a tattoo that the public wouldn't know about. He says she can't. Business Insider is reporting SpaceX paid $250,000 in a settlement after this alleged misconduct claim was made against Musk, the world's richest guy. We should note NBC News cannot independently verify this reporting. Business Insider says Musk called the story a politically motivated hit piece. Musk later denied on Twitter that he ever responded to their reporters. Jake Ward is here to break this one down. What else, Jake, are we learning from this BI report?
Well, according to Business Insider, this was a 2016 incident involving a flight attendant on SpaceX's corporate jet fleet. And according to this reporting, which comes, as you mentioned, Hallie, through a friend of the stewardess involved, this was settled out of court in March of 2018 for about $250,000. Supposedly, that flight attendant had signed a non-disclosure agreement, which is why it seems that Business Insider is not hearing from her directly, instead hearing from this friend who was not held by that agreement. But yeah, a new, and very public incident in a week of, just unbelievably endless Elon Musk news. Elon Musk even came up with a phrase to describe it, and he called it elongate, ELONGATE, which made, that, and now that term, that hashtag is trending on Twitter, if you can believe believe it. So a crazy day here, Hallie.
It's a lot. It is a lot. And just to add to that, let me read another one of Musk's tweets where he says the attacks against me, I'm quoting him here, he says they should be viewed through a political lens. He says this is their standard despicable playbook, but nothing will deter me from fighting for a good future and your right to free speech. That free speech reference, something Musk does often. But Jake, if you want to talk about standard playbooks, in a way that Musk's, it's starting to be, is dismissal of criticism of him as a political attack.
Yeah, and it's both, it can be construed as sort of hand-waving, a smokescreen, just a distraction, but it's also shrewd in a way. We know that conservative political winds are blowing against Twitter and against social media in general. He's probably assuming, as are so many political observers, that the midterms are going to swing the House and Senate to Republicans, and perhaps 2024 will give them the White House. Maybe he's setting himself up to sort of be embraced there. He declared himself Republican on Twitter recently. Maybe this is all just part of a thing to sort of get on the right side of history before power changes in Washington, Hallie.
Separate from this, there's also, I think, worth reminding folks this point that the Twitter sale, he wants to buy Twitter, that is kind of up in the air here. His main company, Tesla, their stock has lost almost half its value since the year started, too.
That's right, and it's a huge deal for both Twitter and that deal moving forward, and for Tesla itself. You have to remember, right? He's borrowing Tesla shares or against Tesla shares in order to fund Twitter. Twitter only really pulls down about $630 million a quarter. That's what they pulled down the first quarter of this year, and he's going to owe about $1 billion a year in personal liability back to his creditors if he goes forward with this thing. Also think about it this way. Those Tesla shares, as they fall, are going to create more and more pressure on Elon Musk to pay this money back. At one point, observers were pointing out, back when he bought or first made his move on Twitter, he was up around $1,000 a share for Tesla stocks. He's now down around $660 today. If it drops much below this, down to, let's say, $400, then his creditors are going to come, barking, and they're going to say, we want our money back. Right. So, yeah, he is really caught between a rock and a hard place here, and maybe that's part of why all of this public hand-waving, is there perhaps to distract us from that.
Jake Ward, thank you very much for that. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, Taliban rulers in Afghanistan have ordered all female TV anchors to cover their faces on air. The order came from the Taliban's ministry, calling the rule final and non-negotiable. One popular broadcaster there posted a video of herself covered with the caption, "A woman being erased." Number 2, health officials have reported now a possible case of monkeypox in New York. We don't know a lot about the patient, just that they're being tested at a hospital. This came right after we learned about that case in Massachusetts. There's also some cases spreading across Europe, too. Number 3, an MLB reporter is recovering after she was hit in the head by a ball going 95 miles an hour. Kelsey Wingert got hit during a Rockies game this week. She posted a picture of herself on social media showing her stitches. But luckily, she said after lots of treatments, lots of tests, she's doing okay. Number 4, cave explorers have found a secret ancient forest in the bottom of a huge sinkhole in China. Look at that. It's more than 600 feet deep. It's home to trees that stretch more than 100 feet high. Researchers say this is a huge deal because they could end up finding new species of plants and animals. Number 5, Mercedes-Benz has sold the world's most expensive car. Check it out, a super rare SLR coupe from 1955. Sold to a private owner. Guess how much? Take 1 second, think in your head of a number. Is the number $142 million? Oof, because that's what it's sold for. Now, Mercedes does say the money from the sale is going to be used to create a big scholarship fund. Still ahead. Things aren't looking too great for David Perdue, former senator who's running for governor in Georgia. He's down in the polls, and former President Trump seems to be over his candidacy after pushing him to run. We're going to explain that coming up live in Atlanta. We're not live in Atlanta.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Would it be easier for the airlines to manage a vaccine mandate than a mask mandate? Is there a case to be made that it's time to give Ukraine offensive weapons so they can win this war? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Futures looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Buckingham Palace pulling out all the stops for the Queen's Platinum Jubilee. You're going to see big stars, but what about the Queen? Is she herself going to be able to make it? We're going to talk about that later in the show. Down in Georgia, you have former Senator David Perdue out in Savannah, Georgia today, saying, hey, get out there and vote in Tuesday's primary. The Republican candidate for governor saying former President Trump is still very much invested in his campaign. Listen.
If we want a conservative Republican in the White House in 24 and we want to get our Senate majority back in 22, we have to win this governor's race. This is bigger than me. And I think Donald Trump knows that, and that's why he supported me from the very beginning.
But here's the thing. Sources are telling NBC News that the former president is kind of washing his hands of Perdue. He's apparently been grousing about a lackluster effort. He's not going to make any more appearances ahead of Tuesday's vote. Polls showing incumbent Governor Brian Kemp way ahead right now, something like 30 points in one poll. Republicans say former President Trump really doesn't care if Perdue wins as long as Kemp loses, since Kemp didn't help him spread the big lie to try to overturn the 2020 election. And these primaries, remember, the legitimate election, these primaries seem to have people really fired up. Look at these numbers from the Georgia Secretary of State's office. Voting is up 180% from 2018. John Allen joins me now. John, those numbers, early voting, it seems like the takeaway is people are very into this race. There is some enthusiasm here in Georgia, as we're seeing in these early voting numbers. People wanted to vote.
Absolutely. And look, they've been getting bombarded with messaging about this election for quite a while. You've certainly got a bunch of down ballot races as well that have been interesting because former President Donald Trump is endorsed in those races. He looks at Georgia as ground zero for him. It's where he believes he was robbed in 2020. Of course, that is false, and it's where he tried to get votes overturned, which is why he's so angry at Governor Brian Kemp and Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, and he's trying to get them unseated.
So Kemp and Raffensperger, let me take those two buckets. Both of these are Georgia state officials who in 2020 resisted the former president's push to try to get them to go against the legitimate results of the election, right? Brad Raffensperger, the Secretary of State, was on the other end of that now infamous phone call where Donald Trump said, please, find the votes, if you will. That's why this state is so interesting, John, right? Because it is this sort of litmus test of the Trump endorsement. It doesn't seem to be going well for his endorsement of Perdue, but like Herschel Walker, maybe a different story.
And it's not just the test of sort of how Trump is doing with these candidates, how he's doing with his endorsements. Of course, Herschel Walker, who not only has the endorsement of Trump, but also the support of a lot of establishment figures like Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, is a little bit of a different story. But it's not just we get a gauge of how Trump's endorsement is working. The stakes are so big for him, particularly if he runs again in 2024. He wants people who are loyal to him, faithful to him, in positions to potentially safeguard or even overturn election results in the future. He was stonewalled in that effort by Brad Raffensperger, the Secretary of State, and Governor Kemp, who looks to be cruising to re-election as if he's in one of those SLR cars you just showed on the show a little bit earlier. He also resisted Trump and didn't call the legislature back in an effort to undo the votes. So both of these guys, the stakes, it's not just a symbolic thing for Trump. The stakes are big for him if he runs again in 24.
Also, there's this controversial new voting law in Georgia. This is, I think, the first election since this law has been in effect, with concerns it could mean really long lines on Election Day, like we saw, in some other elections previously. There's concern that this is going to suppress voting, this new law. What are you hearing?
There's absolutely concern about that. There is concern that there will be efforts to suppress voting. There were allegations that when Kemp won the first time, that there was suppression of the vote, and that Kemp had pulled some magic out of his hat in order to win, and his allies in the Republican Party. Again, that's the same Governor Kemp who then stonewalled Trump in his efforts to overturn Georgia's election results. So one of the things that's interesting about primaries, of course, Hallie, is that it's a test run, and we get to see all of these things before the general election battles, where we have that big Senate seat up, and of course the governor's race with probably Kemp and certainly Stacey Abrams on the Democratic side.
John Allen, thank you so much for that. A reminder, Georgia is a big deal. We will be there in person, hitting the road. We're going to be down in Georgia for our road show Tuesday, talking all things primary day right here on NBC News Now. We'll see you there. Meantime, here on this show, NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our Midwest Bureau, Chicago police say a suspected shooter is in custody. After a shooting left at least 2 people dead, 8 others hurt. It happened last night near a McDonald's in the city's Gold Coast neighborhood. Officials say a fight started between 2 groups of people before somebody shot off a gun, but they're still looking into this whole thing. From our West Coast Bureau, the Archbishop of San Francisco says House Speaker Nancy Pelosi can no longer receive Holy Communion in the area because of her support for abortion rights. In a letter to the Speaker last month, the Archbishop had warned her to either deny her support for abortion rights or to not refer to her Catholic faith. Pelosi has not responded yet, but has defended her support for abortion access despite the church's stance against it. And from our Southeast Bureau, a Florida man has pleaded guilty to a $1.3 million romance scam. Brian Wedgeworth pretended to be a doctor on dating apps. He convinced more than 30 women to send him money and jewelry and watches. Police say he even used 10 different fake names. He's facing up to a combined 30 years in prison. Now, to tonight's original, with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been keeping an eye on. Right now, we know that Russia really hasn't said much about the number of troops they've lost so far in their war in Ukraine. So now Ukrainian officials are using new technology, facial recognition software, from a company based in the U.S. to try to help understand what's happening in their country and maybe identify some of those Russian soldiers who've invaded. The company, Clearview AI, has been able to pinpoint thousands of soldiers within seconds. So NBC News decided, hey, let's put that technology to the test. Josh Letterman, who you see there, has the story.
In its David and Goliath fight against Russia, Ukraine is getting a high-tech boost from face recognition technology, artificial intelligence that can identify almost anyone just from a photo. The Ukrainians now using it to identify invading Russian soldiers and to seek justice.
Each person which was identified here is a possibility for us to open criminal case against a specific person, against specific criminal, war criminal.
On the battlefield, Ukraine identifying dead Russian troops and sending photos of their bodies to their families back in Russia, a new digital form of psychological warfare. Take the battle for Kyiv, when Russian soldiers shot 2 civilians in the back, the killing caught on surveillance footage obtained by the BBC.
And with the facial recognition tool, we were able to identify one of that soldiers, and now we have criminal case.
The software comes from Clearview AI, an American company that's scraped 20 billion photos from the internet and social media sites, sparking controversy over privacy and bans in multiple countries.
I saw the images coming out of the Ukraine, and some of them were very distressing, disturbing, of women and children fleeing. And the other thing that really struck me was some of these people who had been captured Russian soldiers, and I realized that perhaps facial recognition technology could help identify them.
Clearview says it's giving Ukraine the technology for free, but does it really work?
We want to test out whether this works on someone who doesn't post a billion photos of them online. So I'm going to call up my friend Kelly in West Virginia. She keeps a pretty low profile online.
I spend time on social media, but I don't post often.
What about Instagram?
The only pictures that have me in them on Instagram are all on a private account.
She's not sure that the software is going to be able to figure out who she is. Should we try it?
Absolutely.
All right, let's do it.
First step is basically you find a file and you upload. And so here is your friend. Never done this before, so we'll see if it works. Marshall
University, that's her.
Yeah.
Clearview says the software is so good it works on faces with masks, even on bodies of soldiers whose faces have been disfigured by war. I want to test that too. So a special effects artist is distorting my face, nothing gruesome, to try to throw the computer off.
So what we'll do is we'll do another search here. And this is the photo that they gave you with a different nose. And we'll see if it happens.
Oh my God, that's me.
93 photos here. It looks at all the things that stay the same through age. So there's just only some variation in the nose area and the chin area. It's still picking up on these other features that stay the same.
Clearview says nearly 500 Ukrainian officials have access, conducting more than 24,000 searches since the war started. Ukrainian officials tell NBC News they're also using it at checkpoints to root out potential Russian infiltrators.
Some of your critics say that you're trying to promote this Ukraine work to sort of whitewash the very profound privacy concerns that people have about this software.
A lot of people's minds on facial recognition were changed around Jan 6 when the insurrection happened. It was very instrumental in being able to make identifications quickly. So I think any new technology will have detractors and misunderstandings, especially on how it's really used in practice.
We live in a digital world, and this world will never be the same.
Josh Letterman, NBC News.
Coming up here after the break, Preakness weekend is upon us, but the Kentucky Derby winner is not going to be racing. We'll tell you why when we come back.
Right now on NBC News Now.
Got all the angles covered tonight.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We begin this hour with the military invasion that's currently unfolding.
Right now, the attacks from Russia are coming in from every angle.
Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv.
Live from Ukraine, where a fierce battle is raging on.
We've heard a number of explosions.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities one after another.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items that'll ruin tires, ruin the bottom of the car.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
The battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
What does President Biden need to do tonight? He needs to speak to heads and hearts.
A lot to break down, Chuck, so let's dive right in.
Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson now elevated to the Supreme Court.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We have some stunning new findings about COVID-19.
This new variant is more contagious.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
It is Preakness weekend in Baltimore. A lot of people are going to be there, but you know who's not going to be there? Rich Strike, the winner of the Kentucky Derby, sitting out the middle leg of this year's Triple Crown. You remember Rich Strike? You have to remember Rich Strike, the 80-1 underdog. Remember this? The right side of your screen, jockeys in the red helmet. Incredibly improbable moment, captured the heart of the nation by pulling into the lead at Churchill Downs in the final second to win the Derby. It was a bananas moment. It's not going to be repeated at the Preakness. And here's why. Rich Strike's owner, Rick Dawson, says it was never the plan to try and run all three races. They want to give Richie, as they call him, more time to rest ahead of the Belmont Stakes on June 11th. And that decision is raising a lot of questions about whether this schedule, whether the Triple Crown schedule is just too hard on the horses. Steve Kornacki is at the Pimlico Racecourse in Baltimore. Okay, so Steve, the Triple Crown is 3 races in a matter of 5 weeks for a 3-year-old horse, which to some people is kind of a lot. And now there's this whole discussion about whether or not there should be a rethinking of the structure of the schedule. A huge overhaul, and first in a century kind of thing. Tell me about it.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about a lot of tradition here, but this decision by Rich Strike and his owners not to run in this race really has kicked up a debate here, and basically it comes down to this. Modern horse trainers, modern horse racing, it's uncommon to see horses run a race and then turn around 2 weeks later and run another race, and that's what they're being asked to do here between the Kentucky Derby and the Preakness. This is really one of the rare occasions in the year when that happens, and a lot of trainers just don't like to do that. They like more rest time, they like more spacing between the races. So the argument you're really starting to hear is, hey, maybe it's time to space these out. You have the Derby, maybe you wait a month, then you do the Preakness, then you won't have this situation where a horse like Rich Strike backs out. Maybe you'll get some other high-quality horses that come in the race too who maybe would sit it out now, and then maybe you wait another month and you do the Belmont and you spread it out like that. And you're hearing some talk along those lines, but there's also a pretty big pushback here from the traditionalists who say, hey, look, it is possible for a horse to run and win on 2 weeks rest, and the Triple Crown is supposed to be something special and unique and rare, and the ability of a horse to win 3 races in 5 weeks is special, unique, and rare. We've only had 2 do it in the last 40-something years, so the traditionalists say, hey, if you start messing with that, it's not going to be as special when it actually happens.
Well, tell us who we should be looking for, because no Rich Strike, right? But there is a compelling storyline in a horse named Secret Oath, a female horse and her trainer.
It's always great when you have this storyline of a girl taking on the boys, a filly running in the Preakness tomorrow. You go back about a half a century, and there's maybe 24 fillies that have run in one of these Triple Crown races. So it's not unheard of, but it's extremely rare. But this horse has a real chance. 2 weeks ago, this horse, Secret Oath, won the Kentucky Oaks. That's sort of like the Kentucky Derby for fillies. They hold it the night before the Kentucky Derby. Incredibly impressive performance there. Going to be one of the top choices on the betting board here. The horse is fun to watch because what she'll do is she'll sort of sit off the lead, and then the jockey will ask her to go. And when she goes, she has been blowing past horses and leaving them in the dust. That's what she did in the Kentucky Oaks. She's done that in some other races, and it's an even more compelling story because of her trainer. Her trainer is 86 years old. D. Wayne Lucas. He has been at this game forever. He still gets up and goes to work at 3:30 in the morning. It's been a long time since D. Wayne Lucas had a horse this good in a race this big. So a great angle there with Secret Oath tomorrow.
Totally, Steve. And listen, always bet on the woman, right? Always bet on the female. That's what I'm going to be doing. I think it's a good life lesson. So listen, I went to college in Baltimore. I've been to the Preakness once in the infield. That's all I could handle. It is a scene. It is a vibe. Tell me a little bit about what it's like now, because again, we're seeing this is really the first time since the pandemic that it's going to be a packed crowd there.
Yeah, and today is, Black-Eyed Susan Day. That's the big race today, the Black-Eyed Susan Stakes. So it's a bit of a warm-up act for tomorrow. So we got a pretty big crowd here, but it's nothing compared to what folks are expecting tomorrow. And the weather it's not going to rain, it looks like. It looks like it's going to be very hot. And, yeah, I think I'm going to be a little too old to be in that infield tomorrow. I'll leave that to the college kids tomorrow.
It's been almost 20 years, Steve, and I'm good. I'm good at this point. Steve Kornacki, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Can't wait to watch it tomorrow on the big stage on NBC. Talk to you, Frau.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Hack.
In London right now, officials are working on some big preparations to celebrate Queen Elizabeth's 70 years on the throne, with Buckingham Palace revealing a really starry, famous people lineup for a public concert. Diana Ross, Elton John, Queen, the band, not the person. We still aren't 100% clear on whether the person, the Queen herself, will be attending all this stuff. Molly Hunter reports on what we know.
Hey, Hallie, that's right. This country is in party planning mode, and the festivities are already off to the races. So this is the Platinum Jubilee. This marks the Queen's 70 years on the throne. She is the first British monarch to hit this unbelievably impressive milestone, and the celebrations will match the event. So one of the reasons we're not at Buckingham Palace right now is because one of the main events, Hallie, is they're setting up this huge public concert. They are building a giant stage outside the palace. The A-listers who will be playing, the band Queen, appropriately named, of course, course, Sir Elton John, Duran Duran, Alicia Keys, and Diana Ross. Diana Ross is no stranger to royal performances. This is not Ross's first time performing for the Queen. She expressed her excitement, Hallie, on social media for performing for the Queen again. Now, a couple big questions, though, as we enter this momentous week. So it's still unclear if the 96-year-old monarch will actually be in attendance. She's been battling mobility issues. She used a cane the other day to actually get to the royal box at the Royal Horse Show at Windsor, one of her favorite events. And they're basically making the call day by day what events she's actually going to show up at. The other big question, of course, Harry and Meghan are coming back. We know that. We know they will not be on the balcony for that big, famous family photo op. But what will the other photo ops be? When will they interact with the Queen? What will that reunion be like? And of course, will Archie and Lilibet get to spend some quality time with their great-grandmother? And we just want to see pictures of all of it, Hallie. It is the talk of the town. I'll send it back to you.
Molly Hunter, appreciate that. Appreciate all you watching all week long. That does it for this hour. We're going to have more for you here Monday, of course, same time, same place. Hope you have a great weekend. Coverage picks up right now. President Biden's overseas to try and get the economy back on the right path. The alarms are going off big time right now, with the S&P barreling toward a bear market and the Dow on a losing streak we haven't seen in 99 years. Coming up, we explain why seeing the markets in the red can kind of mess with our heads. Plus, former President Trump's ex-attorney general, Bill Barr, he's talking with the January 6th committee about talking with the January 6th committee to tell them what he knew about the push